It wasn't as if they hadn't suffered from the attacks of the foreign beasts along the way, just that they were all on a small scale. The expulsion could be carried out by the frigate fleet and fighter group alone, and there was absolutely no need for Zhang Yunxing to make a move. Several hours of sailing later, the crowd arrived safely inside a city in the Lighthouse State's race site, Decatur. This is a large and prosperous state in the Lighthouse Kingdom, where nearly 3,000 competitors from hundreds of countries around the world will gather. In order to better protect the competitors, the Lighthouse State had cleared the city a few days earlier, leaving it an empty city. Only competitors and national staff of the competition are allowed to enter here. The airspace over the entire city appeared extremely lively, with swarms of various warplanes circling overhead. The Great Qin fighters landed on the dedicated runway in an organized manner. As soon as the group stepped out of the fighter, they were greeted by a group of blonde staff. "General Zhang, hello?" The staff member in charge of reception had obviously heard of Zhang Yunxing's reputation and said in a very respectful tone, "No matter what country you are in, strength is honored. And Zhang Yunxing clearly possesses this strength." "Hello." Zhang Yunxing replied indifferently. The staffer introduced himself. "My name is Mike. Please come with me, and I will take you to the Deqin district." The city was divided into hundreds of areas to supply rest for the competitors from various countries. The size and location of the region also reflects the strength of the country. As one of the countries on the blue planet that possessed the most powerful people, Great Qin's natural status was far beyond that of other countries. The Deqin district was located at the center of the entire city and covered a fairly large area. It is more or less extravagant to use it to house only 10 contestants. But this time around, there were a number of staff members who came along, mainly responsible for medical care, catering, and so on. But it was only Su Chen with a group of slaves. Hua Yinghao is not eligible to carry. The other military contestants were not allowed to have slaves. After all, the rules of the military were much stricter than the training camp. The people each chose a place to live. Su Chen alone chose a 4-story single villa as his temporary residence, and Song Qiao and the others stayed near him. The competition would have to wait a few more days before it officially opened, as the participants from other countries had not yet arrived. As the competitors from various countries entered the city one after another, the originally empty city appeared to be bustling with activity. Although there were only nearly 3,000 participants, if we add the entourage from each country, I'm afraid there were tens of thousands of people. The entire contest will be broadcast live in the Blue Star countries. There is a 24-hour live stream including many public areas within the city. Countless viewers of Blue Star watched this annual event. For the officials of each country, this competition is of great significance and will determine the division of resources among the major regions in the coming year. For the people, it is an annual feast, where the contestants represent the glory of the country, and their fame brings a sense of pride to the people of the country. Of course, secretly, there are quite a few betting boards open with frighteningly large stakes. Driven by both profit and national honor, it made the contest the focus of billions of people's attention. Anyone who could place well in this match would instantly become a superstar in the limelight of Blue Star, gaining both fame and fortune. The 78th Deer Cup match, about to begin. All the major TV stations are broadcasting live footage of this race. The tournament kicked off with the arrival of the participants. According to the official notice, the contestants from a small country were attacked by a foreign beast on their way here, and all of them were killed. But this episode did not dilute the crowd's passion for the match in the slightest, and everyone stared at the live screen with glowing eyes. Each country has its own commentary staff to explain the game. This time, our Qin participants have changed slightly from last year, and apart from the 3 old players, the remaining 7 are all new players. The 3 veteran players should be familiar to all of you, and player Xiaowang even won 3rd place yesterday. Among the new players, player Su Chen has the lowest strength. He's an excellent first-order plant awakened. The commentary started with a basic introduction of the participants in the tournament. Hearing the words of the commentator, everyone watching the live stream froze. What? A plant-based awakened person? That's rare. The point is that he's only excellence 1st rank. This rank is too low. The restriction of the competition is awakening 9th rank. The difference is too much. Isn't this the end of the line? There's too much difference in rank, isn't there? Su Chen's odds in the black market to make it to the group stage are 153. You can imagine how outrageous that is. This isn't the one who brought money into the group, is it? It's not like we can't find someone stronger in Deqin. The Great Qin audience was in an uproar. mainly because Su Chen's rank was indeed too low when compared to the other contestants. Although Huang Hao was similarly low-ranked, he also had an awakening of the third rank, and was an awakened of the Thunder Elemental system with an extremely strong combat power. The commentators seemed to have anticipated the audience's reaction and immediately added. Although player Su Chan is of a lower rank, he got the first place in the competition organized by the elite training camp. He performed particularly well in the Battle of the East Sea not long ago, and even received praise from His Majesty. Wow. When these words came out, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Su Chun actually got compliments from His Majesty the First Emperor. This point instantly reversed the audience's impression of Su Chun. This person will have a lot to offer. I choose Su Chun Ramen. This shouldn't be fake news, right? To be praised by His Majesty means that Su Chun does have something extraordinary. We just didn't realize it. Rather than believing in Su Chun, the audience believed in the First Emperor. The First Emperor was equivalent to a god in the eyes of the people of Great Qin. The opening ceremony has ended, and it will soon be the turn of the secret draw to open the first round of the finalists. I believe that this time, all 10 of our players should be able to advance to the group stage as in previous years. The sweet voice of the commentator rang out on the screen, and everyone looked at the live feed in unison. Picture. On the vast stage, the contestants began the secret draw. Before starting the draw, the official commentator of the contest explained the rules of the contest in the simplest terms. There are 3 stages to the competition: the finalists, the group stage, and finally the final. Nearly 3,000 players will all compete in the finalists. But in the end, only 200 will advance to the group stage. This elimination rate is quite horrific and will see 90% of the contestants eliminated in the process. It is those left behind who are qualified to represent the country in the redistribution of benefits. And the entry for the finalists is by lottery. The supreme masters of the 5 great powers had constructed 10 tournament secret realms together. The 3,000 competitors will be divided equally among these 10 tournament secret areas. There are 20 advancement tokens for each tournament secret. Those who get the advancement token will successfully advance to the group stage. The players from the 5 major countries, Great Qin, Britain, Lighthouse, Northern Plains, and Gaul, will have the right of refusal. The official commentator shouted in a majestic voice. The so-called right of avoidance meant that participants from the 5 major powers would not be assigned to the same secret realm. Doing so ensured that all 5 major players were able to advance to the group stage. This rule is slightly unfair to participants from other countries. But no one ever had any problem with that, because that's how powerful the Big 5 are. There were only so many 5 countries with supreme powerhouses in the blue planet. They have certain special powers, and rightly so. Besides, even the Deer Cup was organized by the 5 major powers on a rotating basis, and if you wanted to participate, you had to accept their rules. And there's been a rumor on the blue planet. That would be the 5 major countries joining forces and could wipe out all the other countries. The point of organizing the Deer Cup is to give other weaker countries a chance to participate in the distribution of benefits. The Big 5 allow it so that other countries can get a piece of the action. Who would dare meddle with those resources if they weren't allowed? We now invite the 10 contestants from the Lighthouse Kingdom to come up to the stage and draw lots. Accompanied by the stirring voice of the official commentator, the 10 players from the Lighthouse Nation took the stage, and each chose a draw card. The numbers on it represented which secret realm they would be assigned to. Then Deqin's contestants also went on stage to draw lots. Su Chun got a draw card. He flipped it over and realized that on the back was the Arabic numeral 7. He would enter the 7th tournament's secret realm and compete with 300 players for those 20 qualifications to advance. Only after the draw of the participants from the 5 powerful nations was completed did it come to the turn of the other nations to draw their names. They don't have the right of recusal and will most likely be assigned to the same secret area. But that's not good. This is because it is clearly stated in the rules of the finalist tournament that all participants are prohibited from competing in any form of team competition. Once discovered, the player will be immediately disqualified and the country the player belongs to will not be allowed to participate in the Deer Cup again for 5 years. The equivalent is the loss of 5 years of resource allocation. There was once a country's contestant who secretly teamed up to form a team, and although both of them acted alone, they were still found out. The country was disqualified and accepted the punishment of hosting that edition of the Deer Cup. The country is now a few lines in the recorded history of Blue Star. With these lessons learned from the past, the contestants certainly didn't dare to make any wrong moves. Once discovered, it's not just them who will be punished, but also the country and countless people behind them. After the drawing ceremony, all participants were regrouped according to the number cards in their hands. They were about to be teleported into the 10 Great Race Mysteries. Dozens of spatial awakenings came together and sent all the contestants into the secret realm. The large square instantly became empty. The live feed also briefly froze for a second. The images of the players in the secret world then reappeared on the screen. Each tournament's secret realm wasn't very large, but it was big enough for 300 people to fight in it. Viewers are free to choose a particular secret area to watch. In order to protect the privacy of the players, the broadcast can only be done through the free cameras placed inside the secret, so there is no way to be specific about the perspective of a particular player. Chen surveyed his surroundings. The 7th secret realm he was in was the ruins of a city. This used to be the city where Blue Star actually existed. Only under the attack of the Fey Beasts, this city fell into ruins and was refined by the most powerful into a tournament mystery realm. 20 promotion tokens. Not a lot of pressure. Chen whispered to himself. There were no foreign beasts or any dangers in the tournament secret realm, and the only competition came from the other contestants. 20 advancement tokens would be randomly refreshed in all corners of the secret realm. Getting the token and holding it until after 24 hours counts as advancement. Chen looked up at the dome of the sky, and there was a huge countdown that was constantly turning. The rules for the finalists are simple and brutal, and the duration is only 24 hours. That's a start. Chen took out his tournament-specific bracelets and put them on. These bracelets would guide the location of the nearest token. Go! Chen stretched out his right hand and once again imitated Spider-Man, prancing through the ruins of the city. The vines of the Iron Hand vine flew out and wrapped around the high part of the ruins, dragging Chen's body to move quickly. In this kind of terrain, there was a certain advantage for Chen. The token closest to Chen was directly north of him. It only took a few minutes for Chen to arrive at the location where the token was located. But a dozen or so participants from other countries have long been gathered here. The advancement token was silently suspended in the sky above the city building, like a blooming, colorful flower. Everyone stared at the token with fiery eyes, but no one took the lead, because whoever makes the first move will be targeted and will be immediately mobbed by everyone and then eliminated. Most of the players who came to compete were strong, but not so strong that they could fight a dozen people with one. There were several cameras around the advancement token that were streaming the situation here in real time. There are several commentators arranged for each secret area to ensure that the live broadcast process is not too boring. The situation in the 7th secret realm is very anxious. Who can the first token go to? You can see that the contestants from the Great Cold Country, the Cherry Blossom Country, and our Great Chen's Chen contestant have all set their eyes on this fast token. But no one dares to take the lead at this time. Everyone is waiting. But I don't think this stalemate, which shouldn't last long, is about to be broken. Many viewers were staring at the live broadcast screen, which showed the very area where Chen was. And only just after the commentator's words had fallen, a figure surged towards the top of the building. The narrator's voice also became steeply excited and high. Someone has made a move. Surprisingly, it's player Chen. He broke the stalemate at the scene and took the initiative to seize the token. Chapter 61. Locking up the qualification first, putting pressure on other countries' players. Surprisingly, it's Chen. Brother, don't be impulsive. I've pressed $300 on you. My meal money for a month. As they say, isn't it better to muddle through with a gun? The young man is a bit of a daredevil. The audience immediately got into a heated discussion. In this kind of dozen or so stalemate, the first to strike must be the worst off, because he would immediately attract the attention of everyone else. And the fact that Chen would take the initiative was something that none of the viewers had expected, because he's obviously weaker. Kong Jae-hyuk, the participant from Daehan Kingdom, had the highest rank and had reached the 9th awakening stage, but he still didn't dare to make a move, as expected by the crowd. Chen's first move broke the silent atmosphere of the scene. The attention of the rest of the contestants was immediately all focused on him. Boom! A blazing flame instantly shot up into the sky, aiming at the target, which was none other than Chen. The one who stepped in was Kong Jae-hyuk, who was an awakened of the fire elemental system. Chen, who was in the process of climbing the building, used the corner of his eye to gently sweep the brilliant fire behind him. An incomparably hot wave of air had swooped up from below. Su Chen's face did not change, and a rattan cane poked out from his sleeve again, directly sticking into the concrete wall of the building, and then using this as an anchor point, dragging Su Chen's body to the side to dodge. Phew! The blazing mass of fire brushed against Su Chen. Despite dodging the fire mass, the blazing heat still caused Su Chen's hair to curl up quickly. Su Chen didn't care about the numerous attacks behind him and continued to climb forward. All the other players launched a round of attacks on Su Chen. Lights of various colors rushed up into the sky, and there was also a flying imperial beast that launched an attack from the air. The Iron Hand Vine blocked almost all of Su Chen's attacks for him. Snap! The rattan swung ferociously, punching the air and exploding it. That flying imperial beast was so jerked by the Iron Hand Vine that its body immediately planted downwards. That awakened of the imperial beast lineage watched his beloved pet droop, and immediately revealed an anxious expression, rushing over to check the imperial beast's injuries. Yes, old brother Su Chen still has something blocking those attacks so easily. He has the Iron Hand Vine. Getting away is easy, just hold the token in your hand and escape from here. The spectators all let out a sigh of relief in unison when they saw Su Chen emerge unscathed from the first round of attacks. The faces of the remaining contestants all changed when they saw Su Chen easily stopping everyone's attacks. Then the crowd also followed the exterior of the building, thinking of climbing over to the top. However, their speed was definitely no match for Su Chen, who had the help of the Iron Hand Vine. After just a few leaps, Su Chen's toes were firmly planted on the ground at the top of the building. Su Chen slowly walked forward and gently held the triangular token suspended in the air in his hand. Advancement qualification in hand. However, after obtaining the token, Su Chen was in no hurry to leave. Because getting the token doesn't mean successful advancement, you still have to hold the token in your hand until the end of the finalist round. And all around the top, the dozen or so contestants also ascended to the top floor one after another. Everyone stared at Su Chen with a hostile gaze. The crowd all looked at the token in his hand as if they had seen some priceless treasure. Su Chen slipped the token into his pocket. In order to prevent cheating, the advancement token was added with an anti-space attribute and could not be placed into a storage device. Su Chen's eyes carried a faint smile as he swept over the crowd one by one. Gentlemen, excuse me. This token, it's mine. Su Chen had no intention of withdrawing after getting the token. Because if he did that, the dozen or so people would keep hunting him down and wouldn't stop until they got the token. Instead of hiding, we should beat these people into submission. If you throw one punch, you can avoid 100. Boom. An Iron Hand Vine that was more than 10 meters tall slowly appeared above Su Chen's head. This Iron Hand Vine looked like a deep-sea monster with dozens of tentacles, and its huge size completely occupied the top of the entire building. After fusing the gold element, the skin of the Iron Hand Vine glowed with a metallic luster. This makes it look a bit like an artificial mechanical octopus rather than a plant. The huge Iron Hand Vine appeared, which caused the eyes of the many participants to freeze, revealing scornful gazes. But it was only scorn. A single awakening-level Iron Hand Vine wasn't enough to scare off so many of them. Boom! Kong Jae-hyuk fired the first shot in the siege of Su Chen. A huge ball of flame sprang up on his palm and smashed over toward Su Chen. The vines of the Iron Hand Vine quickly rolled into a shield and stopped in front of Su Chen. The fireball slammed into the rattan, failing to inflict a half-dozen scorching wounds. The metallized Iron Hand Vine possessed unimaginable defensive power. Although this flame was very hot, it could still be blocked. Go! Su Chen's eyes locked onto Kong Jae-hyuk and his fingers waved slightly. 3 silver streams of light instantly rushed out from beside him. The Thunderheart Swordgrass was extremely fast after fusing the thunder element and awakening the wind element. The fastest speed has even exceeded the speed of sound. Bang! The top of the building instantly resounded with a sharp sonic boom. A sword leaf killed towards Kong Jae-hyuk with lightning speed. The latter's face violently changed in shock before he could even make any defensive measures. That sword leaf had then stabbed at the center of his brow. The sharp blade pierced the skin of Kong Jae-hyuk's brow, and crimson blood instantly slid down his cheek. Kong Jae-hyuk's torso was vaguely trembling. Although he was an awakened of the 9th awakened stage, he was always a fleshly mortal. If one were to be pierced through the head by the sword Heartgrass, one would surely die instantly. Damn! Kong Jae-hyuk was cursing angrily while fearing inside. Why was this sword Heartgrass so fast? So fast that he had absolutely no time to react. Couldn't even make any defense. When the other contestants saw Kang Jae-hyuk being subdued by Su-chan in a second, they all froze in place, their eyes staring at the three sword leaves in horror. What kind of plant is this? Kenshincho? No, it wasn't like they hadn't seen sword heartgrass before. The speed, even if it was fast, wasn't that outrageous. The crowd, which had been filled with hostility just a moment ago, instantly dared not move. Because Su-chan had only used one sword leaf to subdue Kang Jae-hyuk, there were two other sword leaves watching from the side. Anyone who dared to make a move, that sword leaf would immediately appear on his brow. The speed of this odd sword leaf was so fast that all the people present were not confident that they could dodge it. Looking at the situation that was suddenly under Su-chan's control, the audience revealed shocked expressions. What the hell was that? It appeared in the center of Kang Jae-hyuk's eyebrow with a swoosh. Is this ing sword heartgrass? The one I raised is also a sword heartgrass, and compared to Su-chan's sword heartgrass, it's as slow as a snail crawling. The only martial art under the sun is speed, and this is on full display at this moment. The audience watching the live stream was stunned. They had expected Su-chan to be in for a vicious battle. As a result, the situation was brought under control in 3 or 5. But at the same time, the audience was shocked by Su-chan's plants. That shimmering metallic iron hand vine was not to be talked about, dazzling as if it were a mechanical creation. The defense was top-notch, able to easily pawn off Kang Jae-hyuk's flames. I'm sure the attacks won't be that bad. However, this peculiar sword heartgrass truly shocked them. The speed was far beyond the crowd's knowledge of the sword heartgrass. That sharp sound just now, ing seemed like a sonic boom, which Kenshin Kusa can be fast enough to surpass the speed of sound. At least they hadn't seen it in their lives. Wow, contestant Su-chan really brought us a big surprise. The live commentators also had a collective double take, their voices thick with excitement and admiration. Of course, they hoped that the stronger the great Chen players were, the better. That way the odds of getting the title are better. I didn't expect player Su-chan to use a thunderous method to quickly take control of the situation at the top of the building anymore. He instantly subdued Kang Jae-hyuk, who was the strongest, so that the others would be too intimidated to make a move. I thought that player Su-chan would run away the first time he got the token, but I didn't expect him to choose to deal with it head-on, and with good results. Truly worthy of being a genius praised by His Majesty the First Emperor. Picture. The scene at the top of the building is like a stop-motion picture. One sword leaf shallowly pierced into Kang Jae-hyuk's brow, while the other two sword leaves hovered beside Su-chan. The rest of the people around them all stood still, their eyes staring at the two sword leaves in fear. The speed of this sword leaf was just too fast. I'm afraid it could kill several people instantly. Kang Jae-hyuk, on the other hand, gradually turned red in the face and couldn't say a word. As an awakened 9th stage fire elemental awakened, he actually had a lot of powerful offensive means that he hadn't used. But Su-chan simply didn't give him any chance and suppressed him to death. It's live on all of Blue Star right now. The fact that he himself was instantly subdued by someone of a much lower rank caused Kang Jae-hyuk to feel an immense amount of humiliation inside. Everyone, go grab the other advancement tokens. Su-chan looked at the crowd with a faint smile on his face. If you make another move, then I will eliminate you immediately. As he spoke, Su-chan put back the sword leaf that was suspended in the center of Kang Jae-hyuk's brow. Kang Jae-hyuk watched Kenpachi go away and wiped the blood from his cheeks, letting out a breath of relief. If he's eliminated now, there's no chance he'll make the group stage. After getting out of danger, Kang Jae-hyuk left the top of the building without saying a word. This Chen player looked at a low level, but his battle power was ridiculously strong. If he had this time, he might as well fight for other tokens, he might still have a chance. After Kang Jae-hyuk took the lead in withdrawing from the competition, the rest of them gazed at Su-chan with deep eyes and silently left the place. They knew very well in their hearts that they were by no means Su-chan's opponents. Instead of wasting time here at the risk of being eliminated, it would be better to divert attention to other tokens. Looking at the departing crowd, Su-chan's face relaxed a bit. His own shock went quite a bit smoother than expected. The reason he didn't eliminate these people was that he didn't want to fish out of water. Once these people were stimulated by the desperate situation, of course they would choose to fight themselves to the end. It wasn't that Su-chan was afraid of them, he just didn't have that need to deal with so many people. He was perfectly capable of diverting these people's attention to other tokens. This will make it more competitive for other players. Anyway, he was the only great Chen player in the secret realm, so as long as he made sure he could advance, he was done. What business is it of his if other countries' players are under pressure? Looking at the top of the building with only Chen left, the great Chen spectators all erupted in cheers. In the fight just now, Chen had already revealed his strength. His qualification for the group stage is considered completely secure. As long as you can hold this advancement token until the end of the tournament, you will successfully advance. Awesome! Chen is not only strong, but also flexible in his brain, giving the pressure to the other country's players successfully. This wave is stable. 300 source crystals turned into 15,000. Whoops! Why didn't I go for a lone bet in the first place? Missing out on $100 million. Shin Yobi. It was by relying on the battle on the top floor of the building just now that Chen's impression in the minds of the audience was completely reversed. Earlier, the commentary introduced Chen, saying that he had received compliments from His Majesty the First Emperor. The audience certainly believed the commentator wasn't lying. But praise is praise, it can't be equated with being powerful. But, just a moment ago, in the top floor battle, the powerful fighting strength that Chen had displayed had convinced everyone. Even Jiang Jaehyuk, who was at the 9th stage of the awakening level, didn't last a second in Chen's hands. Although Kang Jaehyuk still had means that he hadn't used yet, it was indicative of Chen's battle prowess. Although Chen was at a relatively low level, his battle power was so powerful that it left all the spectators in awe. A portion of the audience silently shed tears of remorse. One should know that before the start of the finalists, Chen's odds were 1 to 50. Such a great opportunity to get rich was missed by them. Everyone cast envious glances towards the spectator who had bet on Chen. But at the same time the heart was secretly pleased. Hey, that only pressed 300. He should have a harder time than those of us who aren't pressed. After Chen successfully took the advancement token, the rest of the tokens of the 7th secret realm were also obtained one after another. It wasn't just the 7th secret realm, but all 10 tournament secret realms. The players from the 5 major powers basically had one advancement token locked in their hands. Some players grabbed the tokens even more easily than Chen. Take for example Higgins, the star player of the Lighthouse State. Before the tournament even started, Higgins was rated as the favorite to win the title. Because he's a total lucky bastard, born with a soul power that is several times stronger than that of an ordinary person, and has also awakened a psychic talent. Soul increase. The super strong soul power combined with the treacherous means of soul offense made people unable to defend themselves. Unlike other mind-awakened people, Higgins had shown great combat power in the early stages. Chapter 62. Group draw, fixture list problems, great Chen players' anger. Soul is a nebulous word to say the least. Until now, Blue Star's research on soul power was quite limited. It was almost difficult to find ways to enhance the power of the soul other than just a few limited means. This results in a very low pre-combat power for the mind awakened. Even if there was a means of soul attack, at most it could only cause effects such as dizziness and disorientation. And Higgins, relying on the strong soul power he was born with, possessed a stronger combat power than any other mind-awakened person. Secret Realm number 3, in the ruins of a huge building that resembled a coliseum. Everyone stared at the tokens suspended in the center of the fighting arena, a fiery light welling up in their eyes. But just as someone was about to make a move, a strange power suddenly enveloped them. All of them instantly entered a state of double-eyed confusion, their expressions as if they were the trainees who had their souls imprinted by the dream electric butterfly back in the East Sea City. In the sudden silence that fell, a tall figure, humming a classical tune on his lips, walked into the Colosseum as if he were dancing. The blue-eyed man with a full head of silver hair wore a proper tuxedo. Dressing up very exquisitely was like going to a grand dinner party. He passed a dozen or so contestants, saluting them one by one with a gentleman's salute. Finally, he slowly came to the front of that token and bowed slightly with his face toward the crowd. Only afterward did he laugh in a thank-you speech-like tone. I declare, this advancement token goes to Higgins, the greatest soul awakening of the future. Higgins didn't like to refer to himself as a psychic awakening, but rather a soul awakening. Because of the strong soul power he was born with, he felt that he would be the pioneer of the human soul in Blue Star. It's what God has ordained. It's just a matter of time. Then, to the bewildered gaze of the crowd, Higgins once again stepped in a peculiar dance and left the Colosseum. As he moved away, he snapped his fingers. The sound was like an explosion in the dead of night. The rest of the people in the arena woke up, their confused eyes regaining their clarity. What's going on? What just happened? Where's the token? Where's the token? Someone must have hidden the token. No one is allowed to leave. Humph. Everyone felt that the token was still in the hands of someone here. Inside the upcoming Colosseum, the sounds of fierce battles rang out in an instant. Higgins, who had left the arena, sighed and shook his head as he listened to the sounds of the fight behind him. There was mockery and pity in the light smile on his face. As the favorite to win the title, Higgins has a huge following across the Blue Star. Despite not having a first view, tournament officials gave him the most footage. The sight of Higgins gently taking away the token, while the group was still unaware of it, triggered many cheers from the audience. Higgins' soul control is too perverse. I heard that the strength of his soul force can be comparable to a monarch-level powerhouse? Really, this Ainji luck is too good. Awesome, at this level, the other contestants basically have no soul defense means. Higgins dealing with them is simply a descending blow. Higgins is only awakening 5th rank now. If he's a little higher, I feel like the other players really don't stand a chance. The audience couldn't help but marvel at Higgins' marvelous tactics. Compared to the other contestants who had gone through a lot of effort to get their advancement tokens, it was just too easy for him. Proud smiles couldn't help but well up on the faces of the Lighthouse Nation's spectators. We have a lot of strong players in the Lighthouse State this time. Oh, not just Higgins, but several others are also favorites to win the title. This is the young generation of awakened people in the Lighthouse Kingdom, full of potential and future. In a decade or so, they will become the people of the Blue Star. As the host, it would be rude not to win the championship. The pop-ups from the Lighthouse Nation viewers were filled with pride and pride. Without realizing it, half the time of the finalists had passed. As of now, all the advancement tokens have been titled. All 50 players from the 5 powerful countries had gotten their advancement tokens. This comes as no surprise. In so many editions of the Deer Cup, there has only been one instance where a player from one of the top 5 powers was eliminated in a blowout in the final round. Aside from those 50 promotion tokens from the 5 powerful countries, all the other tokens were distributed quite evenly. The rest of the countries were basically raining on the parade, and more or less all had a promotion token. Of course, it could not be ruled out that certain small countries whose strength was indeed extremely weak had not been able to obtain a single promotion order. Despite the fact that advancement tokens have owners, token turnover happens from time to time. Without sufficiently strong strength, it was still very difficult to keep the token for 24 hours. In the 7th secret place, Chen hadn't moved since he got the token. He stayed at the top of the building at all times, quietly waiting for the finalists to finish. There was nothing in this secret realm that was worth fighting for anyway. Because of the previous shocking famous scene, Chen here was still relatively calm. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people would follow the guidance of the bracelet to this place, wanting to snatch the token in Chen's hand, but the Thunderheart Swordgrass would eliminate these people while they did it. After awakening the wind element, the Thunderheart Swordgrass could reach a combat distance of 500 meters around. This distance is quite far enough. And so, after there were a few eliminations, no one dared to make a move on Chen again. Even this building he was in had become a forbidden place in the mouths of the other contestants. Everyone knows that. There is a very powerful Decatur player above this building. He's called Chen. Without the disturbance of other people, coupled with the Thunderheart Swordgrass guarding around, Chen even started meditating on the roof of the building. It wasn't like there weren't any strong contestants in the 7th secret realm. However, they all held a wait-and-see attitude towards Chen. They had already gotten the promotion order. There was no need to clash with Chen again. The finalists are still primarily interested in advancing. Therefore, even though some people were curious as to what Chen's strength actually was, they ultimately did not make a move. With the passage of time, the finalists ended in silence. The live feed immediately returned to the main stage. Several of the official tournament commentators from the Lighthouse State shouted in high tones, "The finalists are over. The 3,000 contestants in the 10 secret realms have already competed for the final winner. Let's congratulate the 200 contestants. They will represent the country they belong to and battle it out in the group stage. Let's say to them, go to the final glory." The finalists are, after all, only at the very beginning and can't get the crowd too excited. Besides, there was no hiccup midway through this finalist tournament. The results of the promotion were similar to what the crowd had guessed. The strength of some of the contestants had surprised the crowd. The eliminated contestants did not leave the lighthouse state, but stayed in the city. They were eliminated, but some of the other players from the same country were promoted to the group stage. They can provide help and accompaniment to these companions. After the finalists finished, the crowd returned to their residences to rest. Tomorrow we'll see the grouping and draw for the group stage, followed by the group stage. In the group stage, the Big Five will no longer have the right of refusal. In the aftermath of the finalists, there was joy for some and sorrow for others. For example, that old brother who had pressed Su-chan to win had a hint of bitterness mixed in his smile while he was happy. There were also some bloodied gamblers who took to the rooftops. 18 years later, bet again. The major handicappers also immediately revised their odds quickly based on the strengths shown by the contestants in the finalists. Su-chen's odds went from 1 to 50, directly down to 1 to 7. The format of the tournament was still quite tight, and after a night's rest, the grouping and draw for the group stage opened immediately. The eyes of the world are on the official main stage. Several of the official hosts looked excited and conducted the flow for the crowd with their fullest emotions. The group stage is about to open. The group draw for this Deer Cup competition will now begin. The 200 contestants who have bloodied themselves from the finalists will be divided into 5 groups. Each group will decide the final 4 contestants, and a total of 20 contestants from 5 groups will enter the final stage. The elimination rate in the group stage is still pretty high then. Immediately after the official host briefly introduced the rules of the group stage, the draw for the groupings was opened. The 5 powers alone have a total of 50 people in the group stage. So there's no way to recuse yourself, but there will be no more than 2 players from the same country per team. This is both ensuring that the players from the 5 powerhouse countries will be able to advance and easing the pressure on the participants from other countries. One by one, all the contestants came on stage and drew a number plate from the host's hand. Su-chan looked at the number plate in his hand, which said 5. He was assigned to the 5th group. Out of the 10 players from Decatur, he and Xiaoong were assigned to the 5th group. Regarding Xiaoong, Su-chan still knew some information. Xiaoong was from the Southwest War Zone, a martial Dao awakened with superior strength. He finished 2nd in the Deer Cup held in Gaul yesterday. This score was already quite good, but Xiaoong was definitely very dissatisfied. So he estimated that he would control his rate of advancement and always keep his level below the transcendent level. In order to get the championship in this edition of the Deer Cup competition, to make up for the regret in the heart. Su-chan had also dealt with Xiaoong during the days he had attended the competition. The latter was a very serious man, usually unsmiling and revealing a military demeanor in every move. After returning to his seat, Xiaoong glanced at Su-chan and solemnly said, "If you and I meet in the group stage, I won't hold back. The group stage is a point system. You still have a chance to advance to the finals if you just lose to me." Su-chan smiled and nodded. Coincidentally, I was thinking the same thing. His words had just fallen. Another player from the Southwest War region, Bai Yuan, then sneered. "How dare you think that? Big Brother Xiao was the runner-up last year. And if it wasn't for the competition, he would have reached transcendence long ago. What kind of a thing are you to speak up?" It was only when Zhang Yunsheng was not here that Bai Yuan dared to taunt Su-chan so positively. An odd smile spread on Su-chan's face as he gazed at Bai Yuan and said slowly, "You should be glad you're not in a group with me. Or I'll beat you so bad you won't even recognize your own mother." Bai Yuan's face instantly turned blue as he angrily waited for Su-chan. "You!" His words had only just reached his lips when Xiaoong coldly swept a glance at him. Bai Yuan was immediately like a deflated ball of leather, instantly disciplined. Among the younger generation of the Southwest War Zone, Xiaoong was still quite dominant. After all, his talent and qualifications had been praised several times by Wei Xianlang. Seeing this, Su-chan stopped saying anything and sat back down. The official host's voice from the front slowly sounded again. "All 200 players have been grouped. We'll make the most logical schedule based on these players. The schedule will be delivered to all players by then, and will also be posted on the official Deer Cup website. Please wait quietly." With the words of the official moderator, the group draw ceremony came to an end. Players left the field one by one and returned to their residences to refresh themselves and wait quietly for the game. The rules for the group stage are a single elimination point system. Participants need to play all the players in the same group, win and get 1 point, lose and the points remain unchanged. Finally, The 4 contestants with the highest cumulative points advance to the finals. To know, there are 40 people in each group. That means that the competitors will have to meet 39 matches. This is a big test for the players mentally and physically. In such a continuous race, the heart and a cool head are quite important. Strength isn't just the deciding factor in winning anymore. The tournament's official committee quickly sent out the exact schedule. But, while the Great Chen spectators and players saw the list of matches, their faces showed anger. Inside the Decatur district, 10 contestants gathered. There was a grumpy War Department player who slapped the list on the table and shouted down, "What a schedule! It's not fair to us." The expressions of the remaining 9 varied. But even the most aloof Xiao Ong frowned slightly at this moment. There is nothing wrong with the list of races at first glance. Besides, any player has to play another player, so the schedule seems to be made up however it is right. But if one looks closely, one realizes that order is an extremely significant issue. The wrong order of matchups will directly affect the outcome of the entire group stage. And the reason why the Great Chen contestants were so angry. It is because of the list given by the official committee of the Lighthouse State Tournament that there is a problem with the order of matchups. Chapter 63. The group stage begins. Chen's princess fan bet on him for $50 million. Though with each contestant meeting 39 battles, the schedule could have gone either way. But if you look closely at this list, you will realize that this schedule is not friendly to the Decatur competitors. No, one could even say that it was unfriendly to players other than those from the Lighthouse State. The Great Chen players will face extremely strong and formidable opponents in their first few battles. None of these guys are favorites to compete for a title or a top spot, and the enemies of the Lighthouse State players in the early combat were all generally weak. It's too far-fetched to state such things in terms of coincidence. With the exception of the Lighthouse States, the contestants from the other 4 powers will meet in the first round. Isn't that naked favoritism? Someone slammed the table and drank in an extremely indignant tone. Due to the relatively large number of players in the group stage, the schedule was very tight. Each participant meets 2 battles per day. If you get injured in the early matchups, then it will inevitably affect your mindset and strength in subsequent matchups. And after the big 4 players have consumed each other, they will immediately encounter the strong Lighthouse players. In this way, the Lighthouse State player would have been significantly more likely to win that matchup. Even if you only lose a small game, it can affect the point total. Maybe a lot of power players are about to lose their number 1 seed status because of that 1 point. According to the group stage schedule, the first place finisher in each group will skip the first few matchups of the subsequent finals as the number 1 seed. So, this list of fixtures doesn't look like any problem, but in fact it reveals a deep malice towards players from other countries. This is too disgusting. How come the Lighthouse Kingdom is as disgusting as the Sakura Kingdom and the Big Chill Kingdom? Have you forgotten that the 2 back there are Lighthouse Nation ponies? I'll go. When we organized the Deer Cup, it wasn't this disgusting. Let's just say you can't generalize about people. The players were in a swarm of excitement and felt a fire welling up inside their chests. Chen's eyes were flat as he looked at the list of fixtures on the table, but he wasn't as angry as the others. This kind of targeting of competitors from other countries used to happen a lot in those big games. And the Deer Cup can involve more than just honor. There are huge stakes for the country in the year ahead. It is natural that the official Lighthouse State will use every means at its disposal to secure the interests of the country. This list of fixtures, you say it has problems, and anyone with eyes can see it. But what can you do with a tournament official committee? They could have argued that each contestant had to play all of the players in a single elimination matchup. It's tournament compliant no matter how it's lined up. Xiaoong sat on the sofa without saying anything. Only a hint of fluctuation was revealed in his eyes. There's no need for any further discussion about the schedule list. Zhang Yunxing walked in through the door at this time. Everyone immediately stood up and cast respectful gazes towards Zhang Yunxing. Zhang Yunxing waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. It's true that this schedule is more favorable to the Lighthouse Nation players, but after all, the Lighthouse Nation is the organizer this year. So of course they have to use the rules wisely to create an advantage for themselves. There was a similar initiative when we had the Deer Cup, just not as shameless as they were. It's hard for anyone to keep an inner moral compass when there are resources of that high value involved. Zhang Yunxing's words are considered to be a capper, euphemistically revealing that the list of fixtures cannot be changed. Besides, it's not a bad thing. Zhang Yunxing suddenly smiled. Everyone looked at him with puzzled eyes. How can that not be a bad thing? As the ancients say, fortune and misfortune come together. Zhang Yunxing didn't sell out and spoke his opinion bluntly. If you are still able to beat the lighthouse players to victory in such a race, the blow to the latter's confidence will be considerable. Confidence is a major factor in strength and progress, no matter what level you're at. If you can play with confidence in the group stage, then you will be a lot more comfortable in the later finals as well. So instead of discussing this schedule, why don't we do more research on our next opponent? I assume you all have information on your opponents? The crowd nodded one after another. Early on, when they were told to participate, they were given a copy of the details of their opponents from the Great Chen Intelligence Department. This is so that they can prepare in advance. The information they had in hand was later updated when the specific list of entries was sent out. But the participants were pretty much as predicted by the Great Chen Intelligence Service. Yes. The crowd whirled around and went back to their respective playbacks to rest and prepare for the two matchups that will come tomorrow. When Su Chun returned to the villa, Song Qiao had already prepared hot water for him, with medicines that could soothe the body and mind. Soaking in the warm hot water, Su Chun picked up the information beside his hand. The enemy of his first battle was called Kong Jae-hyuk, an awakening 9th-ranked player from the Great Han country. The moment he saw Kong Jae-hyuk's photo, Su Chen's face first froze and then reacted. It looks a little familiar. It seems to be the person who was scared off by himself in the 7th secret realm. It's actually him? Su Chun ejaculated in amazement while flipping through Kong Jae-hyuk's profile. He was an awakened of the fire elemental system, and the lethality of his various means was enormous, kind of similar to a crunchy archmage in a game. That day, Kong Jae-hyuk was subdued by a single move of his own. In fact, it was mainly because he was taken by surprise. If we really had to face each other in a head-to-head match, we would probably have to expend some effort. Su Chun looked at it for a while, and then put Kong Jae-hyuk's information to the side. To ensure that the game is not delayed for too long, the 5 teams are playing at the same time. Each person plays 2 matches per day against each other. Even then, it would take almost 20 days to play all the games. The atmosphere in the group stage was much warmer than in the finalists. Here's where the Blue Star audience will be most interested, because in the group stage there are more fixtures and more opportunities to bet. If you can bet on the big one a few times, it's not a dream to get rich from now on. It's an orgy for gamblers and an event for the general public. The Deer Cup group stage is about to kick off today, so let's welcome all the participants to the arena. Let's give a big round of applause to the pride of the lighthouse, the favorite of the sold ones, Higgins, accompanied by the high-pitched and excited voice of the host. The 200 contestants took the stage one after another. This is one of the most central stadiums in the city of the Deer Cup. The arena is 10 times larger than a soccer field. The surrounding stands were as dense as a hive of bees and could accommodate 300,000 people. Unlike the qualifiers, there is a live audience for the group stage. Spectators from all over the Lighthouse Kingdom and Blue Star will not be able to enter the competition cities, but there will be special transportation that will carry them directly into the viewing arena. 200 contestants came out of the passageway on the other side of the arena, one after another amidst all the attention. The first to walk out was the Higgins player from the Lighthouse Nation. He was, as in the finalists, wearing an extremely gentlemanly tuxedo. He stepped out of the passageway and bent his head toward the surrounding audience, a faint smile on his face. Higgins' walkout sparked a frenzy. As the favorite to win this title and Blue Star's highly regarded talent, there is never a shortage of attention on Higgins. Immediately, a mountain of voices rang out from the spherical bleachers. Cheers, screams, and other sounds blended together in such a way that it was impossible to hear exactly what was going on. After Higgins, Kate, Taylor, and other Lighthouse Nation players entered. Each of their appearances elicited cheers that raged like waves from the crowd. Sure, it also has to do with the fact that most of the audience was from the Lighthouse State. Few spectators came from other countries, but none of them were either rich or wealthy. This was because in the era when alien beasts were all over the blue planet, wanting to cross tens of thousands of miles or even more than 100,000 miles was a matter with an extremely high safety difficulty factor. Only a small percentage of people have this ability. After the 10 players from the Lighthouse Nation came out, it was time for the rest of the 4 major powers. The cheers on the floor had noticeably diminished by a large margin. Even in the reduced cheers, very clear sighs and snickers could clearly be heard. The Lighthouse State is, after all, the host country of the Deer Cup, and the players certainly have a home field advantage. Let's welcome contestant Xiao Ong from the Far East. He is participating in the Deer Cup for the second time, and in the previous tournament, he achieved an excellent second place. Can a miracle be performed this time? Amidst the chants of the hosts, the great Qin players entered the arena one after another. The first one to step out was Xiao Ong. He was also the most talked about player among the 10 Qin players. There are only a handful of players who have competed twice in history, and very few have done so, because that would mean a wasted year. The spectators from the great Qin country all started cheering at the top of their lungs, cheering for their country's players. But these cheers were interspersed with a fair amount of jeering and skepticism. Get the hell back. The winner of this tournament will belong to us, the Lighthouse Nation. This game isn't won by whoever participates more, ha ha ha. Wretched genius of Great Qin. This time you will still leave with regrets. Inside one of the rather large hive compartments at the track, a young girl with a lazy face sat in a chair, looking through a smart glass screen at the magnified image of her appearance. Is it worth it for Xiao to do this? The young girl spoke the Qin language and her voice was sweet. Beside the chair stood an older man with a slightly upright frame and long gray hair. Your Highness. Xiao Eng is an awakened of the martial Dao lineage. Polishing at the awakened level for longer is not a bad thing. It's good for him afterward, and of course it has to do with his obsession. The old man said respectfully beside the young girl. The young girl didn't seem to care about that and just gave a soft hum. Soon after, the moderator's voice rang through the arena again. Let's welcome the dark horse that emerged from this tournament, player Su Chen from the Great Qin Kingdom. As the player with the highest odds in the early rounds, player Su Chen's performance has shown us how powerful he is. And at the same time, many viewers are afraid to sigh at the missed opportunity. I wonder if player Su Chen will still bring us surprises in the upcoming race? After reading the name, Su Chen stepped out of the dimly lit passageway. The light that suddenly bloomed in front of his eyes caused Su Chen to instinctively squint his eyes. A huge honeycomb-shaped building appeared in front of him, and in the center was the plain-like racecourse. The area in the middle of the course is divided into numerous smaller areas. Each small area represents a showdown. Su Chen followed the staff's guidance and slowly advanced towards the area he was heading towards. The cheers were even lower when Su Chen came out to fight. Even the audience from the Great Qin Kingdom was obviously not as excited and enthusiastic in their treatment of him as they were of Xiao. Only Su Chen being a De Qin player, the audience still hoped that he could fight for his country. There's just not much hope. But inside that exquisite little booth, the young girl lounging in the soft chair jumped up at once. It's Su Chen. It's Su Chen. He's really handsome. The young girl's eyes were glowing as she stared at Su Chen. A look that often appeared on star-crossed young girls in the major airports of the Blue Planet. The old man looked at the young girl with a helpless face. As a princess of the Great Qin Kingdom, Ing Chuiyue is His Majesty's extremely favored young daughter, also a nymphomaniac. While watching the finalists, the princess was somehow attracted to Su Chen alone. But the old man also had to admit the fact that this Su Chen's face was indeed very handsome. It's on par with his own peak face as a teenager. Originally, the princess was not very interested in the Deer Cup, but as a result, she had used the royal family's special fighter jet to travel all the way to the lighthouse country for Su Chen. This kind of star-chasing behavior, the old man said he could not quite understand. If the princess really likes it, all she needs is a command. Custody of this Su Chen will obediently enter the palace. Bet it all. Ing Chuiyue pulled out a black gold card and solemnly handed it to the old man. I'm going to bet on Su Chen to win. Bet 50 million source crystals. The old man's face showed a hint of difficulty. Ah, the princess. Stargazing isn't this expensive. Your Highness should also think twice. For this matchup, Su Chen will be facing off against the Dahan Kingdom's awakening 9th-ranked player, Kong Jae-hyuk. Kong Jae-hyuk is by no means as weak as he showed in the finalists. It's a bitter battle, not to mention, a small gamble is good for the heart, but a big gamble hurts the body. Your Highness spends a great deal of money on weekdays, and you should save your pocket money. These are all expenses of the treasury. The young girl sniffed with a slight frown, thinking for a few seconds before changing her words. Then bet on. 10 million source crystals it is. My man, the stakes can't be low. Ing Chuyu usually did things only depending on her mood, but this old man in front of her was not only her father's appointed guardian, but also her teacher and accompanying butler. Ing Chuyu couldn't not listen to his words. The old man sawing Cho Yu cut off half of the amount. Then he smiled amiably. The old slave will bet for his highness. The old man walked over to an instrument on a nearby table and tapped it a few times, then swiped his card. Su Chen probably couldn't have imagined it in any way. He had a princess fan without realizing it. The thieving rich kind. Chapter 64 Xiao Ang's Seconds. Su Chen's appearance, whiplash from the moderator. The introductions alone for the entrance of the 200 contestants took well over an hour. The good thing is that the audience didn't find the process boring. Because the initial contestants were a full 3,000, now the rest are all capable contestants. Many of these contestants have received attention from the general public. All contestants have entered. Please, contestants, enter the arena area. Please be careful not to leave this area during the game, or you will be awarded a loss. As the host's voice dropped, the players, who had been waiting outside the arena area, entered the arena in unison. There were a total of 100 races in the morning, and there are only 20 playing fields in the arena. As a result, a number of players had to wait outside the competitive area until the other opponents had finished playing. And almost all of the players from the Big Five powers are on the court in the first round. This was naturally a setup by the tournament committee, wanting to bring the atmosphere to a climax at the very beginning. After waiting for more than an hour, the real game was finally about to begin. The spectators had their spirits lifted, their eyes dead set on the major arenas, their eyes locked on those players they supported. Su Chen didn't play in the first round of the tournament, and he was the second game of the fifth group. And the first one to make an appearance on the Great Qin side was Xiao Ang. Contestants, please enter. Athletic judges in position. The use of heat weapons and the continuation of attacks on players who have conceded defeat are prohibited in this tournament. The host went over the rules of the competition as fast as he could. The people who came to the competition were the elite of each country, and if there was a death, it would be difficult to deal with. But the Lighthouse State is pretty well prepared. The various competitive referees were all good people with good strength and were able to quickly stop the contestants from fighting. And 10 medical squads have long been standing by. After all, it's a competition and there are bound to be negative situations. The medical team was able to treat them quickly as long as they were not killed immediately. The reason why the Deer Cup had limited its strength to below the Transcendent level was precisely because of the safety factor. Of all the class matchups, the Transcendent and Monarch classes have the highest mortality rates. The contestants are too strong to facilitate a timely rescue by the officials. I declare, the first round of the group stage officially begins. The first round kicked off with the unmistakable shouts of the host. The countless viewers in the stands and tuned in to the live broadcasts all cast their own eyes toward the major fields in unison. All of the Great Qin spectators and contestants cast their eyes toward Xiao Ang. He was the first player from Deqin to go to war. Xiao Ang's victory or defeat in this matchup would affect the mentality of the rest of the Great Qin players. Shannon's opponent was Aluski from North Bear. Both sides were Awakening level 9 and were indistinguishable in terms of rank. Xiao Ang was of the Martial Dao lineage, while Alexei was a relatively rare Ice Elemental lineage awakened person. Alexei was quite large and wore a thick fur coat. Physically, he is more oppressive and intimidating. Xiao Ang was a head shorter than Ariski, and his lean body seemed to contain infinite power. As the sound of the match's start dropped, Aelski then roared and took the lead in the offense. A cold light blossomed in Alexei's hand. Immediately after that, a sharp and incomparable ice spike protruded steeply from the ground. The ice spikes followed the direction of Alexei's palm swing, all the way towards Xiao Ang. With a deft leap, Xiao Ang dodged the sharp ice spikes that were half a meter long. His right foot kicked out gently, snapping off an ice spike. Then his left foot landed on the break of an ice spike, and with the help of the break he leaped forward. Next, Xiao Ang's body then flew up like a white crane and came to Alexei's side. His gaze was calm, without the slightest fluctuation. Xiao Ang was well aware that the best way to deal with these elemental system awakened was to fight in close quarters. Xiao Ang's right fist blasted out like a traveling dragon and smashed towards Alexander. Alashkai also reacted quite quickly, raising his right hand in front of his body to block. A thick ice shield took shape in the blink of an eye. Bang! Xiao Ang's iron fist blasted straight onto the ice shield that was more than 10 centimeters thick. That ice shield instantly shattered like glass, turning into countless shiny ice crystals that dispersed. And Alexei's tall body moved back a few meters under the force of this powerful punch. Despite the protection of the ice shield, Alexei could still feel the pain in his right arm. The area of the blow was completely red and swollen. If it wasn't for the ice shield sheltering him, I'm afraid that his wrist would have just shattered. Not bad for a top 3 pick. Alashsky sighed in his mind, but his hands did not slow down at all. Taking advantage of the moment when Shaoan got close, Alexei's left hand swung out fiercely. A sharp ice blade took shape as he swung and chopped. However, Shaoan seemed to have no intention of avoiding it at all. Dang! Shaoan directly resisted the blade hard. The sharp and chilly ice blades slashed at Shaoan's body as if they were chopping on fine iron, breaking in an instant. Alexander's eyes suddenly shrunk as disbelief welled up on his face. Shaoan's fleshly body strength was several times stronger than it was yesterday, and the audience, at this moment, also resounded with no small amount of exclamations. The audience was amazed beyond belief by the super-strong physical body displayed by Shaoan. Su Chen's eyes outside the competitive area were also a bit surprised. That's tough. If he was cut by this ice blade, he would have to have 2 or 3 pounds of flesh cut off anyways. It was truly worthy of being an awakened of the martial Dao lineage. The strength of his flesh was ridiculously high. Shaoan's eyes were cold as he hard resisted a strike of the ice blade. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Alexander was in a trance, his right fist came out again. This punch was extremely fast and contained all of Shaoan's strength. Alusky had absolutely no time to react in any way before the punch landed in his chest. The majestic power was centered at the point of strike and quickly ventilated towards his torso. Terrifying power that seemed to explode and crumble like a levee was instantly unleashed. Alexander's lanky body suddenly flew heavily backwards towards the back. In the air, he could even clearly hear the unmistakable sound of his dozen or so ribs breaking. The sound terrified him. Knock! Alusky's body slammed hard outside the red line in the arena area, and large swaths of blood came out of his mouth. The medical team rushed over next to them. The healing awakening quickly took control of Alesky's injuries and restored his ribs. Doctors, on the other hand, are monitoring all aspects of Alesky's physical indicators to prevent any accidents. The referee looks at the badly injured and downed Alusky and slowly walks to the center of the arena area towards the crowd. The first match of the 5th group, Decatur, Shaoan versus Bei Xiong, Ailsky. Decatur Shaoan wins. The great Qin spectators in the stands instantly let out excited and incomparable cheers and applause. Yes, not bad for a player who managed to finish in the top 3. Just awesome. In this year, Shaoan's strength has also increased quite a bit. Awesome. Many of the great Qin viewers were here for Shaoan. Now that he saw Shaoan cleanly solving his strong enemy, he naturally felt excited and delighted for him. And the surrounding great Qin players couldn't help but secretly clench their fists. Adoration welled up in by Yuan's eyes. Brother Shaoan, as usual, is really strong. His talent for martial arts was very strong, and he practiced all kinds of martial arts at his fingertips. There was a great advantage against this kind of elemental system awakened person. Su Chun also couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Very handsome indeed. It was only today that he had seen the tip of the iceberg of Shaoan's strength, so it was no wonder that he was able to convince the others. In a place like a war zone where strength was honored, one could only use strength to prove oneself. On the main stage, the official hosts obviously didn't expect the first match to end so quickly either. Wow, player Shaoan from Great Qin actually ended the match in less than 2 minutes. This is a marvelous thing. It seems that this match, player Shaoan has come with the belief that he will win. Let's wish him well. As soon as the host's words left his mouth, he immediately turned to the other side. A look of surprise even sprang up on his face, and he said in a more excited tone, "And the Higgins player has finished his game." Inside the athletic zone, Higgins is smiling and greeting the entire crowd with a smile on his face, looking extremely relaxed and at ease. It's as if you're not attending a race, but an awards ceremony. And behind him, his awakening 5th rank opponent was currently looking at the sky with a silly smile on his face. "What a pride of our lighthouse state," the host said in a tone of unbridled joy. The Higgins player looked relaxed in this duel and looked far from using his full strength. "I'm sure he'll be just as easy in the next matchup." The cheers of Higgins' victory immediately overpowered the voice of the great Qin audience celebrating Shaoan's victory. Some of the Lighthouse Nation spectators even glanced at the area where the great Qin spectators were, intentionally or unintentionally. What's there to be happy about? Our players are just as strong. If Higgins hadn't been humble and courteous and wasted a bit of time, he would have finished the fight already. It's undeniable that Xiaoong is indeed much stronger than yesterday, but it's a pity that he met Higgins this year. In front of Higgins' powerful soul attack, the limbs are more developed but useless, yo. The Lighthouse Nation audience pointed towards Xiaoan, with an easy and relaxed smile on their faces. The Great Qin audience heard the sneering comments from the Lighthouse Nation audience and started a discussion with the other side on the spot. The atmosphere in the stands suddenly became intense. What's there to be proud of? Inside the private room, Ing Chuyu viciously gnawed on the foreign fruit in her hand. As long as Su Chun makes a move, whatever Higgins is, he'll have to give the flying sword a dry run. While speaking, Ing Chuyue also made an imperial sword gesture with her right hand. The old man behind him was dumbfounded. Princess, don't let the face value blind you. It's easy to collapse a room when you're chasing a star like that. Su Chun was almost at the bottom of the rankings among the 200 participants. Not to mention beating Higgins, the old man felt that it was a bit up in the air whether he would make it to the final. Bleachers. Several members of the race officials wore serious expressions. Obviously, they hadn't expected Xiaoan to be able to win so smoothly either. Aluski barely even poses a threat to Shonan. The latter also lost little strength. As the previous year's contestant, everyone was well aware of Xiao Eng's strength. A third-place finish speaks volumes about his excellence. So in terms of the schedule against Xiao Ong, the official commissioner has set it up on purpose. It was in the hope of suppressing Xiao Eng's momentum and creating favorable conditions for the subsequent Lighthouse Nation players who would fight him. As it turned out, who would have thought that Alishsky would be so indisputable? But he was subdued by Xiao En in a few moves. This was undoubtedly a huge boost to Xiao En's confidence. And this enhancement will be brought to other Great Qin players. That's what these commissioners are most worried about. The effect of mindset on strength is still quite significant. Xiaoong was undoubtedly the backbone of the 10 players from Great Qin. If Xiaoan didn't solve Alexic so smoothly, or lost at the hands of Alexic, it would have a huge impact on the mentality of those Deqin players. But it was not to be. Let's hope that in the subsequent matches, the Deqin players are not that smooth. Definitely can't let them build up too much momentum, which would be detrimental to our players. Someone murmured in displeasure. A middle-aged man next to him laughed and said, "Don't worry. I've thought this might happen. That's why the second battle was arranged for Su Chun, the weakest of the Great Qin players. He's too different in strength compared to Kang Jae-hyuk of the Great Cold Kingdom. I've heard that these two still have a grudge from the finalists, and I'm sure Kang Jae-hyuk won't let us down in order to clear his name." The crowd's faces lightened up after hearing this. On the racecourse, cleanup crews quickly cleaned up the 18th athletic area. The referee only then came into the area and raised his hand to drink. "Please, contestants Su Chan of Great Qin and Kang Jae-hyuk of Great Han Kingdom, enter." On the other side of the main stage, the host, who had received a hint from the tournament committee, also began to draw the attention of all the spectators to the 18th arena area. This battle was used to strike at the mentality of the Great Qin players, and the more people who paid attention to it, the better. Let's welcome Great Qin's second contestant to take the stage for the competition, Su Chun. He's one of the dark horses that emerged from this finalist tournament, shocking more than a dozen contestants with his own strength and smoothly getting the qualification for advancement. And it's a tangle of fate that he and player Kang Jae-hyuk should meet again in the group stage. Contestant Kang Jae-hyuk voluntarily gave up competing for advancement last time and chose to submit to Su Chun, but I'm sure he'll make a clean sweep in this competition. Of course, I also hope to see an excellent performance from player Su Chun. Under the guidance of the host, the hundreds of thousands of spectators in the stands all looked towards the 18th arena area. Su Chun? This player they hadn't noticed before, previously unknown. But it seems kind of awesome to get the host to introduce so much. Hearing the host's words, Kang Jae-hyuk, who was boarding the stage, had his face muscles twitching like crazy. "I asked you to introduce it. I didn't ask you to introduce it in such detail. You're the one who's talking too much, aren't you?" Chapter 65. Kang Jae-hyuk voluntarily admits defeat. The committee's anger, and the second battle opens. Su Chun, who was boarding the stage, frowned slightly when he heard this introduction from the host. He had a bad feeling in his heart. However, the dissimilarity in Su Chen's eyes only lasted for a split second before quickly disappearing. It's better to meet the upcoming battle with all your heart. As Su Chen thought about it, he continued to walk towards the stage, and the gazes of the hundreds of thousands of spectators all gathered on him. Everyone was talking about what surprises this Chen player could bring them. The Flame Elemental's aggressiveness is high. Can this Su-chan stop Kang Jae-hyuk's attack? I don't know, but it doesn't feel very hopeful. He. Some people are still waiting to see what happens, but some people have already placed their bets. The odds on this match for Su-chan are 1-80. Such high odds, you mustn't bet on a hand of Su-chan? Little cutie, you're the one who pressurized Su-chan, and you're the one who directly brainless Kang Jae-hyuk. At least it's 1-1.5. The spectators in the stands whispered, and much of the discussion had to do with the wager. It's not just the national honor that drives viewers to be so passionate. It's also the benefit of gaining great wealth. It's Su-chan. The young girl showed a gleeful gesture in the booth. The old man beside him smiled without saying anything, his eyes full of favor. As far as he was concerned, it didn't matter what the princess liked, as long as she was happy. Immediately, the old man's eyes moved away from Ingchuiwe and shifted to the 18th arena. His eyes slowly grew somber. These treacherous lighthouse countrymen deserve to die when they do. Hearing the old man beside her lowing, Ingchuiwe looked up at him with some uncertainty. What's wrong? When the old man heard Ingchuyu's inquiry, a smile instantly popped up on his face again. Your Highness, I don't know if you've seen the schedule for this lighthouse state race. Ingchuyue nodded her head very seriously. Reading doesn't quite do it. I only looked at Su Chen's matchup sheet. The old man smiled helplessly and then whirled around to explain to her the ulterior motive of the Lighthouse Kingdom for this race. They put Xiao Ong in the first place and Su Chun in the second. It's in the hope that Su Chun will lose to Kang Jae-hyuk, and through this arrangement, it will counteract the positive impact that Xiao Ang's win will have on the rest of the Chen players. Ingchuyue displayed a thoughtful expression, and a hint of solemnity that did not match her surface temperament flashed in her eyes. But the next moment she broke into a sweet smile that belonged to a young girl. It's okay. Su Chun will win. I believe him. The old man just smiled faintly at the words. Yes, in his opinion, Su Chun was not without hope of winning. Oftentimes, rank doesn't mean everything. Especially in the early stages, there was a big difference in the battle power that the major system awakened people could exert. Let's just see how Su Chun responds. In the 18th arena, both Su Chun and Kang Jae-hyuk were already in position. Under the guidance of the host, at least over 100,000 viewers focused their attention on Su Chun. They all wanted to see how this Chen player would deal with Jang Jae-hyuk, who had awakened to the 9th rank. Both players in position. The referee stood beside Su Chun and Kang Jae-hyuk and slowly raised his right hand. Race start. The moment the referee announced the start of the match, the venue all quieted down a little. But the very next second the referee lowered his hand. Kang Jae-hyuk raised it. The crowd and the referee looked at Kang Jae-hyuk with puzzled eyes. May I ask what's wrong? Contestant Kang Jae-hyuk. The referee approached Kang Jae-hyuk and asked with a serious face. Kang Jae-hyuk gritted his teeth and said word for word, I admit defeat. The referee heard those 3 words and froze on the spot. An incredulous expression appeared on his face, unable to believe his ears. What did you say? Admit defeat. Kang Jae-hyuk looked at the referee and said with extreme seriousness, That's right. I concede. It was the referee's turn to be confused. It wasn't until several seconds had passed that he reacted and came between the two. The referee took a deep breath and made the official announcement. The second match of the 5th group, Chen Su-chan versus Han Kang Jae-hyuk. Kang Jae-hyuk voluntarily concedes defeat. Winner, Chen Su-chan. Wow. The hundreds of thousands of people in the stands immediately erupted into a shocking sound like a thunderous boom. But the next thing that rang out was countless angry curses. It must be manipulation. I ask for a serious investigation. I'm going to file a real name report that Kang Jae-hyuk fought a fake match. R&M. Refund. I can't accept this. It's outrageous. What's wrong with Kang Jae-hyuk? He even took the initiative to admit defeat in the face of Su-chan. Extremely complicated emotions surged on the faces of countless spectators. There was shock, anger, and surprise. Kang Jae-hyuk was clearly stronger than Su-chan, but he had chosen to voluntarily admit defeat in his first battle. It's unimaginable. On the main stage, the presenter who was informed of the result was also confused before saying, This? In the first battle, contestant Kang Jae-hyuk actually chose to concede. What's the inside story here that we don't know? The result of the game really surprised us. The host also didn't expect such a situation, and his face was filled with surprise and confusion. The Great Chen audience, on the other hand, after a short period of shock, erupted into extremely violent cheers. No matter what, Chen won. Opponents go down without a fight. That's an easier win than even Higgins. Winning Ing Chuyue inside the private room also jumped up from her chair in excitement. Her eyes were glowing as she stared at Su-chan in the arena. Excitedly. This is too handsome. Look. Kang Jae-hyuk doesn't even dare to fight him. The old man on the side could only smile awkwardly behind Ing Chuyu. Honestly, the result was likewise beyond his expectations. It is not unheard of for players to voluntarily concede defeat in previous tournaments. But it is never the weak who surrender to those who are far stronger. There has never been a case of a strong one surrendering to a weak one. When Su-chun heard Kang Jae-hyuk voluntarily admit defeat, his face was also quite shocked. This is not something I'm manipulating. He had thought he was going to have a fierce fight with Kang Jae-hyuk. But I didn't expect to win somehow. He's only been on stage for less than 30 seconds and he's won. Happiness came too suddenly. The faces of the Great Chen players under the stage were also filled with astonishment. They were originally still worried about this battle for Su-chun. Turned out as if things didn't worry them at all. Instead of worrying about Su-chun, it would be better to worry more about worrying about your next battle. The crowd, including Bai Yuan, let out a light breath and smiles bloomed on their faces. Although Su-chen's win was a bit strange. Looks like a great day. Dachin opened the door and got 2 straight wins. Bleachers, the area dedicated to the tournament committee. Several of the Lighthouse State Commissioners' faces had darkened to the point of blackness. Xiao and So Easy victory was still within their reach. However, seeing Su-chen win without even moving his hands, several people were completely clammed up. What nonsense! What the hell is this Kang Jae-hyuk up to? Admitting defeat on his own accord, he can't afford to lose this face. I'm going to disqualify Kang Jae-hyuk from the competition, and I'm also going to disqualify Dae-han. To be disqualified, it would have to pass after a joint review. Several of the members stared at the 18th arena with shadowy expressions. They spoke a few words toward those around them. Soon after, the referee walked towards Kang Jae-hyuk with a serious face and said solemnly, "Contestant Kang Jae-hyuk, due to your voluntary admission of defeat beyond the rules of the tournament, as of today you will be under investigation by the official tournament committee. If once a false race situation is checked, then your qualification will be cancelled, and the Great Cold Kingdom will also be disqualified for 5 years." Kang Jae-hyuk nodded solemnly. "I accept." Long before he conceded, Kang Jae-hyuk thought of this possibility. Himself will be scrutinized by the tournament committee. Kang Jae-hyuk isn't afraid of scrutiny from the tournament committee, though, as he wasn't playing a fake match in the first place. The reason why he had conceded defeat was only out of a well-thought-out decision. During the finalists, Su-chen's Thunderheart Swordgrass gave Kang Jae-hyuk a very deep impression. This is a very lethal piece of plant. If he were to engage Su-chun in battle, even if he won, he would end up being injured, and it would be a very serious injury. This will inevitably affect the fight afterward. And this tournament, which he has also watched, can be said to be extremely unfair to all players except the Lighthouse State. After taking on Su-chun, he still had to deal with several strong enemies. Kang Jae-hyuk wasn't confident that he could win against them if he was injured. Taking all these considerations into account, Kang Jae-hyuk chose to voluntarily admit defeat in his sparring match with Su-chun. What shame. It's called preservation of strength. Save your strength, understand. Besides, he had already lost face in the finalists anyway, so what did it matter if he lost it again now? Face is something that can be picked up sooner or later. Kang Jae-hyuk wore a disinterested expression and then walked out of the arena area amidst the roaring curses. Su-chun whirled around and left the arena as well. Gained a little bit of points for nothing. He has another game in the afternoon against Elise of Britain. The opponent was a wind elemental system awakened with the strength of awakened 8th order. With a busy schedule moving forward, all 100 games in the first half were completed. 10 players from Dachin achieved good results. 7 wins and 3 losses. This score exceeded the audience's previous expectations. As long as they could keep this momentum going, they might be able to get half of the Great Chen players into the final. This rate is already quite exaggerated. The country with the most players in the final was the North Bear country in the 22nd edition. They had 6 players in the finals that session and managed to get first place. But that was because at that time several powerful countries, such as Great Chen, had a collective Fey crisis erupt within them. As a result, the quality of the entries was slightly lower. After the first half of the game, the players had a 2-hour break. The medical team accompanying Chen quickly entered the arena to test and recover the physical condition of the players. However, drugs that boost the strength of a player for a short period of time are not to be used in the process. Once discovered, the same risk of banning will be faced. Although Bai Yuan and the others struggled to take the first battle, many of them were heavily injured. After all, the enemies they were facing were all elites from various countries as well, and they were still a very strong wave. After several hours of rest, the second half of the game officially kicked off. The players quickly entered the arena, ready to plunge into the second fierce battle. Xiao Ong settled this opponent in a clean manner as he had done in the previous battle. This also caused the crowd to once again refresh their perception of Xiao Eng's strength. Even though Xiao Eng's rank had not increased within this year, his martial arts techniques had made great strides. These greatly enhanced his strength. Put in any other department, this is a hard thing to do. However, Xiao Ong, as a martial Dao lineage awakened, this year had definitely not been wasted in vain for him. As the old man said, polishing for a year at the awakening level had many benefits for him. In the fourth match after Xiao Eng's match ended, Su Chen took the ring. This time, Su Chen's appearance attracted most of the audience's attention without the host's guidance at all. Kang Jae-hyuk voluntarily conceded defeat in the last matchup, leaving many viewers with a bloody loss and the crowd calling it a fake match. This time, there's no way it's going to be the same as last time, right? Both players, please enter. At the referee's shout, Su Chen and her opponent Caitlin entered the arena area at the same time. Caitlin surveyed Su Chen with a curious gaze, her eyes filled with curiosity. She wondered why Kang Jae-hyuk had voluntarily admitted defeat. Was it really a fake game as rumored? Or did Su Chen pay a huge price to get Kang Jae-hyuk to voluntarily admit defeat? Whatever the truth was, she knew it after this battle. The crowd in the stands chanted towards Caitlin, the crowd cheering her on. Defeat Su Chen. Reveal the true colors of these 2 fake tournament players. Damn Great Chen people, causing me to lose 50,000 source crystals. That's my entire fortune. Don't let me down, Caitlin. Because of that incident in the morning, the audience appeared to not treat Su Chen very well. The viewers who lost money were of course more upset. Both players are in position. Match officially. As the referee's right hand slowly falls, Su Chen's second match officially begins. And this time, Caitlin on the opposite side did not choose to admit defeat. Instead of the tall features of a Western woman, Caitlin appears somewhat petite. She held a short silver blade in her hand, her eyes filled with gravity. Gale, Caitlin murmured. For small tornadoes 3 or 4 meters high were instantly raised in the arena. These tornadoes were distributed around Su Chen's body and then attacked swiftly in his direction. Su Chen's face didn't change, and 4 vines emitting a metallic luster poked out from his sleeves. Snap! The vines jerked violently in the air, lashing at those small dragon rolls as if they were twitching spirals. The explosive power instantly made these tornadoes dissolve into nothingness. Watching Su Chen easily defuse her attack, Caitlin's face did not show any discouragement. Instead, the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 66A Thrilling Battle. A shock to Su Chen's strength. While watching those 4 tornadoes she had created being destroyed by Su Chen, Caitlin's face had a conspiratorial smile on it. She raised her right hand and made a provocative gesture towards Su Chen. Wind blade kill. Around Su Chen's body, dozens of nearly transparent wind blades were ready to chop at the vital points of Su Chen's body from all directions. These were all set up by Caitlin earlier. Those 4 seemingly loud tornadoes were actually blindfolds. Scary to look at, those tornadoes don't really do much damage. The real offense was these 3 dozen wind blades that took shape in silence. Caitlin seemed very pleased with her tactics. She was sure that this offense could make the latter pay a small price even if she couldn't defeat Su Chen. However, Su Chen, who was on the opposite side, leisurely shook his head. It really wasn't that he wanted to see those transparent blades of wind. It's just too striking. With the increasing absorption of the Dream Electric Butterfly's soul essence, Su Chen's soul strength had now reached a rather exaggerated point. After all, he had half of the Dream Electric Butterfly's soul essence in his head. And the Dream Electric Butterfly itself was the most powerful foreign beast with the strongest soul in the Blue Star Overlord class. With half of its soul essence, one could imagine how majestic it was. The powerful soul force brought Su Chen a keen perception far beyond that of the next person. Those wind blades were made of air though, and were not visible to the naked eye at all. However, in his senses, those wind blades were able to be clearly perceived by him. It's like a blind man walking next to a campfire. Although he couldn't see the bright light of the bonfire, he could visualize the heat of the bonfire quite intuitively. Su Chen is now the blind man. Those wind blades were not at all half concealed in his perception. It was hard for him to pretend he didn't perceive it. Go! With a whisper from Su Chen, a streak of light wrapped in wind and thunder rushed out from his hand. The arena even instantly resounded with sharp sonic booms. Shoo! Only a sharp sound of breaking wind could be heard. Those wind blades around them were completely dissolved by Su Chen in an instant. When Caitlin saw this, she immediately revealed a look of unparalleled gravity. A very bad feeling suddenly appeared inside her. The Thunderheart swordgrass that instantly broke dozens of wind blades didn't stop, but instead headed towards Caitlin at breakneck speed. Caitlin's gaze was fixed, and her body lightly avoided the attack of the Thunderheart swordgrass. Mikado! A cloud of nothingness flowed around Caitlin's torso. These air currents boost her agility and make it easier to spar. This guy's sword heartgrass is too difficult to get close to. Caitlin's thoughts raced. The area of this arena was small, all within the combat range of sword heartgrass. He could use the sword heartgrass to constantly attack himself. So the only way to win was to get close to Su Chen. As a wind elemental lineage, Caitlin intended to utilize her speed advantage to the extreme. She ran towards Su Chen, dodging several attacks from the Thunderheart swordgrass on her way. However, Su Chen's face was all but devoid of worry. If it weren't for the fact that you can't kill in a match, this Caitlin would have been a dead man. For Su Chen, killing Caitlin was more troublesome than defeating her. While Su Chen was thinking, Caitlin had already approached within 10 meters of Su Chen. Thunderheart swordgrass was about to make a final interception on Caitlin. Phew! The sword leaves accelerated with the help of air currents and thunder. Their speed was steeply several times faster than between. Su Chen wasn't going to tangle with Caitlin anymore. This full-force strike from Kenpachi would injure Caitlin quite a bit. Kenpachi's sudden outburst caused Caitlin's eyes to suddenly narrow. A shocked look welled up in her eyes. How can this sword heartgrass be so fast? It was even faster than her with the wind elemental enhancement. The wind elemental's most obvious advantage in the early stages was speed, and that was what Caitlin relied on. And now she had encountered creatures faster than herself. Caitlin swung her right hand out in a big stream of air. This violent air current stopped her in her tracks in an instant, and the Thunderheart swordgrass sliced through her neck at that very moment. The sharp sword blade instantly chopped off Caitlin's blonde hair. A line of blood appeared on Caitlin's neck. The stands erupted into a chorus of screams and backward gasps. Everyone stared at Caitlin, and a heart fell to the ground when they saw that the latter did not fall. The Thunderheart swordgrass had only cut through the skin of her white neck and throat, not the blood vessels. But if Caitlin had been a millisecond slower just now, the results could all be different. Thrill. Many of the spectators beat their chests, a heart poofing. It's only the group stage and it's so exciting? Caitlin was obviously in quite a bit of shock as well, and most of the blood was gone from her delicate face. But this time, she didn't even think about it and threw the short blade in her hand. At the same time, a wild and incomparable stream of air was released from the center of her hand. This air current wrapped around the short blade and stabbed towards Su Chen at an extremely swift speed. Clearly, this was a strategy that Caitlin had long ago conceived. It was just that the Thunderheart swordgrass's block just now was beyond her expectations. That short blade was faster than a feathered arrow in the midst of the violent air currents. And the direction where the short blade stabbed went was precisely Su Chen's heart. Caitlin was only 10 meters away from Su Chen after advancing. Enhanced by the airflow, the short blade's speed was even greater than that of a feathered arrow, and it swept through the 10 meters in the blink of an eye. The audience watched as they stabbed at Su Chen like a stream of light, and once again let out a gasp of surprise. This matchup is too damn exciting. The other players are punching above their weight. One of them wipes the other's neck. The other stabs the other's heart. That's awesome. Caitlin's sudden strike was beyond Su Chen's expectations. He had thought that Thunderheart swordgrass would be able to stop Caitlin with this strike. I didn't expect the latter to stop his form alive, and made a counterattack with an instinctive reaction in shock. Clang. However, The short blade did not manage to pierce Su Chen's heart. Another streak of light rushed out from Su Chen's hand. It was another sword leaf of the Thunderheart swordgrass. Jian Yi displayed his speed to the extreme. The sharp sword leaves stabbed directly at the short blade's blade, making a sharp clashing sound. Immediately afterward, in full view of the crowd, the short blade veered off course. It slipped past Su Chen's arm, only scratching Su Chen's sleeve. Caitlin saw this and gave a sad look. His own kill was still dodged by him. Caitlin tried to continue to get up and fight, but the two sword leaves were already in front of her. One against her brow and another against her heart. Caitlin immediately spoke up. "I admit defeat." Her tone was full of hopelessness and despair. It wasn't until this time that Caitlin realized why Kang Jae-hyuk had chosen to admit defeat, because the strength of this man standing across from her was too terrifying. "If it was in a life-and-death battle, I'm afraid I'd be dead by now," Caitlin said in her mind. The referee came forward and announced the final result of this match. Great Qin Su-chun versus Britannia Caitlin. Winner, Qin Su-chun. The stands erupted in raging cheers. Su-chun convinced many viewers with his powerful strength. In addition to the Great Qin audience, there were many foreign spectators cheering for Su-chun, because at this moment, Su-chun proved himself with strength. Kang Jae-hyuk's voluntary admission of defeat was not a coincidence or a fake match, but because of his great strength. Hua Yinghao, Bai Yuan, Luoshan, and a bunch of other Great Qin participants also looked at Su-chun with stunned gazes. The consternation this time was not at all of the same significance as the last. While the last time the shock originated from Kang Jae-hyuk, this time the shock came from Su-chun. The latter's display of great strength shocked them. No wonder he was praised by His Majesty. Hua Yinghao murmured in a low voice. That day at the award ceremony, the beginning emperor had wanted to accept Su-chun as his righteous son, shocking all the trainees. At that time, Hua Yinghao didn't quite understand, but now he did. Only the trainees were told by the training camp's senior management that they were not allowed to circulate the matter. So Bai Yuan and the others didn't know this inside story. Only the top echelons of the several major war zones had heard of this matter. Hua Yinghao was still so shocked, let alone the others. Even Xiaoong, who had always been ancient and expressionless, revealed a surprised look. He was secretly calculating within himself. Even with his own reaction speed, it is difficult to not be injured under Su-chun's sword Heartgrass. If the three leaves had come out in unison, it might have been possible to manage to kill Su-chun at the cost of a serious injury. Think about it. Xiaowen's heart shook more and more. What's his rank? What's Su-chun's rank? Did one even have to spend so much to defeat Su-chun? What? And he's been complimented by His Majesty? Bai Yuan, who was on the side, heard Hua Yinghao's murmur and lost his voice. Hua Yinghao snapped back to his senses. He knew that he had slipped up, so he closed his mouth and ignored Bai Yuan's shocked cry. But anyway, Su-chun had indeed brought an extremely great shock to several people. This is too strong. In the private room, Ing Chuyu's eyes were glowing with excitement. If Su-chun can achieve good results in this competition, I'll make sure that father will reward him. The old man beside him smiled and nodded. If Su-chun can really fight for the country, he deserves this reward. Su-chun's strength made even this old man who had seen great storms feel some surprise. That sword Heartgrass didn't seem to be an ordinary sword Heartgrass. The power of the two elements, wind and thunder, surged out within the sword leaves. It's really rare. The dual-element sword Heartgrass had never appeared in Blue Star before. No wonder its speed was several times that of ordinary sword Heartgrass, and its killing power was beyond ordinary. This Su-chun, his luck is really good. The old man silently assessed in his mind. But in his eyes, it was just good enough. Awesome! Su-chun returned to the player's standby area and was welcomed by Bai Yuan and the others. This was also the first time Bai Yuan and the other Warzone players showed kindness to Su-chun. Their previous conflicts were between the training camp and the 4 major war zones, not personal conflicts. At this moment, all 10 of them were competing together, so they would naturally align their spearheads. The people in the war zone most revered the strongest, just as if they were Xiaoong. And Su-chun showed his strength at this moment, winning the favor of Bai Yuan and the others. Su-chun smiled politely and greeted the crowd. Your Thunderheart Swordgrass is indeed very strong. Your command and reflexes are also very good. A worthy opponent. Xiaoan also took the rare initiative to speak. These words were considered a compliment to Su-chun. Su-chun grinned and said indifferently, "When you meet me afterward, Don't hold back. Xiaoing softly hummed, and then he set his eyes on the field of play. The second half of today's game, like the first, didn't spring too many surprises. 100 games are in order. There were also scary incidents during which contestants almost died. After all, this was combat and what doesn't get hurt? But none of that stopped the game from continuing. Soon all 100 matches were over. Compared to the first half of the battle, the Decatur players achieved somewhat poor results in the second half. 4 wins and 6 losses. Chen and Xiaoong hold the record of 2 wins in 2 fights. That's it for the first day of group play. I hope the contestants will rest well and be at full strength for tomorrow's match, presenting the audience with even more exciting battles. With the host's speech, the first day of group play came to an end. Players and spectators began to make an orderly exit. The great Chen players returned to the area they belonged to and did not leave individually. Instead, they came to gather in a cafe and began to review today's matches, as well as projections for tomorrow's battles. As the leader, Zhang Yunxing rarely showed up. He was, after all, a hegemonic-level powerhouse, a world away from the status and strength of Su Chen and the others. Among the people accompanying the team were rotating teachers from the camps, and strong players from the major war zones as tournament coaches who were able to teach and correct the players. You were too hesitant in today's sparring match by Yuan. If you had been ruthless in the moments you fought your opponent and exchanged injuries for injuries, you wouldn't have lost that battle. The same problem with Roshan. Be more ruthless and accurate. As for Huaringhao, you need to adjust your mindset, don't be nervous, and keep your thoughts calm at all times. I'm sure you'll be able to adapt to this kind of match soon. Coach pointed out everyone one by one. This coach is called Yang Jin from the Northwest Military Region, is a man who gives people a sense of doing things in a thunderous manner. And you, Su Chen. Finally, the coach named Su Chen. Su Chen was first stunned, and then assumed a posture of listening with all ears. Since you have such strong battle power, don't hide it. As long as the enemy has not conceded defeat, then we must defeat the enemy with a thunderous force, even if we seriously injure the opponent or even kill them. What are you afraid of when you have His Majesty to clean up your ass? The thrilling scenes from your match with Caitlin today could have been omitted entirely. Su Chen nodded heavily at his words. Yes. The crowd once again looked at Su Chen in unison. At the end of the brief review meeting, the crowd dispersed and returned to their temporary residences. When he returned to the villa, Su Chen suddenly noticed a detail. The villa across the street was actually lit up, as if someone was living in it. Chapter 67, The Match of All the Attention, Kindness from Xiaoong. Looking at the lights lit up in the opposite villa, a hint of surprise flashed through Su Chen's eyes. When they arrived earlier, all of them had already chosen their residence. I don't think anyone is going to change their house temporarily, are they? And during the game, spectators can only enter the stadium during the viewing period. They can't stay in the city where they live. So it shouldn't be temporary for someone to get in here. Su Chen didn't think much about it and turned around and walked into the room. But Su Chen didn't notice that behind the window on the top floor of the opposite villa, there was a pair of eyes always staring at him. It's going in, it's going in. Ing Chuyue stood behind the window, excitedly looking at Su Chen's back. Granted, you can't stay in the city except for those involved in the race, but that's only for the general population. With Ing Chuyue's status, it's just a matter of asking for the right to live here. She decisively chose the villa opposite Su Chen. Ing Chuyue closed the curtains, then came to the bedside and collapsed heavily. How am I supposed to meet with him? How about sneaking into his room at night? The thoughts in Ing Chuyue's little head began to fly out. It was also fortunate that the old man wasn't with her. Otherwise, he would have definitely taken her out of the villa. The other side. Su Chen called for Song Qiao when he returned to the villa. As soon as the latter walked up, he congratulated him with a smile on his face. Congratulations to Gongzi for his 2 consecutive victories. This time, the top 10 of the Deer Cup will surely have a place for Gongzi, and this battle will make Blue Star famous. Song Qiao became more and more respectful towards Su Chen, completely from the heart. For him, at this moment, Su Chen was the phoenix tree. As long as you hold on to it, you may not have no chance to soar in the future. Loyalty. One must swear to follow the Duke to the death. Su Chen ignored these words of praise from Song Qiao and simply inquired, "That villa across the street, what's the situation?" Song Qiao immediately understood what Su Chen meant and slowly said, "I don't know, the people across the street just moved in." Su Chen sniffed and nodded gently. Song Qiao hesitated for a few seconds before adding, The cleaning and clearing came from senior officials in the entourage. It looks like the master on the opposite side is not small, perhaps he is a member of the royal family. Listening to Song Qiao's analysis, Su Chen nodded rather approvingly, then waved his hand to signal him to back off. The second day of competition kicked off in the morning sun. A large transport fighter jet docked around the arena, carrying hundreds of thousands of spectators into the venue. The contestants are also entering the arena. It is also only during the opening ceremony that they are introduced in turn. It would be a huge waste of time to come here once a day. The second day of the tournament was officially played to the anticipation of the crowd. Su Chen sat quietly in the players' waiting area, which was the circle of bleachers outside the competitive area. His game this morning was the last game in Division 5, so there was no rush to get on the field. After yesterday's 2 matches, the audience and other players had a deeper knowledge of Su Chen. The major betting centers even revised Su Chen's odds overnight, and a title-winning handicap for Su Chen. Of the 200 players, only 22 had the winning disc. None of them were the top geniuses who had risen to fame in each of the big countries, and all of them were people who had hopes of winning the championship. And Higgins, Xiaoying, Chuha, and Tanyang Hanaka are all big favorites with a shot at the title. Compared to them, Su Chen was still clearly a few notches behind. There is hope, but not much. But Su Chen himself hadn't paid any attention to that. This is because participants cannot participate in betting through any form or relationship, or they will face a ban and disqualification. In fact, these players don't need to. They are basically the country's top elites with tons of resources pouring in. If you can get a good ranking in the competition, you will not only get the competition reward, but also a huge reward from the state. Su Chen's gaze at the moment was landing on the 16th arena. This match is Lighthouse Nation's Pop versus Sakura Nation's Ichiro Ono. And Su Chen's opponent for the first half tomorrow is none other than Pope. Popper is a very rare light elemental awakened. People who were able to awaken the light element were quite rare, and the light elemental lineage was definitely the lowest number of awakened people among the many systems of the Blue Star. And any awakened person who was able to comprehend the light element became an overlord-level powerhouse later on without exception. So not only is Popper a strong enemy of Su Chen now, he could be in the future as well. Compared to Popper, Ichiro Ono is much more mediocre. As an awakened 5th Order martial arts awakened, Ichiro Ono dresses like a samurai from Sakura's ancient times. He held his narrow katana in both hands, his face serious and cold as he stared at Popper in front of him. Popper's expression, on the other hand, looked relaxed and cozy. The direction of this battle was also all within Su Chen's expectations. From the very beginning of the match, Ichiro Ono was completely dominated by Pope and the match was completely controlled by the latter. Though Ichiro Ono tried to kill with the katana in his hand. But those brilliant lights around him greatly interfered with his vision. As a searing light pierced through Ono Akiro's sleeve, the latter chose to voluntarily admit defeat. There's no point in continuing the fight any longer. The difference in strength between him and Pope is too great. Pope had a smug grin on his face and didn't look at Ichiro Ono at all. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and shook his head helplessly. He also said that he utilized Ichiro Ono to look at Pop's tactics. But in this matchup, Popper may not even be half his strength. Sakura is garbage. Just as Su Chen sighed, Xiaoying had already finished his match and walked out from the competitive area. As he passed by Su Chen, he suddenly opened his mouth. I'm going to play Pope in the second half. I think he's your opponent for the first half tomorrow, too. Su Chen nodded at his words. What was Xiaoying doing mentioning this? Xiaoying softly hummed and continued. I'll make him use all his tricks this afternoon. So you watch the match and get ready. Don't lose tomorrow morning. Xiaoying's words somewhat surprised Su Chen, but he thought about it carefully. With Xiaoying's character, he could have said these words. Although Xiaoying looked indifferent, what he displayed was also the temperament of a leader. Is that taking care of yourself? Su Chen didn't reject Xiaoying's good intentions because he knew that even if he did, it was useless. You be careful. Xiaoying faintly hummed, and then sat beside Su Chen. It was soon Su Chen's turn to play. He stood up and entered the arena area, easily ending the match in just over 10 minutes. The opponent in the first half of the match was an opponent from an unknown small country, with a level of only awakening 5th rank. Su Chen barely spent any effort to make the latter admit defeat of his own accord. After the first half, spectators and competitors alike caught a break. Spectators frequently drank water to wet their throats for the afternoon. For their part, the players recovered and healed. The group stage has a very tight schedule, which is a huge test of the player's ability to endure. A little over 2 hours later, the second half of the game began in earnest. The audience was noticeably more emotional than in the morning, as were the hosts on stage. Because there's a very heavyweight game in the second half. Daqin Shaoang versus the Lighthouse Nation's Pope. Both of them were the favorites to win the championship with the same rank of Awakening Ninth Order. There's no question about these two advancing to the finals. But as fate would have it, they met in the group stage. This game will be far more intense than all the previous ones. The audience is looking forward to seeing a great showdown and a win for the player they are rooting for. Their support is real money, and the Lighthouse State has been campaigning for this game early on. Once Pope wins, then it will be a huge boost to Lighthouse Nation pride and the confidence of the players, to give enough respect to the two players who have a chance to win the title. The race committee purposely put this race as the last race of the second half, waiting for the rest of the guys to finish their matches before starting the match between Shannon and Pope. With such a heavyweight finale, the crowd felt a little bored watching the previous matches. It even felt as hard as if there were ants crawling inside. Countless spectators sat in the viewing gallery, waiting anxiously, with the sun gradually setting in the west. The second half of the game, too, is finally in the books. All of the remaining 19 competitive districts have been completed. Everyone focused their eyes on the 20th arena area. Su Chun, who had finished his match, also returned to the waiting area for the Daqin players as soon as possible. He played the second half as well as the first and took it without much effort. It was also Su Chen's fourth straight win, but his 4-game winning streak clearly hasn't attracted much attention, because at the moment, everyone's attention was on the battle between Xiaoan and Popo. On the front stage, the host even hissed in a hoarse tone. And now, for the final match of the day, it's going to be the last third-place finisher, the powerful Daqin Xiaoang player against the Lighthouse Nation's Popper player. Both of them are the favorites to win this tournament at the moment, but met in the group stage unexpectedly. What kind of exciting game they can present for us? Everyone wait and see. Let's give a round of applause and welcome the two contestants to the stage. Oh, the whole room immediately rang out like a tsunami landslide, like thunderous applause, and the cheers and screams that broke through the sky. Amidst the attention of the hundreds of thousands of spectators in the arena, Xiaoan and Pop slowly walked into the arena area. The 18th, 19th, and 20th athletic areas were realigned by the staff. Provides plenty of room for both to play. Countless lines of sight gathered in this huge arena. Xiaoan and Popo, the two contestants who had received a lot of attention, looked at each other from a distance of 100 meters. Xiaoan's face was as calm as ever, his face composed and subdued. He's like a tiger in the jungle. If you don't move, it's not a problem, but if you do, the wind will roll over the mountains and forests. The calm and collected temperament of Xiaoang also allowed him to gain a large number of supporters. Even Ing Chuiwei in the private room couldn't help but marvel at this moment. Xiaoang has a very special temperament. But compared to Su Chun, well, it's still a little bit worse. The old man beside him chuckled, not saying anything about it. A military lord once said this about Xiaoang. He was definitely not the most talented person among the younger generation of Great Qin, but it must be the toughest of hearts. This assessment was endorsed by His Majesty. Inside the athletic zone, the popper opposite Xiaoang was similarly calm, and there was a seriousness and gravity in that calmness. This was an extremely stark contrast to the contemptuous stance he had shown against Ichiro Ono in the morning. For Popper knew that the man before him was a formidable foe, and prior to the match, Pope was authorized by the top brass of the Lighthouse State. This battle can only be won but not lost. By winning the game, he is a hero of the Lighthouse State and will enjoy more resources poured into him. So approaching this battle, he had to bring out 12 points of his spirit and strength. The race committee approached this race with a lot of obvious heart. There were 5 referees alone, a race committee head referee, for temporary judges, 2 from Great Qin and 2 from the Lighthouse Kingdom, all of them top monarchs. This is done not only to be fair, but also to be able to step in and stop the game if it becomes critical. The head referee walks to the center of the arena area with a solemn face. He slowly stretched out his right hand and stopped between the two. Both players are in position. Group 5, Race 80 officially begins. The moment the referee announced the start of the match, the room fell abruptly silent. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath, watching with rapt attention the only battle in the huge arena. After the match was announced, both Shannon and Pope's figures stayed in place. No one took the lead. The two were just 100 meters away from each other, confronting each other with their eyes. Calm eyes were like real swords at this moment, already colliding and intertwining in the air. The gazes of both Xiao and Popo were like sharp, electric swords. The entire crowd also remained quiet, silently watching the showdown. Not a single person made any noise. Inside the arena, there was only the sound of breathing and the beating of hearts. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. The heartbeats of hundreds of thousands of people gradually came together to form a strange and incomparable drumming sound. The voice rang as if from the depths of the universe and spread to all parts of the starry sky. Then, at some point, Xiao An's and Popper's bodies launched into action at the same time. Bang! Xiao An's figure instantly disappeared in place. He was like a cannonball blasting out at full speed, spanning a distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye, leaving a trail of residual shadows in the air. Wow! The arena was filled with countless screams. This amazing speed was far beyond their expectations. Martial arts awakened people are measured by various indicators of strength. Awakened martial awakening practitioners of the 9th rank had an average speed of 50 ms, with the better ones able to achieve 60 ms. However, the speed that Xiao Ong displayed at this moment had clearly far exceeded this average. He was like a bullet that violently rushed out of the muzzle of a gun, instantly coming to swipe across 100 meters of earth, killing in front of Popper. A right fist, as solid as iron, blasted toward Popper's face. But the punch, however, only shattered a remnant that remained in the air. Chapter 68. 1,000 mirrors, thousands of illusionary bodies. This is the true power. The audience couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise as they watched Xiao An's punch slam solidly into Popper's torso. However, the crowd was relieved to see that Xiao Ang's iron fist fell short and only smashed a residual shadow. Luckily, the fight wasn't over so soon. Otherwise, it would be too outrageous for them to wait for just one punch from Xiao Ong after expecting it for a day. A punch fell short, and there was no surprise on Xiao Ang's face. His right leg was as swift as a whip as he kicked toward the other side. That kick didn't miss. Pope's form slid quickly toward the back of the room. After hard resisting Xiao An's leg, Popper's face was slightly pale, and it was obviously very unpleasant. However, Xiao An's reaction speed and perception were also far beyond Popper's expectations. He had intended to launch an attack on Xiao An on account of his elemental attribute. Unexpectedly, the latter not only sensed this immediately, but also immediately counterattacked. One pays a small price for this. The sparring match afterward should never be so reckless and careless. The opponents were third-place finishers from the previous tournament and were incredibly strong. Normal tricks would be of no use at all in taking him. Popper stabilized his stance, and a bright and incomparable light suddenly bloomed in his hand. Eye-catching dazzle! In the center of the arena, a bright sun rose steeply. All the spectators couldn't help but cover their eyes, slightly dazzled by the blinding light. The spectators were still like this, not to mention Xiao Ong, who was deep inside the competitive zone. The round was so dazzlingly bright that he couldn't look straight at it either. "You're doomed in this match." Popper's voice rang in Shannon's ears. Xiao An's fist blasted out almost instinctively, as fast as muscle memory. But the punch failed to focus on any target. Dazzling light filled the entire venue, leaving Xiao An completely unable to look for Popper. There was no way for the spectators to do their viewing. A temporary referee gently waved his hand, and the surrounding scene immediately became clear. That monarch-level powerhouse allowed the spectators to get a good look at the battle inside the arena by blocking the light. But being in the athletic zone doesn't bother Shannon and Pope. In the view of the audience, Popper was flickering constantly right next to Xiao An at the moment. At the moment, his body was like a bright sun, emitting a brilliant light that filled the interior of the arena. And there was no way for Shannon, whose vision was affected, to lock onto Popper's position with his eyes. He made several attempts to mount an offense, but ultimately fell short. But Popper didn't go near Shannon's torso without authorization either. This was because for awakened individuals of the martial arts lineage, they had an instinctive intuition of danger within 1 meter of their bodies. They are able to sense airflow and temperature changes within 1 meter through their pores to determine danger. Popper was like a hunter at the moment, waiting quietly for his chance. The scene in the arena became stagnant all of a sudden. Neither of the two dared to launch an unauthorized attack. But it was Popper who finally took the initiative to break the silence. His body silently appeared on the right side of Xiaowen's body, holding a sharp blade toward his waist. But at the last second of the sharp blade's attack, Xiaowen reacted. He sidestepped to avoid it, but was still pierced through the skin by the sharp blade. Crimson blood instantly soaked his clothes. However, after getting his hands on it, the bright light emanating from Popper's body disappeared. Creating a spectacle of this magnitude is a rather rapid drain on the force. He had other means to use on Xiaowen. After the dazzling glare disappeared, the audience's experience was instantly enhanced, and Xiaowen finally saw Popper's form again. Blood was still flowing from his waist, but there was nothing strange on Xiaowen's face. Such injuries were commonplace for him and had little effect on his strength. Although you Martial Awakened have stronger sensory abilities, you still rely mainly on vision. A faint smile appeared on the face of Popper, who had gained the advantage. As long as he closed off Xiaowen's vision with light, he was already invincible. Xiaowen did not speak as his body once again rushed out like a cannonball. Not daring to be careless, Popper disappeared from his spot in a flash. And, in the next second, the illusion of light he had left behind was breached by Xiaowen with tremendous force. 1,000 mirrors! The corner of Popper's mouth curled up slightly, and the force within his body surged wildly, turning into countless elements of light. In front of him, an identical version of himself soon appeared, followed by a second, a third. Hundreds of baubles appeared in the middle of the arena as the crowd stared in amazement. Many of the audience stood up in shock and looked at the venue in shock. So many illusions? The number is too much. Xiaowen can't break them one by one. Can he? It feels like Popper has already won. Xiaowen was completely led around in his hands and had no chance to fight back at all. Popper's use of the element of light is truly awesome. No wonder they can be called wizards of light. Numerous murmurs erupted from the stands, many of which were met with admiration for Popper. In the contestants' waiting area, Su-chan, Bai Yuan, and the others were frowning tightly. Su-chan stared at the thousands of boppers on the field, his face a bit gloomy. This Bo Pei's methods were truly extraordinary. Surprisingly, even Xiaowen couldn't find a chance to counterattack. However, Xiaowen seems to have not used his full strength either. Su-chen's eyes flickered as he quietly watched the battle in the arena area. In the middle of the race, Xiaowen had only just regained his vision, but immediately thousands of phantoms appeared in front of him. These phantoms looked exactly the same to everyone's eyes, and no difference could be found. Humans say that hearing is believing, but eyes can be deceiving. Amidst the shocked gazes of countless people, Pop's voice rang out in the arena. These 1,000 phantoms all spoke at the same time, their voices neatly organized as one. Looked not at all like an illusion, but a living person. One can't find half a break. Xiao Eng's ancient and wave-free face finally had some emotional fluctuations. Though the sight in front of me was very shocking, but he knew it inside. Within these 1,000 illusions, one is the true body, and the only one. But how do you find that true body among so many illusions? This was not only Xiao Eng's doubt, but also the doubt in the hearts of all the viewers. Xiaowen stood still for a while before suddenly starting to move. But instead of attacking the phantoms, he tore at his clothes. He pulled off 2 strips of cloth. One wrapped around the wound at his waist that continued to ooze blood, and the other one is placed in front of your eyes, blocking them out. All the spectators revealed a surprised look at Xiaowen's actions. On stage, the host also made a puzzled noise. Player Xiaoong actually covered his eyes with a cloth. What is he going to do? Could it be that he wants to give up his vision and utilize his other sensory abilities for combat? Everyone was puzzled by Shannon's move, including his opponent, Popper. Popper's face changed slightly as he watched Xiaowen's actions. By stopping his eyes with a cloth, was he trying to give up his ability to see altogether as a way of solving all the problems that light caused him? Popper was shocked beyond belief and at the same time felt a pang of amusement. That's a little too bold, isn't it? Although the perception ability of martial arts awakened people was stronger than unusual people, it wasn't so strong that they could give up their eyes. By doing this, Xiaowen was digging his own grave. On the field, 1,000 boppers took out their sharp blades at the same time, moving in a neat and synchronized manner. If you have to do that, then I'll just have to declare you a failure. Not far in front of Xiaowen, a bopper raised his knife towards him and stabbed him. But in the face of the incomparably sharp blade, Xiaoong remained indifferent. Many of the spectators couldn't help but cover their mouths with their hands as their pupils dilated. But the sharp blade, however, did not injure Shaoan's body, but instead penetrated straight through. Obviously, it was only a fake phantom that launched the attack. The room erupted into an unbelievable cheer. Even if what you see changes, there's only one you on this field. Xiao Ang's calm and incomparable voice echoed within the arena through the sound transmitter. All the spectators suddenly showed a thoughtful expression. What an artist! If it were me, I probably wouldn't dare to make a move. Who knows which is real and which is not? If you guess wrong, you'll be seriously injured. Amidst the audience's murmurs, Xiao Ang's speed grew faster and faster. He quickly penetrated one of the false illusions. No one knew exactly how he was able to distinguish between these prosthetics. But Xiao Ang was incomparably certain. Inside the booth, a hint of doubt showed in Ing Chuyu's watery eyes. How did Xiao Ang do it? These silhouettes look exactly the same. Can't find any difference at all. Ing Chuyue was also quite curious about this. The old man behind her smiled faintly and revealed the secret. It's the voice. As long as a person is alive, they breathe and have a heartbeat, and the sound, though slight, is real. Xiaoang comes from an ancient martial arts family in Decatur and has been practicing his family's martial arts since he was a child. Listening to his body and recognizing his position is not a difficult task for him. Only then did Ing Chuyue reveal an expression of dawning realization. She frowned, a little puzzled. If Shannon can tell where Popper is just from his voice, why didn't he use that ability earlier? The old man shook his head helplessly and said, "The old slave isn't a roundworm in Xiaoang's stomach, so this would be impossible to guess. Maybe it's trying to hide its strength as much as possible to create favorable conditions for future matches." Ing Chuyue didn't have the heart to let out an "oh." On the racecourse, Xiaoan's speed was getting faster and faster, and by the end it had demonstrated extreme speed. He passed through a phantom body as if he already knew exactly where Popper's real body was. A flash of panic came through the eyes of Popper, who was lurking in the thousands of phantom bodies. How can it be? The 1,000-heavy mirror is surprisingly not half as useful to him. He totally recognized my magic. Waves of horror rippled through Popper's mind, and his eyes were full of incredulity. Xiaoan looked like he wasn't sure where his main body was located. But it has an extremely precise and recognizable look. He's looking, is searching for his true body among these thousands of illusions and is sure to find it. It's just a matter of time. Popper clenched his teeth as his thoughts began to race. Bleachers, the area dedicated to the tournament committee. The tournament commissioners weren't the only ones who came to watch the battle today, but also several powerful men from the military branch of the Lighthouse State. Someone's face grimaced and whispered, "This Popper. I warned him a long time ago not to follow Higgins' example of drumming up those oddities. What wizard of light? All these names are fake. Instead of developing the light element's ability to do damage, you're going to get all these fancy illusions? There you go. Once the disorienting effect of the light loses its effect, he loses his greatest means of combat." The strong man had been Popper's teacher. As a monarch-level powerhouse, he acutely sensed that Popper's path had gone astray. But the latter listened to his advice and still made no changes. Lose it, lose it. This loss will have some impact in the present, but it can shape the future of the lighthouse for a whole new pope. Someone sighed and gave the final verdict on the ending of the match. The many lighthouse executives and powerhouses in the committee area were regretful, but their emotions were fairly stable. In their view, Popper does need to fail. He wasn't some kind of light magician, but a rare light elemental awakened, a genius with a chance to comprehend the laws of time. In the middle of the race, Xiaoan had penetrated most of the phantoms. His expression was as calm and collected as ever. Having lost the disorienting effect of light, Popper's strongest tool fails. Unless he kept hiding in these phantom bodies, he would be found by Xiaoan sooner or later. And in doing so, it's a negative sentence. Popper obviously realized his failure as well, and voluntarily withdrew that one illusion. A hint of pain and remorse surfaced in his eyes. The face was no longer as spirited as it had been when the match was first conducted. Xiaoan, who had covered his eyes, didn't realize that the phantom had disappeared and continued to roam the field. But at a certain point, he suddenly jerked to a halt. Xiaoan's right ear flicked slightly before he haughtily blasted his fist towards the right side of his body. And that direction is exactly where Popper is. Shannon's offense has a violent beauty to it. Each punch seemed to contain explosive and immense power. Popper, who had lost his light elemental enchantment, had no way to rely on his own strength to block Xiao An's furious attack, and his face grew paler. Bang! During a sparring session, Pop's body was finally overwhelmed. Looking at the fist that was speedily enlarging in his eyes, and the hunting wind of his fist, Popper finally uttered those words. I ten. Admit defeat. It was also at the moment his voice sounded that Xiao An's fist instantly stopped. It was only 5 centimeters away from his face, but the punching wind created by that terrifying punch still made Popper feel as if his face was cut by a knife. This, then, is true power. Popper's eyes looked at Shannon's right fist with pity, and he wailed inwardly. Chapter 69 Su Chen vs. Popper. One move kills in seconds, shocking the 4 seats. With Pope choosing to voluntarily concede, the fight came to a close. The head referee slowly walked to the center of the arena and announced in a serious voice. Group 5, Race 80. Chen Xiaoang vs. Lighthouse Nation Pop Fiones. Winner, Chen Xiaoang. As the referee's voice fell, the entire audience cheered and applauded for Xiaoang. This game lasted just over half an hour though, and didn't feature many thrilling scenes. But it still kept the audience watching, especially Popper's 1,000 mirrors. When 1,000 illusions of light appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. Popper was worthy of being a wizard of light, and this hand of 1,000 mirrors was gorgeous. It's not very damaging, but it's extremely ornamental, and Xiao An's peculiar method of breaking it also made the crowd curious and surprised. This match wasn't as exciting as the crowd thought it would be, but it did fulfill their expectations. Worth the price of admission. On stage, the host also sent his congratulations to Xiaoang. The last match of the day ends with a win for player Xiaoang. Let's continue to look forward to the next performance of player Xiaoang. Of course, the Pope player is doing just as well, and I hope he continues to do well in the upcoming matches. The audience began to slowly leave the stage with the MC's closing remarks. After Xiao An walked out of the competitive area, the medical team quickly took care of his injuries. With the assistance of the precious medicine, the wound on Xiao An's waist healed and recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Coupled with the powerful physique of the martial arts department, this injury had almost no effect on him. Upon returning to the Daqin district, the players gathered as usual for a review and pushback. The Achilles heel of Popper is that it doesn't kill enough. Although he has the title of Wizard of Light, he focuses on the study of the disorientation of light and the pursuit of showmanship. So as long as he can stay out of the light, Popper's combat power will drop by 70%. In tomorrow's sparring match, Su Chen, you have to pay extra attention to this. Listening to the coach's instructions, Su Chen nodded gently, then looked at Xiaoang. Su Chen knew it very well inside. With Xiao An's strength, he could actually defeat Popper faster. But it took him a long battle to show himself more of Popper's tricks and flaws. Xiaoang's face did not change much, his eyes calmly looking at the coach, not paying the slightest attention to Su Chen's gaze. Maybe it was felt, but he didn't want to pay attention to it. Su Chen helplessly withdrew his gaze and shook his head with a smile. It's kinda high-flying. After a quick review and push, the coach then sent the crowd back to their residences to rest. The tournament has only been open for 2 days, and there are still many battles waiting for them later. Su Chen returned to his villa and found that the opposite villa was still lit. But he didn't care and walked into the villa on his own. Day 3 of the tournament. Su Chen is scheduled to fight in the first half of the round. He takes on Popper, who fell to Shannon yesterday. Due to his recent excellent performance, Su Chen gradually gained fame and a small group of supporters. And Popper is a star player in his own right. Although he fell at the hands of Xiaoang yesterday, it didn't affect people's attention to him. So, the match between Su Chen and Popo attracted the attention of 90% of the spectators in the arena. In the first round, the two of them will undoubtedly have the best match. Both players, please take your places. The referee's voice rang out. Su Chen and Pop heard the shouts and entered the arena one after another. Only as soon as he entered the arena area, Su Chen realized that Popper's face was a bit pale. He doesn't seem to have gotten over the blow of yesterday's defeat. But the truth was the opposite of what Su Chen thought. Being a genius in the limelight, Popper's heart is not so fragile. He wasn't feeling sorry or disillusioned about yesterday's defeat now. Rather, they are hesitant and torn. Is one's own path really the wrong one? Popper is gifted in the element of light. He was very fond of creating all kinds of brilliant light, and these bright rays were a delight to his eyes, so he focused on utilizing the surface properties of the light element to confuse his opponents, as well as the speed advantage of light. Through a variety of strange light elemental means, it also earned him the nickname Wizard of Light. But, a few years back, his teacher had warned him not to be so flamboyant. Be pragmatic in whatever you do. He should have developed the light's ability to do damage instead of going in the direction of an illusionist. He's wasting his talent by doing so. After uttering those words of conceding defeat yesterday, Popper thought of his teacher's words. He stayed up all night yesterday, tossing and turning and thinking, is one really going in the wrong direction? No! Pop shook his skull. He wasn't wrong. The disorienting effect loses its effect, and that's only for specific people. It's impossible for everyone to see through their own tactics. I need a win to prove myself right. There was a divine light welling up in Popper's eyes at the thought. He raised his head high, his gaze looking toward Su Chen, who was not far away. The old confidence and pride was back in Pop's eyes. Both players have entered. Group 5, Match 81. Begin. As the referee's voice fell, the matchup between Su Chen and Pop officially kicked off. The match began with Popper using his best light elemental technique. 1,000 mirrors, 1,000 identical illusions of light appeared before Su Chen's eyes. The hosts also gave a great deal of attention to the first round of the tournament since the matchup between Su Chen and Popo had the most weight. Wow, the Pope player used the chibi mirror at the very beginning. It looks like he's paying a lot of attention to player Su Chen. Player Su Chen has had an outstanding for consecutive wins so far. Will today see his first loss? The host's excited voice caused the countless spectators in the room to turn their gazes to the arena. That magnificent thousand-fold mirror appeared once more, triggering many gasps from the audience. After all, even though it's not much of a killer, it's really quite cool. Is Popper getting real with Su Chen? I think he wants to vent his anger on Su Chen. After all, he was so helpless in defeat yesterday. Xiao Eng's strength is indeed very strong, but Su Chen. A murmur rang out from the stands. The crowd is talking about where this fight is going. Su Chen has won 4 straight so far, and of the 200 players, only 18 have the same record of 4 consecutive wins. It's just a shame. This proud record will probably be broken in this tournament. Given Su Chen's strength, it was indeed the limit for him to make it this far. It's time for him to fail for once. Su Chen will definitely be able to do it. Unlike the others, Ing Chuiyue had almost blind confidence in Su Chen. The old man beside her couldn't help but chuckle at the low whine of her firm tone. Inside the athletic zone, Pop heard the host's commentary and was dismissive of it. Su Chen? This was someone he hadn't even heard of before. Not even a little bit of reputation is worth one's attention. The reason why he fought with all his might was just to get his confidence back. Popper is out to prove to himself, and everyone else, that he's not on the wrong path. Xiao En's win over him was just a chance event, and the probability of that happening by chance is very low. For the vast majority of the time, he was the most gifted illusionist in the public's eyes as a wizard of light. There was no one who could recognize his jutsu. Looking at so many identical baubles in front of him, Su Chen frowned tightly. 1,000 mirrors. It was a move he had seen yesterday, and it was truly magnificent. Have to say, Popper's perception of the element of light far exceeds that of any other awakened. But this kind of move doesn't seem to be of any use to yourself yet. The corner of Su Chen's mouth lifted slightly. He found this out back yesterday when Shannon and Pope were playing. The only thing the chibi mirror can deceive is the eyes. Xiao Eng could use his powerful ability to hear voices to accurately determine which ones were false and which ones were real. And although he himself doesn't have the same precise hearing as Xiao Eng, however, it has an incomparably majestic soul power. In the perception of soul force, those phantom bodies of light and real bodies of Popper were visible at a glance. It's safe to say, the 1,000-heavy mirror was just as completely transparent in Su Chen's eyes as it was useless. Su Chen's dense soul force instantly enveloped the entire arena area. Popper's true form was as striking as the sun to his perception. Go! Su Chen summoned a sword leaf of the Thunderheart swordgrass and his finger gently nodded. The blade of the sword leaf shimmered with the silver-white luster of thunder, and there were air currents surging around the sword, which made it faster and swifter. Shoo! The Thunderheart swordgrass winded through countless phantom bodies. It wasn't detecting the authenticity of these phantoms, but rather had an extremely clear goal of attack. Shasta. That sword leaf then hovered at the center of a certain Popper's brow. And that Popper, a cold sweat slowly broke out on his forehead. Immediately after that, the phantoms around them disappeared one by one, and the Bop that Kenpachi was referring to was always there. When the spectators saw this scene, they all couldn't help but stand up and stare at the arena area with disbelieving gazes. Popper was defeated? There was even a brief dead silence in the stands. No one believed the images they saw before them. Su-chun, surprisingly, cracked Popo's thousandfold mirror with ease. The process didn't even take 10 seconds. Spin. A chant like a tsunami rang out from the stands. Fuck. How did Su-chun do that? He found Popper's real body in an instant. This is impossible, so many illusions of light. There is no difference at all. How did he do it? This is incredible. Su-chen's speed is even faster than Xiaoong. Amazing. Just amazing. Su-chen's methods intrigue me. I'm curious to know how he recognized the mystery of the thousandfold mirror. Xiaoing may have used his hearing to recognize Popper. But what about Su-chun? What magical means did he use? The spectators in the stands were talking with excited faces, as if they were arguing about a century-old problem. Race committee area. The top brass and a few members of the Lighthouse Kingdom who had come to watch the match all wore shocked expressions. What's this about? Even they weren't sure what was going on at that instant. Popper went in the wrong direction though and drifted away from the light element. But that doesn't negate his talent. He had almost maximized the disorienting effect of the light element. It was just as well that Xiao had recognized the thousandfold mirror. Now this kind of thing had even occurred in Su-chun, and he was even faster and swifter than Xiaoong. In a matter of seconds, that's not even enough time to think. It showed that Su-chun knew exactly where Popper's true body was from the very beginning. He didn't need to look at all. My God! On stage, the host also stared in awe at the instantly subdued Popper. What did I see? The Pope player, who was the favorite to win the title, was instantly defeated by Su-chun. The battle was over before it even started. How in the world did Su-chun player do all this? I'm very curious about this. Amidst the host's exclamations of surprise, curiosity welled up within the audience that was intense to the core. Inside the booth, Ing Chuiwe raised her fist in excitement and shouted, Su-chun, that's a really cool move. Although Ing Chuiwe had said earlier that she believed Su-chun would win, but she didn't expect Su-chun to win so quickly and so handsomely, the opponent that even Xiaoong had to fight hard against. Su-chun had unexpectedly subdued with a single move. How the hell did he do that? Ing Chuiwe ecstatically looked at the old man beside her, the light in her eyes indicating her eagerness to know the answer. She and the others weren't sure, but the teacher must have known. The old man's gaze was deep as he looked at Su-chun, and only after Ing Chuiwe opened her mouth did he slowly retract his gaze. So it is. Phew. What a powerful soul power. This Su-chun, it's not simple. Old slave, look away. The smile on Ing Chuiwe's face grew stronger when she heard the old man evaluate Su-chun in this way. Don't look at the people around you who call themselves old slaves from time to time. Even when the first emperor met him, he would always call him teacher. During the difficult years when Emperor Shihuang led the rise of Great Qin, this old man had been his protector for a period of time. The old man retired when the first emperor became a totem-level imperial beastmaster in the back. After that, they were brought in to protect Ing Chuiwe. Teacher, what's going on? I really want to know. Ing Chuiwe spoke in a petulant tone, signaling the old man to stop selling the story. Seeing this, the old man's eyes doted on her. Su-chun possesses very powerful soul power. His soul power can even be comparable to an average monarch-level powerhouse. Since the soul power is usually hidden within the body, and the old slave is not a proficient soul person, I didn't notice it. When he was just fighting Popper, he used his majestic soul power to instantly find Popper's true body. It was also at that time that the old slave realized the abnormal power of his soul force. The old man sighed languidly after he finished speaking. Young people nowadays, they're really one of a kind. First, there was Xiaoong, who was as tough-minded as fine iron, and now there was a Su-chun whose soul power was exaggerated to the point of being outrageous. The future of Great Qin is really getting brighter and brighter. Chapter 70 Value Manifestation. Attention of all parties. Record of 24 consecutive victories. The smile on Ing Chuiwe's face grew brighter when she heard the old man praise Su-chun in such a way. What a man I'm looking at. Not only is he handsome, but he's so awesome. A bright smile sprang up on Ing Chuyue's delicate face. The old man did nod this time. Su Chun's soul power is so powerful. His future achievements will not be too low. I just don't know to what extent his use of soul means has reached. It would be foolish to hold on to a mountain of treasure and not utilize it. Inside the athletic zone, Popper's body gradually began to tremble as he looked at the blade against his brow. This trembling from the depths of his soul was beyond the control of his reason. Popper's face was all but bloodless. His spirit, his flesh, was a cold one. The moment, it was no longer even possible to use the word shock to describe Popper's state of mind at the moment. His heart, like it was completely dead. The brain was more of a complete blank. It wasn't until after a long time that his numb brain appeared to fluctuate in shock. Thousand heavy mirror was even broken by Su Chun so easily? Popper's first thought was that he was dreaming, because it's impossible. But the morose coldness coming through above the sword leaves was relentlessly telling him that it was all true. Popper's heart, completely dead. He had intended to use Su Chun to mold confidence for himself, and to prove to his teachers and to all the world that he is on the right path. But the end result is another slap in the face. And it hurts more and faster than last time. Su Chun barely even spent time thinking and searching, and directly rushed towards his true body. Much more effective than Shannon. Ha! Ha ha! In the face of Kenpachi's threat, a burst of laughter surprisingly escaped from Popo's mouth. The laughter sounded but incredibly bleak and despairing. This voice, too, was the truest reflection of Popper's heart at the moment. The various showy tactics he was so proud of had all become jokes at this moment. In front of true strength, all fancy means are just thin paper. It breaks at the touch of a button. Popper's laughter echoed around the arena. Everyone looked at the once shining and incomparable wizard of light with strange eyes. Has his mental defenses been breached after 2 consecutive crushing blows? The Popper contestant seems to be having a bit of a mood swing. Let's hope he can regroup. After all, a short defeat is not the end. There are still many matches waiting behind him. The host looked at Popper, who was filled with a look of despair, and slowly persuaded him. A hint of pity and sympathy grew in the eyes of the audience as they looked at Popper. Most of the audience still could understand what Popper was feeling at the moment. Popper is also too miserable, getting brutally beaten in 2 consecutive matches, and both of them were players from Decatur. The point is that this blow was even bigger than the last one. At least in the last match, he and Xiaoong were able to have a couple of moves back and forth, but he was given a second by Su Chun. Who can accept this? If it were me, I'd be skeptical too. The great Chen is a bit fierce this time, and this one called Su Chun isn't simple either. Once again there was a flurry of chatter around the room as everyone stared at Popper. Popper stared at the sword leaf on his brow and uttered those 3 words with all his strength. I, for one, concede. Saying those 3 words was like draining all the strength from Popper's body. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The referee made his way to the middle of the arena area with the shock still on his face. Winner, Decatur Su Chun. With the official announcement from the referee, the match, which was watched by countless spectators, came to a shocking end. It came and went as quickly as an oncoming gale. From the beginning to the end of the game, it wasn't even a minute. Aside from the game where someone voluntarily conceded, this has been the shortest game in all of the Deer Cups, I believe. Seeing that Popper took the initiative to admit defeat, Su Chun also put back his sword leaves. Without saying anything, he turned straight around and left the arena area. And yet he still stood frozen in place, looking a little confused. It was only later, when the referee reminded him, that he came back to his senses and headed out of the area. When Su Chun returned to the waiting area, he found Bai Yuan, Huang Hao and the others looking at him with a monster-like gaze. Is there a word on my face? Su Chun laughed somewhat uncomfortably. Bai Yuan's throat rolled hard, but still no words came out. He just gave Su Chun a thumbs up. Night is awesome. Someone, I don't know who, said 2 words in an incredibly shocked tone. The others nodded approvingly with it. Xiao Eng's gaze gazed at Su Chun, and his tone of voice contained a hint of admiration. Your tactics are stronger than hearing voices. To be able to beat Popper so easily, you're pretty good. Xiaoong was also shocked by Su Chen's tactics, because even he couldn't have beaten Pop in such a quick time. And Su Chen did. At this point, Xiaoong sighed to himself. The eyes of the entire audience also moved with Su Chen's movement. A marvelous feeling rose in the hearts of the spectators as they looked at this handsome and sunny-faced Great Qin player. That's the player who, afterward, may be able to work miracles and continue to surprise them. Su Chen's smooth victory over Pop caused quite a stir in the arena. And in the outside world, the same shock was triggered. Within minutes of the game's conclusion, the Lighthouse State Intelligence Department received instructions from the current chief consul. Find out everything about Su Chen. All findings are filed separately. The huge intelligence department immediately conducted a thorough investigation against Su Chen. And in Great Qin, the first emperor, who had just finished his court meeting, immediately opened another meeting of the elders. In the darkened conference room, video images of Su Chen and Popo battling each other played. The entire video was only 30 seconds, but the beginning emperor and the 6 elders watched it quite carefully. What a powerful soul force! To be able to possess such majestic soul power at the excellence grade. This is unbelievable, Wei Xianlang exclaimed in admiration, his words revealing no small amount of shock. Aha! Su Chen's soul force is indeed quite dense. It's comparable to that of an average monarch-level powerhouse. Someone else chimed in. This child can make up for our Great Qin's shortcomings in specializing in the scarce number of soul powerhouses. In the future, when targeting the attacks of the dream electric butterfly and other soul-powerful exotic beasts, one does not have to stoop so low as to beg others. Hearing this, the people in the room fell silent. Think of the sad and decisive order that was given. Dream electric butterfly, at the end of his rope, took control of all the people in the entire city with his soul. At that time, Great Qin had only 2 choices, either compromise or massacre. And the dream electric butterfly is not the only candidate for compromise. If the first emperor had been able to request Malthus' help at that time, he might not have had to give that order. Malthus is the most powerful man in the Lighthouse Kingdom. He was also the only one among the 5 greatest supreme powers who specialized in the Soul Dao. But the first emperor ultimately chose not to ask Malthus for help, because asking for help must have been extremely costly. The Lighthouse State would not pass up such a great opportunity. There wasn't any strong person within Great Qin who was extremely good at souls. And so, the beginning emperor could only give the order to slaughter the city, responding to the dream electric butterfly's threat with a forceful approach. If there had been an overlord within Great Qin who specialized in souls at that time, things could have ended very differently. The beginning emperor and the 6 elders all looked at Su Chen's face in the screen, their gazes becoming complex and deep. Originally, Su Chen was just an ordinary genius in their eyes. However, Su Chen displayed a powerful soul talent. His value in the eyes of the crowd instantly became invaluable. There were many geniuses in Great Qin, but the one who specialized in souls was just Su Chen. Things are expensive because they are rare. We must revisit the importance of Su Chen. Among the 6 elders, the smile on Chang Mu's face grew stronger. The training camp has produced an extraordinary genius, and His Majesty has to allocate more money? In this matter, I have a decision to make. The beginning emperor's calm voice came out. Wei Xuanlong's holographic projection stood up and arched his hand. Your Majesty, I suggest arranging a stronger protector for Su Chen, in case he has an accident during the game. The Lighthouse Kingdom won't want to see an overlord who specializes in souls emerge from Great Qin. The others nodded in agreement with Wei Xuanlong's proposal. The beginning emperor, however, gently raised his hand and smiled. The words of the protector of the Wei are not necessary. Hatsuki is watching the game live. The crowd was stunned at first. What does this have to do with His Highness the Moon? But everyone reacted at the same time. The fact that His Highness Hatsuki is in the Lighthouse Kingdom means that the one is also in the Lighthouse Kingdom. Then there really was no need to worry about Su Chen's safety anymore. As a supreme powerhouse who was once just a step away from the totem level, there was no problem guarding Su Chen's safety. At least without a supreme powerhouse making a move, no one could injure Su Chen. Malthus, as one of the 5 greatest supreme powers, wasn't so despicable as to personally strike out at a junior. Unless he wants to start a great war between powerful nations. The Jedi Mountain Range in the western part of Great Qin. This is the tallest mountain in all of Blue Star. The mountain range stretched for 10,000 miles, with a towering mountain rising straight up into the sky like an inverted immortal sword. At the top of the highest peaks, the area is covered in heavy snow and ice all year round. Even the sky was gray and roiling with snow and wind. In the midst of a field of ice and snow, The mountain peaks looked like something was shining. A closer look reveals a shiny object sliding across the peak. If you were a little further away, you would see a shocking sight. Outside of the peak, there was an incomparably huge snake-like creature encircling the peak. Those shiny things, on the other hand, were his scales. At the top of the dimly lit, snow-filled mountain peak, a giant dragon's head slowly lifted up. It raised the sky and let out a deafening dragon roar. The powerful sound wave triggered an avalanche of massive proportions. In this dragon-like voice, it contained a command directed at the human Su-chun. The third day of the tournament is over. Su-chun got an amazing 6 consecutive wins. As of this writing, just 7 people own 6 consecutive winning records. The scariest part was that the Decatur players had a difficult schedule before an easy one. As long as you can take the toughest races up front, then the back will go a lot smoother. The players of the Deer Cup were being talked about on all the major internet forums of the Blue Star. And all 7 of these players who have won 6 consecutive games have a pretty high profile. Every one of them was the top genius of their respective countries. From the beginning of awakening his talent, he had attracted countless attention. In comparison, Su-chun was much more bland. There is also the least amount of information and data about him of the 7. But it's that mystery that has attracted a lot of support for him. Haven't you guys realized something terrifying? That is, from the match until now, not once has Su-chun used his full strength. He looks relaxed in every sparring match. This shows that Su-chun's strength is unfathomable. His combat power and apparent rank clearly don't match. Against this view, there are those who dispute it. Didn't the other contestants not use their full strength as well? What about Higgins' instant kills in every matchup? Where Su-chun's sword heart herb strength lies is speed. So he ends every match quickly, but that's about it. That's all? When Su-chun ended his match, all the other players were still warming up. If you don't believe me, we'll see. In response to Su-chun's strength, the forums were up in arms. Meanwhile, all the viewers were more curious. Just who can keep the streak going longer? Was it Higgins, who was born with a soul talent, or Xiaoong, who showed more strength, or Su-chun? No one knows the answer until the very end. But there's no doubt about it. This session was much more exciting than the previous ones. For there have been a number of dark horses that have emerged, as well as star players that have blown up. These discussions add some more and more heat to the Deer Cup. With the clock ticking down, the game went on day after day as the crowd cheered and shrieked. In the blink of an eye, it was the 13th day. The tournament is halfway through its schedule. The number of players who hold a clean sweep record is down to 5. Higgins, Shannon, Laroto, Quinnell, and Su-chun. Of the 5 players who hold the record of 24 consecutive victories, 2 of them are Decatur players. This brought great shock and delight to the Great Qin audience. How great would it be if both Xiaoong and Su-chun made it to the finals with winning records? But it was clear to all that this was not going to happen, because Xiaoen and Su-chun were both in the 5th group. Both of them, someone is destined to fail once. Chapter 71, the group stage, ends with the number 1 seed advancing to Su-chun. Day 15 of the tournament. Su-chun, along with the other 4, still held the record for all wins. Relying on such a horrible record, he jumped to become the biggest dark horse and the favorite to win this Deer Cup. From being unknown to becoming famous in Blue Star, Su-chun only used 15 days. Right now, Su-chun's name could be seen everywhere in the major internet forums across the Blue Planet. Within Great Qin, support for Xiaoen and Su-chun was also everywhere. There were even vendors who seized the business opportunity and began to privately peddle Su-chun race posters. Only not many posters had been sold before they were seized by the official authorities. But it's undeniable. At this time, Su-chun possessed a near-household name within Great Qin. He was even hotter than Xiaoong by several times. It's even more wildly popular with those of the right age. The reason is simple. Regardless of strength first, just in terms of looks, Su-chun could indeed kill Xiaoong in seconds. What girl wouldn't like such a handsome and tough teenager with potential? Teachers at the Xianying No. 1 Academy, where Su-chun used to study, had to be interviewed at least a dozen times a day. Now everyone is curious about one thing. Compared to Su-chun and Xiaoong, who was stronger? Which of them, the 2 of them, will advance to the finals as the number 1 seed? Day 18 of the group stage. The group stage is down to the last day of play, and the outcome is essentially set. The 4 spots on each team are basically locked up by power players. In the 5th group, Su Chen and Xiaoang were far ahead of everyone with a complete victory. The two of them are sure to advance. And while Pope has lost 2 in a row, he's still third in the points and has little problem advancing. And fourth place was up for grabs between Aluski of the Northern Bear Country and Gaul. Other than those guys, the other players are basically hopeless and are just going through the rest of the motions. And the second half of today's match will see Su Chen and Xiaoang face off. This match will determine which of the two of them will make it to the final with a clean sweep and will also determine who the number 1 seed will be. Follow the Deer Cup schedule. A total of 40 players will advance in the group stage. And the number 1 seed in each group is able to skip the first round of the final 4 tournament selection. The remaining 15 contestants will be eliminated until only 5 remain. These 5 players will compete with 5 seeded players for the top 10 rankings. That is to say, as long as you can get the number 1 seed status for each group, you're basically a lock for the top 10. The gold in this position speaks for itself. The top 10 of all geniuses in Blue Star. This is an honor that belongs not only to the players, but also to the country to which they belong. Time passes slowly. The match between Su Chen and Xiaoang was about to open. They both got up from the waiting area almost simultaneously and walked towards the competitive area. The eyes of the entire audience were converging on the two of them at the moment. Coming. The ultimate showdown between Su Chen and Xiaoang. The battle to decide the number 1 seed in Group 5. With the strength of the two players, whoever takes this battle then has a high probability of entering the finals with a clean sweep. Let's wait and see. The host's voice rang through the arena. Everyone's eyes were excited as they watched the 2 contestants who were making their way to the arena area. Su Chen will win. A not-so-subtle shout came from the Decatur audience area. The shouts were obviously all girls with shrill voices. Due to Su Chen's rising reputation during this period of time, the number of his female fans increased rapidly. Many rich girls even went so far as to spend huge amounts of source crystals to come from Great Chen to watch the match live. Inside the private room, Ying Chuyu's expression was clearly a bit dissatisfied when she heard the cheers of those young girls on the field. Expel all those people. Su Chen is my man, Ying Chuyu ordered in an extremely firm tone. But the old man beside her was unmoved and just laughed. Your Highness, Su Chen is gaining popularity nowadays. If you do this, I'm afraid it will have a bad effect on Su Chen. When Ying Chuyu heard the old man say this, her face hesitated. That's fine. Ying Chuyu then shifted her gaze to the competitive area. Su Chen and Xiaoang had already entered the competitive area. The referee comes between the 2 men and announces the start of this match. All the spectators held their breath in anticipation of the exciting battle to come. Match officially. With the referee's order, the match officially kicked off. Su Chen and Xiaoang's eyes locked in the air. 2 invisible auras had risen up and were facing each other across the air. This atmosphere of tension so that all the people cannot help but press the breath. The dueling of their chi became more and more intense, gradually climbing to the top. But just when the audience was expecting them to make some kind of killing move, both of them surprisingly looked at the referee in unison at the same time and said in unison, I concede. The entire audience instantly wore stunned expressions. And Su Chen and Xiaoang also looked at each other with surprised gazes. Obviously neither of them had previously anticipated that the other would take the initiative to admit defeat. I concede. Su Chen repeated himself again. Xiaoang, however, said unwillingly, No, I admit defeat. The referee looks at both men with an extremely sultry gaze. It's a ING contest. Are you 2 playing house? If you are maliciously negative about the match, you will be penalized. So please think carefully before making a decision. The referee solemnly said. Xiaoan instantly replied, I concede and forfeit the match. At the same time, he also used his eyes to signal Su Chen that there was no need to argue anymore. Seeing this, Su Chen could only sigh quietly. The referee frowned and signaled the moderator with his eyes. The host on the stage immediately understood the situation and immediately asked the race committee. Shortly after the race committee's orders were given, accepts the voluntary conceding of the Shannon player and rules it a loss. The referee then faced the stands and announced, Great Chen Su Chen versus Great Chen Xiaoang. Xiaoang admits defeat. Winner, Su Chen. Wow. With the referee's final pronouncement, the stands immediately erupted in an uproar. The crowd mingled and talked. It's also understandable. Su Chen and Xiaoang are both players of great Qin after all. How could they kill each other? But they were both pretty decisive, grabbing and admitting defeat. Too bad it's going to be a streaming inning. They're also doing this to preserve their strength, so they can better their chances of making the finals, I guess. To put it bluntly, the all-time winning record is just a name. Su Chen and Xiaoang's mutual admission of defeat was beyond the audience's expectations, but it made sense. Why would they both need to fight in the group stage when they're both already firmly in the final? Amidst the gazes of hundreds of thousands of spectators sighing in regret, Su Chen and Xiaoang returned to the waiting area. I was truly surprised that you would actually admit defeat. In a surprised tone, Su Chen said to Xiaoang. Because in Su Chen's opinion, Xiaoang's fame and fortune should be relatively heavy. How else would he have pressed his rank at the awakening 9th rank for a whole year for the sake of the championship? Compared to people at the same level, he'd be quite far behind if he did that. If this was the finals, I would have fought you to the end. Xiaoang's expression was still so bland, without the slightest difference. I want the championship. The rest of what names, wins and losses don't matter. Xiaoang's tone contained a firmness that was unimaginable to ordinary people. Hearing the other party's reply, Su Chen was inwardly shocked. His inner impression of Xiaoang changed. Xiaoang was an extremely tough-minded person who didn't care how the process went and would only keep moving forward towards his ultimate goal. People like that are actually quite scary. Aha! Su Chen silently responded to Xiaoang's words. Instead of diminishing, the crowd's enthusiasm grew stronger as the group stage progressed. And with countless live and broadcast viewers watching, the group stage finally came to a close. The number 1 seed in the first bracket fell to Higgins without a doubt. In the second group was Larocto, the top talent from Britain. Su Chen, on the other hand, had gotten the number 1 seed status in the 5th group with a record of 39 complete victories. Shannon is in second place because of a 1-point difference. After 20 long days of fierce competition, 40 contestants have successfully advanced. They will play the final after 2 days of rest. Let's hope they can continue their current form in the final stages and present us with an exciting showdown. The host's high-pitched words echoed within the venue. It also declared the end of the group stage. This 20-day-long group stage is also the most time-consuming stage in the Deer Cup. The Lighthouse State has the highest number of finalists out of the 5 powers. Fully 6 contestants made it to the finals. And of the 10 players from Great Qin, only 4 made it to the finals. Su Chen, Xiaoang, Luoshan, and Bai Yuan. Among them, Su Chen and Xiaoang are the ones who are considered by the public to have hopes of winning the title. As for Luoshan and Bai Yuan, being able to enter the finals was already their limit. Let's just hope they place well in the final. After the group stage, all players had 2 days to adjust and rest. Nearly 20 days of intense and continuous fighting left most of the players physically and mentally exhausted. But Su Chen's feeling was not bad. These days he dealt with his enemies with the aim of subduing them as fast as possible. Instead, they rarely get into violent battles. The only other time was when he faced a player from the Lighthouse State, and that match lasted half an hour before he managed to defeat his foe. These 20 days were not wasted by Su Chen. Every day after the match, he would utilize the dream entry skill of the Forgotten Dream Lotus to meditate. The force in his body was increasing with each passing day. When he set out for the Lighthouse Country, he was merely at the excellent 1st rank, but now he had already reached the excellent 4th rank. Su Chen's promotion didn't attract any attention. This is because it's common to get a quick boost in the early stages, especially in such intense battles. In the history of the Deer Cup's organization, there had even been many instances where players had advanced to the transcendent rank in the finals. This superb pressure allows the players to explode to their potential. Not to mention that Su Chen was still only at the excellence level. Many players often go from exceptional level to awakening in just a few months as well. Besides, Su Chen was a plant-based awakened. Everyone would only focus on his plant strength and not really care much about how strong he was in his own right. Su Chen returned to the villa and lay down in the bathtub where hot water had already been put in. He didn't race for the next several days. As the number 1 seed in Group 5, he will skip the first round of the finals. Xiaoan and the other 15 players, on the other hand, were going to compete for the last 5 spots. Use this time to bring your strength up again, Su Chen secretly said in his heart, though he did well in the Group 5 group stage. But Su Chen knew very well that the finalists were not that easy to deal with. These players are pretty tough. I'm afraid it's hard to get the title just with his current strength. Su-chun came to the bedroom on the top floor of the villa after washing up and entered a meditative state as usual. Only he didn't know it. Across the villa, there had been a young girl silently spying on him. He meditated again. "Hey!" Ing Chuiwe, who was standing on the balcony, sighed, her tone thick with regret. "Doesn't he even get out and walk around and relax?" Ing Chuiwe bit her lower lip and said, "Why does she live across the street from Su-chun? You're still thinking about getting close to the water, aren't you?" If Su-chun came out for a walk, he himself could pretend to meet him by chance and have a romantic encounter. But Su-chun's performance these days directly erased Ing Chuiwe's wonderful fantasies. After returning to the villa every day, Su-chun wouldn't come out to loiter at all. Every day is either meditation or fiddling with those plants. Ing Chuiwe was angry at the thought of it. What's so pompous about those flowers and plants? Are they as beautiful as this princess? The old man standing beside Ing Chuyu gave her a serious lecture. "Your Highness, even geniuses need to put in effort to climb to the top. Su-chun is fine like this. If you worked half as hard as Su-chun, you wouldn't have only reached transcendent." Hearing the old man's reprimand, Ing Chuiwe suddenly had two big heads. Meditation was so boring to her that it was tantamount to torture. And again, she's a princess. What do you need that much strength for? Instead of spending so much time meditating, why don't you find yourself a good groom? A hint of smugness flashed across Ing Chuyue's face, her wise little eyes having seen through everything long ago. When the old man saw Ing Chuyue's expression, he knew what was in the latter's mind. He sighed silently. The old man then looked up at the window on the top floor of the villa across the street. "Su-chun. He received a secret order from His Majesty not long ago. This time, besides protecting Ing Chuyue's safety, he also had to protect Su-chun. This boy, on the contrary, is indeed much more competitive than His Highness. It seems not to be a bad harness." The old man even wondered if he should find an opportunity to fulfill His Highness. It would save a lot of heartache for the two of them to live together and provide better protection themselves. Chapter 72 Top 10 Jousting against Yaroslav. During these 2 days of rest, Su-chun hadn't left the door even once, because he was busy raising his strength as much as he could. At the same time, Su-chun also contacted the training camp to see if he could send a portion of energy objects for himself. After upgrading before he left, he no longer had any energy items in his hand. The response from the camp was to send it in as soon as possible. Even though Su-chun was mentally prepared to wait, he still didn't expect it. The 3 great phoenix source crystals he needed arrived in his hands 3 hours after he made his request. Su-chun was incredibly surprised by this. Do they deliver this fast at boot camp? It's a shame that this logistic speed doesn't go to dominate the domestic logistics and takeout world. What Su-chun didn't know was, his value in the eyes of the great Qin hierarchy would be far different from before. So for his request, it will be fulfilled as much as possible. It would have been impossible for anyone else to ship goods across continents. The first time Su-chun got the source crystals, he upgraded a few plants. The grades of several plants had been raised from Awakening 1st rank to Awakening 4th rank. It was only 3 small steps, but it had sucked the 3 great phoenix origin crystals cleanly, leaving only a pile of slag. Su-chun could more and more imagine how huge the energy required for these plants to be promoted would be in the future. The opening ceremony of the final was held 2 days later. Su-chun and all 40 other players were asked to attend the opening ceremony. "With 2 days off, I'm sure the crowd can't wait," the host said in a rousing tone from the stage. "And now, I declare the finals officially open." The host's 2 short sentences brought the whole atmosphere to the climax stage. The crowd let out a higher cheer than in any of the previous matches. The entire city could hear the raucous sounds emanating from the field. The host stood quietly on the stage, waiting for the frenzy to pass. Only after the arena had quieted down a bit did the host continue. "The opening ceremony of the finals will also reveal our prizes for this dear cup. I'm sure everyone is very curious too. The top 10 prizes of every session are very generous, especially the first place reward, which is a rare treasure only found in Blue Star." Hearing the host's words, Su-chun, who was leaning back in his chair, gently opened his eyes. "Finally, I can find out what the reward is. The Deer Cup standings represent a division of national interest. But the tournament has rewards for the individual players, of course. These rewards are all things that the major powers have come together to take out, and they are of very high value." The contestants all revealed looks of anticipation and curiosity. their eyes looking straight ahead at the host. With hundreds of thousands of eyes watching, the presenter made his way to the side of the stage. On the large screen behind him, something like a water droplet suddenly appeared. The droplet was not transparent, but turquoise in color. This is the reward for our winner of this tournament. The Heart of Life, a strange treasure discovered by the 5 great powers during their joint development of the Moon Star. It is suspected to be the crystallization of some kind of plant life form, and it contains an incomparably majestic life force. The host slowly introduces the crowd to the origin of the Heart of Life. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Suspected crystallization of some kind of plant life form? And something that was found in Moonstar? Only, it looked like it was the same plant product as the grass essence and the ancient evergreen liquid, only the grade might be a bit higher. Thinking of this, the excitement within Su Chen instantly subsided by a few points. If the Heart of Life could be converted into a force absorber, it would be of some use. This first-place reward doesn't seem to be very good either. Su Chen frowned slightly. This was slightly different from the amazing rewards he had imagined. But, right at this moment, a faint voice sounded in Su Chen's ears. This Heart of Life is the seed, and it is alive. Within it, there are remnants of soul fluctuations. It's the regeneration of at least one totem-level creature. You can try your best to get it. Hearing this familiar voice, Su Chen's eyes quietly surged with surprise. Sacred Willow revived? Su Chen tried to call out to the Sacred Willow in his mind, hoping to get more information. As a result, all of his calls were like muddy cows in the sea, and he received no response. Su Chen had no choice but to call it quits. But at this moment, the way he looked at the Heart of Life had completely changed. It seemed that the Blue Star humans hadn't discovered the specialness of this Heart of Life, and only thought it was something like the ancient everlasting liquid. But it's surprisingly possible that this thing is a regeneration of totem-level plant life. Su Chen's heart suddenly became agitated. Had to get this for myself. Although Saint Willow was powerful, the contract with him was only for 1,000 years. If he could have a totem-level plant life of his own, he would rest easy in the future. Su Chen had been completely captivated by Sacred Willow's words. So much so that he paid absolutely no attention to what the host said later. The audience, however, was making gasps of surprise from time to time. It does look like the top 10 rewards are quite generous. And that's just the rewards for the Deer Cup tournament. There are sure to be big rewards for the state when you get a decent ranking. As long as the players who had made it into the top 10, they were bound to be able to be rewarded with a large amount of resources. There was no doubt about that. The reason why the rewards weren't introduced at the very beginning, Su Chen thought that it might be because they weren't worthy at that time. Only those who make it to the finals are eligible to receive the reward. It is also meant to inspire these players to be able to explode to greater potential in the finals. After a brief opening ceremony, the final round of the tournament was soon underway. 15 contestants, including Xiao Ong and Popper, will enter the final secret area to compete. 5 players were finally decided to determine the top 10 rankings with the 5 Su Chen. Su Chen didn't bother to watch the match in the final secret realm. He returned to his abode and continued to catch himself meditating. The other participants in the finals were basically at the awakening 9th rank. And he's differing people in rank too much. It's a good thing you rely mostly on plants to fight. If you can level up to Excellence 9, then you can upgrade the plants all the way to Awakening 9. The rank gap will be bridged. Across from the residence where Su Chen was, Ing Chuyue watched Su Chen walk into the villa again, her face somewhat dissatisfied. If you don't go out, how can I meet you romantically? How else am I going to develop a relationship with you? Ing Chuyue was even wondering if she should rush into Su Chen's villa. Your Highness would be better off not disturbing Su Chen for the next few days. The old man, as if he could see Ing Chuyue's inner thoughts, persuaded. Su Chen is bridging the gap between himself and the rest of the field, and it's the crucial moment. Upon hearing the old man's words, Ing Chuyue instantly became like a deflated ball of skin and helplessly spoke, "All right." The first round of the finals lasted 3 days. Su Chen meditated almost all the time during these 3 days. His rank had only just been raised from Awakened 4th stage with great difficulty to Awakened 5th stage. This was already the limit of what he could do, and it would be difficult to raise it again in a short period of time. Su Chen walked out of the bedroom and came to the living room on the first floor after washing up. Song Qiao immediately asked the others to bring up the food that had already been prepared. After the first round of the finals has ended, Xiaoang managed to get the top 10 spots. The remaining 4 are the Pope player from the Lighthouse State, the Lyle player from Gaul. These days Su Chen didn't watch the game, so all the information about the match, Su Chen had heard from Song Qiao. Su Chen's expression was a bit surprised. Is it surprising that Pop has been promoted to the top 10 as well? It wasn't that Su Chen doubted Popper's strength, it was just that the latter was in bad shape. After receiving 2 consecutive blows from Shannon and himself, Popper was in a decidedly low state. Despite managing to advance to the final, Pope shouldn't have much of a chance against an equally strong and better form group of players. Su Chen shook his head and thought no more. It's time to race yourself tomorrow. The 5 players killed off from the first round of the tournament will face off against them, the 5 number 1 seeds. The winners make the top 5, the losers go for the bottom 5 spots. Tomorrow's race is important and will directly determine the top 5 positions. And it's the top 5 that divide the resources. The top 10 players have all advanced. And today's battle will eliminate 5 more contestants. The 5 contestants who have won, they will advance to the final round. The host shouted at the top of his lungs from the stage. With the whole audience cheering, the 10 players took the stage in turn. Each contestant's appearance triggered a wave of applause from the audience. It was because each of the 10 of them was a top genius of Blue Star. Whether it was talent or battle prowess, it was the best of the best. Not only are they well qualified, but they are also very good fighters. Such a person is qualified to be called the mainstay of the future. When Su Chen appeared on the stage, the great Qin audience cheered wildly for him, and even many foreign spectators were cheering for him. As the record holder of all victories, Su Chen was the pride of the great Qin people's hearts. At the same time, his personal charisma has won the hearts of a large number of foreign viewers. All 10 contestants have entered, and now they will choose their opponents for today by drawing lots. 5 winners go into the top 5, while the losers go on to compete for the bottom 5 rankings. Under the guidance of the host, the 10 players went up to the stage to draw lots in turn. The number plate selected by Su Chen was 1, and the number plate of Yaroslav from the Northern Plains country also 1. Yes, the host stood in front of the 10 contestants and waved his hand. Please line up the 10 contestants in order of their number plates. Su Chen and the others slowly lined up in 5 rows of 2 people each. Yaroslav is very large and gives off a very swarthy look. Su Chen stood with him, looking extraordinarily thin and fragile. Then, for the first match of the day, players Su Chen and Yaroslav will be the first to bring us an exciting battle. Please, both players enter. Center of the field. The original 20 competitive zones have been consolidated into 1. This is to give the players enough area to exert their strength. Under the gaze of countless people, Su Chen and Yaroslav slowly entered the arena area, and the remaining 8 went back to the waiting area for the end of their match. Everyone's eyes were gathered on Su Chen and Yaroslav. Su Chen was a plant-type awakened person, while Yaroslav was a martial arts-type awakened person. Yaroslav is proficient in all kinds of fighting techniques, and all of his physical attributes have reached the peak values that can be reached at the 9th level of awakening. But player Su Chen has won every single match quite easily from the beginning of the tournament until now, and seems to be far from showing his true power. I wonder what kind of collision the 2 of them can erupt? The host's eyes were excited as he narrated. Around the arena area, 5 referees take their places. The head referee comes to the center of the arena, his face calm, and calls this match. Knock! The referee's words had only just landed when a loud, dull sound rang out from the center of the arena. Yaroslav's left foot stomped on the ground with force, and the entire earth instantly created a circle of cracks centered on the point where his left foot landed, and he relied on this immense power to rush out as quickly as a bullet. Its speed was so fast that the audience could not see his figure clearly at all. Bang! In the next second, another deafening crash sounded. Facing Yaroslav, who had turned his body into a weapon like a giant tank crushing over, Su Chen did not make a move to dodge. In fact, he couldn't hide from it. Yaroslav was so fast, he was in sight in the blink of an eye. It was no less than the speed that Xiao and had exploded in the competition in the first place. A green thread immediately appeared under Su Chen's skin. These threads traveled under his skin and covered his entire body. Immediately, Su Chen raised both of his arms and blocked in front of his body. Yaroslav's impact instantly struck, his massive body carrying inertia and ruthlessly smashing towards Su Chen. Immediately, Su Chen felt that his arm had suffered the impact of 1,000,000 pounds. His body quickly slid towards the back, moving tens of meters before stopping. However, Chen looked uninjured and was only knocked back because of this powerful force. Yaroslav frowned at the sight. The opponent was only a plant awakened, and such a massive force from himself was enough to smash his bones to pieces. And Chen was surprisingly unharmed? Oh! Player Chen actually blocked player Yaroslav's bullet impact? The host also blushed. But he immediately noticed the abnormality in Chen's body and immediately had the camera adjusted to zoom in on Chen's neck. Only then did the crowd see that a green thread filled under Chen's skin. So it's the plant armor effect of the Iron Hand Vine. Everyone should know that the plant armor effect can provide excellent protection for awakened ones. The host's eyes were quite old and saw the secret at once. But against Yaroslav's player, can the plant armor really provide enough protection for Chen's player? As the host's words fell, Yaroslav once again killed towards Chen. His eyes flickered as he took a good look at those green threads under Chen's skin. Plant armor? His own fists were capable of shattering steel. An iron hand vine also trying to block his attack? Unity is going to be blown to pieces. Chapter 73. Killing the top 5, Lucky Chen. Bidding for the championship, Yaroslav displayed a bizarre speed that was completely at odds with his size. He was like a fast-moving hill, and in the blink of an eye, he killed in front of Chen again. Chen could feel a strong and incomparable gust of wind that instantly met his face. Yaroslav's offense was fierce, like a blizzard in the northern ice fields. A stream of light immediately rushed out from Chen's palm. The Thunderheart swordgrass let out a sharp roar and stabbed sharply towards Yaroslav's face. Dang! However, Yaroslav's reaction was also very quick, and his right hand slapped towards the Thunderheart swordgrass at an extremely fast speed. From the side, he slapped the incoming Thunderheart swordgrass away. Yaroslav stops and looks down at his right hand. A wound unexpectedly appeared on his hand. Despite the small wound, a hint of shock appeared in Yaroslav's gaze. His defense far exceeded that of an ordinary martial Dao lineage awakened person. In the wind and snow of the northern bears, he polished his flesh with the help of the tough and sharp cold ice and gained an extremely powerful defense. But the sharpness of this sword heartgrass was able to injure his flesh. This came as a shock to Yaroslav. But the surprise in his eyes was fleeting, lasting only a brief moment. So what if I can hurt him? This degree of injury couldn't affect his strength by half. Yaroslav approached Chen once again. But just at this moment, Yaroslav, however, as if sensing danger, suddenly drew back and kicked swiftly behind him. Another sword leaf glittering with lightning was kicked away by Yaroslav. Chen's face became grave at the sight. These martial Dao lineage awakened had extremely powerful defensive instincts. Even with the attack speed of the Thunderheart swordgrass, it was still able to detect it after entering a meter around their torso and then immediately respond. It was only martial arts awakened people who could do such things. Even if the awakened of other systems could detect the trajectory of the Thunderheart swordgrass's attack, there was no way for them to react in any way within a short period of time. Yaroslav's eyes looked coldly at the 3 sword leaves that surrounded his body. And in the eyes of the audience, at the moment, Yaroslav was like a drifter trapped on a lonely island, and those 3 sword leaves were sharks swimming around the island, silently waiting for the moment to launch the attack. Yaroslav looked around at the sword leaves, his brow furrowing slightly. I had long heard that Chen's sword heartgrass was not ordinary to ordinary sword heartgrass, but it still amazed Yaroslav to navigate the word himself. Boom! At some point, Yaroslav's torso rushed out again. However, although his speed had already reached the extreme of the awakened 9th stage, it was still clearly no match for the Thunderheart swordgrass. The latter's speed, after all, had exceeded the speed of sound. Ah! A low, angry roar escaped Yaroslav's lips as he looked at the 3 sword leaves that were dead beside his follower. He looked at Chen, who was not far away, and determination flashed in his eyes. One must not be disturbed by these 3 sword leaves, or must launch a direct attack on Chen, who was in control. If he kept being led by these 3 sword leaves, he would be very passive. Yaroslav immediately made the decision to exchange wounds with Chen, even if he had to fight through the attacks of the 3 sword leaves. His own fleshly body was far more powerful than Chen's. With just a few attacks, he himself would be able to blast through Chen's plant armor and subdue him. Once the decision was made, Yaroslav carried it out without any delay. He ignored the attacks of the 3 sword leaves around him and only focused on killing towards Chen. Thumbs up. Several sword and leaf attacks were casually blocked by Yaroslav. The sharp sword leaves cut a bloody slash on the latter's body. But Yaroslav didn't care, he only had Su-chun in his eyes. A few moments later, Yaroslav arrived in front of Su-chun. A low roar came out of his mouth, and his fist was like a falling meteor as it smashed towards Su-chun. It's just a flash of lightning. A huge figure, however, abruptly rushed out from Su-chun's body. Iron Hand Vine. The Iron Hand Vine, which revealed its true form, instantly occupied a third of the arena area. Dozens of vines formed a bronze wall in front of Su-chun's body. Thud. Yaroslav's fist shattered several steel-like vines. His strength, however, was not enough to break through the defense of all the vines. Su-chun stood right behind the fence-like vines, his eyes calmly looking at Yaroslav. Stranded. Along with a whisper from him, all the remaining vines immediately poked out and twined towards Yaroslav's torso. Yaroslav instinctively wants to pull back. However, just at this moment, several chilly strong winds came from behind him. Thunderheart Swordgrass. Yaroslav's eyes narrowed slightly as he gritted his teeth and avoided the attack of the Thunderheart Swordgrass. But his dodge gave the Iron Hand Vine enough time to take control of his torso. Several vines wrapped around Yaroslav's limbs like vipers. The latter's face was furious and a roar came out of his mouth. He strained to tear off the vines that had climbed up his body. But the number of vines was simply too much, and he simply couldn't remove so many of them in a short period of time. Snort. These vines instantly tightened, pulling Yaroslav's torso into mid-air. Having lost his point of gravity, Yaroslav struggled more and more to get out, and the Thunderheart Swordgrass attacked from 3 more directions. Dang! Yaroslav struggled to avoid several sword leaves. The sword leaf immediately folded back after the blow landed and stabbed towards the latter. More and more canes of the Iron Hand Vine wrapped around Yaroslav's torso as well. The latter had been completely controlled at the moment, unable to even twist his body. Spin. The 3 sword leaves then rested at his eyes and heart. The incomparably sharp tip of the sword exuded an insidious cold that penetrated the body. Yaroslav doesn't admit defeat, still struggling but to no avail. After a minute-long stalemate, the referee steps into the arena. Winner. Decatur Su-chun. Hearing the referee declare Su-chun the winner, Yaroslav, who was entangled in the Iron Hand Vine, let out an angry cry as if in protest. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the current him had already been subdued by Su-chun. After the match, Su-chun told Iron Hand's Vine to put Yaroslav down. The latter's torso had been strung out with a blood-red mark. Yaroslav looked at Su-chun coldly, as if he wasn't convinced by the outcome of the match. Su-chun laughed toward him. Understood. Yaroslav didn't act as gentlemanly as Su-chun, and left the arena area with a cold snort. Decatur Su-chun player was the first to take the victory in the first battle, and also locked up the first spot in the top 5. One step closer to the championship in the first battle. Let's congratulate him. The host and the entire audience gave Su-chun applause and cheers. Su-chun returned to the waiting area in the midst of all the attention. The rest of the players took to the stage one by one to compete. The day slowed to a close. 5 exciting matches that left the crowd's faces flushed with excitement. Until after the last match was over, many people were reminiscing about the exciting battle they had just witnessed. Let's congratulate the 5 contestants: Su-chun, Xiaowang, Higgins, Larocto, and Popper. They will be competing toward the top 5. The champion will be born among the 5 of them. The first round of the finals came to an end with the soaring and unmistakable voice of the host. The result of this competition was exhilarating for the Great Chen audience. This was because 2 of the top 5 were participants from Great Chen: Su-chun, Xiaowang. Aside from that one battle where they conceded defeat to each other, both of them had maintained a full winning record so far. This gives Decatur a very high probability of winning the championship. Su-chun leaned back inside the bathtub and was resting his eyes. According to the schedule of the Deer Cup tournament, the ranking matches for the bottom 5 players will be played tomorrow, and the top 5 ranking matches will be held in 3 days. It was the equivalent of having a few more days to improve your strength. In this final, Decatur and Lighthouse were in the spotlight, because these 2 countries both occupy 2 of the top 5 spots. That is to say, the winner has the best chance of being born in the Great Chen and the Lighthouse. One of the loudest is Higgins winning the title. There have even been Lighthouse Nation spectators at the races over the last few days holding up banners that say "We are the champions." The major online forums had the highest vote for the winner, and Higgins was also the highest. Because soul-gifted people like him were extremely rare, it was hard to come up with one in tens of billions of people. The second layer has to be cultivated as soon as possible as well. Chen, inside the bathtub, murmured lowly. During the time he was involved in the competition, he was cultivating the 9 shocking spirit pagoda in addition to meditating. Originally, Chen was not so anxious about the cultivation of the 9 shocking spirit pagoda. But who let this tournament feature a Higgins who specializes in soul? The more he practiced, the more hope he had of winning. Chen had already constructed the first layer and was constructing the second layer of the tower. He felt that he should be fairly fast at this rate. For the next 3 days, there was no way to continue leveling up even if it was all used for meditation. It might as well be used to study the Dark Spirit method and the 9 shocking spirit tower. If they do run into Higgins in the tournament 3 days later, they will have more hope of winning. Any less and you won't lose so badly. The bottom 5 took 3 days to fall, and the crowd showed a lot of passion though. But it was clear they were looking forward to the game afterward even more. Top 5 contenders. Chen also managed to cultivate the 9 shocking spirit pagoda to the second level in these 3 days. On the stage, Chen's gaze aimed at Higgins, who was not far away. With the 9 shocking spirit tower's soul defense, it shouldn't be that much of a struggle against Higgins, right? Today we are going to start the lottery. There will be 1 lucky winner's turn and the remaining 4 will play. The lucky contestant will play the other 2 winning contestants. After the host briefly introduced the rules of the match, the draw began immediately. 5 people in turn take a number plate from a small silver box held by a staff member. Higgins player number 1. Xiaoong player number 1. The moderator announces to the crowd the numbered cards drawn by the crowd. Chen also took a number plate from the small silver box. Only, the number plate he was holding was blank. The host looked at the number plate in Chen's hand and smiled. Today's lucky winner has been born. He's the Chen contestant. Contestant Chen will face off with the 2 winning contestants, and the winner will fight the other winner for the title. The loser will compete with the remaining 2 for the 3rd place position. The great Chen audience shook their fists in delight. Chen drew the wheel position. There is clearly an advantage to having an empty seat in the rotation, so you can watch the other players for a few more matches and prepare ahead of time. Chen's luck is indeed good. But Shannon will be playing Higgins soon. Can he win? Higgins is the one who has the best hope of winning the title this year. It feels like Xiaoan is a bit up in the air. The great Chen audience had mixed feelings on their faces after watching the draw. While Chen was lucky to draw a round robin, Xiaoang is about to face Higgins. It's a formidable foe. Next, let's start enjoying today's matches. The entire audience gathered their thoughts back as the host chanted. All eyes were on the field of play. After the staff set up the field of play, the 2 competitors, Shannon and Higgins, slowly make their way to the ring. Higgins, as usual, was a gentleman, dressed in a proper evening dress and with a bowler hat on his head. He bent slightly in greeting to the spectators in the stands, a long-lasting smile on his face. A wave of cheers immediately rang out across the room. In comparison, there are far fewer people in favor of Xiaoang. Race start. The referee immediately announced the start of this match, and neither Shannon nor Higgins moved. They looked at each other like they were waiting for the other to take the lead. Mr. Xiaoang, you are a worthy opponent. It's an honor to fight you. Higgins removed his bowler hat and bowed to Shannon. The latter simply nodded calmly in greeting with Higgins. So, let's get started. Higgins put his bowler hat back on and laughed softly. Xiaoan's body immediately facilitated the disappearance in place. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of Higgins. The speed he displayed at the moment far exceeded Yaroslav's. Obviously, in those previous matches, Shannon still left something to be desired. There was a small gasp from the stands. But Higgins was as good as completely unconcerned about it. Next, a majestic soul force burst out from his body. Xiaoan, who was standing opposite Higgins, was as if he had been subjected to a fixation spell, and his body abruptly stiffened. The right fist, already raised in the air, suddenly appeared to freeze. Chapter 74. The finals meet again, and Pope's change of heart. A dense cold sweat oozed from Xiaoan's forehead. At the same time his expression looked pained, like he was fighting something. His right fist, at a slow pace, slammed into Higgins. But this speed of the punch, even just a child would be able to easily dodge it. Higgins watched Xiaoen's movements and a hint of shock and admiration spread across his face. Mr. Xiaoeng, I admire your amazing willpower. Out of so many opponents, you are the first to be under my soul's control and yet still be able to act. There was no mockery in Higgins' words, but rather a sincere appreciation. He circled around Xiaoen's body, his gaze carrying a strong sense of astonishment. Xiaoen's soul power was not comparable to his at all. He himself was unable to suppress his opponent. He studied under Malthus, the strongest soul of the blue planet, and learned how to use his soul power from a young age. And at this age, other awakened people don't even have a concrete concept of what a soul is yet. Playing against them yourself is simply considered a descending blow. And under the control of his huge soul force, Xiaoeng not only did not lose his mind, but he was even able to continue to maintain his attack stance by virtue of his tough as a sword will. This was, in Higgins' opinion, a marvelous thing. Phew! Xiaoen turned a deaf ear to Higgins' words and swept away with another kick. But right now, he couldn't even do that with his body. It was as if there was another person inside his body, fighting him for control of it. Therefore, the power of this kick is not much more powerful than a child's playfulness. Once again, Higgins avoids it easily. Bleachers, the hearts of the great Chen audience had fallen to the bottom. They had originally thought that even if Xiaoen would lose, it would definitely be a forceful battle. But at the moment, it was only then that the crowd so deeply appreciated the terror of Higgins. In front of Higgins, no matter how much power you have, you can't exert it, because he carries out another level of attack. And players of the same level and age as Higgins were as weak as newborn babies when compared to him at the soul level. Therefore, as soon as the match started, Xiaoen fell into an absolute disadvantage. The smiles on the faces of the pro-Higgins crowd intensified. This is soul power. The Lighthouse Kingdom is invincible in the path of the soul. First the Supreme Lord Malthus, and now Higgins, who will be the sole guides of Blue Star. Xiaoeng? It's nothing more than that. His brute strength is useless under a higher level of attack. The title this time has to be Higgins. There's no doubt about it. The Lighthouse Nation crowd applauded Higgins for his excellent performance. On the contrary, the great Chen audience was in a very low mood, because the ability Higgins has shown is truly too powerful. It gave birth to a sense of despair and powerlessness in them. Xiaoeng has been defeated so completely. What about Su Chen? Even if his plant was strong, what good was it? In front of such a powerful soul means, it would be hard for him to resist. Inside the waiting area, Su Chen frowned tightly and looked at Higgins in the arena. He felt Higgins' majestic soul power. This was even more powerful than what Su Chen had expected before. Although ordinary people couldn't see those soul forces, Su Chen could feel them. Higgins' mountain-like soul was pressing down on Xiaoen's body with deadly force. The latter's soul is rebelling to take back control of the body. But nay, Higgins is too powerful. Xiaoen was able to barely struggle, but couldn't do anything to free himself from it. Lost. Su Chen sighed helplessly. He had seen the end of this game. In the booth, the old man beside Chuiwe also showed a hint of surprise in his pale eyes. Truly a favorite of the heavens. To have such strong soul power. Hearing the old man's praise for Higgins, Chuiwe asked with a worried face, "Didn't you say that Su Chen's soul power is also strong? Then who is a bit more powerful compared to him and Su Chen?" Hearing Chuiwe's opening must mention Su Chen, the old man revealed a helpless smile. He thought for a few seconds before opening his mouth to answer the question. It's still Higgins compared to the two of them, isn't it? Su Chen's soul power and Higgins should be similar. It's just a pity that he hasn't received systematic teaching and training, and his use of soul power is far inferior to Higgins. Pity. The old man sighed and shook his head. If Su Chen was also like Higgins, who had received all kinds of targeted training since he was a child, and there was also a soul master at his side to teach him carefully. Not without hope for a win over Higgins then. However, there was not a single hegemonic level that specialized in souls within Great Chen, and there were a few among the monarch level. However, their use of soul power was also far from being described by the word proficient. Upon hearing the old man's reply, Chuiwe immediately appeared worried. She gazed at Higgins in the arena, thinking for a few seconds before speaking tentatively. Should we find an opportunity to give Higgins the... Chuiwe made a neck-wiping gesture while saying that. The old man's face froze. Your Highness, you have quite a few ghost ideas. But do you know what it means to do that? Not to mention whether or not it can be killed. Once that was done, It would inevitably provoke a war between the lighthouse and Great Qin. A confrontation between two great powers must be a disaster. Your Highness, focus on the match, the old man faintly said. Ing Chuiwe let out an oh-so-subtle sound and returned her attention to the field of play. In the large competition area, Xiao An's will was at its limit. He felt like there was a huge mountain pressing down on him, leaving him breathless. Despite Xiao An's best efforts to resist, he was unable to free himself. After a long confrontation, a hint of disappointment and despondency appeared in Xiao An's eyes. This is kind of the end of the line for myself. There was nothing he could do against Higgins' soulful offense. There's no point in continuing the fight any longer. I concede. Xiao An finally said those 3 words. Along with Xiao An's voluntary admission of defeat, the entire crowd suddenly began chanting Higgins' name, and Higgins immediately withdrew the power that was pressing down on Xiao An's soul. After the match, he once again took his hat off to Shannon. Mr. Xiao An, your willpower is strong. Xiao Ong sighed and laughed at himself. But it still can't carry your soul attack. Higgins didn't say anything more about it, just smiled politely. Xiao An also turned around immediately and walked out of the competition area. Watching Xiao Eng's back as he turned to leave, the hearts of the Great Qin spectators sank to the bottom. Shan Ong lost the possibility of competing for the title, and it was highly likely that Su Chun would, in all likelihood, be the same outcome as Xiao Ong. In the face of Higgins' soul attack, an unusual person had almost no means of resisting it. The game dealt a huge blow to the Deqin crowd. Although Su Chun and Xiao Ong both entered the top 5, they seem to be no match for Higgins. A deep sense of powerlessness and despair welled up within all the Great Qin spectators, so much so that the minds of some of the audience were completely oblivious to the showdown between Pope and Leroy Crowder. The match between Pope and Leroy Rector ended with Pope winning. This result was unexpected by most people. This was because after losing to Xiao An and Su Chun in a row, Popper had been acting a bit devastated. But I didn't expect him to do well going into the final. After a short break, there will be a duel between contestants Su Chun and Popper. The winner of this match will fight for the title against the Higgins player. The morning's competition came to an end with hysterical commentary from the host. Now it was Su Chen's turn. If he wins against Pope, then there is still hope for Daqin to win the title. If he lost, it would mean that Great Qin was completely out of the picture with the championship. That's why winning this battle is crucial. With countless Daqin spectators anxiously waiting, the match between Su Chun and Popo was about to begin. Please enter both players. After a brief slump, the Popper player has quickly adjusted his form, and he is about to face the player who had beaten him, Su Chun. And will player Su Chun be able to beat player Popper again? As the host chanted, Su Chun and Pop walked slowly into the arena area. The two of them had met in the group stage. Su Chun defeated Pop in a crushing defeat and now meets in the finals. Everyone was curious to see if Su Chun could create a miracle again. Match officially. Su Chun gazed at Pop from afar, not far away. He noticed the light in the other man's eyes. Something was different. After being defeated by himself and Xiao An in succession, Popper's form had taken a noticeable dip. But now his eyes were once again filled with confidence. The once gorgeous wizard of light seems to be back. The vigilance in Su Chen's heart increased by a few points. And Popper gazed at Su Chun similarly, but didn't say anything. In the group stage, the match where he was defeated by Su Chun made him wake up completely. The fiasco of that one had made him doubt his life for a while. But he changed. This is a game that one will never lose again. Holy light shines. As always, Popper held out his right hand, and a radiantly glowing singularity was born in his hand. Su Chun closed his eyes with a calm face. The disorienting effect of the light had no effect on him. One could completely rely on one's soul power and perceive Pop's presence. But instead, Popper just threw the shiny singularity this time. That singularity of light arrived in front of Su Chun in a flash, then exploded with a bang. The powerful force contained therein immediately dispersed in all directions, like an active volcano that had violently erupted. Su Chen's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly made the iron hand vine block in front of him. Having just survived the force of the singularity explosion, Popper attacked again. 1,000 prisms. Once again, thousands of Popper's phantoms appeared in the field. The Great Qin audience watched this scene, their faces not the least bit worried. This was because they knew that this move would be of no use to Su Chun. Last time, Su Chen had pinpointed Popper's true body without expending any effort. This time is no exception. Su Chen thought the same thing. But instead of foolishly waiting for Su Chen to attack this time, Popo took the lead. Passage of light. Only to see a brilliant light erupt from the hands of each phantom. The light in the hands of these phantoms passed and converged on each other like folding mirrors. Eventually all the pillars of light converged together, forming a huge pillar of light that was extremely brilliant and bright. The energy possessed by this pillar of light was quite majestic. Even space looked a little distorted in the refraction of the light column. Wow! Seeing this peculiar stance, a gasp of surprise came from the entire audience. Not only is Popper's use of the light element as magnificent as before, it's even more amazingly powerful. He's so much better than he was during the group stage. No wonder he was able to defeat Colorado. This time, I'm afraid Su Chen won't win that easily. Win? I think it's more likely he'll lose this time. The stands instantly resounded with the murmurs of countless spectators. Race committee area. Those lighthouse executives and powerhouses who were watching the battle all revealed gazes of relief. Popper's teacher couldn't help but raise the sky and laugh. Good loss. Good loss. We would also like to thank the great Chen for bringing defeat to Popper and making him realize the right path for the light elemental. Otherwise, he might never change and waste his talent for nothing. Great Chen has spawned a strong man for our lighthouse kingdom. The smiles on the remaining few people's faces grew wider as they heard this. The gloom of the previous failure was suddenly cleared away. The lighthouse state is kind of in a league of its own in this contest. Not only was there Higgins, an overwhelmingly skilled demon, but there was also Popper, an incomparable light elemental genius. The winner and the runner-up will be in the bag for the lighthouse state. The allocation represented by the top two alone could benefit the lighthouse state by tens of billions of source crystals. How can the crowd not be happy? The old man beside Chuiwe also looked at Popper and marveled. A genius indeed. A mere 20 days or so has made up for its own shortcomings. Chuiwe didn't say anything and just looked straight at the field, just like the other great Chen spectators. Chapter 75 Defeating Popper. Princess Pink's arrival. Mutual agreement. Everyone gazed at Su Chen with nervous gazes. Popper made up for his previous lack of killing power and unleashed a torrential attack on Su Chen. In the face of such a terrifying attack, would Su Chen be able to block it? Countless gazes converged on Su Chen's body. If he lost, Great Chen would completely lose the possibility of competing for the title. In the middle of the race, Su Chen also didn't anticipate that Popo's 1,000 prisms would possess such a terrifying aggressiveness. His eyes narrowed violently. It seems that he is not the only one who has improved during this time. Other players, too, are improving. Thunderclap. Facing the incoming pillar of blazing light, Su Chen summoned 3 sword leaves without thinking, and immediately let the 3 sword leaves unite. The 3 sword leaves appeared in front of Su Chen's body in a matter of moments, merging into one as they flew, and attacked towards getting the brilliant light pillar. Boom! The 2 elements of gale surprise thunder continuously surrounded Sword Leaf's body, forming an astonishing thunderstorm. In full view of everyone, the thunderstorm and the radiant 1,000-fold pillar of light collided together. The hot power exploded like a cannonball. Bearish flames burned in the arena, and terrifying air waves swept in all directions. The 4 temporary referees stepped in at the same time, keeping all the aftermath of the battle contained within the arena area, so as to avoid any danger to the spectators in the surrounding stands. There were not a few shrieks from around the room. The crowd looked inside the race and had sweaty hands. At the same time, the faces of all the people were filled with a flush of excitement. A fight like this is the kind of scene that should be seen in the final. The thunderstorm and the brilliant pillar of light collided in the air, neither of the 2 forces refusing to bow down first. Popper looked at the 1,000 prisms that were blocked by Su Chen, gritted his teeth in death, and said word for word, "This time, I will never lose." As he spoke, he also instantly drained all the force power from his body. Hundreds more phantoms appeared in the middle of the arena. These phantoms, like the others, raised their hands and erupted a ray of light that merged into the pillar of light. Originally, the Thunderheart Swordgrass and the 1,000-fold light pillar were in an even stance. However, after these hundreds of phantom rays were added, the power of the 1,000 light pillars instantly increased by a lot. The Thunderheart Swordgrass instantly fell into the middle of a disadvantage, making it difficult to resist. The thunderstorm that surrounded the area was also gradually on the verge of collapsing and dissolving. Watching this scene, the Great Chen audience let out a gasp of surprise, their hearts hanging in their throats. Everyone's hearts were cheering for Su Chen. Hang in there, Great Chen's last hope. But no matter how much the crowd prayed, for Su Chen it did not have the slightest effect. Under the 1,000 prisms of soaring might, the thunderstorm finally couldn't carry the impact of this majestic power. Boom! The brilliant column of light was piercing through the storm inch by inch, and the latter was gradually dying out. The hearts of all the Great Chen spectators sank to the bottom. To be defeated? Just at the last moment when the shining pillar of light was about to destroy the thunderstorm. Su Chen, who was in the arena, suddenly took out a flower pot from his storage device. It appeared to be a young willow. Since it was too far away, the audience couldn't hear what was roaring from Su Chen's mouth. All they could see was that the willow swiftly cleaved out a thick, dragon-like brilliant golden thunderbolt. Golden thunder blatantly landed on the Thunderheart Swordgrass's body. The latter received the golden thunder's boost, and his originally decadent aura instantly climbed to the top. Boom! The thunderstorm that was already on the verge of breaking shattered abruptly, turning into wild winds and countless silver snakes that splattered out in all directions. But in the meantime, an even more ferocious golden sea of thunder enveloped the entire arena. The terrifying power of thunder immediately shattered all those phantom bodies of Popper. The thousands of phantom bodies were like scattered bubbles, breaking apart one after another. As those phantom bodies disintegrated, the radiant pillars of light dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye until they completely disappeared. And Popper, who was enveloped by the sea of thunder, revealed an expression of incomparable pain. Despite his best efforts at resistance, he was unable to dispel the near-ubiquitous thunder that surrounded him. Stop! The referee from Lighthouse Nation immediately stepped in to stop Su Chen and pulled Popura out of the fight area. Seeing this, the head referee announced the result of this match. Winner, Su Chen. After a brief moment of calm, the surrounding Great Chen spectators immediately erupted into a tsunami of cheers. 1. Su Chen won. At least it retains the hope of winning the championship. Su Chen. The excitement of the Great Chen audience could no longer be described in words. It wasn't that long ago that Shannon suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Higgins, and they desperately needed a win. And Su Chen brought the victory. Just as he did in the group stage, he once again defeated Pope in a crushing fashion. And by this time Popper was incomparable to what he had been. However, he was still easily defeated by Su Chen. This was not only a victory that belonged to Su Chen, but also a victory that belonged to Great Chen. Race Committee Area. The faces of the Lighthouse executives were ugly, and the bright smiles they had earlier were now gone. Pope's change and progress delighted them, because the future of the Lighthouse State will once again be a strong one. But that's the future. Right now, Popper was defeated by Su Chen. It has to be a shame that the Lighthouse State lost a good opportunity to bag the title and the runner-up spot. It's okay. Higgins is our last card. No one can defeat him, no one. Someone whispered to himself. The men next to him nodded approvingly. As a disciple of Lord Malthus, Higgins is far stronger than his contemporaries. A runner-up, gone for good. On stage, the host announced, "The change in Pope's players has shown us his amazing talent and progress. But unfortunately, in the end, it was still player Su Chen who was better. Tomorrow, he will make the final showdown with the Higgins player for the title." The moderator's passionate tone echoed through the arena. Su Chen, walking off the stage, and Higgins, who was in the lighthouse waiting area, looked at each other across the room. The latter, with a faint smile on his lips, gave him a polite nod. Su Chen also nodded gently towards Higgins. With Pope's defeat, the day came to an end. But many of the spectators simply didn't want to leave the arena, and even hated the fact that it was the next day. Su Chen and Higgins face off. Championship battle. Everyone is desperate to know the final answer to this showdown. Higgins' soul means are indeed strong and somewhat supermodeled. However, Su Chen surprised the audience time and time again, and every time he encountered danger, he was always able to turn it around and defeat his opponents. And he, along with Higgins, are truly the players who have not lost a match so far. A match between the two of them would be more exciting than any other. The spectators gradually left the arena, despite the fact that they were reluctant to leave. The contestants also returned to their respective living areas. When Su-chun walked into the repeat cafe, the crowd looked at him and applauded him. "Tomorrow, go for it." Hua Yinghao patted Su-chen's shoulder and said in an excited tone. Hua Yinghao was eliminated during the group stage. Although he didn't make it to the finals, the tournament benefited him a lot. And the fact that Su-chun and he both came from the training camp gave Hua Yinghao a sense of pride that came with the honor. "Higgins does have a strong soul. You need to be more careful," Xiaoong said to Su-chun with a calm face. "It's a load of crap though." However, it was also true that Xiaoong did not know how to resist soul attacks. At this point, there was no way he could give Su-chun any advice. "Okay." The coach clapped his hands and signaled for silence. "There won't be any replays or pushbacks today. Su-chun, you rest up for tomorrow's match. Don't be too nervous. Everything goes as it should." Su-chun gently nodded, and then the crowd dispersed. The coach did this because he also wanted to try his best to take the pressure off Su-chun. With the finals coming up, there is enough pressure on the players. What is more important to do at this time is to relax. However, Su-chun himself didn't feel very nervous. Higgins specializes in soulful offense. He has the same offense and defense of the soul. The secret soul method given by St. Willow was very profound, perhaps even more powerful than the soul method Higgins had learned. So, not only was Su-chun not panicking, but he was also somewhat looking forward to tomorrow's showdown, because tomorrow he would be able to find out just how powerful the soul secret technique that St. Willow had given him was. Su-chun returned to the villa while pondering. His footsteps suddenly stopped in the street, his eyes looking ahead. Outside the villa where he lived, there was a young girl and old man, pacing outside the door. It looked like he was waiting for him. "Is it the occupant of the villa across the street?" Su-chun murmured in a low voice in his heart. He continued toward the villa without changing his face. Sure enough, that young girl ran over on her own accord immediately after seeing him. Su-chun. The young girl's pace was jaunty, and her face wore a strong look of excitement and exhilaration. Su-chun instantly frowned and stopped in his tracks. "Why are you so excited to see yourself? Is it a female fan?" These days Su-chun occasionally went online, and he was aware of his current popularity. Definitely more popular than any top stream star. There are even hundreds of millions of fans who support him. Is it hard to believe that this young girl is one of them, and that she has come to the door? An old man and a young man came in front of Su-chun, and the young girl couldn't wait to open her mouth. "Su-chun, that last move you did today was awesome. Beat the out of that bopper." The young girl was excited as she made a flapping motion. "You are?" Su-chun looked at the young girl and asked tentatively. The young girl in front of me was dressed in a cool, unassuming way, but the posture is first class in the world. The delicate white skin looks like white jade. A pair of eyes are like shining stars. Even if she had no makeup on and was just plain, she would have been stunning. The young girl couldn't wait to introduce herself when she heard Su-chen's inquiry. "My name is Ing Chuiwe. It's your woman." Ahem. Su-chen almost sprayed a mouthful of old blood. Are all female fans so raw these days? Ing Chuyu? Su-chun suddenly reacted. As expected, it was similar to what Song Chao had guessed. The owner of the villa across the street was a member of the royal family. "Greetings, Your Highness." Su-chen bowed slightly in greeting. Seeing how formal Su-chan was, Ing Chuiwe frowned. "No calling me Your Highness. You can call Hatsuki, Suki, Katsuki, or wife, or whatever you want." When Su-chun heard this, he couldn't help but look embarrassed. This enthusiasm is a little hard for him to get used to. "Your Highness is acting a bit heavenly." At this moment, the old man behind Ing Chuyu spoke. Uninstructed, Su-chun cast a glance towards the old man. The old man just shook his head and smiled. "An old slave, what is there to ask for advice? The princess is quite appreciative of you, and has come to the door today. You young people have something in common, so the old slave won't bother." With that, the old man asked Ing Chuyu to leave. The latter waved his little hand in a hurry, his meaning clearly expressed. "Get out of here, you." Only Su-chun and Ing Chuiwe were left on the street at once. "Your Highness, inside please?" After a moment of silence, Su-chun reached out. Ing Chuiwe nodded her head vigorously, and then she turned around and walked into the villa with a big grin. Su-chun ordered Song Chao and the others to bring tea and snacks. However, Ing Chuiwe's gaze was always gathered on Su-chen's face. "You're so handsome." Chuyue said with a dazed look on her face. Su Chun could only smile helplessly and bitterly. Your Highness has flattered me. I wonder what your Highness is looking for me for? Chuyue shook her little head and said, Nothing much. I just wanted to come over to see you and cheer you on. Give it your best shot in the finals tomorrow, too. Champion, it must be you. Su Chen faintly laughed a few times. This princess looked like a nymphomaniac and looked quite innocent. I can't believe I can have a female fan myself and a princess fan at that. Higgins is really strong, but I will try my best. Live up to the princess' high expectations. Chuyue smiled cheekily, then winked at Su Chun. So be it. If you can beat Higgins for the title, I'll make you a promise. Su Chun froze for a moment. Request? What request? He didn't expect Chuyue to suddenly say this. A hint of cunning flashed in Chuyue's eyes as she quietly pulled on the hem of her skirt, allowing the parting to reveal a large area of whiteness. The feet on the crystal heels buckled. Anything you ask for, oh. Su Chun didn't move and sipped his tea, pretending not to see the scene in front of him. Yes, Your Highness. I'll do my best. What leg is not a leg? I, Su Chun, won the championship to win for my country, never for any thighs. Chapter 76, The Coming of the Finals, Higgins Recognition, Blue Star Tremors. Chuyue didn't stay here in Su Chun for too long. After both sides just made a simple agreement, Chuyue left the villa. He even winked playfully at Su Chun before leaving. Su Chun smiled and sent her out of the villa. As he watched Chuyue's distant back, the smile on his face gradually disappeared and his brows furrowed. I can't believe I have princess powder? This was something Su Chun had never expected. And Chuyue's attitude also made him feel a little difficult to fight. As the titular princess of Great Qin, what kind of top stream stars and geniuses had she not seen before? But what could be worthy of such enthusiasm from her? Therefore, Chuyue's strange enthusiasm instead made Su Chun a bit puzzled. Forget it. The match with Higgins is the most important. Su Chun shook his head, clearing all these thoughts out. The most important thing for him right now is to meet the match with Higgins. As long as he took this match, he himself would be the champion of the Deer Cup. Not only can we get a huge distribution of benefits for Great Qin, but we can also get that Heart of Life, a totem-level plant life regenerator. Su Chen's eyes suddenly became fiery. For the sake of this totem-level plant life, one would have to go all out. If he missed this opportunity, the next time he wanted to get totem-level plant life, he wouldn't know when it would be. Su Chun even doubted whether there was still any totem-level plant life on the blue planet. After Su Chun turned around and returned, he went straight up to the top floor of the villa, and he instructed Song Chao not to bother him for the next few days, just to bring in the meals on schedule. Song Chao said respectfully, Your Excellency, please prepare for the match in peace. Leave the rest to the slaves. Watching Su Chun slowly walk up to the third floor, a trace of pride surged on Song Chao's face. His own master will represent Great Qin and compete with the sole genius Higgins for the Deer Cup. They must not drag their feet for Su Chun. After Su Chun returned to the top floor of the villa, he did not enter a meditative state. It was unlikely that he could make a breakthrough in these 3 days. And even if it advanced again, the battle power it raised was very limited. Instead of using this time for meditation, it would be better to use it to cultivate the dark spirit method. Since Higgins was good at souls, he would have to put some effort into the soul together himself. A whole night passed, and Su Chun also opened his eyes from his cultivation state. Listening to the bell ringing on the other side of the arena, Su Chun knew that the match was about to open. This is the battle for the title, and there is absolutely no room for error. Su Chun stood up and walked out of the villa after simply washing up. It was only then that he was shocked to realize that Xiaoong and the others were waiting for him outside the villa long ago. Behind Xiaoong and the other 9 contestants, there were all the staff members who came with them this time. Everyone looked at him with an eager gaze. There was inspiration and anticipation in that gaze. Go for it. Take it easy and do your best. Go for it. Xiaoan and the others looked at him and said softly, their tone filled with sincerity. Su Chun nodded slightly, his gaze locking with the crowd. Su Chun then took a step toward the venue. Racecourse. The audience was admitted 2 hours early, and they didn't want to wait any longer. Today is the final battle for the title, and they are desperate to know the outcome. Also want to see an unbelievably close matchup. They don't want to miss a single detail of today's game. The race committee staff was working early in the morning to set up the course, as well as testing the field and various instruments. The arena was already packed as race time approached. The host took the stage with all the audience watching and an excited smile on his face. I'm sure everyone can't wait to see the showdown of the century as much as I can. Today, the winner of the Deer Cup will be born here. Let's welcome the two contestants to the stage with the warmest applause. Everyone immediately looked to the player entry lane of the arena. Chen and Higgins walked out of the passageways on both sides of the arena at the same time and slowly walked towards the arena area. The moment, the gazes of the entire Blue Star's 10 billion people were gathered on Chen and Higgins. Chen is the biggest dark horse emerging from this Deer Cup, originally not favored by everyone. He has won all the way to the finals, and is expected to hold the championship trophy, which I have to say is a miracle. I don't need to be introduced to the Higgins players. He is the pride of all the Lighthouse Nation, the only disciple of Lord Malthus, one of the 5 most powerful, and an innate soul gifter who definitely has the qualifications to take the championship trophy. Now please enter both players. With the hissing of the host, 2 spotlights fell on the outstretched hands of Chen and Higgins. In everyone's gaze, Chen and Higgins' figures appeared in the middle of Blue Star's major live broadcast screens. The gazes of the entire Blue Star were all converging on the 2 of them at the moment. For the finals competition committee, extremely important, just the referee is full of 12 people. Top-notch medical squads are on standby. Watching the appearance of the 2 players in, the emotions of the live broadcasting room and the live audience suddenly rose. Higgins, beat that Decatur kid. The title must be ours in the Lighthouse Kingdom. No one can take the title away from our Lighthouse Nation. Use your soul attack and crush him. The pro-Higgins crowd let out a loud chant from the floor. As the figurative exponent of the word genius, Higgins has a large number of die-hard fans across the blue planet. After all, Higgins was just too perfect, several levels ahead of everyone else from birth. He basically killed in seconds when he faced people at the same level. Even though Chen performed quite well in the Deer Cup match, Higgins supporters were still adamant that Chen would not be a match for Higgins. The Deer Cup is considered Chen's battle for fame. From being silent and unknown to showing greatness, Chen only used 1 month. During this period of the game, he has also gained a hit of supporters, most of whom are still female fans. Despite Higgins' rather strong performance, the teenage fans were still adamant that Chen could surprise them, except the audience is watching. The top brass of all the major countries and powers were basically tuning in to watch the game. Because all the previous champions of the Deer Cup, as long as they didn't accidentally fall in their later growth, they all without exception became Blue Star's man of the hour. And Higgins and Chen are no exception, especially the former, who could very well be a second Martos. No, possibly even stronger than Malthus. This is definitely not good news for the crowd. The Lighthouse Nation with the most powerful Malthus is already one of the 5 most powerful nations of the Blue Planet. If another supreme powerhouse emerged, the pattern of the Blue Star would probably change as a result. As for Chen, honestly, these executives thought Chen's hopes of winning were very slim. The power of both sides was simply not in the same dimension. Ordinary awakened people naturally fell into a disadvantage when facing Higgins, even though Chen had displayed superb soul power in the previous match. But he hadn't undergone systematic training and education, and his utilization of soul power was definitely inferior to Higgins. Combine these factors, the crowd didn't think highly of Chen. Relatively speaking, it's still Higgins who has a better chance of winning. Great Qin, the first emperor and the 6 elders, including Changmu and Wei Xianlang, were all staring at the live screen in the center of the conference room. Chen, is there any hope of winning? The beginning emperor asked the crowd in a rare inquisitive tone. All 6 elders were silent, not answering this question from the first emperor. It also kind of gives its own answer. Changmu stroked his beard and frowned. He also didn't expect Chen to be able to keep killing his way into the finals. Now Decatur's hopes of winning the championship were all on Chen's shoulders. The chances of winning aren't that great. He and Higgins are not that far apart in terms of soul power. The latter, however, is much more proficient in this respect. Someone pondered for a long time before speaking slowly, but immediately there were others who gave a different view. Nonetheless, if one relies on their strong soul power to block Higgins' attack, then Higgins is Chen's fish on the table. The beginning emperor listened to the crowd's comments, his face unperturbed as he just looked at the match screen indifferently. On the racecourse, Chen and Higgins had already entered the arena area, and both of them were looking at each other from a distance. Higgins is significantly more serious about the finals than he has been in previous matches. He was wearing a more elaborate tuxedo and had a light and confident smile on his face. Once in the ring, Higgins bowed slightly to the crowd as usual. His behavior instantly sparked gasps from the surrounding audience. Chen, on the contrary, stood still and did nothing. Only after Higgins' ceremony was complete did the three referees slowly make their way to the ring. The referee restated the rules of the match, and then announced that the match would begin. The large arena, hundreds of thousands of spectators, actually quieted down in an instant. No one said even one more word. The spectators inside the arena stared at the duo inside the arena area with dead eyes, anticipating their upcoming duel. The only sound in the room was the sound of rapid, ragged breathing rising and falling into a single movement. Higgins bowed slightly towards Chen, while the latter nodded his chin. This Higgins is quite interesting. Just as Chen was thinking this, he suddenly felt an incomparably great pressure coming from the front. The pressure is invisible, yet omnipresent. And it's only for him, Shasta. It was Higgins' massive soul power. This was Higgins' favorite move in the match and also Chen's favorite move before. That was to use one's majestic soul power to directly crush towards the opponent. Simple, brutal, but very effective. When encountering an opponent with no means of soul defense and a weak soul, this move alone could immediately disable the opponent. But one is not an average person. While Chen secretly said in his heart, he also released his soul force. Boom! The majestic soul force was like waves surging out with a surging aura. The two invisible forces immediately collided within the competitive area. The audience could feel the presence of those two powerful forces even though they couldn't see them. Side-splitting. Considering how special Higgins was, the commentator hired for this finals was a dominant powerhouse, Sawyer, who also specialized in soul power. Sawyer watched the collision of the two majestic soul forces in the field with a slightly shaken expression. These two strands of soul force were just like the sea that had set off a shocking wave, with the waves and the waves pouring into each other. Amazing! Just amazing! Sawyer exclaimed in a sincere tone. Both Chen and Higgins' soul power is extremely powerful, far exceeding that of their peers. Their two soul forces clashed in the air, neither of them refusing to show weakness and give in. Hearing Sawyer's commentary, the crowd realized what was really going on in the arena. Neither Chen nor Higgins looked like they were going into action. But the reality is that the showdown has already begun. Higgins felt Chen's equally powerful soul force, and a trace of intense shock surged on his face. His eyes looked at Chen unexpectedly, as if he was looking at a monster. All along, Higgins thought he was the unique one. Tens of billions of people in all of Blue Star, and he's the only Higgins. An innately powerful soul made him naturally suited to the path of the mind department. But now, Higgins runs into a soul as powerful as his own. It was a sudden and slight shock to Higgins' ever-superior psyche. He was not the most unique one. There are others on this planet who are as favored by God as he is. Mr. Chen, your soul power is no different from mine. Higgins' whispered words resonated through the sound collectors and spreaders in the arena. Upon hearing his words, all the audience members instantly revealed expressions of shock beyond measure. What? Chen's soul power is actually as strong as Higgins. Doesn't this mean that Chen really has hopes of taking the title? There must be. Chen must be able to do it. He's performed so many miracles, and this one will be no different. The spectators who supported Chen couldn't help but have a wide smile popping up on their faces. Who's Higgins? That was a disciple of the most powerful one, a powerful soul-gifted person. Chen's soul force was surprisingly able to match the latter. This made the audience refresh their perception of Chen once again. How many other secrets did this man have that they didn't know about? The top echelons of all the major countries and powers couldn't help but be staggered when they heard this. In the previous duel, Chen had revealed his superb soul power. That was why they had long known that Chen was not weak in the soul. But the crowd, however, did not expect Chen's soul to be so powerful. It even rivals Higgins. That is to say, the only difference between him and Higgins was in the control and use of soul power. Chen must be focused on. I don't care what methods you use and how much money you drop, you have to find out everything about Chen. A man who can rival Higgins. Great Chen may appear in the future in a strong man who specializes in the soul. the attitudes of the top echelons of the major powers towards Su Chen changed once again. The latter's importance in their eyes has increased again. Chapter 77 Levels of Spiritualized Objects. The Beginning Emperor's Excitement. No one was hit harder by the news than the top brass of the Lighthouse State. A group of Lighthouse executives looked at the live screen with grim faces. Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom when they heard Higgins' words of approval. On this blue planet, a supreme being who specializes in souls is enough with Lord Malthus. It was because of Lord Malthus that the Lighthouse Kingdom was alone in the blue star in the soul. By this, the Lighthouse State has profited extremely well. If Great Chen also appeared an overlord who specializes in the soul, or the most powerful, this is definitely not good news for the Lighthouse State. Is it necessary to target Su Chen and start any action? Definitely don't make a move until you're completely sure. Emperor Chen definitely has the vigor to fight us to the death. Su Chen's existence was a potential threat to the Lighthouse State. But after a short consultation, the Lighthouse State gave up those crooked ideas. Because once anything happened to Su Chen, the Lighthouse and Great Chen would definitely fight to the death. The price to be paid that way would be too great. In the arena, those who supported Higgins couldn't help but let out a snort when they heard the other spectators' comments. Laughing my ass off. It's only just blocked Higgins' offense and you're blowing it. Even if Su Chen has the same powerful soul as Higgins, so what? Higgins has an absolute advantage in this regard. The match has only just begun. Watch well. Su Chen will never be a match for Higgins. The crowd, which was rooting for Higgins, fought for him. There was an unbelievably heated debate about this from both audiences. But the controversy came and went quickly, and was quickly put to rest. Because it's the game in the field that counts, and the answer will soon be revealed. Everyone looked at Su Chen and Higgins in the arena, anticipating their next collision. After the crushing failed, Higgins withdrew his immense soul power, because he knew that doing so would not help in the slightest, but rather would make him look crass. In the face of someone like Su Chen, who was also good at souls, the effect of this simple means was almost negligible. Looks like I'm going to have to take this match seriously, Mr. Su Chen. Higgins slowly tightened the confident smile on his face and gradually became grave. It was the first time in so many matches that Higgins had shown such a stony expression. Su Chen didn't feel that Higgins was bluffing in the slightest. He also showed a grave expression, looking warily at Higgins across the room. Higgins is by no means an alarmist when he says this. Throughout all of Higgins' previous matches, he has shown almost no undercard or tools. This was also the reason why Su Chen had no bottom in his psyche. In the group stage and the first round of the final, most of the players have shown all their strengths. The only one who is different is Higgins. He relied on his massive soul power to crush his opponents every time. So, Su Chen couldn't get any information from his previous match videos. The latter was like a blank sheet of paper in his eyes. Su Chen also couldn't guess what soul attacking means the other party had, and was unable to defend himself in advance. Even though Su Chen has the 9 shocking spirit pagoda to shelter his soul. But this was, after all, the first time that the 9 shocking spirit pagoda had been involved in an actual battle, and Su Chen really didn't have a clue about the latter's defense. Higgins was like a shot of chicken blood to the aorta of all his supporters. The crowd let out a roar of approval for him. Finally getting serious, Higgins. Defeat your opponent and show him what a true soul attack is. In soul, Higgins is invincible. Higgins' words instantly ignited the crowd. Everyone, in turn, was expecting his next attack. The next attack will very, very likely traumatize your soul. Higgins warned before launching his attack. Su Chen accepted Higgins' kindness and smiled faintly. It's okay. Feel free to come. Of all the injuries, soul trauma was definitely the most difficult to heal, because the vast majority of medical treatments are useless for soul trauma. And there are only a small number of medicines on the blue planet that can serve to nourish the soul. This was also the reason why the dream electric butterfly hadn't fully healed after so many years after being injured in the first place. However, Su Chen didn't have much to worry about, although he didn't know exactly how strong the defense of the 9 shocking spirit pagoda was. But since it was given by Saint Willow, it certainly wouldn't be too bad. Even if one was injured, it wouldn't be to the point of being extremely serious. Bee Sting. Higgins immediately launched his attack after warning Su Chen. His soul power transformed into a sharp silver needle in the air, enough to condense into hundreds. These silver needles, similar to bee stings, swiftly stabbed towards Su Chen's soul under Higgins' control. These fine needles condensed from soul power were intangible, and it was difficult to be on guard. Sawyer on the hosting stage also immediately explained to the crowd in a passionate tone. This is one of the basic moves of the soul attack developed by Lord Malthus. By means of sharp, fine needles of the soul, an attack is made on the enemy's soul. It seems that the Higgins player is still very mindful of Su Chen's safety and has adopted a less aggressive offense. I wonder how player Su Chen will respond. The crowd had a hard time seeing exactly what was going on in the arena though, but that didn't dampen their passion in the least. Everyone set their eyes on Su Chen. In the face of those incoming soul silver needles, Su Chen's face did not change in the slightest. Soul offense means similar to stings were described in the Dark Spirit laws, but not in detail. Because this was only the most basic means of soul offense, there was a general description of such methods in the Dark Spirit laws without a specific cultivation method. Su Chen could turn his soul force into any offensive item as long as he learned it. Boom! A majestic soul power burst out from Su Chen's body. This soul force was like a howling gale that wrapped around Su Chen's body. Those silver needles condensed from some soul power had no way to break through such a violent hurricane. Only just as soon as they approached Su Chen's torso, they were torn to shreds by this furious and incomparable hurricane, turning into pure soul force that escaped into the air. Oh! Soya's gaze lit up as he looked at Su Chen in admiration. Although the Su Chen contestant hasn't received the teachings of a soul powerhouse, he seems to be exceptionally gifted in the use of soul power. To think of circumventing Higgins' attack in this way. What a genius! Despite the national differences, Sawyer's admiration for Su Chen was heartfelt. He couldn't help but have a strange thought pop into his mind at this point. How wonderful it would have been if Su Chen had been a lighthouse nation. Higgins watched as Su Chen easily defended against his own means of attack, and there was no discouragement on his face. This was because the bee stinger was only the least powerful of the many attacks he had at his disposal. Higgins looked at Su Chen, and an unspeakable gaze gradually emerged in his eyes, a gaze that could be called recognition. Throughout the years, Higgins has always been the strongest among his peers. There isn't one. This invincibility gave him a very lonely feeling, and today he met a peer who he could let go of. That's good. My next attack won't be so vulnerable. With a faint smile on his face, Higgins immediately sent another attack towards Su Chen. At the same time, he began to run wildly towards Su Chen. An attack condensed with soul force fell down like a raging wind and rain. Su Chen did not change his face and let the hurricane beside him become even more violent. In the meantime, he summoned a sword leaf and stabbed it swiftly at Higgins in a flash of streaming light. The viewers who supported Su Chen all had their eyes lit up. Yeah. I almost forgot that Su Chen has so many other powerful plants. He's on par with Higgins in terms of soul power, but Su Chen has a plant boost. As long as we make sure not to be controlled by Higgins, and with the powerful killing power of the sword heartgrass, Higgins will surely be defeated. The spectators who supported Su Chen looked like they had found the secret to winning, and their hearts suddenly became excited. But Higgins in the field looked at the sword leaves that came flying, but there was no fear on his face. Mr. Su Chen, if you're a strong martial arts department, I'm afraid I'll definitely lose this battle. But unfortunately, you are a plant awakened. Even the most unintelligent plant possesses a soul of its own. I, on the other hand, was able to control them quite easily, Higgins said as he gently reached out with a little finger. As that soul force probed out, the sword leaf that was flying in the air then came to a violent stop. The sword leaves seemed to be under some kind of inexplicable control, pausing in the air not knowing what it should do. A peculiar smile sprang up on Higgins' face as he said, "So you won't have to summon any other plants either. The imperial beast system and the plant system are going to be powerless against me." Looking at the confused Jian Yi in the air, Su Chen's face did not show any surprise. He had also long anticipated this outcome. With a wave of his hand, Su Chen let the sword leaves return to the spatial ring. And at the moment, Higgins had come to him. Soul-splitting chop. Higgins rushed to Su Chen and raised his right hand high. Dense soul power condensed on his arm, forming a huge blade that viciously chopped down towards Su Chen. Snap! Su Chen's right hand shook slightly, only to see a whip-like object instantly appear in his hand. Only, this whip didn't have any solidity, but was condensed by soul force. Su Chen waved the whip in his hand like a shepherd, swinging it fiercely in the air. shaking the void with a hunting sound. The swift whip was like the tail of a divine dragon, colliding with Higgins' blade in the air. Slap! There was a clear blast of sound in the arena. This was followed by a sound similar to that of breaking glass. Sawyer looked at the blade in Higgins' hand with disbelief. In the touch with the soul-striking whip, the blade was surprisingly as fragile as tofu, cracking and dissipating with a loud bang. The crowd in the arena saw Sawyer's incredibly shocked expression, but they couldn't see what was going on, and each of them felt as bad as ants crawling inside. It wasn't until several seconds had passed that Sawyer reacted from his intense shock. He looked at the hundreds of thousands of spectators and said in an almost trembling tone, "Soulizing. Player Su Chen's talent in soul manipulation is unexpectedly so high. To have comprehended the mysteries of soul materialization on your own without anyone teaching you, and his understanding of soulless objects is even higher than Higgins." Sawyer's expression looked like he had seen a ghost when he said the last sentence. The audience was confused by what they were hearing. What the hell is going on here? And in the Great Qin Elders Conference that was 10,000 miles away, when the beginning emperor saw that the soul-striking whip in Su Chen's hand easily blasted the blade in Higgins' hand, he let out a loud and unrestrained laugh. The beginning emperor laughed for a good 10 seconds before stopping. Since ascending the throne, the first emperor had not laughed so heartily for thousands of years. The 6 Changmu people present also revealed gazes of incomparable excitement. Changmu, in particular, had tears glistening in his old eyes. "God bless De Qin. God bless De Qin ah. Su Chen has such a talent in soul materialization." The remaining few people, too, nodded with grave expressions. Although Changmu and the others were not overlord-level powerhouses who specialized in souls. But as the saying goes, if you haven't eaten pork, haven't you seen a pig run? They more or less know something about the soul. It's just that this information doesn't help much with specific cultivation. Soul chemicals are like wrought iron. Everyone forges iron differently. Then the purity and hardness of the forged iron will be different. And the whip in Su Chen's hand was able to defuse Higgins' attack so easily. It showed that his understanding of souled objects was far stronger than Higgins. No, it should even be said to be stronger than Malthus, the most powerful. It was a miracle in the eyes of the crowd. Who's Malthus? One of the Blue Star's most powerful people. A powerful existence that had been groping for more than 2,000 years in the Tao of the soul. And the soul chemistry method he explored was even inferior to Su Chen. Wasn't this enough to show Su Chen's talent? Su Chen's value in the eyes of the crowd was already extremely high originally. But now, Su Chen was another value in the eyes of the crowd. He was the absolute hope for the future of Great Qin. A supreme demon with the ability to change the entire Blue Star landscape. Changmu, you can't take credit for this training camp. The beginning emperor's joyful voice echoed through the conference room. The number of resources for the training camp next year doubled. Tang Xingshan recommended Su Chen. He deserves the credit. He'll be crowned a marquis. Chapter 78 Permission to do all things to Su Chen. Higgins's gift. Lighthouse Country. A group of executives listened to Sawyer's commentary and were as shocked as if they had heard a bolt from the blue. As the country that has traveled the furthest along the path of the soul. The high-ranking and powerful people present also knew more information about soul means. They certainly knew how much weight Sawyer's words carried. Higgins studied under Lord Malthus. All of the tactics he employed were learned from Lord Malthus. Isn't Su Chen stronger than Higgins? Than Lord Malthus? It doesn't mean strength of character. Rather, it is the level of application. If you use origami as an analogy, soul power is white paper, then soulizing is origami with white paper. Higgins and even Lord Malthus could only fold simple paper airplanes. But Su Chen was able to fold incredibly complex lions and fierce tigers. That's the difference in levels. It was because of this huge difference in levels that Higgins' attack was so unbearable in Su Chen's hands. The moment, the eyes of all the lighthouse executives looking at Su Chen changed. The previous ones only thought that Su Chen was a not-so-small threat, but the level of threat wasn't that high. But now it seems, Su Chen's level of threat far exceeded all the possibilities they had previously imagined. Once Su Chen was allowed to become an overlord or a supreme power, then his attainment in souls would definitely surpass Lord Malthus. I'm afraid that the shortcoming of Great Qin's lack of soul powerhouses will not only be made up for, but will instead become Great Qin's strength. In this way, the situation of the blue planet will also change beyond recognition. Su Chen's threat level. to be elevated and mentioned first. Many plans regarding Su Chen can be initiated, but only after consulting Lord Malthus. Lighthouse State, Eastern Seaboard. A villa loomed silently over the 100-foot cliff face. Snow-white waves wash over the cliffs day and night, and Martos, who was one of the 5 most powerful people in Blue Star, lived in this villa. Although he was the de facto controller and strongest person in the Lighthouse Kingdom, most of the time he was in seclusion and would not pay attention to the outside world. Even though he was already the strongest person in the Blue Star, he still kept feeling his way to become stronger. Malthus was always adamant that a totem would never be the pinnacle of the awakened. There is definitely a way above the totem level. Martos then explored this path. But today his quest was interrupted by a message from the outside world. Malthus watched the video sent by the Lighthouse Nation's top brass in silence. The whole video is just a few seconds. Malthus' expression, however, became unusually grave. He looked at the illusory soul whip in Su Chen's hand, a whip that was completely condensed with his soul. Genius! Absolute genius! Malthus sighed in admiration after a long interval. Even he was ashamed of himself. In this aspect of soul utilization, one was surprisingly inferior to a teenager from Great Chen. Malthus felt a slight shock to his 3 senses. But I have long since given up the quest for the soul together. Time is running out. I'm going to reach for greater heights. Malthus' gaze was deep and calm. Though he was the best at souls in Blue Star, he had actually stopped moving on a long time ago. Because his path, it's at an end. Instead of continuing to waste time on the soul together, it was better to explore towards the totem level above. But Malthus also couldn't tolerate that a strong person with an extremely high soul talent had appeared in Great Chen. The threat is too great. All actions against Su Chen are permitted and need to be done in secret. Malthus gave his final approval to the request from the top brass of the Lighthouse State. In the middle of the race, Higgins looked at the shattering of the soul blade in his hand, and a strong shock appeared in his gaze. The teacher is the forerunner on the path of soul chemistry. How is it inferior to Su Chen? Higgins' thoughts were struck with an extremely strong shock. He could no longer maintain that calm and confident demeanor, and it was as if a shocking wave had risen within his heart. Higgins looked into Su Chen's calm eyes. It was only at this moment that he steeply woke up. Himself, he had always belittled this opponent. He wasn't a white boy who knew nothing about souls at all. Instead, he was a master of soul tactics. All that smugness he had felt before seemed incredibly ridiculous at the moment. An incredibly complex expression steeped Higgins' face. But the game is not over at this moment. Snap! The soul-beating whip in Su Chen's hand had swung viciously towards Higgins. Higgins reacted a moment too slowly and was lashed by this soul whip. Hiss! Higgins sucked in a breath of air. Pain. An incomparably intense pain rose from the depths of his soul and filled his consciousness. As a soul cultivator, Higgins had conventional means of soul defense. There were always several small shields surrounding the outside of his soul body. In the event of a soul attack, these shields would immediately surface to block it. However, in the face of Su Chen's soul-striking whip, these shields were completely incapable of resisting. The soul-beating whip easily pierced through these shields, causing them to shatter with a loud bang. The whip, then, landed solidly on Higgins' body. Watching Higgins show a pained expression, the entire audience showed an expression of immense shock. In the duel of soul means, Su Chen, it is surprising that he has an advantage. The pro-Higgins crowd felt like the world was going to fall apart and go black. How is this possible? Higgins is a natural soul favorite. How could he be inferior to Su Chen? There must be something fishy. How could Su Chen suppress Higgins? No, Higgins, you pull yourself together. These spectators let out a heart-rending roar. Higgins, invincible in their eyes, met his Waterloo today. It's amazing that Higgins was overpowered by someone else in the area where he excels the most. This completely subverts the audience's perceptions. The sudden reversal made these viewers feel their hearts break. Compare this with the spectators who supported Su Chen had excited eyes and red faces. They looked at Su Chen in the field as excitedly as if they were looking at a god. The last time the people of Great Chen showed such a gaze was when the first emperor sealed his throne. Su Chen. It's so exciting in terms of soul. Su Chen is even stronger than Higgins. Are we, the Chen people, finally going to have a soul powerhouse of our own, and one even stronger than Higgins? Su Chen's future is unlimited. He will be the next Malthus. No, even stronger than him. It's hard for the audience to express the emotions that are going on inside them at the moment. Even though this game is not over yet, they already feel that this trip is not a waste. This is the eternal pain of great Chen when it comes to the soul. If there had been a strong person who specialized in souls, perhaps those hundreds of thousands of lives could have been saved. And Su-chan appeared. As long as he didn't die, the future great Chen would no longer be subject to others. Many of the viewers who had experienced that turn of events were already weeping, unable to control the emotions welling up inside them. Perhaps their loved ones, their friends, are among those hundreds of thousands. They understood the orders of the first emperor. It seems cruel, but it's the only way. In the booth, Ing Chuiwe stared blankly at Su-chan. Unlike her previous excitement and thrill. Is he that good? Ing Chuiwe's perception of Su-chan always had idle baggage interfering. But when she saw that Su-chan had actually overpowered Higgins, Ing Chuiwe realized for the first time in a real sense that Su-chan was powerful. Higgins was the Lighthouse Nation's top genius, the only disciple of Mardos. And surprisingly, he hadn't gained any semblance of an advantage in Su-chan's hands. Not to mention, both sides were not at the same level of power level. If that seemed to be the case, Su-chan became more and more terrifying. The old man beside Ing Chuiwe let out a sincere sigh. The old slave is indeed old. Su-chan is the future hope of great Chen. When the old man had received the edict from the first emperor some time ago, he had only valued Su-chan. Haven't really recognized each other's value. Seeing this battle today, the old man realized how important Su-chan was to great Chen. Even if he himself died at the lighthouse, he would still let Su-chan return to great Chen in peace. Racecourse. Higgins was hardened by Su-chan's whip, and his expression became twisted in pain. He just couldn't control the pain that came from the depths of his soul. It was 100 or 1,000 times more intense than the pain the flesh endured. For the first time, Higgins also understood why the converts who suffered soul torture immediately confessed and only sought a quick death. No, I won't lose. The intense pain fueled the pride within Higgins at the moment. Higgins appeared to be a courteous gentleman at all times of the day. But underneath that gentlemanly exterior is his proud heart. Actually, Higgins, who displays a humble demeanor, is more arrogant inside than anyone else. He viewed himself as the first of the younger generation of Blue Star. Any opponent was unbeatable in his hands. But today he became the one who fell into a disadvantage. And it was the first time Higgins fell into an absolute disadvantage. A variety of emotions and intense pain flooded Higgins' consciousness. This caused the latter to exhibit an extremely strong intention to win. Himself will never lose. The means that Su-chan displayed were truly astonishing. But he likewise did not use all his means. Himself, not yet a failure. Higgins' face gradually regained its composure, and his face was solemn and grave. Su-chan, you are a very powerful opponent. It's also the first time I've used my talent against someone my own age. Hearing Higgins' words, Su-chan quickly recalled the information about Higgins. Higgins' gift is soul augmentation. It was able to increase the soul power by several times in a short period of time without any side effects. Higgins' soul was now comparable to a monarch-level powerhouse. If it increases again, that would be horrible. But Su-chan wasn't able to stop Higgins. Soul increase, with Higgins whispering. The soul power contained within his body surged and soared in the blink of an eye. One could even see an illusory Higgins figure emerging behind his main body. Higgins actually used a talent. He's never used a talent before against an awakened of the same level. His soul power at this moment is at least equivalent to the soul strength of a monarch level 5th or 6th order mind system awakened person. Hearing Sawyer's commentary, the audience once again let out a gasp. Not bad for a demon, a powerful soul equivalent to the 5th or 6th stage of the monarch class. Although Su-chan had a slight advantage in the previous battle, could he still get the advantage in the next battle? Those spectators who supported Higgins, as if they were grasping for a lifesaver, their eyes gleamed once again. Higgins can't lose. With such a powerful soul force, even if Su-chan was more powerful, he wouldn't be able to resist in the face of absolute strength. Higgins' talent is too strong. He's countless times ahead of Su-chan at this point. This game, it's far from over. The scene resounded with another wave-like cry. The rest of the audience were all looking at Su-chan with slightly nervous eyes. At this time, Su-chan's disadvantage manifested itself. He wasn't a psychic awakened after all, and was a talent short compared to Higgins. Without the help of talent, I'm afraid that all of Su Chen's previous advantages would be wiped out. Not to mention Higgins' talent is so potent. It directly boosted his soul power without any side effects. Could Su Chen hold out under such a powerful soul force? Soul boom! Higgins' posture at the moment was a far cry from before. He used to be like a gentleman, but now he is a warrior with a high spirit of war. He's going to tell everyone with his peak stance. He's the one who's going to win this fight in the end. After using his talent, Higgins immediately unleashed a torrential attack on Su Chen. All kinds of attacks are coming out of the woodwork. Su Chen gradually turned from an absolute advantage in the beginning to a passive defense. After obtaining the soul increase, Su Chen's soul power was obviously weaker than Higgins, even though he had a dream electric butterfly's soul essence in his head. However, Sacred Willow had made the settings in the first place, and he could only proceed with the absorption slowly. If all of this soul power exploded out, I'm afraid that Su Chen could immediately possess a soul that was comparable to that of an ordinary hegemonic level powerhouse. So the soul essence can't be counted on. It's a good thing that the means recorded in the Dark Spirit laws are all very clever. This had been mirrored in the sparring match just now. The more Su Chen knew, the more he realized just how precious the soul secret method that Sacred Willow had given him was. Higgins' current soul power was also far from being able to crush himself. It's not like there's no chance of letting go of the battle. Soul Storm. Su Chen stood up and stabilized his body, his eyes narrowing slightly. An extremely majestic soul force steeply rose within his body. This force rapidly rotated in the air, transforming into a conical spiral storm. This spiral, condensed from pure soul, swiftly stabbed towards Higgins' soul body. Higgins' gaze was fixed, not daring to be as careless as he was a moment ago. His palm waved, and the dense soul force erected a solid wall in front of him. Thud! There was a sudden dull sound at the scene. The spiral storm brazenly collided with Higgins' defense barrier. A strong wave of air was immediately raised in the arena. Chapter 79. Last Hope, Higgins' second talent. Two forces collided in the arena, and it was a showdown between Su Chen and Higgins. In terms of soul power, Su Chen was surprisingly able to kill back and forth with Higgins, which greatly exceeded the audience's expectations before the match. Now, Su Chen once again launched a counterattack at Higgins. The massive, conical storm, like a giant spiral drill, struck toward Higgins. Facing Su Chen's sudden onslaught, Higgins' face was grave, not daring to slack off in the slightest. In the exchange just now, he had already appreciated the strength of Su Chen's soul-striking whip. Then I'm afraid that Su Chen's attack this time was equally strong. Thud! It was as if invisible muffled thunder was exploding in the air. The spectators in the arena were able to hear it loud and clear. Although they couldn't clearly see what was going on in the field, the air waves sweeping in all directions, and these sounds were showing them just how intense the battle that was erupting had gotten. And in this sparring match, Higgins is looking a little hard. Or maybe a little pale. This was the first time he had ever mobilized so much soul force during a battle. The excessive power consumption had left him somewhat overwhelmed. Soul power, unlike force power, is difficult to recover and compensate for. It would take even more time to recover if there was any loss in the soul body. Take Su Chen's attack just now, for example. The soul-striking whip left clear scars on his soul body. This wound will continue to transmit pain until this wound recovers. But by Higgins' prediction, without the use of external objects, he estimated that it would take several months to recover from this whip wound. Rumble. Under the attack of that spiral storm, Higgins' face grew paler and paler, and a fine sweat even broke out on his forehead. Su Chen's offense was equally fierce. This spiral storm condensed from soul force was constantly breaking down his defenses. Storm possesses the attribute towards superb offense. It would be hard to block it yourself even if you used all your defenses. Higgins clenched his teeth and held on bitterly under this storm. Su Chen gazed at Higgins' face, his heart shaking more and more. Spiral Spike is just a medium offensive maneuver in Darkling method. The reason why Su Chen had chosen it was also because the Spiral Spike was not too difficult to cultivate and had a good effect on all kinds of soul defense means. Higgins is struggling to defend against Spiral Stinger. And Higgins learned all of his offense and defense from Malthus. Malthus is again the first soul of the Blue Star. Su Chen instantly fell silent. It was only at this time that he realized the true value of the secret soul technique that St. Willow had given him. A secret method that even the most powerful would blush at, Phew! Su-chun inwardly let out a light breath. At this rate, beating Higgins on his own would not be a problem. Just get that heart of life. One is considered to truly possess a totem-level life form. In the middle of the race, the pro-Higgins crowd's eyes had glazed over, even after the soul increase Higgins, under Su-chun's attack. Surprisingly, there is no way to resist and struggle? No, that's impossible. Higgins is clearly that powerful. Su-chun's soul power isn't as strong as Higgins. How can he still press Higgins to fight? How on earth did Su-chun do that? Unbelievable. It was as if the audience, who had always regarded Higgins as a god, had suffered a huge blow. Each one was lost in thought, looking at the field of play with a dull, confused gaze. It was certainly a good enough fight to deserve to be the finals. But the reversal that happens inside also makes it a little hard for them to accept. Is Higgins really going to be defeated by Su-chun? On the contrary, those players who supported Su-chun were filled with leaps of joy and excitement. Go Su-chun! Just a little bit closer to the championship. Someone was naked, standing on a chair, yelling towards Su-chun in the arena. While shouting, he also waved the top in his hand. The arena guards immediately and politely issued a warning to the agitated spectator. But that still doesn't dampen this viewer's excitement. Race committee area. The top brass of the Lighthouse Kingdom who had come to the scene to watch the battle. All of them had ugly faces. But there were also faces that were stoic and didn't change much. The game isn't over yet. As a disciple of Lord Malthus, Higgins won't fail that easily. A general who had once followed Martos said coldly. When the crowd heard this, a hint of suspicion flashed in their eyes. Could it be that Higgins has something else up his sleeve? At the thought of this, hope once again flared up within the hearts of several people who had already despaired. In the middle of the race, Higgins blocks Su-chun's spiral jab with difficulty. But he paid a big price. The soul force had been consumed too much, and the soul body had suffered several damages. This competition would have a considerable impact on his future cultivation. But Higgins was completely unmindful of what came after him. He had only one thing on his mind right now, and that was winning. Take this game. Su-chun, I didn't expect that you would be so strong in terms of your soul, Higgins said in a gruff and slightly mortified tone. Before his match with Su-chun, he had been boasting that he was a soul favorite and would become the greatest soul awakening in Blue Star. But in hindsight, Higgins realized how ridiculous his thoughts had been. Perhaps, on the Blue Planet, there were still quite a few people who were as unassuming as Su-chun. But they are just as powerful. One is still too arrogant. This tournament taught Higgins a great lesson. In the face of several compliments from Higgins, Su-chun was always indifferent. Is he strong? While others weren't clear, Su-chun himself was very clear. He wasn't relying on himself, he was relying on St. Willow. The powerful soul power was the soul essence that St. Willow had looted from the dream electric butterfly. These unbelievably profound soul secret techniques were also given by St. Willow. Let's just say that one is lucky. At the same time, Su-chun was once again shocked by Sacred Willow. He felt more and more that the latter's identity, he was afraid, was not as simple as just an overlord-level plant life. Perhaps its equilibrium is higher than one would think. The shame in Higgins' heart undoubtedly intensified when he saw that Su-chun wasn't paying attention to himself. He looked across the room with a steady gaze and said slowly, "Although you are indeed strong, the winner of this match will be me." Higgins' words were as confident as ever. Even after seeing Su-chun's attainments in the soul, Higgins was still full of confidence. His words spread out through the speakers, causing countless viewers to do a double take. Could it be that Higgins has an undercard that he hasn't used yet? Those spectators who supported Higgins were like survivors who saw the dawn of hope in the darkness, and the gloom on their faces was suddenly swept away. I knew it, Higgins can't lose. He's the strongest soul-awakened person. It's God's favorite. Once again, hope sprang into the eyes of the many spectators. When Su-chun heard Higgins' words, his face became much more grave. He suddenly remembered the information about Higgins. It says that Higgins most likely has a second talent. He was a dual talent awakened. Just about Higgins' second gift, the intelligence community hasn't gathered any information. Second gift. Su-chun raised his eyebrows and asked suspiciously. Higgins on the opposite side heard Su-chun's whisper, and a faint smile spread across his face. Yes, Mr. Su-chun. This is the first time I've used my hidden talent against people my own age. Wow. Hearing Higgins' words, the entire arena steeply resounded with an incomparably violent clamor. All of the spectators showed shocked expressions on their faces. Higgins not only has a powerful soul, but he's also a dual talent awakened? This? People are really unfair. Higgins is already so strong. But there is even a double talent. A viewer silently spat. I knew Higgins wasn't that simple. With the addition of dual talents, Chen will lose. I just don't know what type of second talent Higgins has, offense or assist. Hundreds of thousands of viewers were there arguing with each other. The fact that Higgins was a dual talent soulfulness also spread out to all parts of the Blue Planet through the live broadcast. The speculations of the intelligence services of many countries and powers have been verified. Higgins, indeed, was a dual talent awakened. Race Committee area. Some of the higher-ups of the Lighthouse State looked at that general with grudging eyes. It's amazing that even we didn't know about this thing about Higgins being dual-talented. Lord Malthus hides it too well. A faint smile spread across the face of the general who had followed Martos. The matter of Higgins being a dual talent is something that Lord Malthus actually has no intention of hiding. The crowd couldn't help but reveal a stunned look at the words. The general went on to explain. It's actually because Higgins is so powerful that there aren't many opportunities to use his second talent at all. That's why few people know that he's actually a dual talent awakened person. It was only then that the crowd came to a realization, and they all nodded approvingly. Indeed, in previous matches, Higgins dealt with those opponents and basically won by crushing them. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen was equally good at soul power, I'm afraid that this match would have ended a long time ago. How did Higgins use his second talent? That is, now that the match has reached a stalemate, otherwise Higgins is afraid that he still won't use his second talent. Higgins' second gift, what type is it? A curious inquiry was made. That general recalled the scene he had seen, and a mysterious smile swept up the corners of his mouth. His second gift is powerful. The general didn't elaborate on Higgins' second gift, just used an adjective. This made the curiosity within the crowd grow stronger. Powerful? Just what kind of talent is it that can be crowned with the word powerful by this overlord class? The crowd moved their eyes to the center of the arena. Everyone's eyes converged on Higgins at this moment. Sawyer, who was the host, also came back to his senses and said in an emotional tone, "This game was so good, with all the twists and turns. Player Chen has such profound attainments in the soul that even Higgins has trouble fighting against it. This is really a big surprise for us. But the Higgins contestant surprisingly has the same surprise waiting for us. Being a soul favorite, he is a dual talent awakened. In fact, even I don't know about this, much less Higgins' second gift. What exactly is it?" Sawyer's words completely evoked intense curiosity and anticipation in the hearts of the crowd. Everyone wants to know what Higgins' second talent is. It was surprisingly able to give Higgins such great confidence, making him determined that he could defeat Chen. At the very least, it has to be a grade, right? Higgins, at the moment, was completely unconcerned about the outside world's turmoil. All of his attention was focused on Chen on the opposite side. It was a formidable opponent worthy of his best efforts. But, no matter how strong Chen was, the ultimate winner of this match would be himself. No one can beat themselves on the soul path. Higgins took a deep breath and a confident and proud smile appeared on his face once again. "Mr. Chen, next, just defend with all your might." Before using his second talent, Higgins didn't forget to politely warn Chen. Obviously, not only is Higgins' second talent an offensive type, it's also incredibly powerful. In response to Higgins' kind reminder, Chen just nodded lightly. "Feel free to cast it." Hearing Chen's words that were also tinged with strong confidence, the smile on Higgins' face became even stronger. Defeating such an opponent was what gave him a sense of accomplishment and pride. Only such an enemy was worthy of his full strength. Higgins gradually collected the smile on his face, and his expression gradually became solemn, like a pilgrimage. He gazed into Chen's eyes and said in an extremely slow tone, word by word, "The pupil of the soul." Boom! In Chen's perspective, heaven and earth became dim in an instant. All the light around them disappeared in a flash. The only range he could see was just a small area around himself. The Higgins on the opposite side of the room also disappeared, replaced by an unbelievably deep darkness. The clamor of the surrounding audience also all suddenly disappeared. All around was infinite darkness and absolute dead silence. But, just for a moment, a bright light suddenly appeared in the area where Higgins had been standing. It was only after careful observation that Chen realized. It wasn't a bright light, but a pair of huge blue eyes. These eyes were just suspended in the void, looking down on Chen in the arena. Higgins' voice, ringing out from the depths of the darkness. "Mr. Chen, I'm going to start. You will receive." A gaze from the soul. As Higgins' words landed, a terrifying power emanated steeply from those eyes. Chen instantly felt his soul body, suppressed by an incomparably powerful force. Immediately after, that power then surged into his torso. Chapter 80 Domain Class Talent. 9 Shocking Spirit Pagoda's Super Strong Defense. Final Showdown. Facing Higgins' attack, Chen didn't dare to be careless at all. He immediately gathered his mind and mobilized all of his soul power against this force. Under the gaze of those blue soul pupils, his torso was unable to move as if he had been cast in a stasis. Immediately after, in the deep darkness, the figure of Higgins slowly emerged from the darkness. But here's the strange thing. The Higgins that appeared at this time was not an entity. His body was illusory, emitting a hazy glow of ghostly blue. Looking at Higgins, who slowly appeared, a look of shock passed over Chen's face. Higgins' second gift, exactly. Higgins looked at the shocked Chen, a pleased smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He was satisfied with Chen's expression at the moment. Higgins slowly spread his hands and laughed. "Welcome to my soul realm." After Higgins unleashed his second talent, a sea change occurred inside Chen's perspective. But from the viewpoint of the spectators, the field of play became a little spooky. Only to see Chen and Higgins staring at each other from a distance of more than 10 meters in the arena. Both of them, surprisingly, slowly closed their eyes and stood still. The audience gave a collective look of puzzlement. What's going on? Why aren't either of them moving? The finals are wonderful, but unfortunately it's just a bit suffocating to watch. The soul power we can't even see. Shut up you, and watch the game. What do you know? This is a duel of souls. I guess whoever wakes up first later will be the final winner. It's damn hard not being able to see those two wrestle at the end. Commentary, where is the commentary? Please voice broadcast it. Even if we can't see the game, we can always listen to it. The stands instantly erupted into much clamor. Surprisingly, they were unable to see the specifics of the ultimate battle with their own eyes, which caused the crowd to feel immense regret. Many people looked to Sawyer on the stage, hoping he would commentate in real time. Sawyer, who was suddenly being watched by hundreds of thousands of gazes, was also confused at the moment. Just what do you want to know? I'd love to know. A strong shock flowed through Sawyer's heart. What the hell is Higgins' second gift? Even he couldn't see the half of it. But at the moment, in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers, Sawyer couldn't just say nothing. He had to control his expression and face, and said in an incredibly serious tone, "Gentlemen, at this moment, the Higgins player and the Chen player have already begun their fierce competition. Everyone, please wait quietly for the final results." Chen, Elder Conference Room. Seeing Higgins use his second talent, the faces of the crowd had subtle changes. It seems to be true that Higgins is a dual talent awakened person, just as the intelligence said. This is really not bad for a lucky guy. Not only does he have an innate strong soul power, but he also has a dual talent. I'm guessing a lot of my peers are jealous. Wei Xianlang, who also leads the intelligence department, spoke up at this moment. No wonder the intelligence department couldn't detect any information on Higgins' second talent. I judged that his second talent is most likely a domain class, plus it's a soul attribute again, so it's hard for onlookers to see exactly what's going on. Everyone nodded slightly at the words. Elemental-based domain talents were still relatively easy to see, but soul-based domain talents were truly elusive. Race Committee Area. Numerous lighthouse executives had previously had their curiosity piqued by that general, and were planning to see what Higgins' second gift was really like. As a result, at this moment, they couldn't see any hint of Higgins' second talent at all. This left the word speechless written all over the faces of the crowd. They all looked towards that general with anticipation and curiosity in their eyes. That general saw the crowd looking at him and laughed several times before slowly saying, "I don't know much more than you do. Higgins' second talent is somewhat similar to a domain skill, but stronger than a normal domain skill. He was able to pull himself and his target's soul body directly into the field. In the field, Higgins will get a huge boost. Hearing this general's simple description, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This natural skill is a bit overbearing. Surprisingly, he was able to place Higgins and the other's soul body directly in the same field. No doubt about it. Higgins, who was in the realm, was certainly much more powerful than he was out there, though the crowd couldn't see exactly what was happening in the field. Yet their faces were already overflowing with uncontrollable laughter. It looks like the first place in this competition is still our lighthouse nations. As a disciple of Lord Malthus, I knew Higgins wouldn't fail that easily. What a natural favorite. I'm a little jealous of Higgins' talent. No matter what, not letting Great Chen take the first place this time, that would give them a lot more resources. And now with a soul talent like Su-chan, it's a big threat in the future. Of the 5 great powers, Great Chen is the greatest threat to us. While the many lighthouse executives breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of worry flowed through their words. Among the 5 great powers, the lighthouse state is vaguely the first power. Yet Great Chen was always the biggest threat in the eyes of the lighthouse kingdom. Su Chen's appearance greatly deepened the worries in their hearts. If the first place in this competition was also taken by Great Chen, then they really had to resort to some means. The good thing is, it's not going to happen. Higgins, who used his second talent, will be a solid winner of the trophy. Being the host of a tournament, it would be a bit of a slap in the face if the trophy was taken by someone else. In the darkness, Su-chan gazed at Higgins, who was not far away. Soul Field? Su-chan surveyed the surroundings, his face gradually becoming grave. The domain talent is the most powerful within each type of talent. Not only did Higgins possess superb soul power, he even had an even more powerful second talent, or a domain talent. This luck, Su-chan wanted to curse when he looked at it. You're the one who's got all the good stuff, aren't you? Mr. Su-chan, this is my domain. Only soul bodies can enter. Here, I am able to launch a direct attack on your soul body. Higgins walked slowly towards Su-chan idly with a confident smile on his face. I am the controller within the realm, and even a random thought can materialize here to attack you, Higgins said as he manifested countless feathered arrows towards Su-chan. Su-chan immediately used his soul force to resist. However, he realized at this time that his soul power was running very slowly, and his reaction was also a beat slower. It was as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on him, leaving him breathless. Su-chan immediately looked up at the pair of ghostly blue eyes in the air. When Higgins saw Su-chan's expression, he smiled and explained, "These soul pupils are able to suppress your soul body and soul power." Higgins had one more thing to say. If his soul power was even stronger, he could even directly use his soul pupil to obliterate the enemy's soul body. It's not just a field talent, it's a growth talent. It was just that right now, he was unable to utilize his soul pupil to do more than that. Suppressing the enemy's soul body was already the limit of what he could do at the moment. Nonetheless, this creates a great advantage for Higgins. He was more powerful within the domain, while his opponent was weakened by both the domain and the pupil of the soul. This makes Higgins' advantage even greater. Within the field, Higgins had complete confidence in defeating Su-chan. Su-chan's face moved slightly as he surveyed this peculiar field. Honestly, Higgins' talent and ability made him, a god-ranked gifted person, a little envious. Higgins' attack, on the other hand, came again at this moment. But the attacks Higgins launched inside the field were not even in the same league as outside. More powerful. Su-chan blocked several waves of attacks one after another, and his consumption was frighteningly high. Here, Su-chan didn't dare to resist Higgins' offense at all. This was because these attacks would cause direct damage to the soul body if they landed on it. That takes a long time to recover. Mr. Su-chan, admit defeat. You will be no match for me here. Looking at Su-chan, who was struggling to hold on under his attack, Higgins faintly laughed. Su-chan, on the other hand, looked at Higgins, and an odd smile gradually appeared on his face. Yes. When Higgins heard Su-chan's rhetorical question, the confident smile on his face stiffened slightly. He himself has a second talent. It is not allowed to guarantee that Su-chan also has any undercard, as if in response to Higgins' inner speculation. Around Su-chan's soul body, a heavy and incomparable rumbling sound was emitted steeply. A golden tower appeared steeply in Higgins' soul realm. That tower emitted a brilliant golden light that illuminated the surrounding darkness. The tower's body sheltered Su-chan's body from external attacks. Even though the tower only had 2 floors, it gave Higgins an unmistakable feeling of heaviness. This is the Soul Defense Secret Method. Higgins naturally knew what the tall tower that appeared around Su-chun was, and his eyes suddenly shrunk. If Su-chun really had a soul defense secret technique, then his own advantage in the domain would be cut down by a lot. Boom! Higgins blasted away a storm of souls in disbelief. The violent hurricane blatantly bombarded on top of the 9 shocking spirit tower, but it didn't even manage to shake the latter's tower foundation. No matter how the gale swept, Higgins's soul power couldn't shake the tower in the slightest. Seeing Su-chun, who was safe and sound in the shelter of the tower, Higgins' expression finally changed. His arrogant confidence began to waver and dissipate. No! How did you come to have this level of soul defense secret technique? After verifying the defensive power of the 9 shocking spirit tower, Higgins' eyes were gradually filled with shock. Previously, those soul-attacking methods of Su-chun had already shocked Higgins to the point of no return. The moment Su-chun used such a profound soul defense secret technique again, it was too much for Higgins to take. As a disciple of the most powerful Malthus, the soul laws he practiced were the top of the blue star. However, the defense method revealed by Su-chun was clearly more profound than his defense method. Doesn't that mean the person who handed Su-chun this secret method had gone even farther than his teacher Martos in the soul together? Higgins takes a strong hit at one point. For the first time, his gentlemanly face was slightly distorted. No, how is this possible? Higgins let out a roar and sent out an attack that was like a raging wind and rain towards Su-chun. But no matter how powerful Higgins' soul attack was, the tower that sheltered Su-chun always stood there majestically, unshaken. Su-chun looked at the golden tower, and a hint of shock passed through his eyes. The defense of the 9 shocking spirit pagoda, was it even this strong? And he himself had only constructed the 2nd layer of the tower, but it was surprising that it possessed such a powerful defense. If all 9 layers of the tower body are constructed, then the defense of the 9 shocking spirit tower, how perverse must it be? No wonder Sacred Willow had urged him to cultivate the 9 shocking spirit pagoda. That's too strong. And outside the 9 shocking spirit tower, Higgins was already looking a little crazy. The shock that this game caused for Higgins today was just too much. First, it was Su-chun's display of no less powerful soul power. Then again, the former used far more offensive and defensive means than the teacher had been taught. This gave Higgins a rather frightening thought. Could it be that teacher isn't actually the best at souls in all of Blue Star? There are stronger men lying dormant. As soon as the thought arose, it immediately took over Higgins' mind. It was a little hard for him to believe. I want to win. No one is stronger than the teacher, and no one is stronger than me. Higgins is dead set on winning, desperate to regain his confidence. Su-chun looked at Higgins, whose face showed a color of madness, and shook his head helplessly. He could imagine how the latter was feeling at the moment. This game is just as important to him. That heart of life, one must get their hands on it. Slap. Su-chun waved his hand, and the long soul-beating whip appeared in his hand once again. Here, both sides are souls, and the soul strike whip has a big advantage. Looking at the whip in Su-chun's hand, Higgins' eyes suddenly shrunk. He had already appreciated the power of this whip before. Being able to ignore all kinds of defenses, it draws directly on the soul body and deals damage. The ultimate winner of this match will definitely be me. Higgins gritted his teeth, determination in his tone. He gazed at Su-chun, who was not far away, and his own soul body began to escape in a band of blue light. These illusory blue ribbons of light eventually connected to the pupils of the soul in the air. Dead man's gaze. That pair of ghostly blue color was originally just calmly suspended high in the sky. Other than the fact that it would suppress Su-chun's soul body, there was nothing special about it. But after Higgins' soul body linked with the soul pupil, it began to swiftly draw on the soul power within the latter's body. Because of the rapid loss of power within the soul, Higgins' expression became more and more agonized. Chapter 81. The Ultimate Winner Higgins? All Blue Star cheers. Along with the flow of Higgins' soul body power, the pair of soul pupils in the air became brighter at a speed visible to the naked eye. The might emanating from the soul pupil also caused Su-chun to feel frightened. He could feel that there was an extremely powerful force contained within it. Once the attack is launched, it will surely be an extermination. Looking at Higgins' agonized expression in the distance, Su-chun frowned. Is it worth paying such a big price to take the game? In order to use the soul pupil to launch an attack on Su-Chun, the price Higgins paid was indeed not small. At his current level, there was no way to activate the soul pupil. But for the sake of victory, Higgins chose to force the urge. And the price is the sacrifice of part of the soul. The wounds caused by the sacrifice were permanent and could not be recovered. Higgins will lose this part of his soul forever, and will have to be slowly birthed back through an inordinately long period of time. This shows how crazy Higgins has been about taking this match. Su-Chun injected all of his soul force into the 9 Shocking Spirit Pagoda. Right now, he could only choose to believe in the 9 Shocking Spirit Tower. The pair of radiant soul pupils in the air were as bright as 2 full moons at the moment. And then, at some point, 2 brilliant beams of light were released from the eyes. The area around Su-Chun was instantly illuminated by this smear of soul light. But instead of light, this light brought complete destruction. The powerful force was like a millstone, wearing down Su-Chen's soul force. However, this force was completely blocked out by the 9 Shocking Spirit Pagoda, unable to injure Su-Chen's soul body. In the face of such a strong force, the 9 Shocking Spirit Pagoda emitted turbulence for the first time. The entire tower was trembling violently, and cracks even appeared in some places. But the 9 Shocking Spirit Pagoda would immediately absorb Su-Chen's soul force and repair the cracked areas. The 2 forces engaged in a long time of pulling. Su-Chen's expression began to be just as agonized as Higgins. His pain, though, wasn't a soul-body trauma like Higgins. Rather, it was an extreme weakness caused by the massive consumption of soul power. In order to resist Higgins' offense, Su-Chun also paid an extremely high price. But in the end, Higgins went down before Su-Chun did. His eyes gradually became desperate as he looked at the 9 Shocking Spirit Pagoda that was still towering under the attack of the soul pupil. It had been his last card. If you still can't take Su-Chun, then the victory of this game has been completely desperate with him. Higgins was drained of all his soul power in the midst of holding on. He had barely managed to do this attack in the first place, and there was no way it would last long. No! Higgins' consciousness gradually became fuzzy. The pair of radiant eyes in the sky also rapidly dimmed at this moment. Then the darkness around them suddenly disappeared. Along with it, the soul pupil and Higgins' spirit body disappeared. In the middle of the race, the crowd stayed seated in the stands, watching Su-Chun and Higgins with their eyes closed. They couldn't see the real footage of this final showdown, which made the audience feel immense regret. Everyone was crawling inside as if there were millions of ants. They all wanted to know the final outcome of this showdown. Just as the patience of the crowd was being gradually worn clean, the 2 men on the field suddenly moved. The first to open his eyes was Higgins. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of live viewers and billions of live stream viewers, Higgins slowly opened his eyes. There were waves of applause and cheers. Those who supported Higgins stood up and applauded towards Higgins in the ring. Winning! We are the champions! Higgins ended up winning slightly and taking the tournament. I knew Higgins could do it. There's no one like him in the soul. He's a favorite of the gods. I have to say, Su-Chun is still strong. To be able to tangle with Higgins for such a long time is greatly beyond my expectations. But in the end, the title went to Higgins. Watching Higgins open his eyes, the atmosphere of the scene was steeply pushed to a high point. All the Lighthouse Nation gazed at Higgins with proud pride, casting delighted glances at him. Race Committee Area. The Lighthouse executives couldn't help but have big smiles on their faces. Lighthouse was the host country of this Deer Cup, and it would be more or less a slap in the face if the first place was taken by a player from another country. But the good thing is, everything went the way they expected. There were a number of mishaps midway through the tournament, but the title went to Higgins. Su-Chun is indeed a hidden danger, and although Higgins won, he is an everlasting threat to us in the Lighthouse state. A senior Lighthouse Nation official gave a worried look. Within the 3,000 or so players in this match, the one who surprised them the most was Su-Chun. Not only do they have extremely powerful plants, but they also have a soul talent that far exceeds Higgins. The latter, in particular, is a great threat to the Lighthouse state, because this is where the Lighthouse state currently has the biggest, and the advantage of the Lighthouse state versus the rest of the several major powers. Su-Chen's appearance will break this monopoly. Moreover, the talent that Su-Chen had displayed was a bit too powerful. It even made Lord Malthus feel a little uneasy. So, some action about Su-Chun is bound to take place. Inside the booth, Ingchua's face changed slightly when she saw that Higgins was the first to open her eyes. A flash of loss appeared in her eyes. Lost? Higgins is that powerful, the strength Su-chun has shown is already so strong, and he still can't win against him? However, the old man beside Chuyu didn't care about her words, and instead sized up Higgins with a questioning gaze. On the host stand, Sawyer looked at Higgins, who was the first to open his eyes, and breathed a small sigh of relief. Okay, it was Higgins who took the win in the end. If Higgins still can't get the win after applying his second talent, that would be horrible. Su-chen's strength and talent would be intimidating to everyone. Sawyer let out a light breath and was about to announce the outcome of this match. But it was at this time, Higgins, who had just opened his eyes, moved his lips slightly a few times as if he wanted to say something. But before his words could be uttered, his body fell heavily toward the back. A temporary referee from the lighthouse state was quick on his feet, and his form shifted in place, suddenly appearing behind Higgins. He reached out and caught Higgins' torso without letting the latter fall to the ground. Everyone's faces changed at once. "Hurry!" The impromptu referee yelled towards the medical squad outside the arena area. Higgins was the first genius of the Lighthouse Kingdom, as well as the only disciple of Lord Malthus. It would be a serious problem if something happened to him. Those Lighthouse Nation executives in the stands were the first to stand up, their eyes looking at Higgins with concern. The medical team rushed to Higgins' side as fast as they could, and then tested every indicator of his torso. It was a long time before the medical team breathed a sigh of relief and spoke of Higgins' condition. Higgins wasn't hurt or anything. It's just that the soul power has been consumed too much and he has temporarily fainted. As long as he recuperates for a period of time, he will be able to recover. Hearing the words of the medical team, everyone then let out a sigh of relief in unison. It's good to be okay. But at this moment, the expressions of the crowd all became odd again. If Higgins faints, how will the match be decided? According to the rules of the fight, Higgins was out of the fight and deserved to be ruled a loss. But Su-chun has also lost his battle power. Just as the crowd was struggling with this, Su-chun, who was on the field, also slowly opened his eyes. His face was a bit pale, and his gaze was filled with a tired look. After opening his eyes, Su-chen's body began to shake as if he was about to fall backwards as well. But Su-chun didn't fall down, he eventually took control of his body. Su-chun grinned towards the great Chen spectators in the stands, then slowly raised his right hand and compared it to a victory pose. Winning! It was us who won. Great Chen didn't lose. We are the champions. We're the champions. Su-chun, you are simply a god. The originally silent arena was suddenly filled with all sorts of blood-curdling roars. All of the great Chen audience could no longer control their emotions. One by one all jumped up, and even stood on the chair to the sky. There were even many excited spectators who covered their faces in tears. I thought this match was completely hopeless, but who knew it would come to a head in the end? Su-chun remained conscious while Higgins had fainted. Then it's certainly clear who wins and who loses in this match. Su-chun won. Chuyu's lost gaze inside the private room instantly disappeared and was replaced by a strong excitement. If it wasn't for the old man beside her pressing down on her shoulders, it was estimated that she couldn't resist the thought of rushing into the arena to embrace Su-chun. In the stands, the smiles on the faces of those supporting Higgins and the many lighthouse executives all froze and faded. The joy from earlier was instantly swept away. As they listened to the cheers of those great Chen spectators in the stands, their hearts were incomparably bitter and hard to bear. Sawyer, who was the host, stared at the ring for a long time. Su-chun, surprisingly the final winner? At this moment, even Sawyer was a bit unable to react. Surprised there was a reversal at the end of the game, it was only after a long time that Sawyer gradually responded. With a bitter smile on his face, he slowly raised the microphone in his hand. I really didn't expect player Su-chun to be the one who had the last laugh. In this match, he defeated the pride of the Lighthouse State, player Higgins. This was an unbelievable win, and in Higgins' best area. Let's congratulate player Su-chun. He is the champion of this year's Deer Cup. Sawyer's eloquent voice traveled down the countless microphones, spreading out to the field, the stands, and through the countless screens, reaching the ears of tens of billions of people on the blue planet. Champion, Chen Su-chun. The 9 states of the Great Chen Kingdom resounded with cheers that went straight up to the sky. All the people of Great Chen looked at Su-chen's slightly pale face in the live broadcast screen. This is the genius of their Great Chen Kingdom. And their heroes, the champion, the Great Chen. An unexplained sense of pride and pride welled up inside all the Qin people, their eyes looking at the handsome face in the screen with admiration. Great Qin elders meeting. The beginning emperor's hearty laughter once again resounded within the conference room. This was the second time today that the first emperor had laughed so freely. He hadn't been this happy today in the past thousands of years. Yes, yes. Su Chun has made a great achievement for my Great Qin. Training camp resources for next year, double again. As for the reward for Su Chun personally, let's wait until he returns to Great Qin. Chang Mu, an old face slightly reddened, hurriedly smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward." Su Chun won the Deer Cup, and Chang Mu was able to raise his eyebrows for once. Every year when resources were distributed, the people from the several major war zones didn't give him a good face. "Aha! A champion came out of my training camp." Ah, the champion. In the future, whoever dares to chew on his tongue behind his back and say that Lao Fu is wasting resources, I'll slap him directly with my big ear. Wei Xianlang and the others also had smiles on their faces. It's only right to allocate more resources to the training camp when they win the championship. This time, 2 of the top 5 were Qin players, and Su Chun was still the champion. Then next year Great Qin can get a large amount of extra resources. Even if we let the training camp split some of it, the 4 war zones would still get a lot of it. This time they had followed Su Chen's lead. The crowd all looked at Su Chun in the live broadcast screen with a look of relief. After Sawyer announced the results of this competition, the entire room let out a cheer that sounded like thunder. The Great Qin audience was not the only one cheering for Su Chun. There were also quite a few foreign viewers, who were likewise attracted by Su Chen's personal charisma and became his supporters, shouting and cheering for him at the moment too. It was a thunderous cheer that lasted a full 10 minutes. Only after the applause ended did Su Chun salute the people around him, and then walked out of the arena area with a dashing stride. Su Chun had only taken a few steps when his figure stumbled. His eyes went black and he slammed towards the ground. Before he fell, Su Chun had only one thought in his mind. Handsome for no more than 3 seconds. Chapter 1, The Core of the Nest. Nanling I, Senior Classroom. Lin Yen, you're crazy. What kind of imperial beast master major are you enrolling in for a life faculty talent? Chun Lei, the class teacher, rushed down from the podium, slapping a new volunteer form on Lin Yan's desk, and not to be trifled with. Hurry up and change it to the life faculty. Your awakened ability is insect feeding. Even though the life department is inferior, the pet industry is so advanced now. A lot of rich people like to keep bugs. The implication. It was to ask Lin Yen to give up his unrealistic dream of being a beast master, going to be a life department bug feeder. The class began to roar with laughter. And, laughing my ass off. Life faculty talent and you still want to become a beast master? Does this one want to fight with bugs? Ha ha ha, it's not impossible. Haven't you ever heard of many ants bite the elephant? It just so happens that my grandfather raised a few crickets, so I'll let Lin Yen serve them later. The cacophony of laughter gradually ceased. Lin Yen seemed to have just come back to his senses and calmly said, "No, Mr. Chun. Thank you for your advice. But I still decided to take the martial arts exam. No surprises." The comment garnered another group of sneering looks. Chun Lei, the class teacher, had a look of hatred on his face. You don't have Qin Ruoyu's talent. You don't have Zhao Longtian's family history. Choosing the martial arts exam will only lead to death. As if remembering something, Chun Lei's face suddenly became eased and he said with a smile, "Speaking of student Zhao Longtian, I want to focus on praising him for winning the title of the city's outstanding cadet imperial beast master yesterday. In addition, we have to celebrate our school's director Zhao, who has been promoted to honorary mayor." Applause and encouragement. Everyone. Having said that, Chun Lei didn't look at Lin Yen again and turned back to the podium. The class applauded. Zhao Langtian, who was in the front row, stood up, enjoying the cheers of the crowd. "I'm sorry to say that I didn't get the title of National Outstanding Cadet Imperial Beastmaster. The most important thing for people, though, is to be self-aware." Having said that, he also didn't forget to look at Lin Yen as if he was provoking. Lin Yen sat in the corner, indifferent to Zhao Longtian's sarcasm, and even wanted to laugh a little. "Is this an effort? Isn't this a fight for your father? I have no talent, no background, but I have a system, mindfulness." An azure-colored virtual screen appeared in front of it. Bug Nest host. Lin Yan. Realm, Bronze Eye. Nest Level 1. Core Function. Devour any product containing genetic information to breed fusion bug warriors of that gene. Initial troop, Titan Ant. Number of troops, 0-500. Biomass balance, 100. The research fumbled around a bit. Lin Yan had already figured out how the system he awakened after crossing over worked. In a nutshell, whatever creature the nest worm core devours will produce a bug warrior of that creature's genetics. Even after devouring a dragon, it'll also give you the ability to breed dragon-based bug fighters. But only by devouring those transcendent creatures could the nest worm core produce new troopers. Those low-level magical beasts and whatnot. After devouring it, it only increases the core energy. And a little bit of biomass yields a bug soldier. Lin Yan now had 100 points of biomass. Even if the maximum number of bug soldiers is 500. At most, it can only produce 100 bug soldiers. Lin Yan looked at his initial bug soldier in the system. Titan Ants. Level 1. Bloodline. Legendary. Blood. 500. Attack. 180. Defense. 220. Agility. 150. Spirit. 0. Skill. Berserking, falling into a berserk state, immune to control, dramatically increasing his attack power and speed. After reading it, Lin Yan's heart shook. Although the attributes of this Titan giant ant are much lower than spirit beasts of the same level. But the maximum number is surprisingly high at 500. Wouldn't it be possible to have unlimited troop explosions as long as there is enough biomass? And as Lin Yan's realm increased, the nesting insect core level increased. The attributes of the Titan giant ant will also get stronger. Lin Yan already had a picture in his head. If one were to take billions of full-grade bug soldiers and kill them all over the sky, even if a true mythical beast comes out, let's spill blood in the sky, too. There is one last announcement. Chun Lei, the class teacher, tapped the blackboard, pulling back the crowd's thoughts. Tomorrow, it's the entrance exam. It's different from previous years. This year, True Martial University will come to our school and select 2 talented enough Imperial Beast Masters. As long as you are selected, not only will you be directly guaranteed a place at Jinwu University, one of the 4 ace colleges, and a $1 million scholarship from the school. Chun Lei smiled and looked at the 2 people in the front row of the class. Qin Ruoyu, Zhao Langtian. You 2 are the most likely to pass the selection in our class, so make sure you prepare well. As for the others, don't be nervous and just play at your usual level. The class burst into ravishing sounds. Lin Yan also subconsciously looked up, only to see Qin Ruoyu in the first row also look back. The 2 men looked at each other. Lin Yan's heart suddenly ached as he twisted his head. The 2 had been desk mates in their freshman year of high school, and together they agreed to go to Zenith University. But now, Qin Ruoyu awakened the A-ranked Sentinel Beast talent, Dragon Affinity, and became a proud daughter of heaven. Lin Yan, however, had only awakened his life faculty talent and was reduced to a defeated dog. What is this discontentment in my heart? Is it hard to believe that the original body's obsession is too strong? Lin Yan soothed his mind and softly assured him. Don't worry. Even if it's just for that $1 million, I'll definitely get the guaranteed spot. There is a saying circulating in this world. The rich do not learn the language, the poor do not defend the beast. Without enough monetary support, the purchase and cultivation of spirit animals is the mountain that stands in front of you. Lin Yan's family situation cannot be described as poor. Both parents were ordinary workers. A $1 million scholarship would certainly solve a lot of problems. Jingle bells. The school bell rang. The students scrambled out of the classroom. Lin Yan had just walked out of the classroom. A beautiful figure then blocked Lin Yan in the doorway. Lin Yan, you might as well give up on signing up for the martial arts exam. Qin Ruoyu hesitated, but still advised. With your talent, becoming a royal beast master is destined to be difficult, and it might even cost you your life. Previous engagement voided. Right now, I just want you to be honest and become a bug feeder. Looking at Qin Ruoyu's sincere eyes, Lin Yan smiled and said, Benji, thank you for your kind words. I know there's nothing wrong with a bug feeder, but becoming a beast master will only open up the sky even more. Just in case I play well tomorrow, I might get a guaranteed place at Jinwu University in one fell swoop. Qin Ruoyu shook her head, not taking Lin Yan's words to heart. just about to say something else. Lin Yan's cell phone buzzed, and after glancing at it, he said to the young girl, "Class president, my mom is calling me for dinner. I'll see you at the test center tomorrow." Watching Lin Yan run away without a trace, Qin Ruoyu stomped her foot, exasperated. Stinking Lin Yan, how ungrateful. Old Town, Resettlement Building. Lin Yan skillfully took out the key and opened the door, saying, "Mom and Dad, I'm home." Chun Xiaohong made a big table of steaming hot food, seeing her son back and hastily greeted him. "The college entrance exam is tomorrow, so I'll make it up to you today. Look, stewed ribs for you. Does it smell good?" Lin Yan asked as he realized that a figure was missing from the house. "Where's my dad, working late again?" Chun Xiaohong wiped her hands on her apron as she pressed them together and laughed. "Aren't you about to go to college? And your dad is thinking of earning you more money to live on." At those words, Lin Yan's nose turned a little sour. In his previous life, he was an orphan and had never experienced parental affection since he was a child. "I didn't expect to live again, and gained such a strong sense of kinship. Mom, don't worry. I'll get ahead and let you live in a big villa." Lin Yan was moved in his heart, only to hear Chun Xiaohong continue. "By the way, I went to see your Aunt Wang today. Didn't his son open a pet hospital? I've told her that your awakened talent is bug feeding, so turn around and graduate and work for him. It's close to home, the work isn't tiring, and it's a full $8,000 a month." Looking at the rib soup that was brought over in front of him, Lin Yan froze for a moment and smiled slightly inwardly, decided not to tell her mother about volunteering for the Imperial Beasts Department just yet. Wait until the high school entrance exams are over and you get a guaranteed acceptance letter from Zenith University. Give her another big surprise. Squeak. At that moment, the door to the room was opened. Lin Yan turned to look, only to see a broad, familiar figure standing in the doorway. It was the father, Lin Jianshan. As soon as he entered, Lin Jianshan asked with a frown on his face, "Xiao Yan, your homeroom teacher said you changed your volunteer to the Imperial Beast Department?" Chapter 2 scoffs. Ant Spirit Beasts? This statement was made. Chun Xiaohong also froze in place, and then looked at Lin Yan incredulously. "Son, did you change your volunteer?" Lin Yan thought for a moment and said, "That's right. I've decided to become a sentinel." Lin Jianshan didn't criticize harshly, he just sighed and, "Scion, I know that becoming a royal beast master was your dream since you were a child. But we also have to learn to accept reality. You can get into a top university if you choose to take the literature exam. With your talent, you could become a scientific researcher, a biologist, a spirit animal doctor. But if you choose to take the martial arts exam, perhaps you will be a bum for the rest of your life, reduced to what others would call a wastrel. Are you still willing to take the martial arts exam?" Lin Yan stood up and looked at Lin Jianshan, eyes unbelievably firm, one word at a time. "I do." Lin Jianshan seemed to understand something. Ryoko sighed and said, "In that case, we won't advise you." Lin Jianshan and his wife looked at each other, rather helplessly. Forget it. It's still up to the child to decide on life's events. Lin Jianshan walked onto the balcony and lit a cigarette, dialing a phone number. "Hello? Old school. I'd like to ask about repeating." Day 2. Nanling First Middle School Playground. Lin Yan came to school early in the morning to prepare. Chun Lei, the class teacher, stood in front of the squad of the first class and shouted, "It's time to go down to the secret copy and start the entrance exam later. Now, I'm going to count the types of spirit beasts everyone has, and whoever's name is called out will summon their spirit beast." The students nodded their heads. They had long prepared their spirit beasts since awakening their talents. Ishida, "Teacher, my spirit animal is a rock snake." Ginger Hua, "Come out, blast dog." Lian, "My spirit animal is the flame lizard." Chun Lei took the list and recorded everyone's spirit beasts. Next, Qin Ruoyu. Qin Ruoyu summoned her spirit animal out. "My spirit animal is the light scale dragon." A dragon type with flowing light all over its body fluttered its wings and danced around Qin Ruoyu. The dragon type's aura was unmistakable, immediately suppressing all the spirit beasts present. The dragon spirit beasts were as terrifying as they were. There was an audible gasp from the class that, "I'll be damned." As expected of Qin Big Schoolgirl, she actually contracted a dragon. Ugh. Who asked for someone's talent to be a ranked dragon affinity? In the entire school, only Zhao Longtian's talent, wolf totem, can be compared. It's all human. My talent would be crap, just a D grade. Ha ha ha, it's fine. It's not like you still have Lin Yen to cushion you. That's right, a life faculty talent, bug feeding, still has the nerve to take the martial exam. The discussion was loud and clear. Chun Lei, the class teacher, pressed his hand and waited for the discussion to die down before continuing to shout. Zhao Langtian. At this moment, a tall teenager walked out of the crowd and deliberately bumped into Lin Yen as he passed by. Anyone can see that. Zhao Langtian was deliberately targeting Lin Yen. As for the reason, everyone in the room knew it by heart. It wasn't because Zhao Longtian's bitter pursuit of Qin Ruoyu was fruitless. Instead, he took his anger out on Lin Yen, who was closer to Qin Ruoyu. That kind of thing. They're used to it. Are you blind? Lin Yen frowned a bit and asked out loud. Since the other party was determined to find fault, there was naturally no need for him to endure. Zhao Langtian turned back, his gaze fierce. What did you say, little brat? Dare you say it again? Lin Yen let out a light laugh. This was the first time he had heard of such a request. I asked if you were blind, and it seems that not only are you blind, but deaf as well. The class teacher, Zhao Lei, also saw the conflict happening over here and said in a hurry, Come on. It's almost time for the entrance exam. What's the fuss? Zhao Langtian. Summon your spirit beast. Zhao Langtian glared at Lin Yen and stretched out his finger and, You wait. Afterwards, he summoned his spirit beast in public. Come out. Northern Wasteland Wolf Lord. A huge black giant wolf appeared behind Zhao Langtian. At Zhao Longtian's behest, that giant wolf even flashed its fangs and hissed at Lin Yen. My Northern Wasteland Wolf Lord is an epic bloodline that cost me over $5 million to airlift back from the north. Zhao Langtian bragged recklessly. Spirit beasts are divided in the same way as magical beast talents: vile, common, rare, elite, epic, legendary, and mythic. In this world of spirit beasts where ordinary bloodlines were everywhere, elite-level bloodlines are definitely a descending blow. The crowd didn't fail him and immediately began to blow up the Young Zhao is too powerful, worthy of being the #1 son of Nanling. More than $5 million. My family won't make that much money in my lifetime. Who made their father a school board member and their family the #1 family in Nanling? Gotta. The top 2 in this year's high school are out. Undoubtedly, it's definitely Big Schoolgirl Qin and Big Prince Zhao. There were others who placed their eyes on Lin Yen and shook their heads sadly. You said you messed with no one but Mr. Zhao. Next, Lin Yen. The class teacher, Chun Lei, looked at Lin Yen and frowned. Do you have a spirit animal? He knew that Lin Yen's talent was the life department's insect feeding, which didn't add anything to combat. Moreover, not only were the bug spirit beasts' combat power poor, their numbers were also very scarce. There's not much circulation on the market anymore. Even if Lin Yen was willing to dump his family's money into the black market to buy it. When you get into the high school copy, you are also at the bottom of the list. I'm ready. Lin Yan's words caused Chun Lei to freeze. Then a soccer ball-sized ant appeared in front of Lin Yen. This is my spirit beast, the Titan giant ant. Everyone looked at the ant and froze. A violent burst of laughter ensued. The ha 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 ha. Clown Lin Yen actually contracted an ant. Laughing my ass off, still wanting to fight with ants. I don't even need my spirit beasts to make an appearance. I can just it up myself. I really don't know why Big Schoolgirl Qin cares about this kind of trash every day. This kind of person can't see reality and wants to force himself to become a royal beast master without talent. Pathetic. Forget it, from now on, this kind of person won't cross paths with us. Just look at the jokes. Chun Lei, the class teacher, looked at Lin Yan's spirit animal ants with disdain. Every year, there are a few fools who break their heads to become beast masters. Good words are not enough to persuade a damn ghost. When the high school exams are over, it's time for him to recognize reality. Lin Yen stood still, listening to the mocking voices of the crowd, and laughed coldly in his heart. A bunch of rat-eyed people. Epic level can be bragged about. My old man's Titan giant ant is legendary level. What bull Northern Wasteland Wolf Lord? In front of my insect plague, you'll only be crushed. Chapter 3. Vice Copy Examinations. After counting the spirit animals, the The candidates boarded a bus in turn. Proceed to the examination room. Before long, the crowd arrived at their destination. The replica secret realm for this exam, Misty Forest. Lin Yen listened to the teacher's introduction, and in his heart, he had a preliminary understanding of this copy of the exam. In a nutshell, there were all sorts of low-ranked magical beasts in the copy, and their goal was to hunt these beasts, thus earning points. The higher the points, the higher the score. And for the guaranteed spot at True Martial Arts University, take the top 2 in the standings. Lin Yen looked towards a woman in purple at the scene. From the crowd, they learned that she was the teacher in charge of enrollment for this True Martial University. Not only did the principal treat her with respect, even the president of the local Imperial Beastmaster Association was half a step behind her. At this point, the woman in purple opened her mouth, her voice cold and clear. I am the examiner for this exam, Zhao Ziwei. This duplicate exam is under the responsibility of the True Martial University and overseen by the Imperial Beast Master Association, in accordance with the Imperial Beast laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Later, you will each be given a scorecard. Every magical beast you kill will automatically count as points. To all of you, a prosperous martial arts career and a bright future. And now, the exam begins. The words fell. Candidates have started pouring into the copies. Lin Yen was preparing to enter the copy. Zhao Langtian, however, suddenly stepped in front and viciously said, "You punk. When you enter the copy later, you and your little ants will wait to die." Lin Yen calmly compared and returned. "You better pray you don't run into me, too. And you'll be lucky if you don't get your beat out of you." Zhao Langtian didn't speak again, but instead let out a sardonic laugh and made a neck-wiping motion at Lin Yen. He then took a group of minions and stepped directly into the copy and disappeared. At this moment, Qin Ruoyu also came to Lin Yan's side. Worried. "You don't have to care about him. We'll go into the copy together later. He won't dare to do anything to you with me around." Unexpectedly, Lin Yen shook his head and said, "Squad leader, I still want to get into the copy myself." He had 100 Titan giant ants in his hand, and having other people around would undoubtedly slow down his leveling speed. Looking at Qin Ruoyu's tightly furrowed brow, Lin Yen smiled. "Don't worry, it's Zhao Langtian who should be careful, as well as the other magical beasts inside." Having said that, Lin Yen took a step and stepped directly into the copy. The light in front of his eyes disappeared. The scene in front of Lin Yen changed abruptly. To the eye, there was a dense virgin forest. There was still a light mist in the air, and the heavier the fog was, it meant that the magical beasts that appeared would be stronger. Looking at the concentration of the fog, the magical beasts that appeared here would not exceed the 3rd level. With a thought, Lin Yen didn't skimp on the 100 points of biomass and converted them all into Titan giant ants to summon them. A small wormhole appeared. Densely packed titanic giant ants burrowed out of it. Each Titan giant ant was the size of a soccer ball, wrapped in armor as if it were an imposing guard. 100 Titan giant ants were neatly arranged, looking towards Lin Yen with their heads held high, waiting for orders. Lin Yen scanned the surroundings and commanded, "Search forward and find all the magical beasts here. Leave no one behind." The Titan giant ants jumped for joy when they received the order. One by one, they searched forward. Not a moment too soon. A signal came from the foremost Titan giant ants. A group of 2-tailed demon foxes were found. The number is around 20. "Leave no one behind. Kill." Lin Yen waved his hand. The densely packed Titan giant ants rushed towards the twin-tailed demon fox like a tidal wave. The twin-tailed demon fox, who sensed the danger, was instantly alert. Watching a large swath of titanic giant ants rush towards them, they hissed shrilly in fear. Just 3 seconds. The 20 twin-tailed demon foxes that fought back were then gnawed clean by the swarm of Titan giant ants. Lin Yen noticed. The Titan giant ants weren't all attacking mindlessly. Instead, part of it breaks the back, part of it guards, and part of it attacks. Each in its own way like a precise fighting machine. Worthy of being an initial ant soldier, whether it's attack, defense, or speed, it's all pretty good, Lin Yen thought with satisfaction. At this point, a kill message came to his mind. "You have successfully slain the level 2 magical beast twin-tailed demon fox. +1 biomass, +20 experience. You have successfully slain the level 2 magical beast twin-tailed demon fox. +1 biomass, +20 experience." You have successfully slain the leader of the level 3 magical beast twin-tailed demon fox. Biomass +2. Experience +40. You have successfully advanced to Bronze Imperial Beast Master 2nd rank. Wait for the kill report to jump. Lin Yen realized that the Titan Giant Ant's attributes had risen a bit, and its level had also advanced along with his own. And the maximum number of ant soldiers has changed from 500 to 600. A total of 5 Titan Giant Ants were sacrificed in the hunt for these twin-tailed demon foxes. The biomass had increased by a full 20 points or so, though, which pleased him. Convert all of these 20 or so points of biomass into Titan Giant Ant Queen. Lin Yen walked towards the direction where the fog was even thicker. No fear at all. In this copy of the secret world, his tide of Titan Giant Ant insects was just absolutely crushing. Outside the copy, parent waiting area. Lin Jianshan. Let me introduce you. This is the school manager of our Nanling First Middle School, Mr. Zhao Tianhua, a bearded middle-aged man, pulling the slightly rushed Lin Jianshan, smilingly introduced. What about your situation? I've already spoken to Director Zhao. Lin Yen, that child wants to repeat. It is the matter of a word from other people's Zhao Dong. Lin Jianshan looked at the rich man in front of him and extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Chen. Zhao Tianhua lit a cigar without even raising his head and asked, What bloodline is your child's spirit animal of? Lin Jianshan hesitated and said, I'm not really sure, but his talent is the life department's insect feeding? Ha! At this point, Zhao Tianhua finally turned his head, only for his gaze to rest on the bearded man and said angrily, Lu Chunxing, are you teasing me? How dare a waste of life faculty talent beg me for a favor? If you don't want to do it, get out while you can. Lu Chunxing was sweating profusely and hurriedly explained, Dong Zhao, that child is trying to repeat the literature exam, not to become a royal beast master. Only then did Zhao Tianhua look at Lin Jianshan and smiled contemptuously and pay $500,000 for school choice and work for me for 20 years after graduation. Not a lot of conditions, but with the talent of that trash in your house, it's better to come out alive before replying to me. After saying that, he waved his hand to indicate that the two could leave. Lin Jianshan immediately clenched his fists as he listened to the other party's mouthful of trash. There was indignation on his face. Lu Chunsheng was startled at the sight and hurriedly pulled him aside and, It's all about the kids, think about it. If Lin Yen can't even go to a liberal arts college, his life will be ruined. Lin Jianshan was silent for a long time. In his mind was Lin Yan's firm gaze from last night. Ryoga asked suddenly, Old Lu, what do you think if my son passes the Imperial Beast Master exam? Lu Chuanxing's eyes widened. Then he shook his head without speaking again. A life talent and you still want to take the Beastmaster exam? It's just not possible. Chapter 4. Seconds. Nothing happened. Inside the copy, Lin Yen stood in a clearing, blood piling up under his feet. It's like being in a field of Shura. Only that none of the blood was his, but that of a pack of magical beasts, the bloodthirsty wolves. You have successfully killed a level 3 magical beast. The bloodthirsty wolf, biomass +2, experience +40. You have successfully killed the level 7 magical beast bloodthirsty headwolf, biomass +4, experience +80. After the hit report jumps, Lin Yen had also successfully become a Bronze Imperial Beastmaster of the 4th rank. It's been 5 hours since I entered the copy. The nearby magical beasts were almost finished being swept away by the Titan Giant Ants. System panel at this time. Bug Nest Host. Lin Yen. Realm. Bronze 4. Nest Level 1. Core Function. Devour any product containing genetic information to breed fusion bug warriors of that gene. Initial bug soldier type. Titan Giant Ant. Number of bug soldiers. 108,700. Biomass balance. 275. Lin Yen looked at the biomass that was still over 200. After thinking about it for a while, it was better to transform them all into Titan Giant Ants. It's been a long sweep. His Titan Giant Ant population had also dropped by more than 20. However, in exchange for the biomass, it's getting close to 300. You have consumed 275 points of biomass and successfully transformed 275 Titan Giant Ants. The black hole reappeared. Densely packed Titan Giant Ants crawled out from inside. Looking at the Titan Giant Ants that numbered nearly 400, the sense of security in Lin Yan's heart increased steeply. even though he was only at the bronze 4th rank right now. But he felt that even if his opponent was one great realm higher, he also has a fighting chance. What with the ants biting the elephant, it's still too conservative. He believed that his bug soldiers reached a certain number and could slay dragons. At this point, a signal came from the Titan giant ant that was on guard in the distance. It's the sound of footsteps and conversation. Young Master Zhao, I just saw that Lin Yen kid. Right in front. What? Hurry over there. I'm going to kill him. Would this not be a good idea? What are you afraid of? This is a copy, it's already dangerous, and he deserves to die as a loser. What's more, there's the Zhao family to back you up, all of you. The conversation ended abruptly. Lin Yen heard that Zhao Langtian really had murderous intentions towards himself. There was a sudden flash of coldness in his eyes. Previously, he had been tolerant of him, and in return, he had been reckless. Then yourself. No need to show any more mercy either. Lin Yan's mind moved, causing all of the Titan giant ants to hide. 5 minutes later, Zhao Langtian brought a group of minions with him and ran over in a flurry of wind. As soon as he saw Lin Yen, Zhao Langtian instantly smiled with his eyebrows. Lin Yen, what a coincidence. You actually weren't killed by a magical beast. Couldn't be hiding in some nook or cranny. Not even daring to breathe. Lin Yen said with a faint smile. What a coincidence. I've been waiting for you for a while. Waiting for me? Zhao Langtian was a little surprised when he looked at Lin Yen being so calm and relaxed. Don't you wonder why you didn't meet any magical beasts along the way? Lin Yen looked at him and continued. I've already cleared all the nearby magical beasts. This time, no one will disturb our feud. Zhao Langtian froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. The minions around him were also sneering and, dead to the world and still trying to put on a show. I've never seen a clown like you. With a wave of Zhao Langtian's hand, the northern desolate wolf lord immediately bared his teeth, his scarlet eyes staring straight at Lin Yen. It's useless for you to beg for mercy today. Blame it on your bad fate. Lin Yen was expressionless as he asked, You really want to kill me today? Zhao Langtian let out a sardonic laugh. Scared. Lin Yen was non-committal, looking towards the group of juniors behind him. I'll give you a chance to leave now and I won't pursue the matter. A group of juniors behind Zhao Langtian looked at each other in disbelief and then laughed out loud. Lin Yen, haven't you figured out your situation yet? I think this punk was already scared silly by the magical beasts after entering the copy. With that little ant of yours, how dare you speak up? Give us a chance? You don't see if you deserve it. Lin Yen nodded as he watched none of them leave. That's a relief. Zhao Langtian coldly smiled and commanded. All together, everyone involved in today's events. I'm going to let him die without a burial. One time, all kinds of spirit beasts were summoned. Unicorn lizard, poisonous boa, flamingo, desert scorpion, steel-armored rhinoceros. Zhao Langtian's idea was simple. As long as everyone is out of the way, then he has a lot of accomplices or witnesses. That way, he can remove himself completely. Even if the Imperial Beast Master Association investigated and pursued the matter afterward, it could not be traced to him. All of you, I want him to have no crumbs left. Moment. A dozen or so spirit beasts directly pounced on Lin Yen. Lin Yen didn't move a muscle and said in an icy tone, Titan giant ants. Kill them. Boom. With a single command from Lin Yen, the ground began to tremble slightly. Zhao Langtian and his minions were confused. It's hard to believe that a swarm of magical beasts is passing by at this time. The dozen or so spirit beasts also stopped in their tracks, as if sensing that something dangerous was rapidly approaching, and actually began to tremble all over. Immediately after, densely packed, as if there was no end to the huge ants, they converged from all directions. Zhao Langtian screamed as goosebumps stirred up all over his body. What is this? The average group of magical beasts was only a few dozen. But this is at least 100 of them. One of the juniors saw it and lost his voice and shouted, Isn't this Lin Yan's ant spirit beast? The crowd recalled it all at once. When registering their spirit beasts, they saw Lin Yen summon a large ant. They had a good laugh about it. But now, they can't even laugh anymore. Who told you that I only have one? Lin Yan's eyes were icy cold, and the tide of ants under his feet avoided his position and surged towards Zhao Langtian and the others. A dozen or so spirit beasts hissed and hardened their heads and began to engage in order to protect their masters. However, there were too many Titan giant ants, swarming as if locusts were moving in. The northern wasteland wolf lord hissed and took the lead in charging the ant colony, killing just a dozen or so Titan giant ants. It was swarmed by ants, and the blood of the beast splattered. Not long after, when the ants dispersed, surprisingly, there was not even a crumb left. The rest of the spirit beasts didn't even put up a decent resistance. Amidst the screams, they were instantly killed by the swarming Titan giant ants. You have successfully slain the level 9 epic bloodline Northern Wasteland Wolf Lord. Biomass +5. Experience +0. You have successfully slain a level 7 rare bloodline Poisonous Mori Boa. Biomass +4. Experience +0. You have successfully killed. A hit report later. Lin Yen realized that killing spirit beasts would only gain biomass without adding experience. Moreover, the Northern Wasteland Wolf Lord, who had actually devoured the epic bloodline, did not give birth to a new ant soldier. Is it hard to believe that you have to devour a legendary level or above to give birth to a new ant soldier? Lin Yan's was thinking. Thoughts were interrupted by a plea for mercy. Wait, don't kill me. I'm from the Zhao family. Zhao Langtian was in a cold sweat and begged for mercy. Spirit beasts were the source of battle power for the imperial beast masters, and with all the spirit beasts dead, it was a crapshoot. Lin Yan, no, Father Lin. You let me go and I'll disappear in front of you later. Qin Ruoyu is yours. I can pay for it. I have a lot of money. Zhao Langtian was already incoherent. The minions behind him were scared out of their wits. Didn't I just give you guys a chance? Lin Yan didn't have the slightest bit of pity in his eyes as he coldly said, kill them all. The densely packed Titan giant ants pounced on them. Zhao Langtian and the others turned and ran, and in the blink of an eye, they were engulfed by the wave of ants. Ah! The screams faded. Lin Yan looked at the empty space in front of him without the slightest trace and murmured softly. Nothing happened. Glanced at the time. There are still over 2 hours until the copy closes. Let's go. Keep sweeping. Hundreds of Titan giant ants, like a moving black tide, surged towards the deepest part of the mists. Chapter 5. Who the hell didn't come out? Outside the copy. Already candidates are starting to come out one after another. There's no way around it. The test time for the replica is 8 hours. And the endurance of a contracted spirit animal is limited. Take enough points and there's no point in spending time in there. Therefore, the further back the Imperial Beast Masters came out, the stronger they were. At this point, 10 minutes until the copy closes. Qin Ruoshue walked out of the copy, drenched in fragrant sweat, obviously depleted of spiritual energy. It immediately attracted the attention of the whole group. Worthy of being a dragon Imperial Beastmaster, it actually lasted this long in the copy. It was so strong. I was in there for 5 hours and out. How come I don't see Zhao Langtian? I didn't expect that Northern Wasteland Wolf Lord of young Master Zhao's to actually be stronger in the early stages than great schoolmate Qin's light-scale dragon. According to young Master Zhao's character, he won't come out until he's inside until the last moment. When the scorecards are turned in later, it will be clear who is stronger on the scoreboard. How come I didn't see Lin Yan come out? His punk ass must have died in the copy long ago. Listening to the sounds of talk coming from not too far away, Lin Jianshan's heart tightened and he panicked. My own son has no talent for fighting. Even the Dragon Imperial Beastmaster is out, and he's still out. Is it possible that something bad has really happened? Think about it. Lin Jianshan couldn't hold back any longer and looked at the purple-clothed woman with the highest status at the podium. So many big shots were treating her with respect just now. Even Zhao Dong was bending over and smiling in front of her. She can definitely save Lin Yan, right? Lin Jianshan walked over quickly. Senior Zhao has traveled thousands of miles to Nanling this time to select talents for the country. Zhao Tianhua rubbed his hands together and laughed. I wonder if you could honor me with a visit to your residence, so that my Zhao family can do my duty as a landlord? Zhao Ziwei stood with her hands in the air, looking at the replica secret realm. A purple-winged spirit snake at his side spat out its letters at Zhao Tianhua, clearly threatening. It doesn't look like it likes you much, so let's just forget it. Zhao Tianhua hurriedly nodded his head and said with a smile, Naturally, Senior has a lot of work to do in the day, so I won't bother you much. Having said that, A hint of viciousness flashed in Zhao Tianhua's eyes. This is just a college teacher. What's the point of pretending? My son, Long Tian, has outstanding talent and will become a famous beast master in the future. When the time comes, I'll have to make you obediently come to my Zhao family as a slave. Suddenly, a figure came hurrying over, and before he could reach his heels, he opened his mouth and, "Can you? You save my son." Zoe frowned and turned to look. It was an average middle-aged man with urgency written all over his face. "What happened to your son?" Zhao Ziwei waved her hand, signaling the security guards who rushed up to let go of him. "If I'm treated unfairly, I'll manage." Lin Jianshan looked at so many big names in the arena and was at a loss for words. "My son has been in the copy for so long and hasn't come out yet." This statement was made. The people present were relieved and looked at Lin Jianshan with some dissatisfaction. Zhao Tianhua sneered and said, "A fart's matter is worth going in front of Elder Zhao to talk about. My son Wave Sky hasn't come out either. He must still be swiping points. As for that punk of a son of yours, who had to show off as some kind of beast master, he must have died in there." Having said that, Zhao Tianhua looked at Zhao Ziwei and explained, "Elder, I know this person. His son has only awakened the talent of the life faculty. A waste. I think he must have died in the mouth of a magical beast and is to blame. No need to pay attention to him." Lin Jianshan clenched his fists and became emotional as he, "My son is not a loser. He's just what?" Zhao Tianhua did not hide the contempt in his eyes. "There's a gap in life. Your son will just be a bottom feeder in the future even if he doesn't die. Who cares if a mole lives or dies except you?" "All right." Zhao Ziwei's tone was dissatisfied, and Zhao Tianhua realized that he had said too much and hurriedly shut his mouth. "Uncle, don't worry. There's nothing dangerous about the replica secret realm," Zhao Ziwei consoled. "The time is not over yet. You may want to wait and see." Lin Jianshan was worried and sighed, so he had to wait patiently. In the copy. 1 minute until the end of the copy test time. Please stop hunting and exit the copy in a timely manner. Lin Yen stood in the deepest part of the copy. The mists in this place were already so thick that you couldn't see out of your hand. But the titanic giant ants fed back at all times, letting him know where he was. In front of him loomed a level 15 shocking lion. This is the last boss in the copy. At the moment, he was collapsed on the ground, bleeding profusely. The huge 3-meter-tall lion was densely crawling with titanic giant ants. It ended with a final bleak lion's roar. A kill message popped up in front of Lin Yen as well. "You have successfully killed the level 15 magical beast Zhentian male lion. Biomass plus 30. Experience plus 600. Warmth flowed through Lin Yan's body. You have successfully advanced to Bronze Imperial Beast Master 10th rank. It's finally at the 10th rank." Lin Yan was excited inside. The realm of the Imperial Beastmaster is divided into Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, Grandmaster, King, Legend, and Holy. Each realm is subdivided into 10 orders. The further you move up the ladder, the more experience you need. Almost exponentially. He had been killing through the entire copy before he managed to rise to Bronze 10th rank. There are still a few seconds left for the end of the copy test. Lin Yen took his points card and didn't know exactly how many points he had swiped. After retrieving all the hundreds of Titan giant ants, reach out a little and exit the copy. The scene around him gradually dissipated. Outside the copy, candidates looked at the scoreboard and sked. "I'll go. Qin Ruoyu is really at the top of the list. She actually has 8,200 points. Is this still human? I'm just over 2,000. This is nothing. When Zhao Langtian comes out later, he'll definitely break through 9,000 points. This copy is down to the last 10 seconds. Why isn't it out yet? What do you know? People must have to come out at a stuck time. That's what makes it awesome. So that's how it is, worthy of the young master's style. Look. The copy is over. A figure is coming out. How come there's only one? Where's the group of minions around Zhao de Shao? Wait, that person doesn't seem to be Zhao Langtian." The podium. Lin Jianshan looked at the blurry silhouette at the exit of the replica and nervously gripped the railing. Zhao Tianhua squinted his eyes and smiled. "Don't look. It must be my son Langtian." He couldn't be more clear about his own son's doings. It's a saintly thing to do in front of people. The silhouette got closer and closer, gradually detaching itself from the replica light screen. Handsome features, warm smile, seems to see an acquaintance on the podium, is waving his hand and smiling. Zhao Tianhua's smile disappeared a little bit and stood up from his chair. The whole thing seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar. That's not my son, Wave Sky. Who is he? Lin Jianshan's face flushed with excitement when he saw the man's face clearly. It's my son Lin Yan. Nothing happened to him, said. He ran straight off the podium and ran wildly in Lin Yan's direction. Zhao Tianhua panicked for a moment and hurriedly turned back to ask, Elder Zhao, my son hasn't come out yet. Could he still be in the copy? Zhao Ziwei looked at Lin Jianshan, who ran off the stage, and heard Zhao Tianhua ask this, her face full of questions. What's the situation? Who the hell is in trouble? After the copy is finished, it will automatically teleport the candidates who didn't come out. Zhao Ziwei shook her head. If not, then something bad has happened. Something bad happened? Zhao Tianhua's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water, and his eyes were filled with red blood. The strongest in the replica was only a level 15 wraith. Zhao Longtian's epic level bloodline, the northern desolate wolf lord. Even if he was undefeated, he should have protected him and escaped. How could anything bad happen to you? Someone must have deliberately harmed him. After nurturing Wave Sky for more than 10 years, we mustn't just let it go. Zhao Ziwei was indifferent to his fury and looked at the father and son who were hugging together not far away. What intrigued her even more was this, the teenager who came out last. Everyone says he's a loser, but crap, can you last 8 hours in a copy? Zhao Ziwei didn't believe in luck. Chapter 6, The Vice Book, Dark Ruins. Son, you're not dead. Lin Jianshan hugged Lin Yan as he looked him up and down. Lin Yan's head was full of question marks. What kind of father curses his son like that? And why are you on the podium? Is it hard to believe that I have a script for hiding rich kids? I'll talk to you later. I'm going to turn in my scorecard first. Lin Yan looked to the side of the invigilation point, where all the candidates had already handed in their point cards. Lin Jianshan patted his son's shoulder and laughed. Go on. I'll go home first and have your mom make you a rib stew, watching my father's back as he leaves. How come your back seems to be getting stronger? Lin Yan walked towards the invigilation point. After handing over the scorecard in your hand, eyes are locked on the standings instead. On a huge screen, at the top of the list was Qin Ruoyu with over 8,000 points. Second place was over 6,000 points. The two are a full 2,000 points behind. The Dragon Imperial Beast Master is truly domineering. Lin Yan rubbed his chin. I wonder how big the gap between him and Qin Ruoyu will be. Was thinking. The invigilator on the side suddenly let out a gasp. Just see the scoreboard. A blinding dazzle of light took over the entire screen. All of them dropped one place down the rankings in order. A new name and score, occupying the position that Qin Ruoyu had just taken. Lin Yin 10,000 points, and next to Lin Yan's name, there was a lion's head pattern. This meant that he had killed the final boss. That level 15 shocking lion. The scene instantly boiled over. Those who knew Lin Yan lost their voices, staring at the scoreboard in disbelief. Those who didn't recognize Lin Yan asked each other which great god this was. Is it hard to believe that the school is paying for a prestigious foreign aid? A footstep hurried to the invigilator's point. It was the principal and a group of head teachers. Even Lin Yan's homeroom teacher, Chen Lei, who looked at him dumbfounded. The principal stared dead at the scoreboard, then looked at Lin Yan with a face full of surprise. I didn't realize the school had produced 1 million geniuses. Going further before retirement? 10,000 points. I've never seen anything like it since the school was founded. It's still a full 2,000 points higher than the second place Qin Ruoyu. Who is Lin Yan's homeroom teacher and why hasn't he been reported? Confronted by the principal's questioning, Chen Lei walked forward with a sweaty head and said with a bitter smile, Principal, Lin Yan is in my class. The principal pointed at Chen Lei's nose and cursed, What are you doing? A student with this kind of talent. Why don't you inform the school administration to focus on cultivating him? Chen Lei is leading a key class with a total of just 2 seed students. That was Qin Ruoyu, who had scored over 8,000 points, and Zhao Langtian, whose whereabouts were unknown. And the name Lin Yan never appeared on the principal's desk. Chen Lei's old face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum as he explained, Headmaster, it's not that I don't report it, but Lin Yan's talent is only in the life faculty, insect feeding. The principal froze at his words and looked to the side at Lin Yen as if seeking confirmation. No one could possibly believe that. A 10,000-point dark horse in the standings with talent would be a crap life department. Lin Yan's face was calm as he nodded and said, "That's right. My talent is the life department's insect feeding." The principal's face changed in disbelief as he said, "Lin Yen, don't joke around. The life department's talent for feeding insects is capable of overpowering the dragon department's imperial beastmasters to reach the top of the list?" At this point, Zhao Tianhua walked over with a gloomy expression on his face. "You're Lin Yen? I'm asking you, where's my son Zhao Langtian?" The words shocked the crowd, and they all turned their gazes towards Lin Yen. Lin Yen wasn't the least bit afraid and said coldly, "Where did your son go and you ask me? Are you his father or am I his father?" "You." Zhao Tianhua's eyes went ice cold as he gritted his teeth. "My son didn't come out in the secret realm. But you, this punk, took 10,000 points. Who would believe you when you say you had nothing to do with it?" The crowd changed color, and their eyes turned strange as they looked at Lin Yen. Zhao Langtian was seated, but his whereabouts were unknown. Lin Yen, a waste of a life faculty talent, had fought to the end and taken 10,000 points. Anyone who thought about it would find it strange. "I believe it." At that moment, an abrupt voice rang out. Qin Ruoyu squeezed through the crowd and stood beside Lin Yen, saying to Zhao Tianhua, "If you want to accuse someone of a crime based on empty words, you have to come up with evidence first." Looking at Qin Ruoyu, she protected herself behind her. Lin Yen was somewhat touched inwardly. Since awakening his life faculty talent, he hadn't gotten a lot of looks at school. Only Qin Ruoyu treated him as usual, comforting and encouraging him. Zhao Tianhua smiled coldly and pointed at Lin Yen. "Well, that's not so simple. Let him enter another copy. We'll know if it's true or not." Those present nodded their heads. Yes, other things can be faked, but strength can't be faked in any way. The principal hesitated. Did they really want Lin Yen to risk entering the copy to prove himself? At this time, Chun Lei walked over to the principal and said, "Headmaster, Lin Yen is indeed suspicious. In case he reveals himself when he enters Jinwu University, won't it be your and the school's reputation that is damaged?" The principal's brow furrowed for a moment before he finally made up his mind and, "Lin Yen, since everyone is disputing your results, you might as well prove yourself." Qin Ruoyu's face was indignant. This wasn't just a clear case of bullying, just about ready to go up and argue with them. Lin Yen, who had been watching with cold eyes, however, stretched out his arm to stop her and said to the crowd, "No problem." Zhao Tianhua and Chun Lei glanced at each other and their faces were delighted. Again, he heard Lin Yen continue, "But I have one condition." "What conditions?" Zhao Tianhua asked in a hurry. Lin Yen looked around and said slowly, "I heard that the Zhao family has a blood-winged demon wolf corpse in their collection. If I pass the examination, how about giving me this item?" At those words, Zhao Tianhua's face changed. The blood-winged demon wolf was a legendary class magical beast, and even the corpse had cost him more than $20 million. This kid, he really has the guts to open his mouth. "Yes." Zhao Tianhua's eyes showed a fierce light. "If you fail the test, you can prove that you had something to do with my son's death. At that time, I want your life to be buried with my son." Qin Ruoyu tugged at the corner of Lin Yan's coat and shook her head at him. "No harm done," Lin Yan said to her, then looked at Zhao Tianhua. "Then let's say it's a deal. Everyone present can testify." Both parties were willing, and naturally the principal could not say anything more about it. "It's just that this replica secret realm can't be opened in a short period of time. Otherwise, let's do it some other time. The magical beasts inside were all killed by the candidates. It will take a while to replenish the new wraith." "No need." Zhao Tianhua snorted coldly and took out a black scroll. "My Zhao family also has a copy of the secret realm, so use this." With a lift of his hand, the black scroll unfolded. An incomparably dark curtain of light appeared in front of the crowd. "How about a copy of Dark Ruins, where the boss is also a level 15 berserk vampire?" Zhao Tianhua looked at Lin Yen, fearing that he was afraid of backtracking. "It's fine." Lin Yen nodded and directly took a step into the copy. Zhao Tianhua's eyes revealed a ferocious light, and he sneered in his heart. "Ignorant child, it's fine that the boss is a level 15 berserk vampire, but the number is not 1, but 20. The principal looked at Chun Lei, who was beside him, and said, Teacher Chen, in that case, let's go in as well. Chun Lei nodded his head in a panic and hurriedly said yes. The three entered the copy together. Chapter 7. 20 Bosses. Copy, Dark Ruins. The blood-colored moon was high in the sky, and there were broken walls everywhere. As soon as Linya entered the copy, she was startled by the bats that swooped down on her. Luckily, these bats are not magical beasts. Otherwise, the Titan giant ant would just GG before it was even summoned. Lin Yen opened the system panel. Bug Nest Host. Lin Yen. Realm. Bronze 10. Nest Level 1. Core Function. Devour any product containing genetic information to breed fusion bug warriors of that gene. Initial ant soldier type. Titan giant ant. Number of bug soldiers. 418-2000. Biomass balance. 602. Since it's not clear what special traps this copy has, he planned to leave the 600 or so biomass untouched for now, and then transform them all into Titan giant ants if necessary. There were footsteps behind him. It was the principal, Chun Lei, and Zhao Tianhua. What? Scared? Don't even dare to summon a spirit beast. Zhao Tianhua stood with his hands in the air, and a huge wolf-like spirit beast appeared behind him. The principal and Chun Lei also summoned their own spirit beasts, a divine immortal crane, and a giant eagle. Lin Yen knew in his heart that they were all trying to protect themselves and wouldn't offer themselves any assistance. Well, keep your eyes peeled so you don't get scared. Lin Yen stretched out a hand and summoned the Titan giant ant. Next, countless small wormholes continued to unfold in front of the crowd. Densely packed Titan giant ants crawled out from within, waiting for Lin Yan's orders. Not a sound, but it made all three of them shudder at the same time. This is all your spirit beasts. The principal had trouble believing it. Ordinary imperial beast masters can only contract one spirit beast. Those with special talents can contract more than one. But this, densely packed, must be several hundred. It's really never been seen before. Chun Lei's smile was forced as he looked at Lin Yen and asked, "Student Lin Yen, isn't your talent the life department's bug feeding?" Lin Yen was non-committal and returned, "That's right, what's the problem?" Chun Lei swallowed his saliva. People's talent was to feed insects, and it didn't seem to be wrong to raise a few more. Zhao Tianhua couldn't help but panic for a moment when he saw so many Titan giant ants. What's the use of having a large number in front of a truly powerful magical beast? It's just cannon fodder. Even if you have a special talent and can't break through this copy, you still have to die. The principal frowned. Lin Yan's talent was no longer in doubt. If Lin Yan couldn't break through this copy later on, should he risk offending Zhao Tianhua and save Lin Yan? It was just that I didn't know what was the limit of this number of contracted spirit beasts that Lin Yan had. Woo woo woo. In the distance, 7 or 8 small car-sized black devil dogs rushed towards Lin Yan and the others. Zhao Tianhua and the others took a step back, allowing Lin Yan to stand in the forefront. Lin Yan naturally wouldn't back out this copy which was meant for him. Go on. Just kill them all. Upon receiving the command, over 400 Titan giant ants madly surged towards the black demon dog. The black devil dogs seemed to sense something was wrong and stopped in their tracks. Ow! With a wail, he ran in the opposite direction. Although these lowly magical beasts hadn't been born with intelligence. But this dense wave of insects was too much of a shock to their survival instincts. After them, Lin Yen stood on top of the tide of insects and chased after the black devil dog. The principal and Chun Lei exchanged glances and followed suit. Black devil dogs were not as fast as Titan giant ants in the first place. In less than a minute, it was all caught up. Soon, the huge black devil dog was submerged under the tide of insects. You have successfully killed a level 5 black devil dog, plus 3 biomass, plus 60 experience. You have successfully killed a level 5 black devil dog, plus 3 biomass, plus 60 experience. You have successfully killed a level 7 black devil dog, biomass plus 4, experience plus 80. The kill information surfaced in front of Lin Yen. The first monsters to appear in a typical copy are the lowest leveled ones. And these few magical beasts were at least level 5. Lin Yen sneered in his heart. It seems like Zhao Tianhua didn't tell the whole truth. Lin Yen is advancing quickly. It's almost time to reach the final land. The 3 Zhao Tianhua people who watched were also shocked. Basically, as soon as the Wraith Swarm comes out, it was then flooded by Lin Yan's wave of ants and instantly resolved. The principal was shocked at the fighting prowess of these titanic giant ants. Although from the attributes, each titan giant ant's attributes were very low, about the same as a normal magical beast of the same level. But there can't be enough of them. With nearly 100 times the amount of attacks, these titan giant ants pushed almost all the way across. It's about to meet the boss. Unfortunately, in front of those powerful magical beasts, even more numbers are useless. The principal shook his head and sighed. Zhao Tianhua's face gradually turned from the initial gloominess to a hint of joy. This was because he realized that the group of ant spirit beasts was slowly becoming less in number. In the beginning, there were more than 400 of them, and now there were only 300 left. In other words, these ant spirit animals are gone when they run out. Zhao Tianhua sneered and kept fiddling with something in his hands. After all, he was the owner of this copy, so although he couldn't do whatever he wanted, it was still possible to increase the number of some low-level magical beasts. It was important to grind out Lin Yan's spirit beast count before he encountered the boss berserk vampire. Squeak! At that moment, a large group of magical beast cat demons pounced over, screaming strangely as they rushed towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan's eyes stared, and the hundreds of titan giant ants in front of him immediately greeted him. Not right. Lin Yan glanced back at Zhao Tianhua. There are usually no duplicate wraiths in the duplicates. This group of cat demons, he had clearly killed a wave of them just now. Trying to wear down my titan giant ant population? Lin Yan sneered in his heart that Zhao Tianhua had really made a mistake. The kills keep popping up in front of me. You have successfully killed a level 7 Black Knight cat demon. Biomass plus 4. Experience plus 80. You have successfully killed a level 7 Black Knight cat demon. Biomass plus 4. Experience plus 80. You have successfully killed a level 7 Black Knight cat demon. Biomass plus 4. Experience plus 80. Titan Ant 1. You have successfully killed a level 7 Black Knight cat demon. Biomass plus 4. Experience plus 80. Basically, it takes 3 cat demons to kill a titan giant ant. Instead, Lin Yan was able to gain 12 points of biomass, which could transform 12 titan giant ants. Let's see, then, which of us is doing the losing. Lin Yan waved his hand, and the titan giant ants counterattacked towards the Black Knight cat demon. 3 minutes later, Lin Yan looked at the cat demon corpses and dozens of titan giant ant corpses all over the ground, expressionless, and even wanted to laugh a little. Biomass balance. 1208. There are currently over 200 titan giant ants left. Even if the entire army was destroyed, he still had over 1,200 titan giant ants to transform. At this point, the blood moon in the sky suddenly grew larger, and its red light shone on the earth. The whole copy is shrouded in horror. The ground shook continuously, and one after another half-human-type magical beasts burrowed out of the graveyard. Berserk vampire. The number is not 1, but 20. Tianhua. What's going on? The principal was a bit anxious and said in a hurry. 20 level 15 berserk vampires. Lin Yan is only a bronze imperial beast master of the 10th rank. How is it possible? Zhao Tianhua reached out to interrupt him and gave a cold laugh. I just said the boss was level 15. I didn't say how many. Chen Lei also stepped forward to persuade. Right, principal. Lin Yan has already made a bet that failing to pass this copy is related to Zhao Longtian's death. According to the agreement, Zhao Dong is to let him accompany the funeral. You! The principal snorted coldly and stopped talking. Qiu Tinhua is a school manager and he provides most of the school's investment. Although Lin Yan had exceptional talent, winning with numbers was ultimately a small path. Let's see if you can break through this. Chapter 8. You're fired. Lin Yan frowned slightly as he looked at the 20 berserk vampires. I didn't realize the number was so high. Test attack. Lin Yan gave the order. More than 200 titan giant ants, automatically divided into 20 groups. Each group of a dozen or so killed towards the berserk vampires. After all, titan giant ants were only level 10, and with a dozen or so of them, they were also simply unable to form an effective siege against the berserk vampire. It only lasted half a minute. More than 200 titan giant ants, and they were all wiped out. The berserk vampire, on the other hand, still had 80% of his blood. Ha 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 ha. All your little ants are dead. Zhao Tianhua laughed maniacally with a somewhat hideous expression. How is it possible that my son died in the middle of a copy and you, a punk, came out intact? Now how about telling me how my son died and I'll let you die a quick death? Lin Yan turned his head and looked at him in waves. not in the slightest bit showing any signs of grief because the spirit beasts had died out. Zhao Langtian deserves to die for his own fault. Chen Lei's eyebrows furrowed as he raised his voice to ask. Lin Yan, your spirit beasts have all died out, what are you still stubborn about? Tell me the cause of Zhao Langtian's death, and I can persuade Zhao Dong to only maim you and leave you alive. The principal sighed with his hands behind his back. Compared to cultivating a single powerful spirit beast, piling up the number of spirit beasts was still too much of a cart before the horse. Even if the number was large in front of the truly powerful, it was no different than sending them to their deaths. Mr. Chen Lei Lin Yan shook his head and looked at him sadly. I didn't realize that not only do you have poor vision, but you even have such a malicious mind. 3 years of teacher-student love, and just because the Zhao family sends you gifts every year, you're so biased in his favor. Chen Lei froze for a moment and finally said angrily, what are you babbling about? It's students like you who can't recognize reality that are pathetic. Lin Yan turned around and slowly stretched out his arm under the gazes of the three in disbelief. Immediately after, thousands of wormholes appeared in front of his body at the same time, densely stacked together. In the next second, the three were completely dumbfounded. Countless Titan giant ants crawled out of the wormhole in far greater numbers than before. Chen Lei fell to the ground at once, unable to believe the scene in front of him. Why do you have so many more? The principal narrowed his eyes, his face stony. Zhao Tianhua instantly clenched his fists, his eyes glazed over. How much more is he? Really? More than 1,200 Titan giant ants, once again divided into 20 groups. Only this time there were over 60 in each group. Kill! Lin Yan spat out a word. Thousands of Titan giant ants moved in droves, killing towards the 20 berserk vampires. 60 titanic giant ants surrounded the berserk vampire. When a Titan giant ant was killed, the Titan giant ants in the periphery immediately replenished and continued to fight. Roar! The berserk vampire let out a roar and his blood level dropped wildly. Blood 80%. Blood 50%. When blood is reduced to 20%, the berserk vampire enters into a berserk state. The figure steeply increased in size, doubling its attack speed and damage. Almost instantly, several Titan giant ants fell. Humph! Lin Yan snorted coldly and waved his big hand. Berserking! I can do it too! Titan giant ants exclusive skill release. The spiritual energy in Lin Yan's body was instantly drained. At the same time, all the Titan giant ants became reddish in color, growing to a size as big as a millstone, and their attack power and attack speed increased greatly. The densely packed berserked titanic giant ants resumed killing towards the berserk vampire. The effect is obvious. The berserk vampires, already low on blood, were wiped clean by the wave of insects in less than a minute. You have successfully killed a level 15 elite bloodline berserker vampire. Biomass plus 30. Experience plus 600. You have successfully advanced to the first rank of Silver Imperial Beastmaster. 15 kill messages appeared in front of them. The Imperial Beastmaster realm had also come to the Silver first rank. After retrieving the titanic giant ants, Lin Yan turned back to the dumbfounded Zhao Tianhua and smiled. Tonight, don't forget to deliver the corpse of the Bloodwing Demon Wolf. He then took a step out and exited the copy first. Outside the copy, Qin Ruoyu was guarding the copy scroll and waiting in agony. Zhao Tianhua didn't give her permission. She couldn't even enter. Stinking Lin Yan. Not obedient at all. Falling into someone's trap and not even realizing it. Qin Ruoyu puffed out her cheeks and huffed. Taking 10,000 points isn't enough. You have to show off and play some kind of bet. This is great. If you can't die, you'll be disabled. And I'll still have to support you for the rest of your life. Can't you expect me to be nice? Lin Yan said breathlessly as he stood behind her. What's going on today? Not only did Pops curse him to death for no reason, even Qin Ruoyu was like this. Qin Ruoyu turned to look at Lin Yan, who had suddenly appeared, and rounded her eyes. What the hell? You aren't dead or missing an arm or a leg. Is it hard to believe that inside that copy, there are no level 15 magical beasts? There is, and it's not just one. Lin Yan said. 2. Qin Ruoyu instantly exploded and said she was about to head toward the podium. I'm going to tell Elder Zhao that Zhao Tianhua that doesn't keep his word. This is clearly murder. Lin Yan grabbed her and asked, Senior Zhao. Following Qin Ruoyu's gaze, Lin Yan saw on the podium the woman in purple. Senior's name is Zhao Ziwei, a teacher at the True Martial University. It's awesome. From now on, it will be our teacher. The purple figure seemed to have seen the two's gazes and surprisingly nodded. It's going to be a guaranteed admission to Jinwu University. I don't know what Mom and Dad's face will be when they know this news. Lin Yan turned around and looked towards the exit of the duplicate scroll. 3 flashes of light. The principal, Chun Lei, and Zhao Tianhua also quit the script. Many people in the square quietly observed the scene. Lin Yan looked at Zhao Tianhua, who didn't say a word, and said, "Why, great Chairman Zhao. It's not so bad that he even owes me something from one of my students." Zhao Tianhua's face was gloomy, and he lowered his head without knowing what he was thinking. Chun Lei barely opened his smile and said to Lin Yan, "Lin Yan, Dong Zhao was just joking with you before. That blood-winged demon wolf's corpse would be at least 20 million. Look at it this way, I've made a decision for Zhao Dong. Give you 2 million in cash, this matter will be over, how about it?" Lin Yan sneered and looked at Chun Lei and said loudly, "I didn't expect you to be shameless to this extent. Willing to be the Zhao family's dog? That blood-winged demon wolf's corpse is necessary for me. Are you going to give it for Zhao Dong?" Chun Lei's face changed and he just wanted to snap. When he thought of Lin Yan's tactics in the copy, the dense army of ants was a bit frightening. "Headmaster." Lin Yan looked at the principal and said, "In my capacity as a guaranteed student of True Martial University, I suggest that the teacher with no teacher ethics be fired." The principal sniffed and immediately tensed. True Martial University was a famous university in the Dragon Kingdom, and it was unknown how many high-level Imperial Beast Masters came from there. Even the current pillar of the Dragon Kingdom, that 89-level demigod Imperial Beastmaster, graduated from that school. Offend a future high-ranking Imperial Beastmaster for the sake of a teacher? After weighing the options a little, the principal made the choice to. "Chun Lei, you're expelled. Now go back to school and pack up and leave." Chapter 9 Zhao Tianhua's congratulations. Chun Lei's face instantly paled at his words, and he fell to the ground at once. "Zhao Dong, beg for mercy for me. I still have a wife and child at home. I can't lose my job." Zhao Tianhua's face was grim and didn't move. The principal pushed up his glasses and spoke again. "Tianhua, Nanling City is just this big. If you make such an ugly mess today, how can you still gain a foothold in Nanling in the future?" Zhao Tianhua's eyes were red, and his voice was hoarse. "My son Lang Tianhe." The principal frowned. "It's normal for accidents to occur in a copy. Besides, it's not like he's the one who died inside the copy. There are so many sons of the Zhao family, is it hard to train another one? Just a corpse of a blood-winged demon wolf. What's that to you?" After a long time, Zhao Tianhua looked up at Lin Yan and said in a cold voice, "I will send you the corpse of the blood-winged demon wolf tonight. But my Zhao family's things are not that easy to take. Once I find out that Long Tian's death is related to you, I will kill you." Lin Yan spread his hands and smiled indifferently. "Thank you Dong Zhao for being so generous." At this point, Chun Lei crawled to Zhao Tianhua's feet and begged bitterly, "Zhao Dong, I can do it all for you, you can't abandon me." Zhao Tianhua's mood was already bad to the extreme. Seeing him was even more disgusting, like eating a fly. "Off. If you hadn't failed to watch, my son wouldn't have died in the copy. I'll notify all of the Zhao family's businesses and partner companies to block you." Scram! Chun Lei was paralyzed all of a sudden, and all thoughts were lost. The hearts of the people in the square all set off shocking waves, with an expression of having eaten a big melon. Holy! Zhao Dong actually went soft. Or with Lin Yan. He actually did pass Zhao Dong's copy. Isn't Lin Yan a life faculty talent? Is it hard to believe that these 10,000 points really aren't fishy? Shoo! You have to call Brother Yan from now on. He's now a guaranteed student of True Martial University. Brother Yan is really my idol. I'm going to ask him for a picture. It's over. I taunted him yesterday. What to do? Don't ask me, we don't know each other. Don't say you know me. The podium. Zhao Ziwei distributed the 2 acceptance letters to Lin Yan and Qin Ruoyu. Congratulations on becoming a member of True Martial University. And without further ado, the rest. Report to True Martial University in 3 days. I will be waiting for you there. Having said that, Zhao Ziwei glanced meaningfully at Lin Yan. Can you do the same thing with the life talent? 3 days later? Lin Yan was surprised for a moment. Shouldn't we report after summer vacation? Next to him, Qin Ruoyu knocked him hard on the head with the acceptance letter. Stupid. Liberal arts colleges only have summer vacations. We're imperial beast masters now, we have to hurry up and level up. Royu is right. The principal came over with a smile and took out 2 bank cards and, here, this is the school scholarship for you two, $1 million each. And when you have time, go back to school and visit. Lin Yen, don't worry. Next, in the future, any teacher who has a teacher moral problem, I'll fire them and never hire them. Lin Yen nodded and looked towards the disoriented Chen Lei in the square. He's kind of to blame for being like this. What about Zhao Tianhua's side? You still need to be careful. The principal, somewhat concerned, continued. I know that Zhao Longtian's death has nothing to do with you. But this incident has hit him quite hard, and I'm afraid that he'll do something drastic. Lin Yen nodded, not putting Zhao Tianhua in his mind at all. If he really pissed him off, he wouldn't mind reuniting the two of them as father and son. Returned to school by bus. After Lin Yen parted ways with Qin Ruoyu behind the school gates, he walked in the direction of his home. By now it was getting dark. Lin Yen walked down the hallway and stomped his foot twice as hard as he could. That perennially malfunctioning voice-activated light just came on. Mom, I'm home. Lin Yen closed the door and turned around before seeing that there were guests in the house. A noblewoman with a princess perm on her head was sitting on a couch smoking a cigarette. Her mother, Chen Xiaohong, was sitting next to her and seemed to be asking for something. As soon as he saw that Lin Yen had returned, Chen Xiaohong immediately got up and introduced herself with a smile. Sister Wang, this is my son Lin Yen. Lin Yen politely greeted, Hello, Auntie Wang. Wang Li glanced at Lin Yen and ignored it, continuing the topic from earlier. How hard it is to find a job nowadays. Some of the lower-ranked imperial beastmasters are out of work, not to mention you ordinary people. Chen Xiaohong rubbed her hands together and agreed with a smile. Yes, Sister Wang, my family Lin Yen is just a life faculty talent. He can't be a royal beast master. Waiting to let him repeat for a liberal arts college and get his diploma. It'd be nice to get a shift at A's pet hospital. Hearing this, Wang Li's face burst with satisfaction, waved her hand and, my family's A's is just promising. Back then he was so close to getting into the Nanling Imperial Beast Vocational College. I didn't get in, but I do have a pet hospital now, and it's only $1 million or $800,000 a year, so that's not too bad. Chen Xiaohong continued to concur. Yes, A's is the most promising child we have here. Why don't you go back and ask Aze if there's any suitable job for Lin Yen to arrange one? Wang Li finished a cigarette, casually threw the cigarette butt on the coffee table. Looking at Lin Yen straight frowned. Okay, I'll ask him later. But A's that pet hospital and now urgently need a cleaner, 1,002 a month? Or you? Chen Xiaohong's face stiffened for a moment, somewhat embarrassed. Sister Wang, this job I have now is quite good. Looking at Wang Li with some impatience on her face, she immediately changed her words. It's okay. I'm quitting my job right now, and I'll be in Azer's company tomorrow. Lin Yen stood by and listened for a while. That's when I remembered what my mom said yesterday about introducing him to a job. My mom's job has been easy and stable for decades, and you're asking her to work as a janitor? Lin Yen stopped Chen Xiaohong, who was about to call and resign, and questioned. You're just opening a pet hospital, you're so proud of it. Do you really think you're a superior person? It's outrageous that even an Imperial Beast Vocational College that you didn't get into can be a promising child in your mouth. Listening to Lin Yan's long list of sneering words, Wang Li's face changed and changed as she cursed. You little who are you talking about? No big or small. My A's is not admitted to the Imperial Beast Academy. What about you? I heard that you took the martial arts exam today. What an insouciance. Coming back in the dust. Take a test if you can. Huh? Bang. Lin Yen slapped the acceptance letter on the table. Open your doggy eyes and see what this is. Acceptance letter from Zhenwu University. Old man bailed out. Chen Xiaohong picked up the admission notice and looked at it again and again. This? The acceptance letter was beautiful. Even the medallion was clearly visible. Lin Yan's name was clearly written on it. It was just that the guaranteed admission to the true martial university, such a pie-in-the-sky thing, could happen in one's own home? Wang Li taunted with just a glance. It must be a fake. I know about the true martial university, and I know what kind of talent you punks have. I'm going to report you for falsifying certificates now. With that, he went out the door. At this point, there was a knock at the door and, Is Lin Yen there? We're from the Zhao family. The Zhao family. Chen Xiaohong and Wang Li's faces changed. In Nanling, there was no one who didn't know the Zhao family. How did Lin Yan get in trouble with the Zhao family? Wang Li clasped her arms and stood aside with a sneer. What a troublemaker. Not only forging certificates, but also getting involved with the Zhao family. Let's see how you'll end up this time. The Zhao family was a well-deserved hegemon in Nanling City. There's absolutely no good that can come out of them coming to the door. Chen Xiaohong looked at Lin Yan with a worried expression. Son, this is… Lin Yan shook his head. It's fine. I'll get the door. Open the door. Outside the door stood several men in suits carrying a huge box. The leader of the group said, "We were sent by Dong Zhao to give a gift to student Lin Yan." A gift? Only then did Lin Yan remember that it was the corpse of that blood-winged demon wolf. You guys put it in my bedroom. Several people carried the large box to the bedroom inside. Wang Li was completely confused. What was going on? Shouldn't they beat Lin Yan half to death and then start plagiarizing his family? What's with the gifts? But they were all from the Zhao family, so Wang Li didn't dare to go up and ask, right? The man in the suit bowed slightly towards Lin Yan and said politely. Dong Zhao also said to congratulate Lin Yan for getting into Jinwu University and to be careful in the future. Chapter 10: The Wraiths of Downtown. Chen Xiaohong was dumbfounded. Dong Zhao personally congratulated his son for getting into Jinwu University? Wang Li instantly paled. Can't believe my ears. She didn't believe in that acceptance letter, but if Zhao Dong said it, then it must be true. Lin Yan sneered in his heart. This is not what congratulations is, clearly a naked threat. Xiaohong, no, Sister Chen. Wang Li tried to pile up a smile and pulled Chen Xiaohong's hand. Sister Chen, you see, it was me who was wrong in the past. In the future, when Lin Yan has made a fortune, you can never fail to lift up my family's Zaya, and now his pet hospital is in a slump. And with no one on top of it, it's about to go out of business. Wang Li had tears in her eyes and snot in her nose, complaining to Chen Xiaohong. Lin Yan opened the door expressionlessly and said in a cold voice, "Now get out of my house or I'll make him unemployable tomorrow." Wang Li ran out in a hurry. Immediately after, there was an ouch from the hallway. Lin Yan was about to close the door when Lin Jianshan actually came back. "Old Lu, come in and sit down. Let's talk about my family." Lin Yan's repetition. Lin Jianshan entered the house, followed by a middle-aged man with a warm smile. As soon as he saw Lin Yan, Lu Chunxing shouted smilingly, "Great nephew, remember me?" Lin Yan had some good feelings for this man and nodded and smiled. "Uncle Lu." The two had just sat down on the couch. Chen Xiaohong then placed that acceptance letter in front of them and said with a smile, "Old Lin, our son got into Jinwu University." Lin Jianshan sat up straight for a moment, unable to believe his ears. What? Lu Chunxing picked up the acceptance letter in disbelief and scrutinized it. Lin Yan sighed. "It looks like it will have to be explained again." After Lin Jianshan saw that nothing had happened to him, he went home to report his good news. Lu Chunxing, on the other hand, left even earlier. Neither knew what happened later in the replica plaza. This acceptance letter, it's mostly real. Lu Chunxing's eyes widened. "Son, did you really get into true martial university?" Lin Jianshan asked in surprise. "No." Lin Yan shook his head. "Scared me to death with this kind of joke. I bailed." "What?" Lin Jianshan hurriedly looked at the acceptance letter as well. "It's true." Lu Chunxing nodded and made up his mind. "My son bailed out of true martial university?" Lin Jianshan muttered, then took a deep breath and fainted. "Old Lin, Kenzan, Dad, it's okay." Overjoyed and phlegmatically mesmerized. A night of chickens coming home to roost. Lin Jianshan finally slowed down, still giggling. A few people discussed when to have a promotion party. Lin Yan returned to his bedroom and unlocked the doors and windows, then took a deep breath as he looked at the large box in the room. The crate opened and inside lay the silent carcass of a wolf cub with a pair of bat-like wings on the carcass's back. Blood-winged demon wolf. Lin Yan nodded. This juvenile blood-winged demon wolf had been made into a specimen, like a work of art. Otherwise, once a magical beast of this legendary bloodline reaches adulthood, it's impossible to capture them alive for specimens. At this point, the system came up with a prompt. Level 10 legendary bloodline blood-winged demon wolf detected. Is it devoured? Devour. Lin Yan didn't hesitate and directly chose. Next, a deep black hole appeared in front of Lin Yan, as if it was a giant mouth of an abyss. The blood-winged demon wolf hatchling in the box was slowly swallowed by the black hole. You have successfully devoured the legendary grade bloodline, Blood-winged demon wolf, and gained the insect warrior, Blood-winged poison wasp. The system pops up with a message. Blood-winged venomous wasp. Lin Yen was delighted in his heart as he looked at the new troop type on the system information. Needless to say, this is a long-range bug soldier of the flying system. It just made up for Lin Yan's current shortcomings. Open the attribute panel of Blood-winged Berserker B. Blood-winged B. Level 11. Bloodline. Legendary. Blood. 700. Attack. 240. Defense. 180. Agility. 300. Spirit. 150. Skill. Blood Rain. All blood-winged bees launch a large number of poisonous needles towards the target, dealing a percentage of damage to the target. Attributes aside, Lin Yan's gaze was directly locked onto the blood-winged poison wasp skill. Surprisingly, its noble percentage damage. That means, as long as the number of blood-winged poison bees was higher, even if it was a high-level magical beast with full defense points, it can also be taken away in a wave of skills, and although it's a newly born breed of soldier, the rank yet remained the same as Lin Yan's realm. Level 11 right at Silver 1. Lin Yan looked at the attribute changes of the Titan giant ant next to him again. Titan ants. Level 11. Bloodline. Legendary. Blood. 1200. Attack. 210. Defense. 320. Agility. 180. Spirit. 0. Skill. Berserking, falling into a berserk state, immune to control, dramatically increasing his attack power and speed. Titan giant ant properties. Instead, it is heavily enhanced towards blood and defense. Seems like a good choice to act as a meat shield in the future. Close the system panel. Lin Yen consumed 1 point of biomass and transformed a blood-winged berserker bee out. A wormhole appeared in mid-air. A huge blood-winged berserker wasp flew out, close to the size of an adult's thigh, with an appearance similar to that of a black-bellied tiger wasp. A sharp sting on the tail glinted chillingly in the light. Attack! Lin Yan's mind moved. The blood-winged berserker wasp instantly swooshed in the direction indicated by Lin Yan. A tail pin shot out sharply, like a bullet, and nailed into the wall fiercely. Lin Yan walked over to take a look. The reinforced concrete in the wall was raw and a hole was cut through it. It's as powerful as a sniper bullet. Lin Yan was overjoyed in his heart. Looking again at the blood-winged berserker bee, the new stinger on the tail has been loaded. I'm so eager to find an opponent and try out the effects of real combat. Lin Yan was a bit impatient at this point. The cell phone in his pocket rang with an incoming call. Lin Yan glanced at the caller. It was Chen Ruoyu. Lin Yan's sister's party, in front of 100 Songs KTV. Come pick me up. The speech broke off and became a bit lisping. Lin Yan seemed to be able to smell the odor of alcohol through the screen and frowned as he asked, "How much have you had to drink?" There was no answer on the other end of the line, just the sound of traffic on the side of the road and laughter. Just as Lin Yan was about to hang up the phone when he went to pick her up. Roar! There was a sudden hissing of the wraith on the other end of the phone. This was followed by a group of female voices shouting in panic. Am I drunk? How can there be a wraith downtown? 21 magical beasts. Prepare for battle. Ah, I drank too much. My spiritual energy is disorganized, and I can't summon the spirit beasts. Ruoyu, wake up. Z. The voice came to an abrupt halt. Not good. Lin Yan's heart chilled. Wraiths in the city? Why haven't the society's masters shown up? Lin Yan couldn't think about it in time. He had to hurry up and get going. Bronze and silver imperial beastmasters with low control over their spiritual energy. They could no longer summon a spirit beast, and even if they could, they were no match for that 21-level demonic beast. Chen Ruoyu, the only one who had hope, couldn't even complete her words at this point, let alone deal with the magical beasts. Lin Yan walked out of the room and ran downstairs in a flurry of wind under the watchful eyes of the 3 people in the living room. Son, what are you doing? Chen Xiaohong was confused and wanted to go after him to ask, but was stopped by Lin Jianshan. My son is old enough to have his own ideas. Lin Jianshan and Lu Chunxing looked at each other and smiled knowingly. They all came from that age and know what they're talking about. Lin Yan was already handsome, and now that he was guaranteed admission to Jinwu University, There must have been a lot of secret glances from his female classmates. Mind the safety measures. Ha! Lin Yen heard his dad's voice behind him and quickened his pace. Chapter 11. He's really just a silver first rank. Downtown. In one of the streets, 3 black-clothed men pressed themselves against the wall and weaved quickly. Each of the 3 had a golden badge on their chest, indicating their identity, the Gold Realm Imperial Beast Masters of the Imperial Beast Master Association. Captain. The detector shows that the Wraith stopped in front of a KTV. An Imperial Beastmaster holding a detection instrument said. This statement was made. The leader of the squad in charge was in a cold sweat. At this time it was already late at night, and there was never much nightlife in Nanling City. I'm afraid that's the only place in town that's the most crowded at the moment. Captain, are we going to be disciplined? Another member of the team said worriedly. 10 minutes ago. The 3 of them took turns guarding the city gates, and it had been more than a decade since there had been an invasion of magical beasts in Nanling City. So naturally, they had let their guard down. Unexpectedly, damned if a rather high-ranked magical beast broke in while they were playing cards. Wait until they find out and report it up the chain of command. Just reacted. Today was the martial arts exam, and most of the top management of the Imperial Beast Master Association had gone to the provincial city for a meeting. That is to say, at this time, the only ones responsible for the security of the city gates were a few of their gate guards. I've informed the rest of the gate guards, and as long as there are no casualties, it's fine. The captain pursed his lips, and there was one more thing he didn't say. Instead, in the event of a casualty, they would then be sent to the Imperial Beastmaster's court for malfeasance. Faster. I just hope this doesn't go too far. Just as they arrived in front of the KTV on the detector, the trio's hearts sank to the bottom. Because at this time, at the entrance of the KTV, there was already a large circle of people around. In the middle of the crowd, several female Imperial Beastmasters were engaging that magical beast. No, this demonic beast is too fierce. Ruoyu hasn't woken up yet. We're no match at all. Damn it. Are all the people from the Imperial Beast Master Association dead? Today is the martial examination. The top management of the Imperial Beast Master Association have all gone to a meeting. It's finished. I haven't even gone to college to fall in love yet, and I'm going to die here today. A few people commanded the spirit beasts to struggle to hold on. But the highest level of their spirit beasts was only level 10. That magical beast was level 25. A whole big realm away from them. If not for their advanced spirit beast bloodline, they would have died in the mouth of that demonic beast. Ow! A ranged skill from the leopard-type demonic beast knocked down all of the several spirit beasts that were exhausted. Then stepped slowly, gazing at the crowd around him. The crowd dispersed at once. After all, they were all just ordinary people, facing a magical beast that he hadn't seen in over a decade with only curiosity. It had now all turned into fear. Go, let's go! The squad leader's golden aura surged from his body as he said that he summoned spirit beasts to take over the battlefield. He could also tell that these few Imperial Beastmasters with childish techniques were most likely students who had just finished their martial arts exams. Wait, Captain! A member of the team interrupted his spell casting and whispered, pointing to a group of people in front of him. The guys were carrying cameras. A female reporter held up a microphone and faced the camera with the words, "Where I am now is the entrance to a KTV in Nanling City, and as the camera can see, a magical beast is attacking humans with impunity. And at the moment, the authorities have not responded. These few Imperial Beastmasters who were attacked are known to be female students who just finished their martial arts exams. There's a crisis in the security of Nanling City, and it's surprising that female students need to step in to resist. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? For more coverage, stay tuned to Nanling News. I'm reporter Kyung Jean Fish." The captain's face darkened instantly. These unscrupulous journalists, no more than 5 minutes after it happened, arrived smelling of it. And talk about human nature being twisted and morally bankrupt. I remember a news story last year about a sow spirit animal being violated, and that was the same phrase used, I think. It's being broadcast live on TV right now, and if we show up, we'll definitely be prioritized for accountability. Another member of the team came up to the captain and advised him gently, "Why don't we wait a little longer? And when the rest of the squad arrives, we'll go together." The captain fell silent and looked towards the female Imperial Beastmasters who had already retrieved their injured spirit beasts. Do we really have to watch them die in the mouths of magical beasts? They're city guards. That demonic beast is so powerful, with just the three of us. We won't be able to take it down for a while, but instead we'll be ridiculed by the whole country. The team member pointed to the TV reporter who was continuing his story. The captain's clenched fists slowly unclenched and he sighed and, "Let's wait a little longer. Until the other squads arrive. Then we'll go on. It's the most favorable scenario for them right now. Unless, right now, an expert Imperial Beast Master suddenly appeared and took down this demonic beast. But the captain smiled bitterly to shake his head. It's impossible. The top management of the association had gone to a meeting, and right now in Nanling City, where else could there be an expert Royal Beastmaster? At this point, an explosive shout suddenly rang out behind the crowd. "Get out of the way, all of you! Let me do it!" The crowd dispersed and backed away, even the TV reporter and the three guards, who were also wrapped up in the retreat. The street was instantly cleared out of the way. A young figure walked steadfastly towards the magical beasts with an extraordinary aura. The camera was instantly focused on the figure. Can it be that an expert Imperial Beast Master has really arrived? The flame that had just been lit in the captain's heart was instantly extinguished again, because he saw it clearly. The spiritual energy in that young man's body was actually only at the first silver rank. With courage but no strategy, charging up at this time is just sending them to their deaths for nothing. The captain shook his head and said slowly. But the next second, a scene that he would never forget deepened into his mind. As the young man got faster and faster, in the thick night color, the overwhelming swarms of bees appeared out of nowhere, so black that they couldn't see the end of it for a while. A swarm of magical beasts has entered the city? The thought lasted only a second before it was overturned. Because the swarm didn't attack the humans who were scattering, and even actively avoided the panicked people. They have one goal in mind. The captain looked dumbfounded at the level 25 leopard-type magical beast that was like an enemy. Rain of blood pours down. Release! That young Imperial Beast Master gave a command, and countless air-breaking sounds rang out. Immediately after, dense steel needles from the swarm of bees poured towards the leopard-type magical beast. The leopard-type magical beasts that broke through the guards and siege of the city gates with speed were hit by a faster skill this time. One moment, the leopard-type beast was then stabbed into a hedgehog. Even that attack continued until the corpse of the magical beast on the ground disappeared, leaving only a huge ball of thorns. The captain of the guards looked at the young figure that hadn't stopped walking and was horrified. That level 25 magical beast, killed in seconds. This vast, huge swarm of bees, all of them were his one-person spirit beasts. Is he really just a silver first-rank Imperial Beast Master? Chapter 12. Tilting everything to cultivate Lin Yen. Finally, Lin Yen looked at the corpse of the unknown, shaped magical beast on the ground and felt a little emotional. For safety's sake, he would have a total of 600 points of biomass gained from the 20 berserk vampires he had killed in his copy. All of them were transformed into the just-acquired bug warrior, Bloodwing Berserker B. And the Blood-winged Berserker B indeed did not let him down. With a wave of skills, even when faced with a magical beast that was a dozen or so levels higher, they could still manage to kill it in seconds. Even the damage is spilling over a bit. It's okay. Lin Yen walked up to a few people and looked at Qin Ruoyu, who was still in a state of confusion due to her drunkenness, and was somewhat speechless. Lin Yen, that large swarm of wasps just now, were they all your spirit beasts? Lu Mengyao hadn't yet regained her senses from the aftermath of the robbery. Her spirit beast was bitten by that leopard-type magical beast and seriously injured. Although it had been retracted, the chain reaction of the spirit beast and the Imperial Beastmaster. It still made her aura stir, her chi and blood rolled over, and now she kinda wanted to vomit blood. The remaining two, too, felt the same way. That level 25 magical beast, even with the three of them joining forces, was only defeated in one battle. But now, that unparalleledly powerful magical beast had just been killed by Lin Yen with a single move. So dead that it couldn't die anymore? It was one thing to see Lin Yan's score on the scoreboard. At this point, facing a threat to your life is another thing. That's right. Lin Yen nodded. He wasn't going to hide it, nor could he hide it at all. Your gift, is it really a life-feeding bug? Lu Mengyao asked again, then nodded and muttered to herself. Yes. The combat faculty talent can't do anything this powerful. Tick-tock. The ambulance drove up at this point. The relevant departments in Nanling City, and ultimately the hospital, were the first to arrive. A great favor, And we apologize to you for the slight we made to you earlier. Lu Mengyao had already put down all her pride. The remaining two nodded. Although they hadn't intentionally targeted Lin Yan before, they couldn't avoid the unintentional contempt that flowed out of them. The ambulance took the three away, and Qin Ruoyu was left behind. The reason given by the paramedics is also simple. Sobering up doesn't require a trip to the hospital. The beast is dead. The lifelong crowd of dragons crowded around again. Many people were bold enough to come forward and take pictures of the wraith carcass. More people, on the other hand, aimed their cameras at Lin Yan. This teenage royalty who fell from the sky saved them all. Hero, may I ask your name? Quite a few people gathered around. Lin Yan didn't say anything as he carried Qin Ruoyu on his back and prepared to go home. He didn't know where Qin Ruoyu's home was. If he took her to the hotel like this, maybe the front desk would immediately call the police. Move over, I'm going home. Lin Yan carried Qin Ruoyu on his back and said to the crowd. At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized Lin Yan. I know, he's Lin Yan, this year's #1 in the martial arts exam. The one who scored 10,000 points, that genius imperial beast master. What? He's Lin Yan? The one who bailed out of true martial university. It's true that heroes come out of the youth. Let's take a picture. Lin Yan, I'm your kindergarten classmate. You said you'd marry me when you were a kid. The crowd clamored and clamored to get close to this future high-ranked imperial beastmaster. Move over, everybody. Gene Fish held the microphone, his thin frame squeezing through the crowd, but his eyes were glowing. During the daytime, she'd been waiting outside the exam room to interview the martial arts exam candidates. However, the exam room discipline is high. All candidates will be returned by school bus. She just didn't get the chance. But, not expected, after being messed up by the sudden appearance of a magical beast, she was unexpectedly blessed with her first exclusive interview with the top student of the martial arts exam. One can only imagine what a sensation her interview will cause when the news is aired. Maybe it can be turned right around. No thanks. Lin Yan carried Qin Ruoyu on his back, frowning as he walked forward. Very nice, but not at all receptive to any interviews or photo ops. Intentionally and unintentionally, he was still shielding the unconscious young girl behind him. Jin Yu thought for a moment, put down the microphone, pulled on Lin Yan's arm and, go, get in the car. Perhaps the tone was too undeniable. It's also possible that the crowd is getting more and more emotional. Jin Yu actually pulled Lin Yan and the young girl on his back into the TV station's car in a confused manner. Inside the car, Jin Yu instructed the driver to drive, while turning his head excitedly to look at Lin Yan. This is this year's top student in the martial arts exam. What a high achiever who bailed out of Zhenwu University. Such a future big shot that the maiden interview of her life was actually hers. Ahem. Gene Fish cleared his throat. As a professional journalist, he had to maintain his professionalism. Go to the south of the city resettlement area, building number 7. Lin Yan ignored the stars in the female reporter's eyes and said directly, huh? Okay. Gene Fish responded, tapping the driver. The driver would get the message and turned around, heading towards the old town, but dropping his speed. Ken Fish surreptitiously clicked the recorder, then took out his pen and book and, Mr. Lin Yan, can I interview you about something? Provincial Cities, Imperial Beastmaster Association Branch. Inside a conference room, the top Imperial Beastmasters from every city in the province were gathered. The meeting was supposed to discuss matters and preparations for the end of the martial arts examination. But a breaking news story in Nanling City. Instead, it extended the meeting that should have ended. The crowd looked at the large screen at the front of the conference room, their faces grave. The screen was playing security footage of a street. The image is of a dense swarm of bees, almost obscuring most of the view. But the people present were not impatient. Instead, he stared intently at the portion of the image revealed by the surveillance. That level 25 leopard-type magical beast and that young figure. That young figure was surrounded by spiritual energy belonging to the Silver Realm. However, one strike killed that level 25 magical beast instantly. Even after death, the attack continues. Good tactics. A Diamond Realm Imperial Beastmaster couldn't help but applaud and exclaim in admiration. The rest of them glanced at him and agreed. Crossing the ranks in seconds. My Yunyang province hasn't seen this kind of genius in how many years? Why have I never heard of him before? Lin Yan. His profile should have been hanging at the top of this conference room. This huge number of insect spirit beast armies is simply a heavenly disaster-level battle force. Even in the true martial university, where geniuses are like clouds, he will leave behind a name that belongs to him. Li Chuan, the president of the Nanling City Imperial Beast Master Association, was also full of bitter smiles at this moment. The name Lin Yan, he had only just learned of it half a day ago. The talented Imperial Beast Master who rushed to 10,000 points in the martial arts exam, successfully secured a guaranteed spot at Zenith University. If it wasn't for his outstanding performance, he had dealt with that level 25 magical beast in time. I'm afraid that I don't know what kind of disaster is going to be brewed, and when that happens, he will definitely be held accountable as the president of the Royal Beasts Association in Nanling City. Ri Chuan arched his hand toward the woman in purple in front of the conference table. Senior Zhao, please also give more support to our talented juniors in Nanling. Zhao Ziwei looked at the figure in the surveillance screen with a serious expression. Genius indeed. Even when placed in the true martial university, where geniuses walked everywhere, I'm afraid that they could still stand out. The corner of Zhao Ziwei's mouth curled up as she said softly, "It's time to report to the school soon, when all the demonic students will compete for the freshman representative. I'm dying to see you do it." At this point, the president of the Yunyang Province Imperial Beast Master Association, Cheng Dingwa, smiled and said, "The Wraith invasion in Nanling City turned out to be a disaster, and it also gained so much attention online. We, Yunyang Province, should also take this opportunity to vigorously publicize it. As long as Lin Yan can take the freshman representative this time, he'll directly enter the student council of True Martial University. I'll promise, let Nanling City become a first-class key development city. We, the Yunyang Province Beastmaster Association, will do everything we can to cultivate Lin Yan." Chapter 13. Arrival at the school. That's the end of today's interview. Is there anything else Lin Yan would like to say to the viewers? Ken Fish asked with a smile. The TV interview van stopped. Lin Yan looked out the window already at home and shook his head. Nope. With that, he picked up the still drunken Qin Ruoyu and walked down. Jin Yu looked straight at Lin Yan's back until his back disappeared, still looking at the empty space. The co-workers behind him looked at each other with some emotion. As soon as she entered the TV station, she was known as the Flower of Nanling, and she was never seen as anything more than a gawker at the back of the TV station. Today, actually looking at another man's back and gawking? Reporter Jean, he's gone. A colleague took off a small camera from the roof of the car and reminded, "He and us are destined to be people of two worlds." I know. Ken Fish returned to the car, a little annoyed for some reason. Back home, Lin Yan put Qin Ruoyu on his own bed. Myself, I made do with a night on the couch. Lin Jianshan and Shan Xiaohong were not at home and left a message for Lin Yan, saying that they had gone out for a drink to celebrate. Lin Yan had his hands patted behind his head, and he still smelled of a hint of alcohol and perfume. I went down twice today, killed a level 25 wraith, and unleashed group skills twice. The spiritual energy in his body had long since dried up, and now he was even more tired and couldn't open his eyes. Lin Yan drifted off into a deep sleep. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, sunlight poured into the living room. The news is playing on a loop on the TV. There was a figure sitting in front of him. Lin Yan sat up in a flash and was a bit confused when he saw Qin Ruoyu sitting on the sofa. "You're awake." Qin Ruoyu was eating a steaming piece of buttered bread, her eyes staring motionlessly at the news being broadcast on the TV. Aha! On the news, footage of the battle captured on surveillance was being shown. The young Imperial Beast Master who controlled the swarm of bees in battle, and the level 25 magical beast that died tragically. What the hell is wrong with your gift? Qin Ruoyu had sobered up, and the news on a loop proved that you killed the level 25 magical beast and saved me and Lu Mengyao and the girls. A copy of the martial arts exam, you took 10,000 points. A copy of Zhao Tianhua, you killed 2 level 15 bosses. Not 2. Lin Yan looked at her and said, "It's 20. Qin Ruoyu was dumbfounded. 20 level 15 bosses? After she was exhausted in the copy of the martial exam, she didn't even dare to challenge a level 15 boss. Lin Yan actually killed 20 of them? I'm not lying to you, my talent is indeed bug-feeding, but there's something special about it." Lin Yan sat down and explained. "In short, my insect spirit beasts can be reproduced in large numbers, and the higher my realm is, the greater the number will be." The higher the realm, the greater the number? Qin Ruoyu looked at the light silver color of the spiritual energy around Lin Yan. It was clearly the silver realm. But, from the news, that swarm of bees was at least a couple hundred large. Could it be that when Lin Yan advanced to the diamond realm, he would be able to summon tens of thousands of insect spirit beasts? Qin Ruoyu looked at Lin Yan and solemnly said, "It seems that you have a chance to compete for the freshman representative." Lin Yan froze for a moment. Freshman representative? It's just a speech on stage. What's there to fight over? Qin Ruoyu laughed lightly and shook her head. Nothing at Jinwu University comes with rituals. Only competing interests. The freshman representative not only represents the strongest among the freshmen, but will also receive the school's resources. And the freshman representatives, they can also qualify to join the student government during their freshman year. Lin Yan thought for a moment since he said so. The student council of Jinwu University surely wasn't as simple as it would be to check on classes and maintain discipline. The resources gained to cultivate them are definitely much more than the average student. What's more, True Martial University has an exclusive replica secret realm that can set the replica difficulty according to your requirements. Qin Ruoyu looked a little wistful and lamented. Ordinary students, there are only a handful of times a year when they have the opportunity to enter a replica en masse to brush up on their experience. But student council members, no limits. Once a day is no problem. A copy? Lin Yan's heart fluttered with the ability to enter the copy an unlimited number of times. Wouldn't that mean that a large amount of biomass could be obtained, and in the event of encountering a legendary ranked magical beast, the number of soldiers could be increased? It seems to be a good idea to join the student council early. Gotta take the freshman reps first. Now that you have that in mind, we need to get to school early and get ready. Qin Ruoyu walked out of the room and looked back at Lin Yan. You pack up and we'll leave for school today. Zhao family manor. It was a time of mourning and wailing. Zhao Tianhua sat in the living room watching the TV, his face hard to see. The news portrayed that young imperial beastmaster as simply the first of his peers, the hope of Nanling. These titles and honors should have belonged to my son, Long Tian. Bang! Zhao Tianhua slammed a valuable glass onto the ground, veins rippling on his head. That little blackmailed him yesterday with a $20 million specimen of a blood-winged demon wolf, making him lose face. And the means he used changed again. A loser who suddenly gained so many opportunities. To say that Zhao Longtian's death had nothing to do with him, Zhao Tianhua refused to believe it no matter what. Continue to check him. He's guaranteed admission to Jinwu University. Is that right? Does the family have any juniors in Jinwu University? Zhao Tianhua turned his head to look at the housekeeper. The butler looked at how furious the family head was and thought for a moment and said, "There is one, Dodo Zhao, a sophomore at Jinwu University, but not in the genealogy." Yao duo. Zhao Tianhua leaned back on the sofa and pondered for a moment. Born to that 18th line starlet? What was it called? Still alive. Yenran Lu, still alive, but I heard she has cancer, the butler said. Zhao Tianhua waved his hand and said, "The family pays for the cure. Send the bill to Dodo Zhou and tell her what to do." The butler answered, then ordered someone to do it. Zhao Tianhua looked at the coffins in the open space of the courtyard, and his annoyance grew even more. In the copy of the body was not even found, had no choice but to set up a cloak and dagger. What are those people? Zhao Tianhua looked at the number of people who were crying their hearts out and holding up signs shouting something. The butler waved his hand, and several security guards immediately walked over to the. It's the parents of the young master's followers, seeking justice for the child who died in the copy. Asking for an explanation? Zhao Tianhua let out a sardonic smile. Then give them an account. The butler understood and immediately walked out. Not a moment too soon. The cries died down. A van with no license plate departed from the Zhao family manor and headed towards the wasteland, leaving drops of blood along the way. On the High Line, Lin Yan woke up leisurely, and beside him, Qin Ruoyu was already asleep with her head tilted. A trace of crystals still flowing from the corner of her mouth. Departed yesterday afternoon. It was now 8 o'clock the next morning. Lin Yan stretched his back, and the high-speed railroad announcement rang out. The train is about to arrive at its final stop ahead, Zenith University Station. So please leave your luggage. Lin Yan pushed Qin Ruoyu with his arm and said, "Here's the stop, get off." Qin Ruoyu was sleepy and stroked the hair around her ears. The two exited the station. Lin Yan was instantly shocked by the scene before him. Only on the front square of true Martial University, a huge Xuanwu silhouette rose up into the sky, overlooking the crowd outside the school. Chapter 14 Registration. Controversy. What a big turtle! Lin Yan exclaimed with his head held high. Qin Ruoyu rolled her eyes and laughed. Uncultured look. This is the principal's spirit beast, the supreme Xuanwu. It's guarding the entire school. The two walked through the school gates. Lin Yan really didn't see the Xuanwu shadow anymore, so it seemed like that supreme Xuanwu was mainly for off-campus security. Although school doesn't officially start for another 2 days. But by this time, a number of people had already reported to the school. Looking at the long line of people, many of whom were pulling suitcases, it was obvious that they were all freshmen. Lin Yan and Qin Ruoyu also lined up. This period, Qin Ruoyu popularized some things to Lin Yan about freshman representatives and entering the student council. The freshman representatives of each session represented the strongest imperial beast strength of the current session. As for the freshman representatives, they can join any student government department of their choice. The selection of freshman representatives is also simple with a point system. Each new student has a point, and those with lower points can challenge those with higher points, and those with higher points cannot refuse. The person with the highest points challenges the person with the lowest points, requiring the consent of the person with the lowest points. Challenge where the winner gets all the points of the loser. 3 days after the start of the school year, points are tallied and the person with the most points is the freshman representative. Then wouldn't it be that if you lose just one hand, you'd have no chance at all? Lin Yan was a bit surprised. Qin Ruoyu held her hand over the sun and shook her head. Not really, in fact, the upper grades are also on this point system. Points can be gained through school quests, and points can be exchanged for spirit beast resources and whatnot. In short, the fact that true Martial University has been able to stand as one of the 4 prestigious universities for so many years without collapsing relies on the rules of the weak and strong competition. Lin Yan nodded. Imperial Beast Masters were originally honored by their strength, and this type of points competition was cruel but reasonable. Wait until the sun is high in the sky and it's noon. Finally, it's time to line up the two of them. Student, register. The one in charge of registration was a student, and as soon as he saw Qin Ruoyu, his eyes were glowing. True Martial Arts University admits students on merit, and the ratio of male to female Imperial Beastmasters is roughly 5 to 1. There weren't many beauties of Qin Ruoyu's caliber. Student, introduce yourself. The student in charge of registration smiled warmly. My name is Lu Jie, a sophomore. I just joined the student union this year, and the president highly values me. Qin Ruoyu glanced at him and nodded expressionlessly. Lu Jie hemmed and hawed, looking at the registration form. The column of spirit beasts is clearly written as light-scale dragon. Even more surprised. Senior Sister Qin, your spirit beast is also of the dragon lineage. Such a coincidence. My spirit beast is a sword-spine flying dragon of epic bloodline. Let's add a contact. In the future you can look for me if you have any problems with dragon spirit beast cultivation. Unexpectedly, Qin Ruoyu finished filling out the information and faintly said, No need. Afterward, Qin Ruoyu looked at the sun so big above her head and frowned straight away. The weather's melting her makeup. I'm going back to my dorm. So check yourself in and have dinner tonight. The 2 men's dormitories were not supposed to be in the same place, and the next thing you know, they're not on the same path. Lin Yan, who was behind him, nodded, having no problem with this proposal. After Qin Ruoyu left, Lin Yan began to register, and Lu Jie gave him a sidelong glance before his eyes fell on the spirit beast column on the registration form. Titan giant ants, blood-winged berserkers, double spirit beasts? Lu Jie was surprised for a moment, then laughed disdainfully. I thought it was some kind of powerful spirit beast, but it turns out to be 2 bugs. Even if you have a special talent that allows you to contract 2, so what? A bug is still a bug and can't become a dragon after all. Lin Yan frowned as he sniffed. Are bug spirit beasts necessarily weaker than dragon spirit beasts? Strength does not lie in the type of spirit beast, but in the utilization of the Imperial Beast Master. Lu Jie froze for a moment, then let out a loud laugh, attracting a crowd of eyes that, ha 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 ha. What year is it that there are still fools like you who believe in this kind of talk? A bug is a bug, and weak is weak, and dragon spirit beasts are born to be above other spirit beasts. Lu Jie's open-hearted laughter instantly caused the rest of the people to be displeased. Some of the freshmen tried to go up and argue with him, but they were all stopped by the people next to them. They Don't be impulsive. He's Lu Jie, a top 10 sophomore and a member of the student council. At the sound of the student council, the crowd changed color. If there is a dispute with him, not only will there be no chance of joining the student council again, I'm afraid I'll be targeted at every turn. For a while, the originally disgruntled crowd was silenced. Only Lin Yan was not accustomed to him and said crossly, "True martial university honors strength. Since when has status been divided by spirit beast species?" Lu Jie laughed with tears in his eyes and pointed at Lin Yan. "Strength is honor? You hick. From Nanling City. It's okay to be a genius in a small place like that. What kind of place is this? True martial university. Geniuses are everywhere. Do you need to be educated by your senior on what it means to have strength as your honor?" With that, Lu Jie summoned his sword ridge flying dragon. Huge wings, thick dragon claws, a row of sharp bone blades on his back, and a pair of black eyes looking at Lin Yan. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Lu Jie clasped his hands to his chest and grinned smugly as he, "What? Aren't you going to summon your two little bugs out and feel the dragon's power?" Lin Yan disdained his childish approach and sneered. "Since you want to prove yourself, how about I'll see you in the points ring? Let's see if my bugs can slay dragons." When these words came out, the freshman in the room instantly boiled over. What? A freshman challenging a sophomore student body member? Battle between insect-type spirit beasts and dragon-type spirit beasts? Have guts. I've long looked at this grandson in a bad light. What's a dragon spirit beast pretending to be? That's. Our principal is a King's Realm beastmaster, and a spirit beast is still not a big turtle. Shoo! Don't talk nonsense. That's the supreme Xuanwu, said to have fed on dragons in ancient times. Bro, I'm a dragon spirit beast too. I'm not as pretentious as him. It's on to the points ring, and those with low points can't refuse to challenge him. But courage is courage. I won't say anything about the bug spirit beasts. That Lu Jie is a gold 3rd order. Brother Slaughter Dragon is only a silver 1st order. The strength gap is still a bit big. If we really want to fight, let's go and give Brother Slaughter a show. Gotta go. Can't let this sophomore bully. The new students were already talented imperial beastmasters from various places and were arrogant. Although he was very upset with Lu Jie, he didn't want to offend him. Now, there was a man who came forward to challenge Lu Jie. It was instantly respected and supported by all the freshmen. Moreover, Lin Yan had inexplicably gotten the title of Dragon Slayer. Apparently, though, people respected the courage but didn't think much of him. Therefore, this Dragon Slayer also has some flirtatious meaning. Watching the freshmen swarm, Lu Jie's face was also a bit hard to hang on to. He had wanted to scare the uninformed freshmen, but I didn't expect him to dare to openly challenge. If he took a step back in front of these hicks today, he wouldn't be able to get a foothold in the student council in the future, right? Lu Jie gritted his teeth and let out a cold smile. "I'll give you time to recuperate, and I'll be waiting for you tonight at 8 o'clock in Challenge Ring 13. Okay." Lin Yan finished filling out the registration form, looked at him and asked, "By the way, how many points do you have?" Lu Jie was furious and laughed. This hick couldn't really want to win. He flashed his scorecard straight up and 853 points. "All yours if you win." "So much." Lin Yan was a bit shocked, knowing that a new student only had 1 point. If we win him, wouldn't we not need to challenge others and just lie down and win? Wait until Lin Yan left. Lu Jie picked up Lin Yan's registration slip and looked at it for a long time before asking his companion in confusion. "Is bug feeding a talent in the combat talent sequence?" Chapter 15 Brother Dragon Slayer? News interview exposed. Lin Yan dragged his suitcase to the dormitory. The dormitories are standard 4-bedroom, luxury apartments. By now, the other 3 people from the dormitory had arrived. As soon as they saw Lin Yan walk into the dormitory, they were suddenly excited. "Holy! Our last roommate was Brother Dragon Slayer. Holy! Dude, you're so brave to start a feud with a sophomore." "Yeah, he's still on the student council. You can't afford to do that." The two cast sympathetic glances at Lin Yan. Lin Yan was a bit surprised that the rumor was spreading so quickly. He just got to the dorm and all the roommates know? Another roommate, a teenager with dyed rebellious red hair, rose and held out his hand and, "My name is Tang Tianyu, and I like to make friends with people like you." Lin Yan shook his hand, confused, and, "My name is Lin Yan. What is a person like me?" Tang Tianyu let out a loud laugh and patted Lin Yan on the shoulder. "Of course it's a warrior. I've long looked at that Lu Jie with disdain. He's just a member of the Lu family in the capital. He's so proud of his ancestors' achievements. If it weren't for the Lu family's dedication to cultivating him, he'd be a dog's ass. Lin Yan nodded. It seemed like this Lu Jie didn't have a small background. I'll accompany you at night. Tang Tianyu blinked. His smile had a hint of cunning. After you lose, I'll go on again. There are many of us freshmen who are not happy with him, so I don't believe we can't wear him down in a wheel battle. Lin Yan was somewhat speechless. Speaking so impassionately, it turned out that he had also decided that he would definitely lose. Don't worry, I won't lose. Lin Yan began to pack up his bed. Tang Tianyu froze for a moment at his words, then walked over to Lin Yan's side and, "Brother, it's good that we dare to challenge. But to say that is not recognizing reality. I know you're a genius in your place, but here you're just an ordinary person. And Lu Jie is still a genius at true martial university where geniuses gather. Let's not talk about his epic bloodline sword ridge flying dragon. He himself is still a gold third stage imperial beast master. Looking at the spiritual energy around you, it's just like the silver first stage. There's no way you can have a chance of winning." Lin Yan asked rhetorically without comment. "What if I win?" Tang Tianyu skimmed his lips and said, "If you win, I'll pay for your meals this month." The other two roommates added color with a smile. Li Dumeng, "If you can win, what about your dirty clothes this month? I'll wash them for you." Han Xiaofeng, "If you can win, I'll paint your stinky shoes this month." Deal. Lin Yan was inwardly moved. What a good roommate. The three of them simply ordered takeout for lunch. After eating, Lin Yan took a nap. As soon as he opened his eyes, it was already dark outside. Holy! Lin Yan sat up in a flash. What time is it? It's 7:30. Tang Tianyu put on his jacket and reminded, "Hurry up and get going. If you're late, you'll be sentenced directly to a negative." Lin Yan nodded and got out of bed to get dressed. If the first challenge issued by yourself is ruled negative by lateness, in the Jinwu University where the strongest person is honored, I'm afraid that everyone will think that they are timid. Then from now on, I will always have to bear the name of coward. Lin Yan and the others hurried to the ring hall. Luckily, I wasn't late. At this moment, the ring hall, Lu Jie's agreed upon points ring number 13, was already surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside. Word of that daytime engagement had spread fast. A freshman who didn't know any better had openly challenged the members of the sophomore student council. This had never happened before in the entire history of true martial university. Lu Jie was already waiting on the other side of the points ring, looking at Lin Yan, who had hurriedly arrived, with contempt in his eyes. He's got someone to ask around. The talent, bug feeding, that Lin Yan had filled out on the registration slip was not a combat talent at all. Instead, it's a crap talent in the life department. How did such a loser pass the exam to get into true martial university? Seeing that Lin Yan on the other side was already ready to fight, Lu Jie cleared his throat and said openly, "I'm glad so many people are following this game. But before I do, I have a question that I hope someone can clear up for me." With that, Lu Jie reached out and pointed at Lin Yan. This new student, his name is Lin Yan, and according to the information on the registration form, his talent is the life department's bug feeding. When these words came out, everyone in the room was surprised and discussed them in conversation. Lu Jie looked at Lin Yan with a sardonic smile and continued, "I know everyone is wondering in their hearts how this punk can get into true martial university when he clearly has trash talent. I suspect that he is an imposter. This kind of trash is still qualified to challenge me? The most important thing right now is to get him out of school." Some of the sophomores also began to build momentum and shouted, "Punks, get out of school. This kind of crap is polluting the school air. Get out of here before his identity is thoroughly ascertained." A group of people began to expel Lin Yan, loudly reprimanding him. Lin Yan frowned, not expecting the other party to be so shameless. Li Dumeng and Han Xiaofeng blanched, not knowing what to do. Tang Tianyu protected Lin Yan behind him and rushed at Lu Jie and shouted, "Lin Yan has a guaranteed acceptance letter. Can talent alone deny his identity? Since you're skeptical, you should be the one to come up with evidence that Lin Yan isn't a student of true martial university instead of asking Lin Yan to testify against himself." Some nodded, indeed. Since Lu Jie suspected it, let Lu Jie bring out the evidence instead of asking Lin Yan to testify against himself. Unexpectedly, Lu Jie sneered and, "What more proof do we need? Isn't his crap talent in the life department the best evidence? The crowd fell silent. Although this evidence is clearly insufficient, it's working. Everyone was a royal beastmaster and understood the role of combat talent for a royal beastmaster. Let's not even talk about the life talent. Of all the people present, none of them had a combat talent lower than B rank. It was truly unbelievable that a life department talent could get into the top Jinwu University in the country. Lu Jie was satisfied in his heart as he watched the crowd's reaction. He's a sophomore student council member who condescends to fight a freshman in the points ring. Losing that naturally goes without saying. Even if you win, you'll be laughed at. Therefore, Lu Jie didn't even intend to compete with Lin Yan. At this point, someone let out a gasp. You guys watch the TV news. The walls of the ring hall are lined with televisions. At this point, all the televisions were broadcasting the same news. It was a sweet-looking female reporter who spoke to the camera. Where I am now is the entrance to a KTV in Nanling City. With the camera you can see that a magical beast is attacking humans with impunity. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? For more coverage, stay tuned to Nanling News. I'm reporter Kyung Jin Fish. The scene shifts. On the surveillance screen, a black swarm of swarming spirit beasts appeared, under the command of a teenage imperial beastmaster. Unleash your skills towards that level 25 magical beast. One moment, that level 25 magical beast then died beyond repair. The scene changes again. This time, it's an interview with a teenager. Everyone looked at Lin Yan in unison, the shock in their hearts hard to understand. He is the same imperial beastmaster who killed the level 25 magical beast in seconds. Level 25. When converted to the imperial beastmaster realm, it would be the 5th stage of the golden realm. Lu Jie looked at the TV screen with disbelief, his fists slowly clenching. Lin Yan had actually killed a level 25 magical beast in seconds. His sword ridge flying dragon. It's only level 23. Chapter 16. One round. The atmosphere in the ring hall quieted. No one made a sound, only the sound of the interview playing on the television, which seemed a little abrupt. Ha ha ha. Tang Tianyu slapped Lin Yan's shoulder and let out a loud laugh. Why don't you guys say anything? Aren't you questioning my brother? The crowd fell silent. If this news is true, then the skepticism and ridicule they just had become clowns? Lu Jie gritted his teeth and said with a cold smile, "What does a half-truth tell you about the news? Even if he really is a freshman of our true martial university, is it possible that he can still beat me?" The crowd looked at Lu Jie, some of them secretly nodding their heads. Indeed, although Lu Jie's was only a gold 3rd order imperial beastmaster, the spirit beasts were also of level 23. It was still 2 levels less than the magical beast that Lin Yan had killed in seconds. However, the combat power of the imperial beastmaster was inherently flexible and changeable, and could not be judged solely on the basis of rank. Moreover, Lu Jie was also a genius imperial beastmaster. The combat power was naturally much stronger than that level 25 magical beast. Lu Jie was a top 10 strong sophomore, stronger than most of the imperial beastmasters present. They didn't want to see Lu Jie fail either. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that they, sophomores and juniors, can't even compete with a freshman? That's right, maybe that magical beast has been seriously injured, so that he just happened to pick up the pieces. Right? That magical beast must have only a sliver of blood left. It's cheap. The number of bugs is quite large, but unfortunately it's not much use. I guess Lu Jie's sword ridge flying dragon can spit a large number of them to death with a single dragon's breath. Lu Jie or loss, win to gain a point. If you lose, lose is impossible to lose. It's swell to be able to contract a large number of spirit beasts. Bugs are bugs after all. Does our school have a bug major? I don't think I've ever heard of it. Cold majors, so what if you get into Jinwu University? Bug spirit beasts don't have great development in the future after all. Lu Jie had supporters standing behind him, coldly looking at the freshman who made such a scene today. Beside Lin Yan, there were only 3 roommates and some freshmen who had a wait-and-see attitude and were watching. After all is said and done, we'll see in the ring after all. Lin Yan stepped forward and looked at Lu Jie without any fear. I hope that you can maintain this kind of arrogance when Lousy seconds you with one move later on. Lu Jie let out a sardonic smile and similarly took a step out. The two instantly disappeared on either side of the ring. Immediately after, on the big screen in points ring number 13, a battlefield with an azure sky and flat grasslands appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Lin Yan and Lu Jie stood on either side of the grass, just 200 meters away. Lu Jie will definitely win. Someone laughed. That's right. Such a wide field is just right for the Sword Ridge Flying Dragon. Another person responded. In the ring battlefield. Summon your ridiculous bugs. Lu Jie clasped his hands to his chest with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. A light flashed behind him, and the huge-bodied Sword Ridge Flying Dragon was summoned. The Sword Ridge Flying Dragon opened its wings to release its dragon authority, spewing out dragon breath from its nose as it looked coldly at Lin Yan. Lin Yan glanced at his surroundings and was satisfied. Ridiculous. Lin Yan stood with his hands in the air, his spiritual energy floating around him. In the next second, countless wormholes surfaced. In mid-air, a dense swarm of bees appeared with an appalling sound. In the hall, the rapt crowd had read the news and were already prepared. However, they were still shocked by the overwhelming army of spirit beasts. I'll be damned. Look at the number. There's at least several hundred of them. What's the point? I bet Lu Jie can kill them all with one skill over. That's right, at a certain realm, quantity is already useless, unless these bugs, are all legendary bloodline ha 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 ha. How is it possible? It's widely recognized that insect spirit beasts are weak. If he can defeat Lu Jie, I'll eat upside down. Corner of the hall. A group of girls giggled and watched the scene. This freshman is so fierce. He's ING with the sophomore student body. A bug spirit beast versus a dragon spirit beast? What's the point of watching this kind of match with no suspense? By the way, Ryu, you're also a dragon spirit beast, aren't you? Why don't you predict how many rounds to end the battle? A few people looked at Chen Ryu on the side and asked with a smile. Chen Ryu thought for a moment and said, 1 round. A few people laughed and were surprised. Ryu is so unimpressed with that freshman. Unexpectedly, Chen Ryu said with a cold smile, it's Lu Jie who won't last a round. The 3 men were shocked in unison. How can that be? That Lu Jie is a Gold Realm Dragon Imperial Beast Master. Chen Ryu looked at the big screen and stopped talking. The 3 resentfully stopped talking as well, looking towards the ring battlefield. In the ring battlefield, Lu Jie's scalp tingled a little when he saw the blackened army of swarms. It has to be a quick battle. We can't give him a chance to fight back. It was the first time he had stumbled upon a royal beastmaster of this school with no combat experience. In case of guttering, he had no shame in being in the student council either. Blade Hurricane. Lu Jie let out an explosive cry, and the Golden Realm's spiritual energy flowed crazily. The Sword Ridge Flying Dragon rose up into the air. The ridges of the sword behind it pulled out in layers, spinning and blowing a hurricane towards Lin Yan to kill him. It's Sword Ridge Flying Dragon's big move. Outside the battlefield, someone saw the move and exclaimed. At the end of last semester, Lu Jie had used this move to finish off an opponent at the 10th rank of the Gold Realm. The crowd's hearts were endowed. It seemed that Lu Jie was also a bit scared and wanted to end the battle with a single move. At this moment, the gazes of everyone in the arena were focused on Lin Yan. Lin Yan looked at the rapidly flying sword blade hurricane and slowly ordered that. Spread out. The densely packed blood-wing berserkers instantly spread out, vaguely surrounding the sword spine flying dragon. Rain of blood pours down. Release. Another simple command. Lu Jie narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered. A spiritual power was shot out, and a defensive shield was instantly opened on the Sword Ridge Flying Dragon. A bug's attack is also trying to break through the true dragon's defense? Next, Lu Jie, who was originally full of confidence, seemed to have seen something horrible staring at him. Stingers like a rainstorm shot towards the Sword Ridge Flying Dragon. The stinger that was supposed to be warded off by the shield, as if it carried some special rule, stuck straight into the flesh and blood of the sword spine flying dragon. Roar. The stings are getting more and more numerous, as if there is no end to them. The Sword Ridge Flying Dragon ate the pain and raised its head to the sky with a long whine. Lu Jie slowed down from the screams, and his heart shook tremendously. No, stop it. He could feel that the Sword Ridge Flying Dragon's life was plummeting. I'm afraid I'm going to die if this keeps up. Lin Yan looked at the sword blade hurricane that was about to kill in front of him, his face expressionless, not taking a step back. The scattered swarms didn't stop, and a large number of stings continued to fire towards the sword spine flying dragon. No, I admit defeat. Stop now. Lu Jie panicked and looked to Lin Yan, pleading. The Sword Ridge Flying Dragon was an epic-level dragon spirit beast, and even the Lu family had put in a lot of effort to find such a spirit beast. If he was killed here, he wouldn't even be able to stay in school, let alone in the student council. But Lin Yen turned a deaf ear. Coldly, he watched as the wailing of the Sword Ridge Flying Dragon gradually ceased, until the system's kill message appeared in front of. You have successfully killed level 23 Epic Bloodline Sword Ridge Flying Dragon. Biomass plus 100. Experience plus 0. Chapter 17. Have you forgotten me? The sword blade hurricane lost its source of power and scattered to the ground with a bang. Lin Yen stood still, and the blood-winged berserkers around him remained in combat mode. Only this time their target was Lu Jie. Come back. Lin Yen beckoned, reclaiming the hundreds of blood-winged berserkers back into space. This is in a school, not a secret place. Lin Yen knew that there were many people outside watching this match. The moment he killed the Sword Ridge Flying Dragon, it was declared that the contest was over. What he wanted to continue doing to Lu Jie would not be allowed by the teachers watching the competition in the hall. Lin Yen coldly looked at Lu Jie. He knew that if Lu Jie came up with that move, if he couldn't resist it, he would be seriously injured without dying. Lu Jie wanted to present himself in front of the crowd, and all he wanted was for his roots to be destroyed. Cheap. Lin Yen glanced at him and took a step out to leave the ring battlefield. An illusory light flashed. On both sides of the ring, the figures of the two reappeared. Only this time, Lin Yan's expression was still so breezy and unchanged. But Lu Jie, from being ambitious at the beginning, has become disoriented and, my Sword Ridge Flying Dragon, dead? Lu Jie was a bit skeptical. He is the first son of the Lu family, contracted epic bloodline sword spine flying dragon, entered the real martial arts university at a young age, sophomore joined the student union, should have unlimited future right? Why? At that moment, the inner thoughts of the people in the hall were also those three words. Combat offense and defense shift too quickly. All they saw was Lin Yen releasing his skills, Sword Ridge Flying Dragon screaming miserably, Lu Jie begging for mercy, and then it was gone. Even the skills that Lin Yen had unleashed, they had just seen on the TV news. Lu Jie has also read it. Yet the ending is unchanged. There was a moment of silence in the hall as Lu Jie's brothers spoke up. It's just a competition. Coming up here and killing someone's spirit beasts that have been cultivated for years is too vicious. The rest of the group chimed in. That's right. With so many of your spirit beasts, this isn't even a fair match. It's just a matter of winning by many. And although you won, it wasn't honorable. Despicable means vicious mind. One like you doesn't deserve to be a royal beast master at all. Oh. Lin Yen looked at the ones who had spoken out and raised an eyebrow as he asked. That's not fair. Why don't a few of you go together and we'll do it again? The hearts of the crowd were shaken. Those guys weren't as good as Lu Jie though, and they weren't members of the student council either. But they're real sophomores. Even Lu Jie couldn't possibly defeat a few of them combined. Could it be that Lin Yen was going to single-handedly take on all of them? However, what the crowd was expecting didn't happen. Those few people didn't dare to meet Lin Yan's eyes. They avoided their gazes and stopped speaking. Lin Yen looked around, and the crowd avoided retreating for fear of messing with this killing god. What is Lu Jie? The genius demon in your mouths, the senior of the sophomore student council, and the noble dragon imperial beast master. Lin Yen stood above the ring, looking down at the crowd, and slowly said, As for me, a freshman, my spirit animal is the insect line that none of you can see. So, when Lu Jie provoked, you guys drummed up noise. You guys clapped your hands when Lu Jie threatened me. You guys turned a blind eye when Lu Jie directly used his killing move. The sophomores surrounding Lu Jie in the field were already sweating profusely. Lin Yan's eyes were ice cold as he said word for word, If there's still someone who's not convinced, just come. I'll see you in the ring. Having said that, Lin Yan was the first to leave the ring hall under the gaze of the crowd. Awesome. A freshman behind him clenched his fists, his face agitated. It's so damn cool. One move and the sophomore is gone. Let's see who dares to look down on us freshmen from now on. It's better to keep a low profile. This brother is relying on strength and we don't have it. Also, holy, that sophomore looks at me, what do I do? Just as he stepped out of the ring hall, Tang Tianyu chased after him, his face swirling with red light, and gave Lin Yan a punch. Okay bro, that's really something. Thought you were blowing awesome. Forget it. I admit defeat. I'll cover all your meals this month. Barbecue tonight, my treat. Although the other two were happy for Lin Yen in their hearts, they wore bitter smiles on their faces. Okay, we'll both cover the dirty clothes and shoes. Li Dumeng thought for a moment and asked, so, Lin Yan's stinky socks, should you come or should I? Han Xiaofeng froze and said, it must be you? Socks belong to clothes? Do you still want to renege? Li Dumeng retorted with an unconvinced face. The socks are obviously one with the shoes. You should be the one washing them. A few people jostled around and made their way to the barbecue stand in front of the school. After ordering some kebabs of ordinary meats, what stunned Lin Yen was that there were actually magical beast kebabs. Bred magical beasts that can't be born with spirituality can't be contracted, so they'll just appear on the dinner table. Tang Tianyu explained. An open-air barbecue stand in the summer. A few people, with a beer in one hand and a kebab in the other, looked out at the huge Xuanwu silhouette in the square not far away. By the way, among the freshmen this year, there is a dragon imperial beastmaster who is old and pretty. Han Xiaofeng put down his beer bottle, took out his cell phone and opened the forum album, and said with great interest, someone took a picture and uploaded it to the forum. If it wasn't for the heat of Brother Yen killing Lu Jie in seconds, she'd be number 1 on the hot search list. Li Dumeng meat skewer has not yet swallowed, snatched over the phone, looked at it, suddenly stared at the eyes. Holy, so beautiful. What's the point of being a beast master? It's like being a star, a proper fairy. Han Xiaofeng rolled her eyes. People aren't stupid. A beautiful dragon imperial beastmaster, or from a prestigious school. Where is the status in the future that can be compared to any female star? Lin Yen was not a good drinker, and by now his eyes were already a little straight, looking at the photo of Qin Ruoyu on his cell phone in contemplation. Tang Tianyu wiped a handful of saliva and pushed Lin Yen to make fun of him. Look at that. Brother Yan's heart is in the right place. The two of them were also smilingly looking at Lin Yen. But I say, Tang Tianyu patted Lin Yan's thigh, even though Brother Yen has a good look and is strong, I guess people won't give you a proper look. Ha 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 ha. The remaining two also laughed non-stop. It just so happens that the other person is also a dragon imperial beastmaster, so I guess they don't have much to say about Brother Yen. It's true that there's nothing good about him. A cool voice was suddenly behind Lin Yen. The three men looked back, only to see a girl with a gorgeous appearance, sitting herself beside Lin Yen, snatching the skewer in Lin Yan's hand and stuffing it into her mouth. The three were dumbfounded. Li Dumeng reached out and pointed at the beauty that suddenly appeared and stammered, Fairy? Fairy descending to earth? Han Xiaofeng's eyes bulged out as he glanced at his cell phone, and then at the beautiful woman across from him. Tang Tianyu backhanded himself and shook his head, but the beauty in front of him was still there. The beauty not only existed, but also raised her pretty eyebrows in a cold questioning voice to the dazed Lin Yen. First day of school and you forgot about me? Chapter 18. Specialized transfers. What's the situation? Hearing what Qin Ruoyu said to Lin Yen, the three of them looked at each other, seeing shock in their respective eyes. How does this tone of voice of the fairy sister sound like she's being pampered? Lin Yan's eyes were already a bit disoriented as he looked at Qin Ruoyu, his tongue a bit numb. You're here. Qin Ruoyu was a bit annoyed. This guy forgot about himself and still acted as if nothing happened? Come here you. Qin Ruoyu twisted Lin Yan's ear and dragged him into a side alleyway without saying a word. The three of them got up, somewhat at a loss for words, and subconsciously tried to follow. However, she was scared by Qin Ruoyu's sudden turn back with an icy look and sat back down again, watching the two figures disappear into the darkness of the small alley. Tang Tianyu had some palpitations and shrunk his neck. Good boy. Fairy sister's aura is too strong. Han Xiaofeng and Li Dumeng also nodded their heads. It feels as if I'm being glared at by an ancient dragon type. Right, in the future, are we going to call fairy sister-in-law? Tang Tianyu nodded slowly. It should be. A thought rose in the hearts of all three at the same time. Lin Yen, this kid, he's hiding pretty deep. Not only did he kill Lu Jie with a bang, but he also hooked up with the most famous and beautiful freshman on the first day of school. Most painful of all, for the next month Lin Yan's meals, washing clothes, and brushing shoes were still all covered. It's not working, the three wailed at the same time. Lin Yen was pulled to the small hutong and smelled the perfume that hit his nose, half sobering up. What's wrong? Qin Ruoyu looked at the entrance to the alley where no one was, and looked at Lin Yen without a good look. Remember what I told you when we parted at noon? This one. Lin Yen stumbled as he sobered up all of his wine. Dinner tonight? Feeling the murderous aura emanating from Qin Ruoyu's body, Lin Yen immediately begged for mercy. It's all because of that Lu Jie. I forgot about it. Qin Ruoyu narrowed her eyes and threatened. Out of the blue. You dare to go on a date behind my back and forget all about me. Thanks to me asking around for you all afternoon. This is how you repay me? Lin Yen froze for a moment. Inquiring about what? Qin Ruoyu clasped her arms with both hands and said without a trace of anger. You didn't know that until now. And it's a shame you're sitting there drinking with a clear conscience. Lin Yen seemed to understand some of it and waved his hand. It's fine, Lu Jie and I are normal sparring sessions, and it's still him who provoked it first. I'm not afraid even if it goes to the principal. Qin Ruoyu stomped her foot and stretched out her green onion-like fingers to point at Lin Yan's head. What a wooden head. Who told you about that Lu Jie thing? You still don't know until now. True Martial University doesn't have an insect department Imperial Beast Master Major now. You've been transferred to the Spider Department. Spider faculty? Lin Yan's heart sank. If anything, the bug system was the one at the bottom of the list of many spirit beast species. Then the spider system is the penultimate. Nowadays, there were no more Imperial Beast Masters who would contract insect-type spirit beasts. And the spider system is a little better. However, both the two types of spirit beasts were bred and trained in the opposite way. And spider-type spirit beasts were still more restrained against insect-type spirit beasts. What then? Lin Yen frowned, not expecting this situation to suddenly arise. Could it be that Zhenwu University was known throughout the country, yet it didn't even have a single insect sentinel beast teacher? Qin Ruoyu rolled her eyes and said, 3 ways. 1. Agreeing to the transfer. You replace the bug spirit animal with a spider spirit animal. 2. Give up the transfer and after dropping out, the school will arrange for you to study the knowledge related to the insect sentinel beasts at an ordinary university. 3. You go to the retired professor Hu Fongyuan and ask him to return to the job. Looking into Qin Ruoyu's eyes, Lin Yen knew that instead of 3 choices, there was actually only one left for him. Hu Fongyuan? Since he's a retired professor, why didn't the school step in and contact him to return to work? Lin Yen frowned. Qin Ruoyu sighed. I've investigated. When Ms. Zhao Ziwei transmitted your information back to the school 2 days ago, the school had already stepped in to discuss the matter of reappointment with Professor Hu Fongyuan. But the old man was acting extremely withdrawn, and the school couldn't persuade him with any persuasion. Unsurprisingly, when school officially starts tomorrow, the school will notify you to transfer your major. You need to find Hu Fongyuan and get him to come around and return to teaching you before the school contacts you. Lin Yen nodded. As it stood, there didn't seem to be any other way than to get Hu Fongyuan to come around. Back to the dorms. The trio hadn't gotten over the fact that they had 2 storms in a row today. Lin Yen told what Qin Ruoyu had just told him, wanting to see their opinions. Tang Tianyu stared at Lin Yan's face and neck, as if trying to discover any traces from it. Hu Fongyuan? I know that guy. Some skills, but very perverted. Lin Yen froze for a moment and tightened the clothes on his body. Can it be that it's still an old man with a special fetish? Then won't a fresh meat like me suffer? Tang Tianyu looked at him strangely. Hu Fongyuan is only 35 this year. Who told you he's an old man? 35 years old? Lin Yan's eyes widened. Isn't he a retired professor? Ha 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 ha. Tang Tianyu laughed for a while before continuing. It does seem quite easy to misunderstand that he is indeed a retired professor. The title of professor is because of his absolute strength. And retirement, on the other hand, is because his teaching style is so perverted that students don't want to stay under his hand even if they have to replace their spirit beasts. Lin Yen interrupted him for a moment and asked, what was his teaching style like? Generally, Imperial Beast Masters could only contract 1 spirit beast. So Imperial Beast Masters would treat their spirit beasts as if they were their lives. That was why Lu Jie, who was such a flamboyant person, almost had a mental breakdown after losing his sword spine flying dragon. And Hu Fongyuan students actually went so far as to break their contracts with their original spirit beasts and replace them to escape him as well. Tang Tianyu was silent for a moment and opened his mouth. He's not a pure insect Imperial Beastmaster, but an extremely unique branch, the Compulsion Imperial Beastmaster. Lin Yen froze for a moment, and then heard Tang Tianyu continue sorrowfully. His teaching methodology is to have students dissect their own bug-type spirit beasts and then implant the compulsion with their own hands. Han Xiaofeng and Li Dumeing were shocked in unison. Lin Yan was also a little numb. No wonder those students were willing to break their spirit beast contracts and replace their spirit beasts. Compared to breaking the contract, they were more reluctant to kill their spirit beasts with their own hands. That's not crooked. Li Dumeing felt goosebumps all over his body. Tang Tianyu shook his head. Actually, Hu Fangyuan also graduated from True Martial University, and at that time, he was still just an ordinary insect system imperial beast master. Lin Yan was endowed in his heart. For an ordinary insect system beast rider to be able to get into True Martial University is enough to show his attainments in insect system beast riders. If you can really get him to teach himself, maybe one's strength can be taken to the next level. Tang Tianyu sighed and spoke of a dusty past event. But something happened after he graduated. He came back from the border dead. And he came back with a drastic change in temperament. And then after that, when he appeared in the public eye a year later, he had already become a compulsion imperial beast master. Chapter 19 Professor Dragon. Compassionate beast master? Words like shady, tricky, underhanded, poisonous, and so on immediately surfaced in Lin Yan's mind. Compass imperial beast master? Isn't it only the imperial beast masters over in the southern border province that are called that? Li Dumeing cupped his chin and frowned. Moreover, it's said that compulsion imperial beastmasters are the ones who cultivate insect-type spirit beasts from a young age, and then the one that survives after contractual tussles. And how did Professor who was originally just an ordinary insect imperial beastmaster, turn halfway into a compass imperial beastmaster? Tang Tianyu shook his head. That I don't know. Lin Yan got up and took a breath. It's fine. I'll just go look for him tomorrow. Is he still in Jinwu City now? Tang Tianyu nodded. There's a 10,000 insects mountain to the west. He's been living there since he left school. The mountain of 10,000 insects? Lin Yan nodded, and Qin Ruoyu also said that she would go with her. Just by the name, this place is pretty unfriendly to people who are afraid of bugs and dense phobias. I don't know if Qin Ruoyu will be afraid. Day 2. Early in the morning Lin Yan was ready to go out and meet up with Qin Ruoyu. Then we'll go together to find Professor Hu at the mountain of 10,000 insects. But the dormitory encountered an unexpected situation. I wonder if yesterday's barbecue wasn't too clean. The 4 people in the dormitory except for Lin Yan, they surprisingly all had some signs of food poisoning. I had diarrhea all morning and couldn't stop, and my face was all pale. Lin Yan had no choice but to send a message to Qin Ruoyu asking her to wait a while. He first sent 3 of his righteous sons to the school infirmary. Otherwise, he was afraid that if he didn't start his freshman year, he would just bail out of the Imperial Beasts graduate school. Go to the school infirmary. Lin Yan had another eye-opening experience. True Martial School's infirmary, surprisingly, has several buildings. The scale is simply larger than the old home Nanling City. Lin Yan hung up the number and took them to the emergency room. While waiting outside for the results, noticed that the schools around him were looking at him in a very wrong way. At first, Lin Yan didn't think much about it. Because he had defeated Lu Jie yesterday, he was now on the hot seat so to speak. However, soon Lin Yan was a bit strange. It was reasonable that these people should avoid him even if they weren't afraid of him. But now, there are people who openly ridicule themselves. He's Lin Yan? I thought the look would be fierce. Lu Jie is also wrong to lose to such goods. If Lu Jie could have held his temper and waited another year and a half, the ending would have been completely reversed, wouldn't it? Who says it isn't? The insect sentinel actually transferred to the spider department's major. If I would have just dropped out. The weakness of an insect-based imperial beastmaster has already been proven, even if it's as strong as Hu Fangyuan, so what? In the end, he didn't switch to compulsion cultivation and made himself inhuman. It can't be helped, the upper limit of bug spirit beasts is right here, even if he can contract 1,000 bug spirit beasts, so what? After the realm comes up, they're all just cannon fodder stragglers. By the way, there's another popular freshman this year, and it's rumored that he's also Lu Jie's clan brother. Oh, there's a good show. Lin Yan listened for a while before figuring out what was going on. So word got out that you were transferred in your major. But it's okay. He had a kind of confidence that he would be able to convince Professor Hu to let him return to school. At this point, the phone vibrated and opened to see that it was a message from Qin Ruoyu. Tonight at orientation, a teacher from the admissions office is looking for you to talk about major transfers. We have to find Professor Hu and convince him before then. Lin Yan pressed his cell phone and replied back with, "Why? Don't we still have a couple days before the official class? Chen Ruoyu returned. I've heard that Lu Jie is very favored by a professor of the dragon department, and I'm afraid that he'll make trouble out of it. I know. After replying to the message, Lin Yen slipped his phone into his pocket and frowned. Is this a case of beating up the little one and bringing in the old one? Moreover, he had defeated Lu Jie squarely, so the professor of the dragon department couldn't find any trouble with him even if he had a wider control, right? Was thinking. Tang Tianyu's trio walked out of the emergency clinic with their stomachs covered. Well? Lin Yen asked. It's fine. It's probably just a bad stomach. Lin Yen nodded and was about to separate from them and go to the school entrance to meet up with Chen Ruoyu. At this point, a voice rang out from behind Lin Yen. You're Lin Yen, the one who killed Lu Jie's spirit beast? Lin Yen sighed and turned his head to find that it was a professor in his 30s. Tang Tianyu frowned and whispered, It's Professor Guan of the Dragon Faculty Academy. Lu Jie is his most favored student. Be careful. It looks like he's here to find trouble. Lin Yen looked at the man in front of him and said in an unassuming manner, It's me. What can I do for you? Unexpectedly, Guan smiled faintly and nodded at Lin Yen. Not bad. With a thunderous chest but a face like a flat lake. The future is unlimited. Lin Yen was confused, and so was Tang Tianyu. The crowds around them who were ready to watch were also confused. What's the situation? What happened to the promise that teachers would stand up for their students? What's with the boasting? Looking at Lin Yen, who had fallen silent, Guan smiled and continued. He's to blame for what happened to Lu Jie. He's always been too arrogant, and after this blow, the road ahead will be much smoother. But he was so psychologically devastated this time that he was sent here to be hospitalized last night, so I came over to check on him. If you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. With that, Guan sidestepped, signaling for Lin Yen to pass first. Lin Yen gave Tang Tianyu a strange look. How is this different from what you said? Tang Tianyu shrugged. You're still not used to not finding trouble with you? Lin Yen nodded at Guan and prepared to leave. At this point, Guan said as if he remembered something. By the way, I can say hello to you about your major. How about coming to our dragon department? Looking at the perplexed Lin Yen, Guan smiled warmly and, It's okay, you're only at the silver first rank now. It's completely too late to replace your spirit beast. I can help you find a subspecies dragon. It's not as good as Lu Jie's one, but it will have a much higher ceiling for you in the future. Under Guan's gentle gaze, Lin Yen shook his head. No need, my current bug spirit beasts are just fine. The smile on Guan's face gradually dissipated into an expressionless look. It's good for young people to have their own perspectives, and I've seen your sparring videos. However, I assure you on the honor of a professor that by the time we reach the Diamond Realm, your so-called Sea of Insects tactics will be nothing more than a joke in front of a high-level spirit beast. Lin Yen grinned. I can also guarantee that when I reach the Diamond Realm, a sovereign realm imperial beastmaster won't be my match. Guan frowned and stood with his hands in the air. I'm saying all this for your own good as of right now. You don't replace your spirit animal, and a professional transfer will obliterate you. Lin Yen slowly shook his head and said something that made Guan's murderous aura appear. I'm going to ask Professor Hu Fangyuan to come out. I'm not going to replace my spirit beast. What did you say? Guan's eyes became stern all of a sudden, and the air around the entire hospital hall instantly dropped a few degrees. Not good. Tang Tianyu's face turned even paler. He forgot to remind Lin Yen that Professor Guan had once had a grudge against Professor Hu Fangyuan. Chapter 20. Which two words? What did you say? Looking at Guan, who had suddenly exploded, Lin Yen froze for a moment. What's with all the talk and the sudden change of heart? Professor Gu and Professor Hu have an old grudge. I just remembered. Tang Tianyu reminded from the side. Lin Yen was somewhat speechless. That's how you can accurately step into a minefield. But it doesn't matter, even if you don't step on it today. When Professor Hu is hired, sooner or later, the thunder of Guan will blow up. That scum, Hu Fangyuan, isn't dead yet? Guan sneered, unconsciously clenching his fists. I'll remind you one last time. Replace your spirit beasts now and switch to another specialty. You'll still have a future. If you're as obsessed as Hu Fangyuan, no one can save you. Lin Yen felt that after hearing the name Hu Fangyuan, Guan's face changed a little. And look at the meaning of those last two sentences. Do you still have to change your major? I'm an insect-type imperial beast master for life. Lin Yen stood still without a good face. Guan narrowed his eyes, seeming to see the shadow of the person he once was in Lin Yen, and let out a cold laugh. Very well. I'll wait to see the day you regret it. Having said that, Guan walked straight past Lin Yen and up to the hospitalization department. Lin Yen stared at his back in thought. Just how big of a grudge was there between the two people that actually made Guan's attitude reverse in 2 levels? Perhaps this layer of relationship can be utilized to get Professor Hu to come out? The 3 of them, Lin Yen and Tang Tianyu, separated and rushed towards the school entrance. School entrance. Qin Ruoyu waited for half a day before she saw a familiar figure running towards her. Why are you so slow? In case Professor Hu goes out later, we won't have anywhere to find him. Lin Yen scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Tang Tianyu and the others all got food poisoning. I sent them to the hospital. Seeing that Qin Ruoyu's face hadn't eased, Lin Yen continued, by the way, guess who I ran into? Qin Ruoyu's face completely darkened. Lin Yan's back went cold and he hurriedly said, I ran into Guan. Sure enough, Qin Ruoyu's expression eased a bit and asked, what's going on? Lin Yen recounted what had just happened. Qin Ruoyu clasped her hands on her chest, cupping her chin and frowning. I didn't realize there was such a big grudge between Guan and Professor Hu. How does that roommate of yours know so much? Lin Yen froze for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. Qin Ruoyu's eyes lit up for a moment. I think we can do something about this matter, and the certainty of convincing Professor Hu is 1 point greater. Lin Yen would smile, not realizing that the 2 of them had thought of the same thing. At that moment, the bus to the direction of the 10,000 Bugs Mountain arrived. Lin Yen took out 2 dimes and was about to get into the car. Qin Ruoyu yanked him down and shoved him into a red sports car off to the side. Turning around and getting into the driver's seat, he started the engine under Lin Yan's dumbfounded expression. Boom, buzz. There's no time, we have to hurry. Jinwu University. Restaurant stalls, a fast food restaurant. A good-looking girl was wiping down the counter with vigor, sweating profusely. She was wearing a school uniform that was too rustic for the students, but she had a different style. At first glance, he's from a not-so-good family and works part-time in the school cafeteria. Suddenly, a chubby girl ran up to the counter with a surprised look on her. Dodo! Great news from heaven! Zhao Duo didn't need to look up to know who was coming, turned around and threw the rag into the water basin and rubbed the white. You don't have to tell me about the buy one get one free burgers. I don't spend any money here. Bai Xiaoyi puffed out her cheeks and said in an uncharacteristic manner, while the burger sale is important too, it's nothing compared to what I'm about to say. Zhao Duo wiped the water stains on her face and looked at her and smiled. What is it? It can't be that I won the lottery I bought yesterday. Bai Xiaoyi came up, a smile rippling across her chubby face. That Lu Jie who's been pestering you. He's been beaten and hospitalized. Zhao Duo froze at his words and hurriedly asked, what's going on? Bai Xiaoyi took out a burger from somewhere, tore open the bag and stuffed it into her mouth. Didn't you watch that match yesterday? Freshman Lin Yen, in ring number 13, hundreds of people saw it. One move and he beat Lu Jie in seconds. That dragon spirit beast that Lu Jie has been showing off all day was directly killed. It is rumored that Lu Jie was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot, shouted out both words in Jie, and fainted. He was then taken to the hospital overnight and is said to be still unconscious. Zhao Duo's eyes glazed over, as if she had thought of something from the past. Then, a sudden poof of laughter followed. Bai Xiaoyi ate her burger, her mouth full of crumbs, and suddenly said, Duo, you still look much better when you smile. Zhao Duo looked at her reflection in the water basin. She's a sophomore, but has never worn makeup. Not that she doesn't like it, but she can't afford it. It looks like you got into Zenith University, which is the envy of everyone. But no one could have imagined that she would even have to go out and earn her living expenses during vacation time and support herself by working part-time in the school cafeteria during the week. Duo, you shouldn't worry about Auntie's surgery costs either. Bai Xiaoyi hemmed and hawed. Waiting for a few days is the examination. Lu Jie is ironically ruined. Now you'll have a chance to impact the top 10. What's the scholarship for 10th place again? A full $50,000. Top 10? Zhao Duo's own strength was very strong, being a gold second stage herself, and her spirit beast, the illusory spirit fox, was also of an epic level bloodline. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten into Jinwu University without resources. In the past, Lu Jie knew that she was short of money, so he made trouble out of it 3 times. Now that Lu Jie was taken care of, she might be able to try her full strength. The restaurant grew crowded. Zhao Duo also began to busy, but regular customers can see that today this part-time little sister's face is always with a smile. The Lin Yin. I forgot to ask which 2 words are for white. 10,000 insect mountains. It was a windy ride, and Lin Yen got out of the car and bent over and threw up for a while. Qin Ruoyu simply didn't have the eyes to see. You're too weak. Lin Yen looked at Qin Ruoyu angrily. You don't step on the brakes on mountain roads? Did you buy your license? And what's with the sports car? So you're the one hiding the Richie Rich script, having been classmates with Qin Ruoyu for so many years. Lin Yen had always thought her family was just ordinary, because Qin Ruoyu didn't have that sense of being a $1,000 lady no matter what she wore or her habits. Instead, it's the look of a normal little girl next door. However, Lin Yen now detected that something was wrong, because of all the years spent with Qin Ruoyu. Never heard her talk about family relationships or parental careers or anything like that. Tell me the truth. Did you pretend to be poor for so many years? Did you approach me with an agenda? Lin Yen covered his chest with a betrayed expression. Didn't realize. Qin Ruoyu was silent for a moment and looked at Lin Yen and asked quietly, if I were to tell you the truth right now, there would be endless trouble coming your way. Would you still be willing to listen? Chapter 21 10,000 Insect Mountains and Professor Who. Lin Yen froze for a moment. Could it be that Qin Ruoyu really did have some kind of powerful birth? For example, is there an old ancestor in the family who is a bigwig in the country's hidden services? I seem to have heard that the Dragon Kingdom's national pillar, the 89th level demigod beastmaster, is also surnamed Qin. Lin Yen stood in awe of the fact that this green plum that he had grown up with was actually so deeply hidden. Looking at Lin Yen, who had a serious expression, Qin Ruoyu suddenly bared her teeth and covered her mouth. You really believe it? I rented this car. I'm not afraid of coming late. Saying that, Qin Ruoyu took the lead in stepping onto the path into the 10,000 Insects Mountain. Lin Yen was a bit speechless and walked after her. It's different than expected. This road to the top of the mountain is neither complicated and rugged with forks nor densely populated with bugs, as you can tell from the name. Even the 2 of them didn't see even a single living thing along the way. Isn't it called the Mountain of 10,000 Bugs? How come there's not a single bug in sight? Lin Yen was a bit strange. This Tang Tianyu guy was really unreliable. Lying about the military again. It's not like it has to be bugs to be called the Mountain of 10,000 Bugs. Qin Ruoyu crossed her arms and gasped, looking in the direction of the mountainside. Maybe it's because this mountain looks like a bug. Lin Yen followed Qin Ruoyu's gaze. I only saw a hillside densely packed with earth packs. From a distance, it really did look like bug after bug. Lin Yen frowned. But how do you look at it? It feels like these dirt bags look like old family graves. The 2 continued toward the top of the mountain. The mountain of 10,000 worms wasn't very high, and before long they were almost at the top. Indeed, a simple hut was seen at the top of the hill. When Lin Yen walked up to him, he was greatly disappointed again. For though the hut was unlocked, there was a stick against the door on the outside. Apparently it was set up by the owner of the hut, who was afraid that some small animal would mistakenly enter his home. Go on. Get in there. Qin Ruoyu directly removed the wooden root and said that she pushed the door to enter. Lin Yen was startled and hurriedly stopped her. That's not good. It wasn't that Lin Yan's morals were so noble. Rather, I've heard that Professor Who is inhuman and has become somewhat perverted in his mind. In case it pisses him off, they deserve to die in the middle of nowhere. Quite polite. A voice too hoarse to be human sounded behind the 2. Lin Yen and Qin Ruoyu instantly felt a little numb. Turned to look only to see a pale, withered, rickety old man, carrying a bamboo basket on his back and leaning on his crutches. Without paying any more attention to the 2 men, he walked into the hut on his own. Lin Yen and Qin Ruoyu glanced at each other. Could he be Professor Who? Didn't I say 35? This clearly has to be 70 or 80. This Tang Tianyu fellow. He's already said the wrong thing twice. Go back and see how I'll clean him up. Lin Yen gritted his teeth. This feeling of having all the information wrong made him a little frustrated. Come in. A hoarse voice came from the hut. Lin Yen and Qin Ruoyu breathed a sigh of relief and were about to take a step towards the hut. Suddenly, scattered footsteps appeared behind the 2. A half-large cicada-shaped spirit beast glanced at the 2 of them and similarly walked into the hut with a bamboo basket on its back. Compulsion. Lin Yen was endowed in his heart as he looked at the cicada-type spirit beast. He could feel the eerie aura emanating from it. Insect spirit beasts are characterized by stealth, control, and toxins. But definitely not this feeling as if breaking out of a mountain of corpses and blood. The sound of packing came from the hut. It looks like Professor Who is going out again. Lin Yen knew he couldn't hesitate and spoke directly. Professor Who, I'm a freshman at True Martial University, an insect imperial beast master. Now that the school doesn't have a teacher who can teach me, I'd like to ask you to come out and teach me how to become a powerful insect system imperial beast master. There was no answer, and the people in the hut were still packing up. Qin Ruoyu hardened her head and spoke. Professor Hu, Lin Yen is the only insect imperial beast master in this class, and he even defeated a dragon imperial beast master from the sophomore year yesterday. The most valued student of Dragon Department Professor Guwen. If you refuse to come out and help him, Guwen will definitely not be able to spare him. Lin Yen tugged at the corner of his mouth. It was true that Guwen couldn't spare him, but it wasn't because of Lu Jie. It's because of Hu Fangyuan. Sure enough, the man in the hut paused for a moment when he heard the word Guwen and, what's this got to do with me? I've already been approached by someone from the school, and I made it very clear. The words fell. Hu Fangyuan walked out from the hut, with the strange parasite at his side. You want to get stronger? I can't help you. The path of the bug-type spirit beasts is broken, and you won't be able to fight those true horrors even if you get to the end. Lin Yen was unwilling to give up and pursued. But you've obviously taught courses in school before, so why don't you want to teach me? Hu Fangyuan laughed strangely, sounding as if two broken brass cymbals were rubbing back and forth. You can't learn, and it's a waste of time to teach you. Lin Yen was a bit surprised. Why? Because you're not ruthless enough. Hu Fangyuan's gaze was deep, as if he had seen through Lin Yan's soul at a glance. You haven't experienced real death. You haven't seen what war really looks like. You go back. I can't teach you. Qin Ruoyu took a half-step forward and frowned. But Guwen, it's true that I have a grudge against Guwen. But if you two little dolls want to use this kind of lowly provocation to force me out, you'd better die while you still can. Hu Fangyuan raised his hand to interrupt her, then looked at Lin Yen, his eyes filled with contempt. You can't even lie, silver first rank. That sophomore student is at least in the gold realm. I hate people who are full of lies in my life. Get lost. After saying that, he turned around and was about to walk back into the house. I thought it was a big hideout, but I didn't realize it was just an escapist frog at the bottom of a well. Lin Yen sneered and similarly turned around to leave. Qin Ruoyu's eyes widened, still not clear about the situation. Why are you leaving without saying a word? I've been driving for so long and I've spent thousands on a rental car. Qin Ruoyu followed behind Lin Yen, anxious to jump. Wait! At that moment, a hoarse voice rang out. Hu Fangyuan looked at Lin Yen, the meaning in his cloudy eyes hard to understand. What did you say? Lin Yen looked at him expressionlessly. I'd say you're a frog at the bottom of a well. What's so rare about the silver realm defeating a gold realm? In my life, what I hate most is arrogant people. Unexpectedly, Hu Fangyuan stared at Lin Yen for a while, then suddenly cackled strangely and laughed twice. Interesting, and all right, I'll give you a chance. I'll look for a gold realm compass, and as long as you can kill it, I'll pour my entire body of learning and experience into it. How's that? Hearing Hu Fangyuan's conditions, Qin Ruoyu sighed in relief. It was just the golden realm, it wasn't a problem at all for Lin Yen. Lin Yen also agreed in one breath. No problem. Hu Fangyuan didn't ink a word and patted the cicada-type parasite beside him. Unexpectedly, the cicada-shaped parasite opened its mouth and spat out a black ball. The black ball rolled on the ground and surprisingly got bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a cricket. Wasteland cricket, epic quality, level 25, no problem. Of course. Lin Yen raised his palm and a black hole appeared. The Bloodwing Berserker bee burrowed out of it. Seeing Lin Yan's spirit beast, Hu Fangyuan froze for a moment. He was a high-ranked imperial beast master of the sovereign realm, and with a glance, he could tell that the attributes of this blood-winged berserker bee were extremely ordinary. Hu Fangyuan got annoyed. You're ting me? Chapter 22. I buried it with my own hands. The wasteland cricket was also stunned when he felt the aura of the blood-winged berserker bee in midair. Such a weak spirit beast is worthy of fighting me? After cooing twice, the wasteland cricket spat out a stone arrow from its mouth. The speed was so fast that the blood-winged berserker bee couldn't dodge and was hit at once. By the way, it exploded into a mist of blood. It's over. Hu Fangyuan looked straight at Lin Yan, pondering in his heart whether he should kill him here as well. Didn't realize. Seeing his spirit beast killed, Lin Yan wasn't the least bit anxious and laughed. Don't be in a hurry, senior. It hasn't started yet? Hu Fangyuan froze for a moment. It hasn't started yet. It's hard to believe that this kid has other spirit beasts. If your other spirit beast is of this level, don't bring it out to disgrace yourself. The smile on Lin Yan's face remained unchanged. All of my spirit beasts are of this strength, but not just one. Hu Fangyuan sneered and was about to open his mouth to mock. Next, dense and almost endless black holes surfaced beside Lin Yan. Immediately after that, countless blood-winged berserkers, which were identical to the spirit beast just now, drilled out of the black hole. Looking at the number, there were almost hundreds of them. The smile on Hu Fangyuan's face disappeared and was replaced by a look of gravity. The mocking words caught in his throat and he swallowed slowly. This quantity. No one in history has ever been able to summon this many spirit beasts. Hu Fangyuan's heart was shaken, and a fire was vaguely ignited again. Make a move and show me your full strength. Lin Yan had no objection and stretched out his fingers to point at the wasteland cricket. One moment. Dense stings poured down towards where the wasteland cricket was. The wasteland cricket was like an enemy, no longer having the cocky arrogance it had just had. Frantically fleeing to avoid the rain of arrows. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. This wasteland cricket was small and fast. Under the left and right vacillations, the rain of arrows from the blood-winged berserker bees couldn't hit at all. A large area was covered by a rain of arrows. Just had a sting hit. It was then that the wasteland cricket screamed miserably, and then unexpectedly broke through the ground and dug a hole in the ground to escape. Lin Yan was a bit dumbfounded. It didn't seem to be quite the same compulsion he'd imagined. At first, he looked at the wilderness cricket, with its grim aura and bloodshot eyes, thought it would be one of those magical beasts that kills to the end regardless of pain. I didn't realize that escaped. Hu Fangyuan's face didn't change much, thinking, with so many spirit beasts, it looks like there is still room for improvement in both quantity and quality. He really isn't lying. He really does have the strength to defeat a Gold Realm Beast Royal Master. The Wasteland Cricket actually escaped just as well. Even if he can't kill the Wasteland Cricket, just for his talent, I can still accept him as a student. Immediately after, once again, the scene that surprised Hu Fangyuan appeared. Almost twice the number of black holes that had just appeared again. With such a large number of spirit beasts, it was surprising that he still had one. Hu Fangyuan opened his mouth slightly. Lin Yan looked at the Wasteland Cricket, who had already fled into the ground, and snorted coldly. Think there's nothing I can do about it? I will kill you today. More than 1,000 titanic giant ants crawled out of the black hole. Give it to me and hunt it to death. Lin Yan gave the order. The densely packed Titan giant ants followed suit and started digging up holes in the ground as well. Toward the Wasteland Cricket's place the chase went. Wait! Hu Fangyuan wanted to stop it, but the Titan giant ant wouldn't listen to him, just for a little while. The summit of the mountain of 10,000 insects was then hollowed out by thousands of densely packed holes in the ground. Even the thatched hut, which was crumbling, collapsed in half. Soon, the battle taking place under the ground was getting more and more intense. Lin Yan had more and more information about the Titan giant ants being killed in front of him. But that momentum was soon halted, because the Wasteland Cricket's kill message popped up. You have successfully killed a level 25 epic bloodline black devil dog, plus 130 biomass, plus 0 experience. Densely packed Titan giant ants drilled out of the ground. Several of them, holding the carcass of a Wasteland Cricket in their mouths, placed it in front of Lin Yan as if offering a treasure. Lin Yan cried and laughed a little, stroking the head of the Titan giant ant. Good job. The number of Titan giant ants lost in this battle barely equaled the amount of biomass gained. It's good that there's no damage. Lin Yan recalled the Titan giant ant and the bloodwing berserker bee. His goal had been accomplished. There was no need to leave so many spirit beasts here. Professor who had also climbed out of a mountain of corpses and blood on the border, so I'm sure he wouldn't be intimidated by such a scene. Hu Fangyuan hadn't really been startled, but he was indeed shocked that. A mutation in your gift? Hu Fangyuan was once a university professor and has read a lot of historical materials. For this unheard of talent, it could only be explained by a talent mutation. Sort of. Lin Yan responded. He couldn't tell Hu Fangyuan about the system. This is the kind of thing that no one will believe as long as it doesn't come out of themselves. Very good. A glint flashed in Hu Fangyuan's eyes, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face for the first time, looking a bit strange, and, a talent like yours is completely enough to be my student. Or rather, it's an honor to be your teacher. Qin Ruoyu, who was on the side, was shaken when she heard these words. He knew Hu Fangyuan's glorious past and naturally understood the gold content of these words. In the entire Dragon Kingdom's tens of millions of imperial beastmasters, Hu Fangyuan's talent can definitely be ranked among the top 30. And he says things like this. It meant that Lin Yan's talent was far above his. Surprise surfaced on Lin Yan's face. You're agreeing to go back to school with me? Hu Fangyuan grunted, pointing to the thatched hut behind him. Where am I going to stay today if I don't go back with you? Lin Yan scratched his head and hemmed and hawed. Then let's get going. By this time, the sun had begun to shift to the west. I guess by the time we get to school, the orientation party will be starting. Later, I have to pack my things. Hu Fangyuan carried his hands behind his back and walked back to the thatched hut without slowing down, actually taking out the broken bamboo basket. After looking at Lin Yan's talent, Hu Fangyuan was in a good mood, and then recalled that Qin Ruoyu had said earlier that he had defeated Gu En's most favored student. Leaving a suspicion between him and Gu En, he was in a much better mood. At this moment, he saw Lin Yan tug at the corner of his mouth, not quite understanding. Then he took the initiative to lift the cloth on the bamboo basket so that he could see it. This is. Lin Yan's face changed slightly after he saw what was in the bamboo basket. In that bamboo basket, it was surprisingly full of the corpses of insect-based magical beasts. Qin Ruoyu was also a little numb. No wonder I didn't see a single bug on the way up, so it's all here. There's no need to make a fuss. Hu Fangyuan glanced at Lin Yan and explained. I don't have the same talent as you, and if I want to continue on the path of an insect system imperial beast master, I can only find another way to make a new path. These insect-based magical beasts can't withstand being tossed around, and if they can't metamorphose into a compulsion, they can only be reduced to compulsion rations. The trio descended the hill. Hu Fangyuan also did not see the foreign. Carrying a bamboo basket straight sat in the back seat of the red sports car. Lin Yan and Qin Ruoyu glanced at each other, both of them knowing clearly in their hearts. It seemed that from this point on, the two of them were already under Professor Hu's surveillance. After they all got in the car, Lin Yan saw Hu Fangyuan take out one of the latest Chinese cell phones and fiddle with something. Lin Yan froze for a moment before smiling and shaking his head. He had almost forgotten that underneath Professor Hu's 80-year-old exterior was a 35-year-old young man. I just don't know what made him this way. The car starts up. Lin Yan tried to ask, by the way, Mr. Hu, when we were going up the mountain, we saw a large bulge. What is that? Through the rearview mirror. Hu Fangyuan's face tensed up a little bit, and only after a long time did he speak out. The grave. I buried it with my own hands. Chapter 23. Is it possible that it's your grandfather? You buried it yourself? Lin Yan felt a chill run down his back, and Qin Ruoyu pursed her lips. All that was left for a while was the roar of the sports car. The trip back is always quick. It didn't take long to reach the neighborhood of Zhenwu University. Lin Yan and Hu Fang originally got out of the car, and Qin Ruoyu said that she had to return the car first, allowing Lin Yan to take Professor Hu back to school first. The two walked to the school entrance. But it was not the usual racket in front of the school. A group of people surrounded in great numbers, of which the one in the forefront is the vice-chancellor of Zhenwu University. Followed by a large group of professors, directors, and teachers. There are also officer members of the student council. Lin Yan turned back to Hu Fangyuan behind him. Hu Fangyuan still had the same unperturbed look. Even when he saw such a big battle, he didn't have any expression. Still, the vice-chancellor took 2 quick steps and personally came up to shake hands with Hu Fangyuan. Professor Hu, welcome, welcome. Hu Fangyuan didn't give too little face and nodded with a cold smile. But how come I see someone who doesn't seem too welcoming? Lin Yan saw Gu En inside through the crowd, narrowing his eyes and looking at Hu Fangyuan aggressively. How? The vice principal snorted, then set his gaze on Lin Yan and, a few days ago the school was also forced by social pressure to give Professor Hu a break for a while. No, a few days ago, I heard that the school had admitted an insect imperial beast master, and I hurriedly sent someone to 10,000 Insect Mountains to invite you. Now that Professor Hu is willing to return to the school to continue teaching, he must have gained an accomplished disciple. Let's just say it's true to form that the vice-chancellor speaks in drips and drabs. An impending strife was so gently diffused. And it also complimented Hu Fangyuan without revealing it. Lin Yen looked at Hu Fangyuan, already somewhat complacent. But the point that made Lin Yen somewhat surprised was, the vice-chancellor was the second in command of True Martial University, so by all rights, there was no need to be so polite to Hu Fangyuan, who was only 35 years old. So what exactly did Hu Fangyuan go through in the border battlefield? At this point, Guwen, who had always had a hard look on his face, stood out with an impatient tone. Does a notorious compound imperial beastmaster, who drew so much criticism for the school back then, have the face to go back to the school as well? The people present looked at each other in dismay, and all had the good sense to watch their eyes and noses, becoming wooden men. The vice principal sighed. He had already greeted Guwen in advance. I didn't think it was possible to avoid this conflict. Both parties are professors at the school with first-class social status and power. It was not good for him to be offended, so he could only stand by with his hands tied. Hu Fangyuan narrowed his eyes and laughed a little. Who did I think it was? If it isn't Guwen, why are you still holding a grudge about losing to me last time? You! Guwen couldn't calm down and clenched his fists. A Compass Imperial Beastmaster is just a Compass Imperial Beastmaster, relying on some despicable means to win over others, and you even have the nerve to show off? Hu Fangyuan went toe-to-toe, but his expression was much more relaxed than Guwen's. What? The power of the compulsion doesn't belong to me. A loss is a loss. What excuses? Besides, my student is just an ordinary bug-type Imperial Beastmaster, and he still won over your most proud student? Guwen's veins jumped up on his head, remembering his status. Well, at least he didn't summon his spirit beasts out for a date in public. Lu Jie is the student I favor, but he's not the strongest. How about another fight if you don't want to? Hu Fangyuan sneered. Are you going to let your sophomores, again, bully Lin Yen? This statement was made. The teachers present all set their eyes on Gu and in unison. Guwen felt his face burning, even though it was not his intention for Lu Jie to provoke Lin Yen. But it's already off the hook with him. He didn't bother to argue, just gritted his teeth. Naturally, it's freshman versus freshman. There are many highly talented students in my dragon department, and that Lu Jie is only 10th in the sophomore strength ranking. And among the current freshmen, there happens to be a freshman, Lu Yu, who is his clan brother. Let's have another match, dare we? Hu Fangyuan looked at Lin Yen, only to see Lin Yen nod. So he lowered his heart and sneered. Don't they always say that you hit the little one and come to the big one? How did it turn out that you hit the little one and come to the even smaller one? Some of the teachers in the crowd couldn't help but burst out laughing. As Guwen's gaze swept over, they were silenced again. Why wouldn't you dare? You can't win against me, and your students can't win against my students. Hu Fangyuan looked at Guwen calmly. Guwen clenched his fists and fire was about to erupt from his eyes. The vice principal, seeing that the matter was about to widen, hastily stepped forward to round up the situation. Two professors, a word. What about the competition? Naturally, it's an old tradition of our True Martial University, but this time of year is a bit special. In a month's time, the country of Easting is going to send students over to exchange and learn. If we let the genius societies fight internally at this time, it's not cheaper for the Easting people. I have a suggestion. The crowd turned their attention to the vice-chancellor. Hu Fangyuan and Gu and also ran out of words, only to hear the vice principal continue. Why don't we let the strongest freshmen from each department enter the replica and use the scores to decide who is the representative of the current freshman? In this way, how about not hurting the peace, but also focusing our strength in order to deal with the students from the east? The teachers in the room nodded their heads. I must say that the vice-chancellor's proposal is a good one.
毕竟副本也是一面镜子，实力的强弱进去一试便知。
Hu Fangyuan naturally had no opinion and nodded his head. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just afraid that Guwen, the careful eye, won't agree. Guwen coldly grunted, ignored him, and looked at the vice principal and, I agree. The vice principal, seeing the two of them giving so much face, smiled with an open brow. That's right. Choose a date. Tonight's welcome party. The whole school can witness it. Let's open a copy of the freshman representative scramble at the orientation party. The matter is thus finalized. The crowd entered the duplicate square together. Soon the news spread. The talented freshmen from each department are going to have to do their best work and compete tonight to be the freshman representative. Tang Tianyu and the others also rushed over, and after finding Lin Yan, they laughed and gave him a punch in the face. Your kid is really not idle at all times. It's not even a problem to invite Professor Hu back, but you've actually made such a big news. Lin Yan punched him back, nonchalantly. And you have the nerve to say that the information given was all wrong. Tang Tianyu froze for a moment. It can't be. My sources can't be wrong. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and asked, pointing at a withered old man at the VIP table in the distance. You see who that is? Tang Tianyu scratched his head, uncertain. Hardly your grandfather? It's your grandfather. Lin Yan almost cursed. That's the Hu Fong Yuan you're talking about. Tang Tianyu was shocked. This old man who looks like he's in his 70s or 80s is the famous Professor Hu. Chapter 24. Copies of copies of copies. Seeing Tang Tianyu's shocked uncertainty, Lin Yan sneered. As good as fake. Why don't I take you to meet them? Tang Tianyu shook his head violently. Forget it. It's not appropriate for me to meet another major professor at this time. What do you mean? Lin Yan somewhat didn't understand. Tang Tianyu hemmed and hawed. After we enter the copy later, we won't have a roommate. We'll be enemies when we meet again. Lin Yan was a bit surprised. You're also. Tang Tianyu bristled. Don't think you dude is the only one who's a genius. I'm also the strongest freshman in the superpower department, all right? Lin Yan gave a thumbs up. You're this. Rather unfortunately, Han Xiaofeng and Li Dumeng were also in the superpower department, but were not selected. A few people yacked and argued for a while. Lin Yan looked to the side. There were cameras and reporters interviewing. It looked like they were broadcasting live. After a moment's thought, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to the family group. Nanling City, Old Town Settlement Building. It's dark and you're going fishing again? Chen Xiaohong blocked the doorway, looking at Lin Jianshan, who was fully equipped with fishing gear, and issued a soulful question. Lin Jianshan looked at his own daughter-in-law unwillingly, with determination in his eyes. Daughter-in-law, old Lu is already waiting for me. I must go tonight. Chen Xiaohong raised her eyebrows and leaned against the door and sneered. If you leave this door tonight, don't come back. Humph. Lin Jianshan took a cigarette and walked out without saying a word. Anglers aren't afraid of anything but the Air Force. Chen Xiaohong felt like her anger level was about to reach its peak. On the count of 3, get back here. 3. Humph. Lin Jianshan turned around and skimmed his lips. 2. 1. Chen Xiaohong finished counting and saw that Lin Jianshan still had no intention of turning back. Was about to let out one last harsh word. At this point, both men's cell phones rang at the same time. It's a message from the family group. Lin Jianshan took his cell phone and turned around to glance at Chen Xiaohong. There were only 3 people in the family group, and the message definitely wasn't sent by the 2 of them, so it could only be Lin Yan. Is it here? There's a copy contest to choose this year's freshman representative. Maybe you'll see me later. Link. From Lin Yan's retweeted livestream 86,245. My son is going to be on TV, or TV1. Chen Xiaohong said excitedly. It goes without saying what Gold TV1 is. This has to be rushed to inform relatives and friends. Lin Jianshan was not calm at this time. The eagerness to go fishing had been washed away by the fact that his son was going to be on TV. Is it okay to watch TV while fishing? No. There's a lot of mosquitoes at Wild Lake, and there's no signal. With this in mind, I still dialed old Lu's phone. Old Lu, I cannot go tonight. What afraid of sister-in-law? You still do not understand me. It's my son. It's on live TV. That's right. It's still TV station number 1. Hurry home and watch it. Hang up. Hang up. Lin Jianshan completely lost the idea of fishing, the beauty of the home. Daughter-in-law, Bang. The door to the room was heaved shut. Don't you love fishing? Go, go, go. I won't stop you. Lin Jianshan cried without tears and looked at his cell phone and shouted. Open the door for me, daughter-in-law. I'm not going fishing. Poor Wi-Fi signal outside. Girls' dormitory. Dodo Zhao, who had finished her part-time job at the restaurant, was in the dormitory bathroom washing off the smell of fumes. Step out of the shower and look at yourself in the mirror. The corners of Zhao Duo's mouth curved up and smiled. White was right, he seemed to look good when he smiled. But Zhao Duo looked down at her hands. I was exposed to housework from a young age and had to work part-time during vacations. She didn't have white hands like other girls. They were rough and got frostbite in the winter. Phew. Zhao Duo exhaled and smiled at herself in the mirror. When the paycheck from the part-time job comes down, buy a hand cream. Mom is still in the hospital. It's a good thing that because she got into Zenith University and is in good standing, the hospital can put the bill in escrow. Pay it back when she graduates. But the cost of having the surgery is a one-time payment that must be made. Zhao Duo lay down on the bed and looked at the ceiling. The video of the ring match that he had searched for that afternoon came to mind. That teenager who hadn't had much of an expression all this time had actually killed Lu Jie with a single move. And on top of that, she's good-looking. Zhao Duo covered her head with the quilt, somewhat ashamed of her thoughts. What the hell was he thinking? Dodo Zhao, your mission now is to work hard and save up enough to pay for your mom's surgery. Then graduate and get a good job to pay off the hospital bills. Until these things are done, you are in no position to consider anything else. Under the covers, Zhao Duo deflated in aggravation. She was also a girl who had a favorite in high school and had many boys chasing after him. However, she blocked these thoughts from the outside world. Bury your head in the sand like an ostrich. Back then, she has just awakened her rank combat talent when she learns that her mother is critically ill in the hospital and needs a costly operation. Desperate, she muddled her way to the river and prepared to commit suicide. Instead, she meets a fishing uncle by the river and gives her an epic spirit animal. Unfortunately, I never saw the uncle again. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the bedpan. Zhao Duo poked her head out and saw Bai Xiaoyi standing under the bed, holding an ice cream in her mouth. Duo, the replica hall is hosting a freshman party tonight. Are you going to watch? Zhao Duo confused. How this year to welcome new students to welcome to the copy. Not going. I have to get up early tomorrow to go to my part-time job. Bai Xiaoyi was a little disappointed and walked away with the ice cream in her mouth. Well, it's rumored that this time, in the replica, the freshman representatives are chosen directly from the talented freshmen in each department. Moreover, that professor who of the insect department has returned for employment, and the genius freshman of the insect department this time around is the one who defeated Lu Jie, that Lin Yan. What did you say? Zhao Duo sat up in a flash. Who's the freshman from the insect department that's fighting? Bai Xiaoyi shivered her ice cream stick. Lin Yan. Ah, just the one I told you about today. Zhao Duo jumped off the bed, put on her coat and pulled Bai Xiaoyi outside. Bai Xiaoyi's eyes widened as she hurriedly shouted. Wait! You change your slippers. Replica lobby. The presenter, who had temporarily changed his script, hastily stepped onto the makeshift stage and vocalized. Honorable leaders and students, good evening. There is only one special program for this orientation party, and that is the copy test to select this year's new student representatives. There wasn't much applause from the bottom of the stage. All of them were listening intently to the host explaining the rules of the copy. In a nutshell, it's the replica where each player has a route. There is a flag at the end of the route. Whoever gets through the wraith area first and reaches the finish line gets the flag. Who is the ultimate winner? Chapter 25: A Wasted Generation of Imperial Beast Masters? Although each runner's route is different, but the strength of the magical beasts in it were all very different. So there is very little luck involved. The key is still strength. The moderator began to read the list of contestants. The Dragon Department Majors Lu Yu and Qin Ruoyu. Superpower Department Majors by Bing and Tang Tianyu. Department of Thunder and Lightning Majors Yang Yiming and Chen Dalai. The Fire Program. Bug Major, Lin Yan. I don't know if it's deliberate. The order of the list is pretty much sorted by the strength of the program. The two contestants in each major are hand-picked by the dean of each department. Definitely represents the strength of each specialty. The bug major is a little sadder. Lin Yan was the only one in the entire profession, so he didn't have any teammates. Through the crowd, Lin Yan saw the two people standing beside Gu Wen, a man and a woman. The girl was naturally Qin Ruoyu, and sensing Lin Yan's gaze, she blinked at him. Hello, classmate. My name is Lu Yu. Lu Yu had long noticed Qin Ruoyu and politely extended his hand. Qin Ruoyu was too busy interacting with Lin Yan to pay attention to him. Lu Yu's hand hung in mid-air for a while before he awkwardly retracted it. Guan took out a small book and made copy arrangements. Ruoyu, your light-scale dragon has range damage and group control. Later on, you will quickly clear out the low-level magical beasts, so that Lu Yu can pass through the magical beast area in front of him at the fastest speed. Qin Ruoyu stopped interacting with Lin Yan and asked back, "Why should I help him? I have my own route." Guan frowned and said, "It's all in the interest of our profession, so don't be catty about it." What a righteous statement. Lu Yu also hurriedly spoke at this time. Lu Jie was beaten by a freshman. If I can't take down the freshman representative, what will the other majors think of our dragon department major? Qin Ruoyu sneered. Look as you like. Guan didn't expect Qin Ruoyu to be so stubborn, so he could only persuade her with kind words. None of us are doing this for personal reasons. I'm sure Lu Yu will share a portion of the resources with you after he takes the freshman representative. And in the future, if you want to go in for a copy, he'll be able to bring you in as a member of the student council as well. Qin Ruoyu snorted coldly. Since that's the case, wouldn't it be the same result if I went to help Lin Yan? I'm sure he'll give me more. Lu Yu said sharply. How can this be the same? How can he, an insect system imperial beastmaster with no upper limit, be compared to me? Qin Ruoyu's eyes had gone ice cold as she said in a cold voice, since that's the case, it's better for you to challenge him directly, just like Lu Jie did. You! Lu Yu paused for a moment, his face suffocating red. He thought that his talent was on par with his cousin Lu Jie, and even higher than Lu Jie. But if you were to challenge the bug monster that killed Lu Jie in seconds, Lu Yu still didn't have the guts. If you don't dare to go, then obediently admit defeat, so as not to disgrace yourself if you lose this time. Qin Ruoyu clasped her hands on her chest and sneered, wanting her to help Lin Yan's potential enemies? No way. If Professor Gu is doing this for the long-term development of the school, he should help Lin Yan take the freshman representative. Qin Ruoyu said as she looked at Gu and who was frowning and hadn't spoken. Guan's face was a bit ugly. He didn't expect to be taught a lesson by his own professional little girl. In that case, you two will each go your own route is all. Saying that, Guan gritted his teeth, his face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. I'm naturally doing this for the sake of the school. Lu Yu is the school's future hope. As for Lin Yan, an insect-type imperial beastmaster who relies on numbers to win, when the realm gets higher and higher, he'll know what it means for an ant to shake the sky. Guan looked at Lu Yu and patted his shoulder to comfort him. At the end of the route is a level 29 magical beast that has touched the threshold of level 30. You can't defeat it. Don't get attached. Find a way to get around and go straight for the flag. Lin Yan will definitely find a way to go around too. You're faster than him. It's still your chance to win. Lu Yu nodded. He has been focused on by his family since he was a child. Though Lu Jie's shadow had held him down since he was a child, almost making him unable to lift his head. But nowadays, Lu Jie was already in a semi-wasted state. The clan's eldest uncle had already promised him that if he took the freshman representative this time, he would convince the clan to tilt all the resources in his favor. In the future, he, Lu Yu, would be the face of the Lu family in the capital. Just thinking about this, Lu Yu couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Then he looked at Qin Ruoyu again, a hint of shade flashing in his eyes. Little, how dare you look down on me? When I take down the freshman representative and become the #1 freshman at True Martial University, let's see how I'm going to clean you up. The other side, the moderator took the script and uttered the last sentence of this orientation party officially begins. Please enter the copies for all those who are out. The replica hall was abuzz with people. It was the first time that they had ever seen freshmen kill each other. Let's go. See you at the finish line. Tang Tianyu patted Lin Yan's shoulder and followed his classmate as he stepped into the copy. A ripple passed and disappeared. Lin Yan took a deep breath and saw Professor Hu's figure in his afterglow. The pale, stooped figure gradually braced his back and made a forward gesture at Lin Yan. Lin Yan pulled his mouth, but understood what this meant. Other professors talked to their students about copies. But Hu Fongyuan said nothing because he had left school for many years and didn't know anything. But Hu Fongyuan had plenty of confidence in Lin Yan, however. The vice principal who personally organized this copy test stood beside Hu Fongyuan and said smilingly, "Professor who didn't encourage his students twice?" Hu Fongyuan rarely showed a little ugly smile, not denying it. I remember what the internet said about their generation of kids. The vice principal took off his glasses and wiped them with a puff of air, and, raised in a hothouse, without strength but with compassion. Catching up with the good times. Spirit beasts don't have to catch themselves. Spend money and the spirit beasts will be delivered to your home. The internet says they're a wasted generation of imperial beastmasters. The smile on Hu Fangyuan's face gradually withdrew. In his opinion, this generation of imperial beastmasters happened to be the strongest generation. It was because in this generation, there would be a precipitous leader, which would pull up the standard of other imperial beastmasters of the same generation. So excited to see them all grow up. A hint of murderous aura flashed in Hu Fangyuan's eyes. I don't know if the border defenses can hold out until then. Side by side, Rift Valley Tower, Lin Yen was standing on the floor of an immense, incomparable Rift Valley. The cliffs on either side, towering so high that going up is impossible. One can only keep going along the cracks in the Rift Valley. High up in the distance, Lin Yen could vaguely see a highly erected red flag flying in the wind. Take it and win. Chapter 26. I'll bet 200. Lin Yen wins. Lin Yen opened his system panel. Bug Nest Host. Lin Yen. Realm. Silver Eye. Nest Level 1. Core Function. Devour any product containing genetic information to breed fusion bug warriors of that gene. Initial Ant Soldier Type. Titan Giant Ant. Blood-Winged Bee. Number of Bug Soldiers. 1642 5000 Titan Giant Ants 1025. Bloodwing Berserkers 617. Biomass Balance. 230. Looking at his attribute panel, Lin Yen sighed slightly. The number of his own bug soldiers had broken the 1,000 mark, closing in on the 2,000 mark. In fact, Lin Yen himself was still more inclined towards the duplicate matches, because, if the freshmen challenged each other, he couldn't kill all their spirit beasts. In that case, he's about to become the school's public enemy. But in the copy, he'd be able to go on a good killing spree and replenish his biomass hard. The bugbear population isn't pulled up to full capacity, and there isn't a large reserve of biomass. Lin Yen always had little security. Immediately afterward, Lin Yen locked his gaze onto the attributes of the Titan Giant Ant and the Bloodwing Berserker Wasp. Titan Ants. Level 11. Bloodline. Legendary. Blood. 1200. Attack. 210. Defense. 320. Agility. 180. Spirit. 0. Skill. Berserking, falling into a berserk state, immune to control and greatly increasing his attack power and speed. Blood-Winged Bee. Level 11. Bloodline. Legendary. Blood. 700. Attack. 240. Defense. 180. Agility. 300. Spirit. 150. Skill. Blood Rain. All blood-winged bees launch a large number of poisonous needles towards the target, dealing a percentage of damage to the target. Both are level 11 bug warriors. Lin Yen himself was a silver first-ranked beastmaster, so his spirit beasts could only rise up to level 11 at most. When you come out from the end of the high school copy, Lin Yen felt that his realm advancement speed was already fast. However, it was only after arriving at the monster-studded Jinwu University that I realized. He's near the bottom of the silver first order. Just for example, Qin Ruoyu's realm was the silver third stage. Tang Tianyu was even a bit more exaggerated, already at the silver fourth rank. The other two roommates were also both silver second order. As for that Lu Yu, some people said that he was already at the silver fifth rank. It's simply horrible as hell. Gotta get up to speed fast. Lin Yen summoned all the bug soldiers. The Rift Valley, which was already not too wide, was instantly crowded with densely packed bug soldiers. The Titan Giant Ants were neatly arranged on the ground like marching ants. The Bloodwing Berserkers, on the other hand, were more spread out, using their high agility and ability to fly to feed information to Lin Yen. Sawtooth Demon Wolves. Level 12. Number 20. Soon, the Bloodwing Berserker bees that flew to the very front had already met the magical beasts. But Lin Yen hadn't acted rashly before giving his orders. When you meet a low-grade magical beast, there's no need to report it, just kill it. Lin Yen turned to the vanguard and issued instructions. Almost the next second, successive kill messages then popped up in front of Lin Yen. You have successfully slain the level 12 magical beast Sawtooth Demon Wolf. Biomass plus 24. Experience plus 480. You have successfully slain the level 12 magical beast Sawtooth Demon Wolf. Biomass plus 24. Experience plus 480. Soon, all 20 kill messages popped up. in front of the Bloodwing Berserker bees that had flight and high attack power, as well as the advantage of numbers. These low-level magical beasts were living targets. There was no resistance at all. In this wave, Lin Yan had harvested nearly 500 points of biomass. It's better to have a copy of this biomass fast. Lin Yan's insect army flowed unimpeded, and soon stepped over the corpses of the sawtooth demon wolves and continued forward. Replica lobby. A huge crystal screen played the advancement speed of several dozen students within the replica. The fastest by far is Lu Yu. His dragon spirit beast, earth-evading dragon, was much faster when walking underground. Those low-level magical beasts had no intelligence, and by the time they realized the abnormality, the recluse had already gone on a killing spree in the group of magical beasts. With that, the recluse made a beeline for the front. Lu Yu didn't need to do anything. At most, he would release his skills when the recluse was slowed down by the demonic beast. But soon, on the screen, another silhouette caught up with Lu Yu. Chen Royu. Her light scale dragon, whose speed was average, had a group attack. Though their advance was not fast, they never stopped. It's still the Dragon Department's spirit beasts that are domineering. The top two actually come from the Dragon Department's specialty. There were some professors, shaking their heads helplessly towards Guin. Guin saw the two people at the top of the line, and glanced at Lin Yan, whose advancement speed was ranked in the middle or lower position, and was in a much better mood. Professor Chen doesn't have to say that. That's how it is with the superpower department, weak in the early stages, strong in the later stages. Once a superpower department beast royalist reaches the realm of a grandmaster, it's the meat and potatoes that every company is clamoring for. A group of professors blew each other off. Their purpose was also obvious. This year's freshman representative, no matter what, was now a dragon department major. Don't say anything about the insect genius Lin Yan. By now they've been thrown out of sight by their taillights. Hu Fangyuan sat alone, and the professors and teachers around him all got up and stayed away from him. No snobs or anything. Before that, Hu Fangyuan had no friends when he was teaching at the school. This time, it came back with only one student who looked fierce, but whose future was in jeopardy. Nor did the crowd have any intention of befriending him. You don't want to lick a great professor in the dragon department, but you want to lick a professor who is scorned by millions of people. Hu Fangyuan didn't know or care in the slightest about their views. Looking at Lin Yan, who was nearing the end of the line in terms of advancement speed, instead of being worried or puzzled. Instead, there was a hint of anticipation. Where is this? A speed race, the most important thing is to compete for endurance. Corner of the hall. Duo, I saw Lin Yan's name. Bai Xiaoyi took out a grilled sausage from somewhere and pointed at the bottom of the screen and shouted. Zhao Duo couldn't help but feel joy inside when she saw Lin Yan's name. She didn't care if she was first, second, or 50th. The one who wins in the end will definitely be Lin Yan. Zhao Duo mentally waved her small fists. Bai Xiaoyi found the replica match uninteresting, and after looking around for a week, she found something interesting. Place your bets. It's just like a horse race. See which horse runs the fastest, and the person who bets on it wins money. Bai Xiaoyi dragged Zhao Duo to the betting shop organized by the student union. Of course, there are rules for betting shops. Individual bets are limited to a maximum of $200. It's more of a lottery nature. Of course, the odds are different for everyone. Lu Yu and Chen Royu's odds were just about the same, one at 1 minute and 1.5 seconds and the other at 1 minute and 1.3 seconds. And Lin Yan's odds were surprisingly high at 150. That is to say, if one bets 200 on Lin Yan, if Lin Yan wins in a blowout, then we'll get $10,000. However, there is a reason for such high odds. Who let more than a dozen waves of magical beast swarms pass already? What about Lin Yan's ranking that keeps dropping? It looked like it would stop completely without waiting until the 30th wave of magical beasts. Bai Xiaoyi only reacted at this point. According to Zhao Duo's character, usually a penny would be broken into two halves and spent. How can you possibly spend money on a bet? Never mind. Let's go see what's over there. Bai Xiaoyi pulled Zhao Duo and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Zhao Duo did not move, took out a large pile of change from his pocket, and slapped it on the betting table. I'll bet 200, Lin Yan wins. Chapter 27, Lu Yu's Childhood. Bai Xiaoyi suddenly stared at Zhao Duo with wide, unbelievable eyes. Duo, you're crazy. Always thrifty and hardworking, he was known as the Iron Duke of the 529 women's dormitory. I can't believe I'm willing to spend $200 on a bet. And it's an incompetent horse in a very low ranking. Think twice. $200 will buy you 20 burgers. Buy one get one free is 40. By Xiaoyi somewhat regretted bringing Zhao Duo here. If Duo lost $200, he might have to spend the whole day in tears. Then wouldn't she, the culprit, have to go back to be arbitrated by the dormitory court? It's fine. Zhao Duo comforted by Xiaoyi and looked at the somewhat dazed student council staff. What, I can't press it? The staff member shook his head and kindly reminded the pretty female student. Student, I have to remind you that the faster you go the higher the odds of winning in this thing. And you'll definitely lose money that way. Zhao Duo raised an eyebrow. Don't talk nonsense. Just press Lin Yan to win for me. Bai Xiaoyi swallowed her saliva, her heart moving slightly. Sure enough, it's a love brain. A word to spend $200 on a man. The staff had no choice but to put all of the $200 on Lin Yan, who no one had dared to bet on so far. Such a good-looking girl. Too bad her head isn't too bright. She actually dared to press Lin Yan to win. In the copy, Lin Yan was inching forward a bit now. At this point, the rout had already advanced halfway and the group had destroyed 20 waves of wraiths. The densely packed Titan giant ants in front of him could barely see the end. The number of bug soldiers came to a total of 5,000. Among them, 3,000 Titan giant ants and 2,000 Bloodwing berserkers. Lin Yan's own realm had also arrived at the silver third stage. There is still over 2,000 of biomass left untouched. It could be said that the current Lin Yan had many soldiers and enough food. However, such a large force of spirit beasts. There is a downside. That's propulsion speed. The speed of the Bloodwing berserker wasp was really fast, causing the Titan giant ant to be a bit unable to keep up. To speed up the march, Lin Yan had no choice but to have the large force move forward at full speed. The vanguard unit, the Bloodwing berserkers, passed by the wraith swarms with a wave of flurry of fire and then moved on. When they met difficult magical beasts with exaggerated blood and immune to flight attacks, the Bloodwing berserkers would simply skip them and wait for the Titan giant ants that followed to deal with them. It was only when they encountered flying magical beasts that they would stop and annihilate them all. By the way, wait for Lin Yan and the Titan giant ant. Damn it! Lin Yan clenched his fists and looked at the Titan giant ants that were neatly arranged and running at about the same speed as he was jogging. Still need an agile ground unit. Titan giant ants now evolved towards blood and defense. As the encountered magical beasts became stronger and stronger, the Titan giant ants relied on not counting casualties to keep their advance from dropping. If there was a kind of bug soldier with high sensitivity and high offense, I'm afraid I would have started climbing the mountain and pulling out the flag by now. You have successfully slain the level 15 magical beast Iron Winged Crow. Biomass plus 30. Experience plus 600. You have successfully slain the level 15 magical beast Iron Winged Crow. Biomass plus 30. Experience plus 600. The kill message reappeared. Lin Yan knew that it was the Bloodwing berserkers in the vanguard that had once again eliminated a nest of magical beasts. Another big wave of biomass arrives. The Bloodwing berserker bees on the front line had lost roughly 100 of them. The wraiths encountered in the early part of the rout were annihilated with little loss. The magical beasts encountered after the 20th wave were obviously harder to deal with. But it didn't matter to Lin Yan. The speed of propulsion is not affected in any way. It's just that there are more losses in the number of bug soldiers. But the loss of bug soldiers couldn't have been more. It's also nowhere near as much access to biomass. Others are the ones who have less psychic and physical energy the further they go. Lin Yan, on the other hand, was caught in a virtuous cycle as he got bigger and bigger. With a thought, a black hole appeared beside him, and more than 100 Bloodwinged berserkers were summoned out. Just in time to make up for the 2,000 Bloodwing berserkers. Biomass is plentiful and capricious. The other side of the copy. Tang Tianyu somewhat grimaced as he killed the last magical beast. Finally collapsed in exhaustion. The sacred tattoo Kuei ox lowered its head and licked Tang Tianyu's face with its tongue. Mother this magical beast swarm is too difficult to deal with. Tang Tianyu pushed the bull's head away, feeling that the spiritual energy in his body was about to be drained. This is the downside of the superpower line of Sentinel Beastmasters. The superpower lineage spirit beasts were all brittle and had little to no ability to make normal attacks. In its place is a wide variety of skills. And to release skills, you need a blue bar. The former Imperial Beastmasters, with their thin spiritual energy, could not afford to release a large amount of spiritual energy for a long period of time. Only at the grand late stage of the Imperial Beastmaster, with spiritual energy as abundant as the sea in his body, could he fully utilize his full strength. That's why it advanced to the 20th wave of magical beast swarms. Tang Tianyu just couldn't, as if his body had been emptied. I wonder how that Lin Yen kid is doing. Although he has so many spirit beasts, there aren't many left after advancing to this point. Tang Tianyu looked at the sky exposed by the gap in the canyon with some sadness. It's not like, at the end of the day, one of us is dead last and one of us is dead last. Qin Ruoyu rubbed the blood stains on the soles of her feet and frowned. The light-scaled dragon fluttered around her, tired to the point of spitting. Dragon spirit beasts had a natural bloodline suppression against magical beasts with low bloodlines. This effect was even more pronounced in lower-ranked magical beasts. At this moment, Qin Ruoyu's realm was elevated to the silver 4th stage. After the upgrade, much of the spiritual energy in his body was restored. She didn't know what was going on Lin Yan's side, but she needed to do something now. Lu Yu had already confirmed that it was Lin Yan's enemy without a doubt. If things don't go well on Lin Yan's side, she wanted to make sure that Lin Yan's enemies wouldn't be able to become freshman representatives either. Qin Ruoyu stroked the light-scale dragon's head and murmured softly, "Add more fuel. Never let Lin Yan's enemies get stronger." The light-scale dragon nodded, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Death to all, death to all. In the gap of the canyon, Lu Yu stepped on the corpses of the 21st wave of magical beasts, laughing and shouting. On the side, the recluse opened its mouth and spat out its tongue, spewing hot air. As a hybrid dragon lineage spirit beast, it didn't have a body that perfectly blended with nature like a purebred dragon lineage. His scales couldn't close too tightly to dissipate heat. Therefore, it can only spit out its tongue to distribute the heat that has built up inside it, like a canine spirit animal. Also because of his bloodline and habits, Lu Yu hadn't been ridiculed by the children of his clan since he was a child. Lu Yu saw the recluse sticking out his tongue to dissipate the heat, and the dead memories frantically attacked him. Look ah! The dragon that Lu Yu contracted to crossbreed with a pangolin is learning about dogs again Pangolin and dog again. Really discrediting our Lu family. It can't be helped, who made his family just a side branch of a side branch, only half of the Lu family. Oh, if it weren't for his surname Lu, he might have really degenerated to indenture a dog. I have an idea. How about letting Lu Yu learn the dog for us too? It's still Jia who knows how to play. Lu Yu, do you hear me? Why don't you learn quickly? Learn quickly, learn quickly. The helpless teenager curled up on the floor with despair in his pupils. Don't ajai. Memories come flooding back. Lu Yu went up and kicked the recluse in the head, cursing, "How dare you spit out your tongue? It's all because of you that I'm being bullied. You ing dog. Bastard. Piece of. Go die die die." Chapter 28 Consecutive Counterattacks. The recluse clutched his head and howled in pain. Ow! Contracted spirit beasts are related to the spiritual power of the imperial beastmaster. So when an imperial beastmaster uses spiritual power to attack his contracted spirit beast, the damage done to the spirit beast is a true injury. How dare you scream? Lu Yu kicked hard and panted. When I become the freshman representative and gain the full support of the family, the first thing I'll do is to replace you, a piece of trash. After awakening his combat talent in high school, he was observed by his family. But because Lu Jiejuyu was in front of him, the family wouldn't pay too much attention to him. Lu Jie has become an invalid, ha 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 ha. Really, God help me. I'm the protagonist of this world. And Lin Yan, a mere insectoid imperial beastmaster, how dare he compete with Laozi, a future pureblood imperial beastmaster, for the student representative? Lu Yu commanded the recluse to get up and continue the fight. Get up quickly. Don't be afraid to get hurt, and tear and bite all the magical beasts in your way. Do you hear me, you bastard piece of? The recluse whimpered and stood up, dragging its long, exhausted body towards the group of magical beasts ahead, and continued to advance. Replica lobby. As the journey advanced past the halfway point, the gap between the crowds had completely widened. At the top of the rankings were still the 2 freshmen majoring in the dragon department. At the bottom of the list were the 2 freshmen in the superpower department. The result was not a surprise to anyone. As the saying goes, the strength department is strong in the early stages, and the superpower department is strong in the later stages. The dragon system, on the other hand, has been strong throughout. The only surprise, Lin Yan, who had been at the back of the rankings just a moment ago, had a hidden tendency to overtake him. It's not going to be a climate, it's going to collapse soon. Gu-in was surrounded by a group of professors and teachers like stars in the center, shaking a glass of red wine and laughing softly, relying on the number of bug soldiers to strengthen his battle power, but his bug soldiers are subject to attrition. How is he going to replenish the number of bug soldiers in the copy? The rest of the professors laughed and chimed in, seeming to see through the essence of the yes, spiritual energy can also be replenished in a copy. Is it hard for him to contract an insect-type magical beast in a copy? Ha 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 ha. That's right, I guess the number of bug soldiers is still small and they are just fighting back at death. Huh? That Chen Ruoyu's propulsion speed is actually a hair faster than Lu Yu's. Congratulations, it looks like the first and second place winners of this replica are going to be wrapped up by Professor Gu's dragon trainees. Congratulations to Professor Gu in advance. Maybe he'll be promoted to dean this year. Between professors, there are also disparities, just look at a certain bug major. The crowd's words were so comfortable for Gu-in to hear that an extra smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He knew it was all the crowd running their asses in flattery. But it's the truth. Gu-in's remaining light looked to the side of Hu Fang-yuan, who was sitting motionless like a piece of wooden sculpture, and sneered in his heart. If I were the head of the school, the first thing I would do is to fire certain professors who are morally incompetent. When the professors heard Gu-in's words, they looked again at Hu Fang-yuan, who was sitting in the corner. It seems the rumors were right. Back then, Hu Fang-yuan had snatched Gu-in's beloved and defeated him without mercy in an important competition. Unfortunately, Hu Fang-yuan ended up on the wrong path and has since fallen into disrepute. Instead, Gu-in rose from despair and eventually became a representative professor of the Dragon Department program at Zhenwu University in one fell swoop. Fate is such a fickle thing. Being a teacher depends on how the disciple is. A professor delivered a well-prepared horse's ass that. Professor Gu is destined to be a famous imperial beast master with a lot of peaches and plums in the future, and he might be able to cultivate a few demigods in his lifetime. And Hu Fang-yuan, teaching a student who has also gone astray, will become a very legendary joke. Respect for the professor rose in the hearts of the crowd. He actually called Hu Fang-yuan's name, so it seems that he is determined to take sides. For a while, many professors who didn't have much to offer in the future also showed their loyalty to Gu-in. Hu Fang-yuan's side, on the other hand, seemed a bit cold. Television broadcasts. The two commentators were looking at the situation of the replica in the crystal screen, and were analyzing the situation of the players in the replica for the viewers in front of the TV. Very well, contestant Lu Yu has successfully defeated the 28th wave of demonic beasts in 5 minutes and 30 seconds. This time, compared to the last wave of demonic beasts, has increased by more than 3 minutes. It looks like the Lu Yu player is already exhausted, and the transported dragon's condition isn't very good either. It's also normal that by this time, no one can still maintain the speed they started with. Okay, Chen Ruoyu defeated the 29th wave of magical beasts in 6 minutes and 12 seconds, an increase of 2 minutes from the previous wave. These two big favorites to win the title today, they're already out. That's right, the rest of the players are already exhausted. Ha 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 ha, what do I see? Did Superpower Major by Bing and Tang Tianyu actually give up their copy challenges at the same time? Explaining to the viewers in front of the TV, the combatability of a Superpower Department Imperial Beastmaster has a lot to do with spirit beast skills and their own spiritual energy reserves, and the early stages are indeed a bit on the weak side. Oh, the relatively low-ranked player, Lin Yan, is actually starting to accelerate his advancement? Take a look at player Lin Yan's stats. Passed the 23rd wave of Wraiths in 2 minutes, compared to the last wave of Wraiths. No difference? The narrator rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he had misread the situation. Another commentator, seeing that his colleague was silent, rushed to round off the conversation, and it seems that there was a system bug in student Lin Yan's data analysis, and it's now being sent back to the referee and technical teams for recalculation. 10 seconds later, simultaneous messages from the refereeing and technical crews. There's no problem with the data. No questions. The two commentators looked at the crystalline screen in horror as the contestant Lin Yan, defeating the 25th wave of Wraiths in 2 minutes. Contestant Lin Yan, defeating the 26th wave of magical beasts in 2 minutes. Contestant Lin Yan, defeating the 29th wave of magical beasts in 2 minutes. The commentators and the crowd on the set, as well as the crowd in front of the TV, noticed the horror at the same time. Lin Yan's time from defeating the first wave of magical beasts was 2 minutes. Now advancing to the 29th wave of wraiths, it still took 2 minutes. What does that mean? Lin Yan's advancement speed was simply not what it took to defeat a swarm of magical beasts. Rather, it was the time spent on his own forward speed. In other words, the presence or absence of these magical beasts, whether they were powerful or not, could not affect his advancement speed at all. What a horrible thing this is. Wow! The red wine glass in Gu En's hand fell to the ground in one fell swoop and shattered. The replica hall fell silent. Soon, the crowd was staring at the screen in disbelief. The narrator's voice was also a little hoarse from overexcitement. And the biggest dark horse has appeared. Lin Yan has consecutively countered dozens of people to top the rankings in 3rd place. Chapter 29, I'm going to Zhenwu University on business. Lin Yan ascended to 3rd. In a short period of time, dozens of people were taken out at once. Moreover, ranking the advancement speed of the crowd, Lin Yan was also riding high. Contestant Lin Yan has been silent for so long. Is he finally going to start exploding? The slightly younger commentator, holding the table, shouted excitedly. In competitive sports, the Jedi fight back, and winning with the weak is definitely something that everyone enjoys. Another experienced commentator, after a moment's silence, countered his colleague's judgment that no, it's not that player Lin Yan has gotten faster, it's that they've all gotten slower. The other contestants, they used their full strength at the beginning, so their spiritual energy is now greatly depleted. And the further back they go, the slower the time they take to defeat the magical beasts. And contestant Lin Yan, who has been conserving his strength in the early stages, up to now, still hasn't used his full strength. Contestant Lin Yan passed the 30th wave of magical beasts in still 2 minutes. In the replica hall, the crowd had been confused. Qin Ruoyu, who was now ranked 1st, and Lu Yu, who was ranked 2nd. All had just passed through the 30th wave of magical beasts, all taking around 7 minutes. Lin Yan, on the other hand, actually took the same 2 minutes as the first wave of magical beasts. Is this still a human being? Could it be that this is the legendary schoolboy score control? The professors all looked grave. Many students, on the other hand, had panicked faces and rushed to the betting center. I'm going to vote for Lin Yan and press him for 200. I want it too. Press Lin Yan to win. The staff at the betting center with a look of helplessness that, halfway through the replica race, it's no longer possible to place a bet. The crowd was also frustrated. Now that the race has taken a major turn for the worse, there's a good chance it's going to cost $200 outright. A few other students, however, were crying out in pain, bent over on their knees and pounding the ground. The student who knew the inside story stood and shook his head. These students, they are just pure betting dogs. The Student Government Association requires that no more than $200 be wagered per person. However, there are some gambling addictions that are stronger, would choose to bet on their own behalf using the identity of other students who don't place bets. It was expected that the freshman representative would output between Lu Yu and Qin Ruoyu. The odds of them winning are 1 in 2. What's more, simply Qin Ruoyu and Lu Yu placed their bets together. Smaller odds though, but betting a large enough amount of money can earn you a nice extra income. Therefore, when Lin Yan countered, instead they were more anxious than the other players in the replica. But, at this point, Lin Yan was in the copy, and there was no way for them to interfere even if they wanted to. Old Town, Resettlement Building. Lin Yan's house, the living room was filled with people at this time. It was all Chen Xiaohong and some of her relatives and friends, sitting on the sofa and watching the TV with their eyes glued to it. Lin Jianshan sat on a small mat near the corner of the doorway and stretched his neck to watch the TV as well. The fishing man, Lam Qinshan, has seriously violated family discipline and rules, and has lost his belief in family harmony and happiness. Ms. Chen Xiaohong punished her with 3 months of full housework before releasing her into the house. There was a silence in the house at that moment, until the commentator got up and roared with excitement. Lin Yan's ranking instantly rose to 3rd place after just a few seconds. Lin Jianshan, who was the first to react, directly got up. His face reddened and clenched his fists. Yes! The crowd on the couch turned around in unison. Lin Jianshan immediately covered his mouth and sat back down on the pony. The living room was transformed from its previous tense and pleasant atmosphere to a relaxing and pleasant one. I knew it. Lin Yan, this child is so smart. Surely he won't run out of energy as soon as he comes up. This is not it, he directly overtook it. Third aunt tucked her hand in, smilingly saying, "I could tell from the beginning that Xiao Yan was showing weakness. And you guys still don't believe me." Fourth uncle said. My sister-in-law's husband poured himself another glass of wine and blushed as he addressed the other juniors who were watching the television. All of you learn from big brother Lin Yan. When he was in high school, he woke up at 3 o'clock. You also have to buy your own groceries and cook every day, and never play with your computer phone. And that's how you get into a prestigious university. Chun Xiaohong sat in the middle of the sofa, a little embarrassed. She knew best what Lin Yan was like normally. It's not at all what they say it is, but not expected. Both himself and Lao Lin are ordinary workers. My son grew up ordinary and surprisingly became productive all of a sudden. Getting into Jinwu University was enough of a surprise. It actually topped the list at Jinwu University, taking 3rd place. I'm sure I'll be able to make a name for myself in the future. Chun Xiaohong turned back to Lin Jianshan. It seems that Lin Jianshan sold fish at the border before he got married, and I don't know if he recognized any big leaders. In case my son is transferred to the border in the future, can I get someone to take care of him? Border conflicts have become increasingly serious in recent years. Even Chun Xiaohong, a woman who didn't care about the military, knew something about the situation. Of course, Mom is happy to be admitted to Zhanwu University, but Mom wants you to be safe and sound more than anything else. Chun Xiaohong sighed as she looked at Lin Yan's avatar on the TV screen. Behind, a glint appeared in Lin Jianshan's eyes as he grinned and muttered, "Worthy of being my son. A tiger's father is not a dog's son." Nanling Daily News Building. Only one office still had a light on. The news was playing on the computer screen. Gene Fish, on the other hand, looked out the window and was resting his cheeks in a daze. Since the news of the interview with Lin Yan went out, it exploded in a flash. As a result, she went from being a trainee to becoming a full-fledged reporter for the Nanling Daily News. And after the turnaround, and with it came her troubles. Journalism is also a very rollicking profession. Military, agriculture, education, healthcare. In each area, there are former journalists in charge who follow up. As a newcomer, she was naturally not qualified to compete with those seniors for a job. Ken Fish slumped over the table in frustration. No interview pics, no hot news. Is she going to run to the door of a KTV in the middle of the night to interview city dwellers on the stress and happiness index like she did before, right? Like the news about the wraith breaking into the main city and the heroic teenager saving the pretty girl. It's not like it's every day. Forget it. Let's just go home. Gene Fish sighed as he looked out the window at the already dark sky. Before I knew it, it had been hours since I left work. Just pressed the power button on the computer. Suddenly, a roar from the commentator on the computer screen snapped her back to reality. The biggest dark horse has appeared. Lin Yan has consecutively countered dozens of people to top the rankings in 3rd place. Lin Yan, hearing names that are too familiar to be true. Gene Fish's eyes locked onto the computer screen for a moment, and his insides got a little excited. Fingers were already a little white from pressing on the power button and not daring to let go. Ken Fish was breathing a little hard. Looking at the screen, the fresh-faced avatar, braving the fire, came in 3rd place. And look at the trend. It's very possible to get 1st place. Every year in Nanling City, there are so many 1 or 2 students who get into Jinwu University. And to be at the top of the list at Zenith University. Not a single one. Ken Fish pressed the power button with one hand and dialed the director's number with the other. "Director, I'm going to Jinwu University on business." Chapter 30. The Conspiracy. In the copy, Lin Yan was already somewhat numb. After spending so much time in the replica, he hadn't even seen the hair of a single magical beast. Nearly half of the magical beasts were resolved by the Bloodwing Berserkers, and the rest would be devoured by the swarming Titan giant ants. Not him, Versailles. Rather, there's not some sense of accomplishment in swiping a copy like this. He remembers being a kid and secretly downloading modifiers to give the game a boost. It was a blast at first, but it turned out to be unlimited gold and attributes later on. He got a little bored instead. Does this copy have a PvP mode? I don't want to play PvE. What kind of hero is it to bully a spiritless magical beast? At this point, the Bloodwing Berserker bees in the front suddenly sent back some news. Canyon gap to the head. Ahead of us was a wide open field. The red flag at the highest point is not far away. And the blood-winged berserker bee sensed that someone was getting ready to come out of the other canyon crevices. Speed up. Our opponent is coming out. Lin Yen knew that the 35th wave of magical beasts had bin resolved. 40 levels is the end of the line. The remaining 4 levels are guarded by 4 bosses of varying intensity. In other words, next, not only do you have to deal with the Wraith boss, but you also have to be careful of the sneak attack targeting from other players. There's no telling who will be the first unlucky one to show up at the door. Lin Yen stood in the middle of the insect nest and slowly moved forward. Replica lobby. As the crowd looked at Lin Yen, whose ranking was already at the top of the list, their hearts completely sank to the bottom. At this moment, Lin Yen had already defeated the 35th wave of magical beasts. It was almost time to get out of the canyon gap and face the 40th level of the demonic beasts. As for Qin Ruoyu and Luyu, who were ranked 2nd and 3rd, they were fighting the 35th wave of magical beasts without any distinction. At this point in the replica, there were more than 40 players who were not yet out of the game, both biting off more than they can chew at the back. Arguably, with the exception of the superpower line, which is weaker in the early stages of combat. Most of the true Martial University students were worthy of the name of genius. Professor Gu, this is not the way to go on. The professor, who had just expressed his loyalty, began to whisper that Lin Yen has strange tricks. Maybe he has already learned Hu Fengyuan's bizarre compulsion tactics. That's right, we definitely can't let the freshman representatives fall into the hands of such treacherous people. That Lin Yen has already rushed to first place, and we can't get into the copy. How can we? I do have an idea. It's just a little risky. Speak up. Without waiting for Guin to speak, the other professors who had already stood in line had already spoken out eagerly. They all regretted a little bit that they had stood up early in order to please Guin. It is now impossible to get off this ship of thieves. Not to say they are despicable. The Imperial Beastmaster is supposed to be honored by strength, and Muchong is a normal phenomenon in this profession. Since we can't enter the copy, manipulate the copy, the professor said sorrowfully. Then wouldn't it be better if we had the students who have already entered the copy to block Lin Yen? The professors were so shocked that no one said anything. Guin narrowed his eyes and didn't make any statement. The professor, a little headstrong, continued, the students at the bottom of the rankings are not destined to get the freshman representative anyway. Why don't we promise them a little favor, so they can give up the copy test and cross over the magical beasts in front of them to go straight to Lin Yen for a fight? This way, Luyu will be able to return to first place. After that professor finished speaking, he hurriedly looked at Guin's expression. At this point, they had already taken Guin as their backbone. If Lin Yen gets the freshman rep, Hu Fengyuan's status has risen, so those of them who used to sneer, and who are holding up and stepping on one today, won't they have to usher in the liquidation? The professor of the fire department program who proposed the program was sweating with anxiety. Among those present, besides Guin, it was he who had the deepest hatred between him and Hu Fengyuan. But how do we contact the students in the replica? The other professor hesitated and raised his own question. The rest of the professors nodded. Yeah, there's no signal in the replica, they couldn't contact it if they wanted to. The professor in the fire program pulled out an object and gritted his teeth. I had my student bring a quantum communicator, and I can notify my student so he can bring your message to the rest of the majors. This statement was made. The crowd changed color. Communication tools are used to contact students within the replica, and there is an assessment involved. That's proper cheating. If the principal knew, even if they were professors with high social status and strong imperial beasts, they are not immune to expulsion from school and disciplinary action by the association. Maybe even face jail time and be transferred to the border. The professors exchanged a few words. A professor soon shook his head and said to Guin, Professor Gu, I want to quit. But don't worry, I won't reveal half of it. That professor looked at the inscrutable expression on Guin's face and sighed and left. Immediately after, 2nd place, 3rd place, succession of many professors have left. Professor Gu, I'm sorry, and I won't say a word about it. You're on your own. Those who were still surrounding Guin at this time did not leave. Only 8 professors remain. Anyone else leaving? Guan looked around the room and asked coldly. The crowd quickly shook their heads. Some of them were people who had clashed with Hu Fengyuan, and some of them were Guin's diehards. Anyway, they all have a purpose. That is to absolutely not see the rise of the bug specialty. Then let it be so, and I will make it up to them afterward on a personal basis. Guin struggled internally for a while and made a decision. In fact, he used to be most fed up with this kind of unjust cheating. But now, He also really didn't want to see, once again, an insect sentinel riding on his or his student's head. That stigma. It even exceeded his inner self-respect and bottom line. Then didn't Lin Yan also use the despicable means of the Hu Fong Yuan compass? I'm just taking back what was meant to be my dragon specialty. Gu enclosed her eyes and comforted herself in this way. The remaining 8 professors went to the dead center of the surveillance and pulled out that quantum communicator. Hey, go tell the thunder, fighting, poison, and rock departments to immediately abandon the copy test, stop attacking the magical beasts in front of them, and all go on the offensive against Lin Yan. Lin Yan must be stopped from continuing at all costs. There was some surprise and hesitation on the other end of the communicator. But on this end of the communicator, the professors had gotten a little antsy. But what? You guys are already ranked low, and you won't be able to get any decent rewards at the end of the examination. Professor Gu, the Dragon Department Major, promises that he can give you 3 times the resources, plus a cash reward of $50,000. A sound of electricity. On the other end of the comm, breathing a little more raggedly, obviously. Line. I hope Professor Gu is true to his word. Chapter 31. The Vice Principal is also the principal. In the copy, walking out of the canyon gap, Lin Yan felt his eyes instantly open up. What had been a narrow, crowded gap became a great plain. It's finally out. Lin Yan watched as the subsequent Titan giant ant troops, fishtailing out of the canyon, slowly spread out across the plains. From a distance, it is a black mass. And the one that stopped in front of Lin Yan was a rank 27 bloodline red pupil black tiger of the commander class bloodline. At that moment, he was crouching on the ground, and when he saw Lin Yan's arrival, his crimson eyes flowed, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fishy air. The roar. A long whistle seemed to be a demonstration against Lin Yan. Its duty was to stop Lin Yan and block him on the path he had to take up the mountain. Press through. Lin Yan stretched out his arm and pointed in the direction of the red pupil black tiger. Moment. The ground shook as thousands of densely packed Titan giant ants madly rushed towards the red pupil black tiger. Lin Yan was in the midst of the insect tide when he suddenly received a message back from the Bloodwing berserker bees that were on a scouting mission. The afterglow looked purposefully into the darkness of a canyon gap. It looks like the PvP mode is about to open up. Darkness. Several student contestants with young faces and clear eyes were shocked by this scene. What is this scene? Thousands of insect spirit beasts killed each other. They only felt as if a tsunami of natural greatness came crashing down on them. Simply irresistible. They had all received word from their respective specialty professors and had come to block Lin Yan's continued advance. Honestly, there was even a little snicker inside of them when they received this mission. This was because, having fought until this moment, they had very little physical strength and spiritual energy left. Even if the spiritual energy could be restored, it would still take quite a bit of time. They certainly won't get any decent placements. The so-called genius may just be the ticket to enter this copy. There was still some gap between them and those true demons. Solely, all 16 of him chose to just give up the chance to compete for the freshman representative. Turning his head, he pulled Lin Yan, who was in first place, off his horse. Worthy of a character who can defeat Lu Jie, this scene is a bit too big. The genius majoring in the fighting department sked in admiration. The genius majoring in the poison department snorted coldly. Defeated is perhaps not quite accurate. It should be killed in seconds. The fighting genius crossed his eyebrows, having been a little offended by the rules being broken in the first place. Does a high level of culture help with imperial beast strength? You don't want to try a fight. The rest of the geniuses were somewhat speechless. As expected, the imperial beast master would change some of his personality depending on the type of contracted spirit beast. The fighting sentinel, on the other hand, is widely recognized as a superheroic disorder. The poisonous imperial beastmaster gave him a sly look and took half a step back without paying any more attention. A genius in the fire specialty, sort of the overall commander of this operation, because he's the one who contacted the outside professors. So, when the target, Lin Yan, appeared in the crowd's field of vision, the crowd set their eyes on him. The two geniuses in the fire department major were Yang Lang and Su Yan. Yang Lang coughed lightly, his face a bit gloomy as he opened his mouth. Gentlemen, your professor has just made it very clear. Professor Gu is offering a hefty reward, and besides, we're not exactly breaking the rules. You've already seen that the means Lin Yan used were something a normal bug-type Imperial Beast Master could use? The crowd blushed slightly and shook their heads. In recent years, although there were fewer and fewer bug-type Imperial Beast Masters, it didn't mean there weren't any. They've all been exposed to it as well. However, none of them could be compared to an insect-type Imperial Beast Master like Lin Yan. What are you trying to say? Someone questioned. Yang Lang coldly grunted and explained. All of you have heard of Professor Hu Fongyuan's deeds, right? Although the Compass Imperial Beastmasters are not resisted by the association, their methods are too bizarre. I'm sure it won't be long before the association introduces a crackdown on Compass Imperial Beastmasters. If we go and stop Lin Yan now, we'll be doing our part for the association. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief and smiles spread back across their faces. After all, blatant copies of magical beasts take shots at Imperial Beastmasters. There is still a little bit of resistance within them. But now, Yang Lang gave them a legitimate reason. They're even in the division. Now there is no more psychological burden. Then let's do it. The genius from the fighting department rubbed his fists. He's alone. There's 16 of us. I don't believe they can beat us all down. The crowd nodded. Afterwards, each of them summoned their spirit beasts. Within the Imperial Beast space, the recovery speed of the spirit beasts would be accelerated. So long. The spirit beasts couldn't return to their full strength though. But holding up a fight for a little while is no problem at all. They also didn't believe that Lin Yan would be able to resist the siege of 16 of them until their spirit beasts went into hysterics. See there, the weakest part of the bug tide. Let's concentrate together and break through towards that place. Jan Lang made a simple plan. As long as we control Lin Yan, our mission is complete. There was no objection from the crowd. The two geniuses from the fighting department took the lead in maneuvering the spirit beasts towards the weakest part of the insectide's force. Level 26 Epic Bloodline Ancient Mammoth. Level 27 Epic Bloodline Steel Bone Rhino. Roaring, he rushed out of the canyon gap. The crowd also maneuvered their spirit beasts to follow behind. One time, a vast army of spirit beasts rushed towards Lin Yan's direction with extraordinary momentum. Lin Yan's side, the Titan giant ants in the rear sensed the danger and immediately reversed their direction. Hundreds of Titan giant ants rushed towards the direction where the spirit beast army was. Outside the copy, the canyon gap is far and small, and the population of magical beasts is large and weak. So, the main console puts all the surveillance outside the canyon gap. Aim the camera at the last few levels of the Wraith boss. When Lin Yan was the first to come out of the canyon gap, it was densely packed around them, far exceeding the insect army that had been summoned when dealing with Lu Jie. Although the crowd in the hall had already anticipated the outcome, they were still shocked speechless by the scene. There was also only one thought left in the minds of the crowd. There's no more suspense. The freshman representative has been born. Then there's no point in continuing to watch this game. Just as the crowd was getting ready to leave the stage, suddenly someone exclaimed, "What the hell? How did they get here?" In the hall, Zhao Duo, who originally had a happy face, also changed her face at this moment, with a surprised face. Bai Xiaoyi by her side also guessed what was going on and pulled Zhao Duo's sleeve, fearing that she would do something out of character. Front corner. Hu Fongyuan looked at the suddenly changing scene on the crystal screen. The expression didn't change, but the hands gripping the arms of the chair were bruised. In the main control room, the vice principal looked at the scene with some annoyance, and slammed the teacup in his hand on the floor with a heavy thud. "Grandma, what else is going to happen to this fair copy test? Is there any regard for me as a principal?" The teacher next to him was startled and was just about to warn. The vice principal glared and ordered, "A vice principal is also a principal. Get Guen and those professors around him over here." Chapter 32 Is he still a human being? In the replica hall, the crowd all looked at this scene with complex faces. A dozen or so talented students who were supposed to be on their respective routes, clearing the swarms of magical beasts towards the red flag. Instead, they bypassed the group of magical beasts and attacked towards Lin Yan, who was in first place. What is this? Kill each other? Most of the people in the hall, however, were a little snickering inside. After all, they had all placed bets on Lu Yu. Furthermore, there were geniuses from their respective academies who were in the copies and were also involved in attacking Lin Yan. In this era where bug-type spirit beasts represented weakness, they didn't want Lin Yan to ride over them as the student representative. Watching the replica, The army of spirit beasts led by a dozen or so people managed to break through the siege of Lin Yan's insect tide, as if they were chopping up melons and cutting vegetables. The hall erupted in sparse applause. Soon the applause slowly became neat. Zhao Duoduo looked at Lin Yan, who was surrounded by a dozen or so people on the screen. Applause and shouts of applause ringing out around him. So angry that he was about to cry. Why are they like this? It's not bullying. I'll go and argue with them. Bai Shaoyi hurriedly pulled Zhao Duoduo and whispered, Duo, hold your horses for a moment. So many people are bullying Lin Yan. Which one are you going to theorize about? Or are you going to theorize with the whole school? But Zhao Duoduo stamped her foot in anger. They are too mean, just can't see others good? Bai Shaoyi shook her head, and at this time the chubby one looked very wise. They can see a dragon department genius as a student representative. They can see a fire department genius as a student representative, and even if the poison department takes first place, they can hold their noses and recognize it. But the only thing they can't allow is for Lin Yan to be the student representative. Why? Zhao Duoduo was a bit puzzled. Her heart was filled with anger and she had lost the ability to think independently. Just because the bug-type Imperial Beastmaster is weak? But he has clearly rushed to the first place by his own strength. Because he's an insect-type Imperial Beastmaster. Bai Shaoyi sighed and explained the original story. Lin Yan is certainly powerful now, standing out amongst the crowd of weak insect system Imperial Beastmasters, and even the school's insect system major, which had been closed for many years, was restarted because of him. But the bug system is not the same as the superpower and poison systems, which are also weak in the early stages. The late-stage ceiling of an insect sentinel is just too low. After so many years of being as low as an insect system Imperial Beastmaster, only one professor who has come out, and he was forced to switch to compassion. So, they won't tolerate someone destined to become a waste of space, surpassing them now. After hearing Bai Shaoyi's words, Zhao Duoduo blushed a little. She knew that perhaps Bai Shaoyi was right, but she wanted to help Lin Yan. Inside the main control room, the vice-chancellor looked at the silent professors with some triumph on their faces and gritted his teeth. When did the professors of true Martial University have to use such despicable means? The professors, though crowded and in a position of supremacy in the school. Still, there was no willingness to voluntarily tear himself away from a vice-principal. There was still silence relative to each other. Gu Wen's face was expressionless as he spoke coldly. Vice-principal, the students are in their copies. We're not so capable of interfering with their actions. There will be a reasonable explanation for this farce, I think. The vice-principal held his breath and asked, What explanation? The corner of Gu Wen's mouth curled up slightly as he continued. A certain arrogant and cocky student secretly learns the association's not yet recognized compulsion art for use in copy tests and bullying classmates. The talented students of all majors are righteous at heart, unable to tolerate it, and vow to eradicate such bad students who are corrupting the campus morale and the reputation of the Imperial Beastmasters. I'm sure the TV stations will praise such an act of justice. The vice-principal stopped talking. He knew that Gu Wen had a great background, and that the professors behind him were also more or less connected to those big families, all secretly. He could very well do it if he had an iron grip. You're discrediting the school right now. The vice-principal's tone was cold and angry in his heart. Gu Wen smiled faintly, his tone relaxed. Don't say that, principal. I believe that after this news report goes out, the association will change its view on compulsion and a total boycott may be possible. The vice-principal sighed. He knew that the day would have to end this way. The victim, Lin Yan, had only fallen victim to the years of feud between Gu Wen and Hu Fongyuan. I don't care. Get lost, all of you. The vice-principal turned around, his eyes glued to the screen. If they want to go any further than that, then he was going to save Lin Yan's life no matter what. In the copy, looking at a group of a dozen people killing towards himself. Instead of being surprised, Lin Yan was a little excited and licked his lips. Finally fell for it. That's right. That gap in the tide of insects was not at all a breach left by the lack of bug soldiers. Rather, Lin Yan was afraid that they wouldn't dare to go on and did it on purpose. What's the point of single-player games? Real-life competition is fun. Lin Yan turned around and grinned at the dozen or so geniuses of various specialties who were about to rush in front of him. Don't mention the sunshine. But that smile in their eyes was as horrible as it could be. Yang Lang saw Lin Yan smile and winced, hesitating to shout. Don't worry about him pretending to be a god. Just charge through and win. After saying that, he unobtrusively hid towards the back of the ancient mammoth's wide body. The rest of them gulped. That's when it suddenly came to mind. This guy was a tough guy who had killed a sophomore student council member in seconds. But the arrow has to be sent. Gather fire, release skills, and don't even hold back. Yang Lang was fuming and didn't care anymore. The law is not to blame. Even if they accidentally appeared to have casualties, they could still say it was a mistake. It was also impossible for the school to chastise them, the future high-ranking imperial beast masters. One time, a dozen or so spirit beasts, their bodies instantly erupted with spirit energy. All sorts of skills were shot in Lin Yan's direction. Good timing. Lin Yan reached out and waved his hand, and thousands of blood-winged berserkers instantly flew over, densely packed to encircle the crowd. The spirit beast skills were released and hit the blood-winged berserker bees. There were constantly corpses of blood-winged berserkers falling. The air smelled of burning and blood. After the wave of skills was released, the last of the spiritual energy in the crowd was drained, and the spirit beasts lost their powerful means of attack, just as they were full of anticipation for the swarm to collapse. Immediately after, the blood-winged berserkers slowly dispersed, revealing Lin Yan, who was standing on top of the ant tide, intact. He's not dead, and not hurt at all. Yang Lang took a half-step back in fear. With 16 of them, putting their skills together, even the sophomore seniors wouldn't dare to take it hard, right? But he just watered it down? Is he still a human being? Chapter 33 Wild Beast Pill. In the replica hall, the atmosphere froze instantly. The student who was applauding had his mouth slightly open and his hand stopped in mid-air. Guwen's face clouded over. The smiles in the professor's gazes faded into gravity. The vice principal wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, looking at the scene with disbelief. Zhao Duoduo, who was filled with righteous indignation, suddenly calmed down, and with a light in her eyes, she looked at Lin Yan in the surveillance video with surprise. Hu Fang Yuan's hand that was gripping the armrest slowly loosened and let out a laugh. The crowd's reaction was varied. But one thing is certain. The dozen or so geniuses who had given up the duplicate examination to run here. The last resort attack just went bust. You guys, you just took a shot at me, didn't you? Lin Yan was in the midst of the tide of insects, like a monarch looking at an assassin whose sharp blade had fallen. Surveillance footage. Lin Yan said this indifferently. Subsequently, a dozen geniuses panicked with the naked eye. They're scared. They had all witnessed Lin Yan's feat of killing Lu Jie in seconds that night. There was no lack of many people who had even waved the flag for Lin Yan. Just this once. Standing on the opposite side of Lin Yan, the ones who were about to be surrounded by an endless tide of insects, were them. No, Brother Word, we were wrong. One genius had already panicked and wanted to retrieve the spirit beast. But the spirit beasts were in the middle of an engagement and simply could not be retrieved. He didn't want the spirit beasts he had worked so hard to cultivate for years to die just like that. Lu Jie's previous lesson was too engraved in his mind. The densely packed Titan giant ants surrounded towards them. In the sky, the blood-winged berserker bees were like a big net, making it impossible for them to escape. Brother Yen, you let us off the hook. Freshmen don't beat up freshmen. And we promise never to make an enemy of you again. Have you forgotten? I met you once on the day of reporting. It has nothing to do with us. It's all because of that professor in the fire department program. Yes. It's all because he told us to do this and said that Professor Gu would pay us. Freshmen are simple-minded. Because of one sentence and empty promises, he was able to resolutely take on Lin Yan. It was also possible to name the mastermind behind the situation because the spirit animal was going to die. Guan. Lin Yan froze for a moment. He thought it was that Lu Jie kid who did it. Now it looks like you're being hated. Lin Yan looked towards the hidden surveillance cameras in the copy. The guide catches the scene and quickly pulls in close to give a close-up. Lin Yan's face appeared on the crystal screen, and he said word for word, I remember you. In the replica hall, the crowd thumped in their hearts and were shocked as they took a step back. It's not about strength. It was really because the aura on Lin Yan's body was too astonishing. Even through the screen, they could feel the sharp edge of Lin Yan's body, as evidenced by the Lu Jie incident. Lin Yan was an extremely bad-talking, vindictive person. Anyone who is targeted by him will be in bad luck. But who exactly did he mean by you? The crowd's gazes wandered back and forth between Gu En and the fire professor's face. Gu En's face remained somber, with little expression. That fire professor, his face turned slightly white. Yet it wasn't because he was afraid of Lin Yan's threats, but the few pups in the copy that actually backstabbed him. Vice Chancellor, Looking at the Vice Chancellor who suddenly appeared beside him, the fire professor instantly panicked. It's all student nonsense. It's not even me. As he said that, his gaze glanced at Gu and intentionally or unintentionally. I hope Guan can stand up and say a few words for him. However, Guan didn't move. He didn't move. The fire professor's heart sank to the bottom. Professor Gu, what do you think? The Vice Chancellor caught the handle and looked at Guan with a sneer. Guan turned around expressionlessly and faintly said, the sun is not true, maybe the student made it up, or maybe he is pretending to be me. Maru spicy. The fire professor's throat tightened with pain. Watching the professors beside him rush to draw a line in the sand with him, he knew he was completely abandoned. Those students named the cheating culprits in public, even if it's okay now. The school is also sure to pursue the matter afterward and give the community an explanation. And holding so many professors accountable at once can cause quite a stir. However, by holding ourselves accountable only, we can give an account to the community without offending other professors. Said the fire professor with a sudden wave of powerlessness. Under the command of the vice principal, he was taken away by the security section for investigation. Don't take pictures. The vice principal frowned and droned as he looked around at the students who took out their cell phones in a burst of flash. Don't rumor it blindly. The school will issue a notice after the investigation. Say so. But there were still a number of students secretly filming. The vice principal also stopped caring and looked at Lin Yan in the big screen, a smile on his lips, and, that's marvelous. Can an insect-type imperial beast master also do this? That girl's Vi has really found a good seedling. By the way, counting the hours, she should be back in school tomorrow too. In the copy. Ow! After the recluse resolved the 35th wave of demonic beasts, deep exhaustion swept over him. Couldn't hold on any longer and lay down on the ground. The scales on his body were already red with blood. Half of it was magical beast blood, and the other half was his own. Seeing this, Lu Yu rushed at the recluse's heart. This kick was with spiritual power. The recluse is wounded and rolling on the ground in pain. Ow, 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 ow. Lu Yu's face was a bit grim as he cursed. Useless waste. You can't hold on even before you get out of the canyon gap. Hurry up and get the hell up. If I can't get first place, I'll kill you first. The recluse sniffed and fear appeared on his face as he scrambled up from the ground. However, breaking through 35 waves of magical beast swarms one after another. Not even a moment's respite. It was fighting with its life entirely. After this copy, expect to be very sick for a few months. Looking at the recluse who couldn't even stand, Lu Yu showed a rare trace of gentleness on his face, took out a pill and handed it to the recluse's mouth. Good girl, eat it and you'll be alive and well. The recluse sniffed, a pungent with a dangerous odor, and hastily backed away shaking his head. Lu Yu's face clouded over. This berserker beast pill was something that he had spent several months of living expenses to buy. It could allow spirit beasts to instantly regain all of their physical strength, and their realm could be raised by a large amount. However, the side effects are also obvious. The berserk beast pill will squeeze the remaining life and potential out of a spirit beast. The price of getting stronger is death. But it doesn't matter anymore. That insectoid trash Lin Yan, they should have cleared it already. Lu Yu smiled easily. Just now, the world of other seams came over to inform him. A total of 16 people from 8 specialties would be going to surround Lin Yan. It was then that he realized. Lin Yan was actually only number 1, having already broken through to the 36th level of the magical beast boss. But fortunately, the final winner was still him, Lu Yu. Truly the heavens are in his favor. With a crazy look on his face, Lu Yu took a step towards the recluse dragon. Eat it and let's sweep the remaining levels together. I'll buy you canned fish when I'm the freshman representative. And don't you love canned fish? The recluse hesitated and drooled. The taste of that pill was almost genetically etched in resistance. But, for the sake of the master, the recluse opened his mouth and swallowed the pill Lu Yu handed him. Dang! The heart skipped a beat. The pupils faded away and were replaced by a blood-red color. Chapter 34. Shura's Means. Buddha's Heart. Who? Qin Ruoyu wiped a handful of sweat from his head and bent down to look at the light-scale dragon that couldn't fly. One person and one dragon. Their physical and spiritual strength was at an extreme. But fortunately, the group of magical beasts in the 35th level was defeated. Now, there were just 4 wraith bosses left. Then ascend the mountain and take the red flag, and that's a win. Let's take a break when we get out of the canyon gap. We don't know where we are in line? Chen Ruoyu's body was drenched in fragrant sweat as she gritted her teeth and exerted her strength to help the light-bodied light-scale dragon onto her back. Prepare to move on with the light-scale dragon on your back. The light-scale dragon lay on Chen Ruoyu's back, its eyes almost turning into 2 triple X's as it protruded its tongue. Most dragon spirit beasts have 2 attributes, and the light-scale dragon is dragon and superpower, dual attributes. Only the dragon line is naturally just a bit more noble. So Chen Ruoyu was assigned to the dragon department. But, though the dragon system is powerful from the early stages all the way to the late stages, however, the attributes of the superpower system still made the light-scale dragon's pre-combat ability a bit on the weak side. It's not even close to a non-pureblood hybrid recluse, and the dual attributes of dragon and land make it still a fierce fighter in the early stages. I wonder where Lin Yen has gotten to? Chen Ruoyu was a little worried. Before entering the copy, Guan let her come and clear the way for Luyu. She refused. But I wonder if anyone else helped Luyu? Or rather, why don't you just send someone to give a siege to Lin Yen? Chen Ruoyu carried the light-scale dragon on his back and laughed bitterly. It's true that where there are people, there is society. A place as pristine as a school and a profession as noble as teaching. It's amazing that there is so much hooking up going on. It's getting brighter up ahead. Chen Ruoyu stepped out of the canyon gap, but her eyes widened at once. She saw that the talented players who had entered the replica together had gotten together to surround Lin Yen. Nuguji. Chen Ruoyu just wanted to go rescue Lin Yen, but she realized that the spiritual energy in her body hadn't recovered yet. Right now, she couldn't even unleash a decent skill. The light-scale dragon sensed its master's anxiousness, puffed up his cheeks and tried to work his way up to flying. But it ended in failure. It's okay. Chen Ruoyu comfortingly stroked the light-scale dragon and looked in Lin Yan's direction, filled with worry. They, indeed, were shameless enough to break the rules and take a shot at Lin Yan well. Chen Ruoyu hesitated to exit the copy now. Go to the teacher and explain the situation? But who could she turn to? Guan, surely he wouldn't care about this kind of thing, right? He was still eager to see this kind of situation. Even this incident might have something to do with him. That Senior Joe, I haven't seen her since the beginning of the school year. Just when Chen Ruoyu didn't know what to do, things took a turn for the worse. The combined skills of those dozen or so people had been easily blocked by Lin Yen. Lin Yen was able to remain unharmed at all. Chen Ruoyu's clenched heart instantly loosened and smiled. No! Looked at it for a while longer. Chen Ruoyu, who had originally been a little worried that Lin Yen wouldn't be able to handle it well, completely put her heart down. Because Lin Yen hadn't been as decisive in killing as he had been in dealing with Lu Jia. Instead, they chose to leave them alone. Shura's means, Bodhisattva's heart. Brother Yen, from now on, the 16 of us will look up to you, seeing that Lin Yen was willing to let them go. The 16 geniuses of various specialties wore a look of excitement on their faces. Brother Yan's great righteousness. We will never forget it. In the future in school, if anyone dares to denigrate Brother Lin and the bug department major, I'll be the first to clean him up. That's right. From now on, the direction of Brother Yan's finger will be the direction of my battle. When we get out of the copy, I'll be the first to clean up that Lu Yu kid. The 16 geniuses showed their loyalty. Lin Yen didn't care too much. Let them off the hook, and only because the vice-chancellor said so. In a month's time, the East Japan side will be sending students for exchange. The so-called exchange was actually a look at the strength of the talented students on both sides. In time, surely a bad fight is inevitable. These are a dozen or so people who are geniuses in their professions. If we kill all their spirit animals now, strength will certainly be greatly reduced. It will only make the people of the East think that all of my Dragon Kingdom geniuses are losers. Most importantly, that little bit of biomass from their spirit beasts, he really couldn't see it. All quit your copies and get out of the way, Lin Yen said indifferently. The crowd was grateful and was about to exit the copy. Suddenly, a dragon's roar scuttled out of a canyon crevice. A dragon type of incomparable size with scarlet pupils and scales exploded on its body, revealing sinewy flesh and blood. Lu Yu stood on the giant dragon's head in triumph. As soon as he came out of the canyon gap, he saw the surrounded Lin Yan. The dozen geniuses and their spirit beasts were only a few steps away from Lin Yan. By the looks of it, it was already controlling Lin Yan. What are you waiting for? Kill all those pesky bugs. Lu Yu stood tall, stepping on the recluse's head to give orders to the crowd. In his opinion, these people were all found by his benefactor, Gu En, to assist him. He's a future freshman representative, the number 1 freshman. All these geniuses, it's only right that they should be under his leadership. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and move. Lu Yu saw that the crowd didn't make a move, but instead looked at him with bad eyes. It was a bit of an irritant. Disobedience? And you dare to look at me like that? Looking for death, said. Lu Yu commanded the recluse dragon, and his long tail swept across. Ka-ching! Bone-cracking sounds. The ancient mammoth at the forefront was instantly swept aside onto the ground. Wailed in agony. Lu Yu, what are you doing? The rest of the geniuses were dissatisfied and chided Lu Yu. Lu Yu sneered, and only then did he see what was going on. So you losers, not only did you fail to defeat Lin Yan, but you were defeated by him instead? Waste deserves to die, he said, about to make another move. The rest of the geniuses all had their scalps a little numb and tugged the fighting department genius who was heartbroken about his spirit beast backward. The crowd hurriedly hid in Lin Yan's tide of insects. They felt some irony. The tide of insects that they had feared and regarded as a great enemy just a moment ago. And now it's turned into a safe haven for them? Lin Yan waved his hand, and in an instant, a dense mass of titanic giant ants greeted him. The huge dragon's tail swept over. The blasted scales reduced the defense, but the attack power was enhanced. A moment of contact. Hundreds of titan giant ants were then smashed into pieces. Lu Yu stood on the head of the recluse and laughed maniacally. What a wave of insects. Nothing more than that. It's just that Lu Jie is such a loser that he can still be defeated by such a ridiculous bug. After today, everyone will know who is the only genius of the Lu family. Lin Yan looked coldly at the mad Lu Yu and snorted coldly. That strike just now did take away many titan giant ants. However, there were also quite a few titanic giant ants that used this to climb onto the recluse's tail, nibbling hard. But is a bit strange. Lin Yan frowned. Those titan giant ants, although they didn't have high attack power, were able to do some damage to the recluse. The recluse, on the other hand, looked oblivious, as if he couldn't feel the pain. There's something weird. Lin Yan's heart came down on alert. Without stopping, he hastily commanded the titan giant ant to go around behind the recluse. More and more titanic giant ants climbed up the recluse's tail. Lin Yan didn't expect to kill the transported dragon with the titan giant ants that had weaker attacks. Rather, it acts as a control effect. His real killer weapon was arranging its attack formation in mid-air. Chapter 35 Lin Yan's oppressive power. The densely packed Bloodwing berserkers assembled in mid-air. The shimmering tail pin was pointed at the recluse, ready to fire at any moment. When the geniuses saw the scene, some of their scalps went numb. It was fortunate that he hadn't gone against Lin Yan, or else this level of attack. They are not in a million places. Can't you see that a character like Lu Jie was killed by this move? Lu Yu's self-confidence was inflated at the moment, and he didn't even put the swarm of bees in mid-air in his eyes. He had seen that fight between Lin Yan and Lu Jie. However, Lu Yu wasn't afraid at all now. The recluse who took the berserk beast pill. It was going to be stronger than Lu Jie's pure-blooded sword ridge flying dragon. Kill them all. Lu Jie kicked the recluse's head and mobilized all his spiritual energy. Cracking chop. Roar. The recluse screamed furiously, and a flash of pain flashed through his blood-red eyes. By the looks of it, forcing a skill to be released in this state didn't make it easy for him. But the skill, sharper than ever, was released after all. The long and wide dragon's tail swept across, carrying unrivaled power. Lin Yan's expression was grave as he hurriedly commanded the titan giant ant to dodge. But the number of titan giant ants was simply too great. Under emergency dodging, there were still quite a few titan giant ants that were touched by the dragon's tail and turned into blood mist. What a powerful spirit beast! Lin Yan's heart shook for a moment. Not being able to think too much, he continued to command the nearby titan giant ants and climbed towards the recluse's body. The geniuses were in the midst of the ant tide and hastily recalled their respective spirit beasts. Only that freshman from the fighting department was crying without tears as he looked at the ancient mammoth in the distance that had been whipped away by the dragon's tail. Is Lu Yu out of his mind? To actually dare to take a shot at us? This, thanks to the fact that we just helped him. What's going on now? Why isn't Brother Yen fighting back? It should be impossible to change hands. Look at Lu Yu's recluse dragon. The crowd locked their eyes on the recluse. Although this was the first time they had seen it, they had all learned about the characteristics of various spirit beasts during their high school years. This recluse, there's something wrong. A possibility occurred to the crowd, and in unison they said, Berserker beast pill. Contraband drugs. Where did he get them? The vice principal slammed his desk down and looked to his side. Professor Gu, is this the imperial beast virtue of your dragon department majors? Guwen frowned in contemplation. He also did not expect Lu Yu to use such a thing. I had long heard that Lu Yu was unpopular and bullied among the Lu family. I didn't realize that it was heartless to this extent. I have nothing to do with this. Guwen remained bland in his explanation, not bothering to say a second word. The vice principal grunted and didn't say another word. Guwen had someone above him, even he couldn't move easily. Lu Yu is wasted. I just don't know if he can survive before the berserk beast pill loses its potency. The vice principal was a little concerned. Brother Yen, if it doesn't work, let's pull out. The crowd rushed to advise. In their opinion, Lu Yu, who had taken the berserker beast pill, was no longer something they could defeat. Even Lin Yen couldn't overcome Lu Yu's technology and ruthlessness. No need. Lin spoke succinctly, telling the crowd to back off and continuing to command the Titan giant ants to silently climb up the recluse's back and tail. Lu Yu was in a soothing mood when he saw the large number of dead and wounded insect soldiers. A bug system is a bug system, and garbage is garbage. In front of the noble dragon, worms can only be crushed. If only I had a pure-blooded dragon, though. This bastard will slow me down eventually. A hint of disappointment passed through Lu Yu's eyes, but he quickly became happy again. Because he's going to be the freshman representative soon. He would surpass Lu Jie and become the strongest of the new generation of the Lu family. What a pure-blooded dragon spirit beast. It's still at your fingertips, isn't it? Hurry up and clean up those bugs. Lu Yu scolded the recluse underneath him. He glanced at the blood-wing berserkers above his head and let out a cold smile. He knew that Lu Jie had died at the hands of this kind of spirit beast. This kind of spirit beast couldn't pose much of a threat to him. Once the swarm of pesky ants on the ground were cleared, it was time to burrow into the ground to circumvent the blood-winged berserker bees. Freshman rep, it's mine. Lu Yu could barely hide the excitement on his face. This group of geniuses will prostrate themselves at their feet. That Qin Ruoyu, too, would lower her haughty head and let herself be toyed with. As for Lin Yen, he has no hatred with him. However, to prove that he was better than Lu Jie, he would have to be reduced to a stepping stone. Lu Yu commanded the recluse dragon, and his massive tail swept over. Only this time, it was vaguely attacking in the direction where Lin Yen was. Lu Yu's face had more than a bit of ferocity on it. He was going to waste Lin Yen. That would be the best proof that he was stronger than Lu Jie. Boom! The dragon's tail swept through. Just more Titan giant ant corpses. And Lin Yen dodged and didn't take any damage at all. My turn, I guess. Lin Yen snorted coldly. There were already enough Titan giant ants on the recluse at this point. He too was ready for the final blow. The swarm of bees gathered in a raging mass. The crowd inside and outside the replica had only one thought in their minds. The black clouds are pressing down on the city. Is this an insect system imperial beast master? What a strong oppressive force. This number, there must be at least 2,000 of them. Together with the ant spirit beasts on the ground, wouldn't there be a large number of thousands? This scene is much more spectacular than that time in Lu Jie. No, why do I get the feeling that I'm going to turn around and want to run away? Dude, why are your pants wet? Humph. Lu Yu raised his head and laughed disdainfully. A worm wants to slay a dragon too? Don't you know that Laozi's recluse has dual attributes of dragon and system? Transported dragon. Burrow into the ground. Lu Yu commanded with an air of calmness. Into the ground, it was his world. As long as those pesky ant spirit beasts dared to chase after them. Just take them all out. Lu Yu had this confidence. After waiting for a while, Lu Yu had some bad feeling in his heart. Transported dragon. What are you doing? Hurry up and burrow into the ground. Lu Yu looked back, only to see that at some point, the recluse's back was densely crawling with insect-type spirit beasts. These ant spirit beasts were very powerful and had numbers added to them. For a while, the recluse was actually somewhat unable to move. Nuguji. Lu Yu raised his head in despair. The blackened blood-wing berserkers in the sky had already exposed their tail needles, ready to attack. Rain of blood pouring down, release, Lin Yen ordered coldly, and his spiritual energy dropped by most of his body. Moment. Countless tail needles, one after another, shot at the recluse. The huge body of the blood-wing berserker made it almost unnecessary to aim. A large number of tailed needles that almost filled the recluse's body. Chapter 36. Whoever you are, get off Dodo. Ow! The recluse fought and struggled, and having already lost its sense of pain, it still screamed miserably. The tail needles of the blood-winged berserker wasp, however, carried a percentage of life value damage. A single tail pin or perhaps a scrape. But you can't keep scraping. No! Lu Yu's eyes widened in anger, having a soul contract with the recluse, sensing the recluse's blood level dropping at a rapid rate. Originally, the recluse's blood volume had almost doubled after taking the berserker beast pill. Didn't realize. I can't believe I can't avoid being killed in seconds. This man. Is it a monster? Lu Yu clenched his fists and shouted at the top of his voice. It wasn't that he was heartbroken about the recluse, but he sensed that his soon-to-be freshman representative was going to fly. He will be reduced to the same fate as Lu Jie. No, he will only be worse off than Lu Jie. Stop it. Stop it. The recluse can't die. Can't die. Lu Jie was in a state of madness, his cloak of hair roaring towards Lin Yen. The freshman rep is gone. If he lost the recluse again, he wouldn't even have the money to buy another spirit beast. Lin Yen ignored it, without the slightest intention of stopping, until the kill message popped up in front of him. You have successfully slain a level 26 commander class spirit beast. Biomass plus 52. Experience plus 0. The rain of arrows that kept falling from the sky only slowly stopped. Who? Finally dead. Lin Yen put his heart down, but his face didn't look too good. Lu Yu could be said to be the most powerful opponent he had encountered so far. Get those 50 or so points of biomass. The cost was the lives of nearly 1,000 titanic giant ants. This casualty is too much. Luckily, though, one retains plenty of biomass. Don't worry about it for now. Seeing the huge dragon corpse that fell down with a bang. Dozens of geniuses from various specialties were also relieved that I told you, how could Brother Yen lose? Hee. That idiot Lu Yu used technology and ruthless work, but he couldn't defeat Brother Yen. What a waste. How come the Lu family is all the same? It can't be an ancestral superhero syndrome, can it? Well, it should be on the old grave side. The bug department is also too overbearing. Is it too late to change majors? Don't dream about it. Even if you change your major, you don't have Brother Yan's talent. Yeah, that Lu Jie kid, he even said that Brother Yan's talent is in the life department. How can that be? At this point, the crowd was in no hurry to exit the copy. Wouldn't it be better to stay here and witness the coming of the newborn representatives, the new generation of true gods? Learn dog. I learn. Woof, 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 woof. Mom and Dad, they're bullying me. Why are you bullying me too? I don't want to go to school. Don't hit me. Teacher, don't fire me. I promise I won't be late anymore. Okay, I'll take it off. Door slams. I got into Jinwu University. Ahahahaha. I'm going to get stronger and let you all die, all of you. Lu Jie. I'm not afraid of you anymore. I'm sorry, Jie. Jie don't. After the death of the recluse dragon, Lu Yu suddenly went crazy, crying and laughing at the same time, babbling nonsense. Lin Yen ignored him and led the insect army towards the last few magical beast bosses. What had happened to Lu Yu was of no concern to him. It didn't matter to him how pathetic Lu Yu had once been. As long as someone gets in his way, whether it's a Shura or a Bodhisattva, all of them can only be reduced to dead bones in the grave. The road to the throne is also destined to be littered with corpses. Lin Yen raised his arm and pointed at the red flag on the mountaintop not far away. Press through. The vast army of bugs resumed its journey. It just so happened that the remaining few magical beast bosses were all in a straight line, getting replenished with 3,000 titan giant ants and 2,000 blood-wing berserkers. The sky is full of people killing each other. This next. Inside and outside the replica, there was a complete silence. All of them looked at Lin Yen in unison, steadfastly marching towards the red flag at the top of the mountain. This time, he has no more opponents. The two commentators, too, are dead set on the screen. Contestant Lin Yen passed the 36th wave of magical beasts in 2 minutes. Contestant Lin Yen passed the 37th wave of magical beasts in 2 minutes. Contestant Lin Yen passed the 39th wave of magical beasts in 2 minutes. The bug army advanced with ease. Those last few levels of wraith bosses were crushed without any effort at all. A few kill messages popped up in front of Lin Yan's eyes as well. You have successfully slain the level 26 commander class magical beast red pupil black tiger. Biomass plus 52. Experience plus 1040. You have successfully slain the 27th level commander class magical beast blasted rock sparrow. Biomass plus 54. Experience plus 1080. You have successfully slain the 28th level commander level magic beast bison toad. Biomass plus 56. Experience plus 1120. You have successfully slain the 29th level commander class wraith crown morpho python. Biomass plus 58. Experience plus 1160. Spiritual energy flowed through Lin Yan's body, and he rose to level 15. This state, so cool. Before entering the replica, he was still only silver 1st rank. Right now, he was already a silver 5th ranked Imperial Beast Master. Student council members can enter and exit the replica for free. So won't they be able to upgrade all the time? Lin Yen thought. The other Imperial Beast Masters had to recover their spiritual energy and treat the injuries of their spirit beasts. But Lin Yen didn't need it at all. His bug soldiers died in battle, and then converting them with biomass was just the thing to do. As for Lin Yan's spiritual power, he could only use it to release his skills when he was in danger. For normal magical beasts, directly sending out a wave of insects to crush them is. And sidekicks not only level up quickly, but also increase biomass. To Lin Yen, it's simply all good and no bad. Shake the thoughts from your head. Lin Yen took one step at a time towards the red flag at the top of the mountain. The crowd had expected the outcome, but were still looking forward to the scene they were about to see. Qin Ruoyu stood at the exit of the canyon gap, looking at Lin Yen with a smile on her face. The crowd of geniuses, too, sked and let out exclamations of admiration. Although this time, the copy rewards no longer had anything to do with them. Maybe they'll have to carry a school sanction when they get out. But at the moment, they were still sincerely happy for Lin Yen. After all, this mountain over their heads was a normal person with a good heart. If it was true that Lu Yu got the freshman representative, they definitely won't have a good time. Outside the copy, Zhao Duoduo cupped her face and looked at Lin Yen in the screen with a florid look on her face. How can you be so handsome? Bai Xiao Yi stood beside her and sighed. I didn't expect that Zhao Duoduo, who treats dirt as money and talks about feelings that hurt money, would also fall in love one day. And very impulsively, $200 for a man? Suddenly, Bai Xiao Yi thought of something and lowered her voice to scream. Duo, you pressed Lin Yen for $200 to win. Now it's $10,000 odds. You've earned it. Let's go get our prize. Didn't realize. Zhou Dodo paused for just a moment when she heard this and, there's no rush, wait. It's not over yet. Saying that, he placed his gaze on Lin Yen in the screen again. Boom! Bai Xiaoyi was like a bolt from the blue, staring daggers at the familiar stranger in front of her. $10,000, eh? I can't believe you said you weren't in a hurry. Whoever you are, get off of Duo. Chapter 37. There is absolutely no such thing. Lin Yen just simply reached out and held the red flag that symbolized victory in his hand, pulled out without much effort. Next, there was a shaking in the copy. A blinding white light flashed. The crowd hurriedly closed their eyes and waited until they opened them again, including Lin Yen at the top of the mountain and Lu Yu, who seemed to be crazy. All appeared in the replica hall. Snap! Neat clapping. This time, everyone in the hall was celebrating the new freshman representative that had been born. The Beastmaster, honored by the strongest. The result is finalized. There will never be a change of scenery again. The crowd also recognized Lin Yen from the bottom of their hearts. At the very least, at this moment, Lin Yen deserved their applause. Let's go. Seeing Lin Yen, who was submerged in the applause and cheers, Guwen turned around and left. The few professors of various majors behind them who hadn't said a word since Lu Yu's defeat. All of them also followed Gu En and left. What about Lu Yu? One of the professors hesitated, but asked. A few more people turned their attention to the corner of the hall. Sometimes excited, sometimes fearful, muttering without knowing what he was saying on Lu Yu. What to do? Guan's face was expressionless, as if he was looking at a piece of trash that. Let him fend for himself. Just notify the Lu family to clean up when the time comes. Having said that, turn around and leave the replica hall. A few people scowled and left as well. The performance was great. With a professional smile on his face, the vice principal passed through the crowd of. Student Lin Yan, from today onwards, you are the new freshman representative of our true martial university. Lin Yan nodded and didn't say anything. That in itself was within his expectations, so there wasn't much change of emotion. It's as if it wasn't him who became the freshman representative. On the contrary, Tang Tianyu, a man with a bottle of wine, his shirt off and waving it in his hands, running wildly around the hall. The woohoo! My brother is the freshman representative. Cow Cup. Lin Yan Cow Cup. Come on. Come on. Everyone shout with me. Lin Yan Cow Cup. Spiritual energy could not be maintained after exiting the copy. Tang Tianyu had been silently watching Lin Yan's match from the shadows, but before Lin Yan pulled down that flag, Tang Tianyu never cheered or celebrated. Because, well, he knows the law of opening champagne at halftime. So, Tang Tianyu had been holding back until now, before he completely exploded out. My brother. Lin Yin Cow Cup. Lin. Words. Cow. Cup. The people in the hall avoided Tang Tianyu. Some of the girls screamed and covered their eyes, except that the eyes peeking through their fingers still betrayed them. Li Dumeng and Han Xiaofeng felt their faces burning hot. Numb nuts. The one who became the representative of the freshmen was clearly Lin Yan. He's so excited about something, and obviously he was the one who was humiliated as well. Why should we be embarrassed for him? Li Dumeng and Han Xiaofeng sighed and hurriedly stepped forward to pull out Tang Tianyu, who was still going to continue his demonic behavior. We can't let the two of us be embarrassed like this. Lin Yan obviously didn't notice these little tidbits. His gaze searched for Qin Ruoyu, but he accidentally met a gaze in the crowd. An extraordinarily distinguished and beautiful-looking girl was blinking her glowing eyes at him. Who is she? Lin Yan's goosebumps rose at the back of his neck from this gaze, hastily averting his gaze. Only then did he see Qin Ruoyu on the other side. Lin Yan waved his hand happily. Not sure what I'm proving, but just couldn't resist sharing it with her. Qin Ruoyu rolled her eyes and fanned her chin with her hand. Subsequently, Lin Yan looked in Hu Fengyuan's direction again. He knew that professor who didn't seem to be in good health. When you sit down, you don't move your position easily. But Lin Yan looked towards Hu Fengyuan's position before entering the copy. All that was left was an empty eunuch's chair. Where did Professor Hu go? After barely dealing with the vice principal. The time also came to just after 11 o'clock at night. The replica hall is about to close. The crowd also dispersed, but the discussion continued. It's just moved from reality to the internet. Lin Yan took the time to glance at the school forum. The videos and screenshots of himself sparring in the replica have been spun thousands of times. Top 10 most heated posts. About myself alone accounted for 9. Another one was inquiring about Qin Ruoyu's contact information. Step out into the hall. Lin Yan was just about to go back to his dormitory when he heard hurried footsteps coming from behind him. Lin Yan student, wait. Lin Yan looked back in confusion. It was actually the girl with the bright eyes. You are. Lin Yan always felt that she was familiar, but he didn't know where he had seen her before. Hello, you. This is. Zhao Duo was a little nervous and glanced accusingly at Bai Xiaoyi beside her. After getting an encouraging look, before continuing, can I add you as a contact? Lin Yan was surprised for a moment, then despised it. Look at all the guys on the forum who just dare to hide behind the internet and ask for contact info. What does it mean to be brave? Ask for it in person if you can. What's the matter with you? Lin Yan asked politely without comment. Zhao Duo slapped his head with some remorse. Oops, stupid. How could you forget to introduce yourself first? Lin Yan was such a good person. Surely he wouldn't just add a stranger's contact information. But what kind of excuse should one make up? Too late to think. Zhao Duo then met Lin Yan's gaze and blurted out. I work part-time at a restaurant. Add me for coupons. A question mark slowly rose in Lin Yan's heart. That's it? I thought it was… Forget it. Lin Yan took out his cell phone and flashed the QR code. Anyway, this free meal ticket of Tang Tianyu was only valid for 1 month. After a month, you still have to pay for your own meals. Save what you can. Look at the message that your friend came through. Joe Dodo was practically bursting at the seams. I'm practically a genius. I can't believe I made up such a perfect excuse. But what was that flash of disappointment in Lin Yan's eyes? It's hard not to. Was thinking. Lin Yan suddenly looked at Bai Xiaoyi beside him. Do I get a coupon for adding you too? Bai Xiaoyi froze and looked at Zhao Duoduo helplessly. The doubts in Zhao Duoduo's heart dissipated, revealing a fake smile. Of course. Lin Yan beautifully added 2 coupons and left. Zhao Duoduo looked at Lin Yan's back, his face complex. The representative of the freshmen, no one in his class is better than him, and he is a super genius who has overwhelmed his generation. I can't believe you're so down to earth. Incredible. Bai Xiaoyi shook her head, her tone heavy. Zhao Duo asked as she came back to her senses. Incredible what? Bai Xiaoyi narrowed her eyes and said seriously. The freshman representative is actually a foodie. Doesn't that mean that I also have the possibility of becoming number 1 in my grade? Zhao Duoduo opened her mouth, half a day before she could say anything. Never. Chapter 38. Let go of the boy. Who is she? Lin Yan had just turned a corner and was preparing to go back to his dormitory. Qin Ruoyu appeared in front at some point and looked behind Lin Yan and asked, What who? Oh, it's a schoolgirl, doing a campaign to give away coupons. Lin Yan casually replied. Qin Ruoyu narrowed her eyes, her heart on guard. Then why doesn't she add anyone else? Lin Yan looked back and the 2 girls had already disappeared. But there were clearly a lot more people at the entrance to the hall. They're off work. Lin Yan scratched his head. Qin Ruoyu once again rolled her eyes and spat. You were so powerful in the copy. How come you seem like a different person once you come out? Lin Yan continued to wonder. Half the time it was an afterthought. Is it hard to believe that the 2 of them are trying to pick me up? Nope, only the girl with the bright eyes added herself. Another chubby one. It was himself who added her. That can't be right. Lin Yan broke his fingers. Although I'm good-looking, strong, good personality, and nice. Stop. Qin Ruoyu hurriedly called a halt. She could already tell that Lin Yan, in this condition, had no possibility of falling in love. What little girl would be blind enough to look at him? By the way, I guess you'll be invited to join the student council tomorrow. Have you thought about which department to join yet? Qin Ruoyu changed the subject. Watching Lin Yan froze and pretended to be contemplative. Qin Ruoyu didn't know how many times she had rolled her eyes today. Explaining, there are 4 departments in the student council. The operations department, the resources department, the discipline department, and the propaganda department. Each department is unique in its own way. First of all, the operations department is the most demanding, with a strong test of its members' combat effectiveness. Still, you're the number 1 freshman, so it wouldn't be too hard for you to join the operations department. Resources. This department is responsible for managing the resources of the student body and has great benefits. The publicity department, as the name suggests, is responsible for the uptake of outstanding students, and is also responsible for the release of external news from the student council. The discipline department, the one that rectifies the students' school spirit and discipline, it's easy to offend people, so it's better to forget about it. Lin Yan frowned and asked, Why forget it? It's not like I'm afraid of offending anyone. Qin Ruoyu laughed. It's true, you've just started a few days ago. The classes aren't even official. Just one after another, he defeated Lu Jie, a member of the sophomore student council, and Lu Yu, who was very strong among the freshmen. If the 2 hadn't grown up together, she knew exactly what Lin Yan did. Qin Ruoyu really wanted to ask Lin Yan, where did the Lu family offend you? Do you know what happened to the last head of the discipline department now? Lin Yan froze for a moment. Dead? That's not so bad. Qin Ruoyu snorted coldly. The resource department suspended the discipline department's distribution of resources. The discipline minister demanded an explanation and was slandered by the propaganda department out of context. And in the end, the combat department stepped in and beat him into a vegetative state. The person is still lying in the ICU and the school is covering the medical expenses. To this day, the position of head of the disciplinary department is still vacant, and no one has dared to fill it at all. Lin Yen's heart was immediately 10,000. Is there any law? Is there any justice? How did defending one's rights and interests turn into a malicious attempt to get a paycheck? And the root cause of all this is that the Department of Discipline discovered a disciplinary offense by the Chief of Operations. Chen Ruoyu hugged her shoulders and sneered. Where there are people, there is society. Really don't think that Jinwu University is some kind of charitable Buddhist temple. Lin Yen frowned and looked up to ask, what is the benefits package for the position of Director of Discipline? Chen Ruoyu opened her mouth and asked, are you trying to? Lin Yen hemmed and hawed. I'm not afraid of offending people. I'm not afraid of fighting, and I'm even less of a good Samaritan. I'd like to fight for the position of head of discipline if I could. Chen Ruoyu shook her head. The minister's benefits package is almost 10 times that of a regular officer. But first, you have to get unanimous approval from the members of the discipline department, and an examination from the president before you can do that. It's practically customized for me. The other members of the discipline department must be dying for someone to ascend to this position. Lin Yen couldn't hide the smile on his face. As for the test, do you see me afraid? Chen Ruoyu had nothing to say and looked at Lin Yen. Why is it that when this kid mentions topics like with tests, copies, resources, and money, just become extra smart? It's almost like being a dork when it comes to relationships. There's no need to say more. I'm bound and determined to win this position of head of the Discipline Inspection Department. Lin Yen rubbed his hands together. That's 10 times the resource treatment. Where's the shortcut, the shortcut? This is just taking off. Nanling City, Old Town Settlement Building. The broadcast is over and the relatives and friends are gone. Chen Xiaohong sat on the sofa, her face still unable to hide her excitement. Worthy of being my son. He definitely inherited my excellent genes. Lin Jianshan was bending down and was cleaning up the fruit peels and melon shells on the table. What your genes? It's obviously inherited my genes dashi. Chen Xiaohong was not happy and sat up and said, I poo. Your old Lin family, but you've never produced a royal beast master. And my great-grandmother is the offspring of a gold realm imperial beast master. So, Lin Yen must have inherited my genes. As for your genes, Chen Xiaohong glanced at the fishing gear piled up at the doorway and grunted. Don't pass on something as boring as fishing to my son. Lin Jianshan ignored it and continued to clean up the room. At this point, an emergency news item was inserted into the TV. The moderator's tone was tinged with some anxiety that, tonight, the water of the Chaobai River has suddenly surged, and there are suspected level 50 or higher water magical beasts out there. No injuries have been found for the time being, and the general public should pay attention to travel safety recently to avoid. Chen Xiaohong looked at the TV, her eyes wide. Old Lin, look, isn't the Tidewater River where you're going fishing tonight? That's strange. Nothing has ever happened to that river. So how could such a high-level magical beast suddenly appear? It's a good thing you weren't there, or something would have happened by now. You have to thank me. I saved your life. Lin Jianshan stared blankly at the TV, silent. Lin Yen parted ways with Chen Ruoyu and returned to the dormitory. As soon as you enter the door, they saw Li Dumeng and Han Xiaofeng riding on top of the naked Tang Tianyu, sweating profusely. And Tang Tianyu grunted and didn't know what he was talking about. Lin Yen instantly froze, reacting with great fury. He stretched out his finger and pointed it at the two men. What for? Let go of the boy. Han Xiaofeng turned his head with a bitter look on his face and, Brother Yen, you're back. You come and hold old Don down, he's going out naked. Lin Yen froze again. Why? Li Dumeng pressed hard on Tang Tianyu and gritted his teeth. How would we know? This one doesn't know how much he's had to drink. You've been like this since you came out of your copy. We've all thought about it. If he dares to run around naked, we'll dare to pretend we don't know him. Chapter 39. Another genius? Xiao ran. After a bit of chicken scratching, the dormitory was finally quiet. Lin Yen lay on the bed, his hands patted behind his head as he looked at the ceiling. Running through the recent hall, the system panel popped up and, Bug Nest Host. Lin Yen. Realm? Silver 5. Nest Level 1. Core Function. Devour any product containing genetic information to breed fusion bug warriors of that gene. Initial ant soldier type. Titan giant ant. Blood-winged bee. Number of bug soldiers. 5,000 10,000 Titan giant ants 3,000. Blood-winged berserkers 2,000. Biomass balance, 7,205. Lin Yen let out a breath, his heart flowing freely. His bug soldier count and biomass surplus combined totaled over 10,000. As long as Lin Yen wanted to now, even if he could summon 10,000 bug soldiers out. But he had also heard people in the replica hall who didn't think much of his bug soldiers at all. Most people believe that this type of warfare, which does not have a high ceiling, does not grow as fast as traditional spirit beasts, and only wins by sheer numbers. Ultimately, it's not on the table. The exact difference will come later in the gold realm. By the time everyone is in the diamond realm, the traditional spirit animal's attributes receive a substantial boost. In time, this kind of individual weakness, formed in large numbers, would be as good as nothing. A high bloodline spirit beast over level 40. A single skill can kill thousands of bug soldiers. Lin Yen wasn't worried about that. In his opinion, the attributes of the Titan Giant Ant and the Bloodwing Berserker Bee would continue to grow and were not much weaker than the traditional spirit beasts. And Lin Yan's gaze was placed on the bug nest level. Still level 1. From the time of awakening the system until now, the level of the nestworm core hadn't changed at all. Lin Yen never got a prompt to upgrade it either. If the level of the nesting worm core is raised, I wonder what will become of it. Does it increase bug soldier attributes, numbers, or bloodlines? Lin Yen was not allowed to know. Just now, I saw that the Chaobai River near my home actually had a level 50 magical beast appear. After calling home to make sure they weren't in danger, Lin Yen dropped his heart a little. The family still lives in a resettlement building that was moved 30 years ago. It is far from the city center. It's time to save up some money for a new house. Lin Yen only had $1 million in his hand right now, and houses in the city center can easily cost millions. That's just enough for a down payment. Besides, downtown doesn't seem too safe. Lin Yen remembered again, after the college entrance exams were over, the magical beast that he encountered when he picked up Qin Ruoyu in front of the KTV. And now there was actually a level 50 magical beast. In the past, this was a rare occurrence. Is it hard to believe that the demonic beast boundary is in turmoil again? 100 years ago, a full-scale Wraith Junction upheaval erupted across the world. A large number of secret realms appeared in various places, with countless powerful magical beasts burrowing out of them and wreaking havoc. It took the sacrifice of countless sage imperial beastmasters to barely stifle this momentum. If the world is really going to have a big change, gotta hurry up and improve your strength to do that. After crossing over, Lin Yen has a family and new friends. He's going to protect these people. This actually let it get away. Yunyang Province Imperial Beast Master Association. The dimly lit room was filled with smoke. Zhao Ziwei listened to the crowd's curses on the water magic beast that suddenly appeared and suddenly escaped. Fingers casually extinguished the thin cigarette that was about to burn out. Relit another one. Since it escaped and we can't catch up with it, we'd better hurry up and talk about the next thing. I have a plane to catch later. Back to Zenith University. The crowd nodded. The sadness on President Cheng Dinggua's face dissipated, revealing a smile. I almost forgot. The main discussion of our meeting today is about Lin Yen taking down the freshman representative of True Martial University. How long has it been since such a genius appeared in our Yunyang province? If everyone is fine with it, then, as we said before, we'll pour every resource into cultivating Lin Yen. The crowd nodded in silence. To be able to take the freshman representative of True Martial University and become the first in his class, then it's worth their while to gamble. Wait! Just as the crowd all raised their hands in agreement, one man got up and interrupted the proceedings by, "President, there is a situation. My city, Yangcheng, has also produced a freshman representative from a prestigious university." What? The crowd was surprised in unison, looking at him incredulously. This person's name was Lu Xinghai, and he was the branch president of the Goat City Imperial Beast Master Association. Cheng Dinghua also asked with a slight surprise at his words. Who is he and what school is he in? Why wasn't this reported ahead of time as well? Cheng Dinghua was dumbfounded. The two freshman representatives of prestigious universities were absolute geniuses, and he didn't even know about it beforehand. Cinnabar University, Xiao Ran. Lu Xinghai explained. The reason why it wasn't reported in advance is because the female Imperial Beastmaster's identity is confidential and has a background in the capital. Cheng Dinghua waved his hand indifferently. It doesn't matter, since the background is deep. then it's probably not looking at the resources of our Yunyang province. Then the original plan remains unchanged, fully supporting Lin Yan. Lin Yan's background had already been investigated. The family is clean, but in average condition. It is completely unaffordable for a money-burning profession like the Imperial Beastmaster. Helping Lin Yan at this time would be a blessing in disguise. There's a good chance you'll get dozens or even hundreds of times the return later. But Xiao Ranran was different. People don't need your icing on the cake either. For that kind of family, whatever Yunyang province does is just making a fool of itself. No. Lu Xinghai shook his head and said, Xiao Ranran is from the Xiao family in the capital. Capital city, Xiao family. The crowd froze. In the capital, there are many powerful clans. But since Lu Xinghai specifically pointed it out, that must be referring to the Xiao family that was recently in the midst of a storm. Cheng Dinghua frowned and asked, Is that the Xiao family that was attacked by the Tang family and is now in the midst of danger? Lu Xinghai nodded. Cheng Dinghua frowned more than once. The Xiao family, too, had once been one of the largest families in the capital and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. However, because there was a major conflict of interest with the Tang family, which came to the forefront later, being targeted and suppressed by several rising families, such as the Tang family, in a joint effort. Today, it's still a toss-up as to whether or not it can be preserved. No wonder, Xiao Ranran had to hide her identity and come to Yangqing City to go to school. The crowd mingled, clearly holding different attitudes on the matter. Because the Xiao family was, after all, an old and big family, it didn't know how many backhanders it had. If we were to go cold turkey on the high-achieving Xiao Ranran now, in case the Xiao family slowed down and turned on them, it could be considered a disaster of doom. But it would be unfair to Lin Yan if he subsidized Xiao Ranran. This was a future high-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. If the resources of Yunyang province were divided equally between the two, it was again clearly insufficient. How about this? At this point, one of the chapter presidents made a suggestion that a few days later, the 4 prestigious universities in our Dragon Kingdom will hold a 4-school joint examination for freshmen. Select the 10 talented players who will go to war. The purpose is to deal with the upcoming visit to the East. Why don't we look at the results of this joint examination? And we'll pour all our resources into cultivating whoever has a high number of battle places. Chapter 40, $20. The crowd nodded at the advice of this branch president. Have to say, that's a great idea. Not only does it rationalize the allocation of resources, but it also stands up for morality and the greater good. So be it. Cheng Dinghua passed the proposal after a little consideration. The end of the long table. Nanling City Chapter President Li Chuan revealed a bitter smile. I had thought that Lin Yan was already 10 out of 10. I didn't expect that a Xiao Ranran would be killed out halfway. The competition of the Imperial Beastmaster was not only about talent and hard work. More importantly, the backbone. The Xiao family is on the verge of collapse today though, and I don't know if they can pull through. But after all, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Anyway, the resources that the Xiao family can currently give to Xiao Ranran, none of them were comparable to Lin Yan, a child from an ordinary family. Zhao Ziwei got up and walked out of the conference room. She was about to get on a plane back to Zenith University. For one thing, she's been out of enrollment long enough this time. Secondly, she has been selected as the invigilator for the 4-school joint examination. She had to go back and get ready for the 4-school test that was coming up. Lin Yan really knows how to surprise people. Zhao Ziwei didn't expect it either. Lin Yan actually managed to win the position of freshman representative. Next, I wonder if you can keep going? After all, the upper limit of insect sentinel masters, it's coming up soon. Early the next morning, Lin Yan was still in his dormitory when he received a call from the student council. Tell him to bring his student ID to the Dragon Department building, 1st floor lobby. Check in to join the Student Government Association. Lin Yan slept in a daze, almost hanging up as a scam call. Wait for that phone call to come through relentlessly. Lin Yan sobered up and reacted. Hello. The person on the other end of the line was more anxious, on the verge of tears, and, wait, don't hang up until I make myself clear. I'm Chen Hua from the Student Union's Propaganda Department. Brother Yan, is it okay if I call you brother? Bring your student ID and come by the Dragon Department building, will you? Lin Yan hesitated for a moment. Where is the Dragon Department teaching building? Can't really blame him. He'd just been at school for 2 days and was stuck with a bunch of stuff. There was no time at all to take a nice stroll around the campus. There was silence on the other end of the line for A. Okay. We'll go to the bug department building and meet you in the conference room on the first floor. Do. The phone hung up. Actually, Lin Yen had one more thing to say. That is, the bug department teaching building, he doesn't know where it is either. Simply cleaned up. Look at the roommate who is still up. Lin Yen was also too embarrassed to call up Tang Tianyu, who had been tossing and turning for most of the night, and whispered in his ear, "Get up and go get me breakfast." He can't do this kind of birth thing. After walking out of the dormitory building, it was already sunny and almost noon. No wonder that student council guy was in such a hurry. Lin Yen touched his hungry stomach, intending to go to the restaurant to eat something first. Walked to a window. Just met the girl who asked for contact info last night. Lin Yen was also happy to see Zhao Duo. Did you forget to give me the coupon last night? Lin Yen remembered Qin Ruoyu's reaction last night and felt that she was making a bit of a fuss. They work part-time in a restaurant, they're not scammers at all. No one would really go to a restaurant part-time just to tell a lie, right? Zhao Duo was happy to see Lin Yen. But when he heard Lin Yen say this, he froze again. She only works here part-time and the restaurant doesn't have any coupons. She just made up the excuse on the fly last night. Are we going to be exposed so soon? A smile floated up on Zhao Duo's face, and she pursed her lips. That's right. But the coupons are gone now. But that's okay. This meal is on me. If Bai Xiao Yi were here right now, she would definitely be surprised again. After being a roommate for over a year, she'd never seen Zhao Duo treat anyone to dinner. They all knew about Dodo Zhao's family situation. Usually, you also avoid having any expensive dorm parties, even if it's to celebrate not flunking out or something. It's also just a matter of ordering 2 more dishes at the cafeteria. Yeah, well, that's not very nice. Lin Yen scratched his head, still happy about being invited to dinner. Is it hard to believe that you are eating the holy body for nothing? You don't have to pay to eat anywhere you go? It seems that in a month's time, when this temporary meal ticket of Tang Tianyu expires, there's going to be a new bet with him. Ordered a cumin lamb over rice. Lin Yen sat there eating slowly and methodically. Joe Dodo looked over from time to time. After being noticed by Lin Yen, he quickly shifted his gaze again and pretended to look elsewhere. One way or another, Lin Yen also really noticed something wrong with this girl. It's not right. Lin Yen felt strange. He had never known this girl. Did she approach herself like this with a purpose? Could her last name be Lu? Eat your dinner plate clean afterward. Lin Yen walked towards the dining table and narrowed his eyes. Zhao Duo immediately pretended to be busy. Only the girl is pretty, but she really has no talent for acting. Ha! Lin Yen sneered twice and asked, "Is your last name Lu?" The Lu family really has a heart of thievery, and if they can't beat them hard, they want to send a beauty plan to assassinate themselves? Zhao Duo froze and stumbled. No, my last name is Joe Dodo. Eyes fluttering, stuttering, actually touching his nose. Lin Yen decided in his heart that he was a member of the Lu family. Surname Zhao? Surname Zhao is no good. Lin Yen thought of Zhao Langtian and Zhao Tianhua, father and son, and silently spat in his heart. At this point, Zoe Zhao, who had just gotten off the plane, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Imperial Beastmasters had spiritual power to protect their bodies, especially high-ranking Imperial Beastmasters like her. Normally, you don't get colds and fevers at all. What's going on? Is this someone wanting me or someone cursing me? Lin Yen is gone. It was not until her back disappeared through the restaurant door that Zhao Duo withdrew her gaze. She was a little frustrated. I don't know why, but the second time I met with Lin Yen, he didn't seem to be very friendly with himself. A man's heart, a needle in the bottom of the sea. Zhao Duo pursed her lips and secretly took out a small mirror. Look at your veiled self. Since Lin Yen knew she was working here part-time, will you come back for dinner next time? Should I wear makeup when I go out from now on? In that case, there's still makeup to buy, oh so expensive. Better go online and see if there are any cheap ones. Zhao Duo looked for her cell phone, but saw a bill in front of her. $20. Just about the price of a cumin lamb over rice. Zhao Duo froze and subconsciously looked toward the front door. It just occurred to me that he was long gone. What the hell? I promised to treat you. Zhao Duo felt like she couldn't help the tears from coming out, and hurriedly turned around and wiped them with her hand. Subsequently, Zhao Duo took out her own wallet and drew out $20 and put it in the money box. Will Lin Yan's piece of $20 carefully into the compartment of his wallet. Chapter 41 Bug Department Specialized Teaching Building. Lin Yen followed the map and found a dilapidated school building located in the northern corner of the school. In front of the school building, there is a wooden sign. The wooden sign was covered in dust and cobwebs. The words Bug Major were written on it. So shabby. I'm not in the wrong place. Lin Yen was dumbfounded. The road was covered in weeds. It looked like it had been deserted for a long time. Walk into the school building. Every classroom was dusty, with clutter piled haphazardly everywhere. I'm going to be taking classes here from now on? That's too shabby. Lin Yen was somewhat speechless. At this point, a student walks out of the conference room at the end of the hallway. After seeing Lin Yen and being slightly stunned for a moment, he immediately waved his hand and, "This way, Lin Yen." Lin Yen heard it. This is the same person who took the trouble to call him in the morning. Walk into the conference room. Lin Yen saw an area that had been wiped clean. The student who claimed to be Chen Hua from the student union's publicity department on the phone was also sweating profusely, with a rag in his hand. Now it was Lin Yen who was a bit embarrassed. He was made to wait so long, transferred from the Dragon Department building to the Bug Department building, and had to pack up his classroom. And himself. Slept in just now and went out to dinner. I'm so sorry. Lin Yen was a bit ashamed and said to Chen Hua, "Let me buy you dinner sometime." Chen Hua had a smile on his face. "Okay. When?" Lin Yen froze for a moment, thought about it and said, "You and the others will have a chance." Having said that, not giving Chen Hua the chance to open his mouth and say, "You'll get a chance later," Lin Yen shifted his attention to the pile of papers on the wiped clean table. "What is it?" Chen Hua reacted and hurriedly explained. "Here are the papers we'll be signing later. You know what kind of department our student council is. From freshman to senior year, we only had a measly 50 people. There is so much power to enjoy and so many responsibilities to fulfill that it is necessary to rely on these onerous contracts in order to bind the student body and individuals." Lin Yen nodded. That was reasonable. Chen Hua secretly observed Lin Yen and lamented in his heart. At first, he was sent to complete the process of Lin Yen joining the student council. And a little bit of resistance, because judging from Lin Yan's deeds in the past few days of school, definitely a bad person to be around, the kind that's going to strike if the wrong word is said. He was from the propaganda department, but he couldn't fight as well as Lu Jie, who was also a sophomore student council member in the combat department. If you accidentally piss off this master, not only was the mission not accomplished, maybe even a good beating, but I didn't expect it. From the looks of it, Lin Yen wasn't this vicious. Instead, it's good to get along. Chen Hua lowered his heart and said to Lin Yen, "Take a look at the contract. It's very detailed. If there's nothing wrong with it, let's sign it." Lin Yen frowned as he looked at the contract that was almost as thick as a dictionary. Thinking to myself, this is too much. How long would it take to read them all? By the looks of Chen Hua, he still wants to finish signing now. What if there's some contractual trap in there to sell yourself out? Was thinking. Soft footsteps came from the doorway. Both men looked up at the same time, only to see a young girl who was beautiful to the point of being excessive standing in the doorway. It was none other than Qin Ruoyu. Chen Hua looked stunned for a moment. Jinwu University already had a scarcity of female students, and those who looked this good were even rarer. Sophomore year did have a beauty as well. However, hearing that Lu Jie had set his sights on it, the others didn't dare to think anything. Qin Ruoyu walked in, looked at the contract on the table and casually flipped it twice, and said to Lin Yen, "I saw you from the cafeteria, and seeing as you were giddy and didn't know where you were going, I thought you were off on a date with some little girl." Lin Yen heard the sour taste in Qin Ruoyu's words. "What date? I'm at a loss as to what to do now. Look at these contracts," said. Lin Yen flipped through those contracts with a bitter face. So dense that it's driving people crazy. Lin Yen would unconsciously wander off as he watched. Qin Ruoyu didn't say anything else, ruffled her hair to the side and carefully looked at the pile of contracts. Chen Hua sized up the two and was a bit surprised. It looked like the two knew each other. Freshmen, this was only a few days into the school year, and by the state of the two it was obvious that they had known each other for years. Is it possible that they are a couple? Chen Hua remembered. Just now he felt that this young girl looked familiar. Turns out I had seen someone fishing for contact info on a school forum 2 days ago, and that forum, too, is in the top 10 of forum heat. The only one that didn't have anything to do with Lin Yen. Chen Hua was a bit speechless as he looked at the two. So you two have the top 10 of the forum all wrapped up. Chen Ruoyu looked at it quickly. It didn't take long to skim over the contents of the contract. There's nothing wrong with it, sign it. Chen Ruoyu said to Lin Yan. In fact, these contracts shouldn't have been a problem in the first place. After all, there are schools that supervise it. It is unlikely that the student government would do anything to violate the rights of students. Lin Yan nodded. For Chen Ruoyu, he still trusted him unconditionally. Where a signature was required, he signed his name and pressed his handprint again. Chen Ruoyu also carefully took out wet wipes and wiped the imprinting mud on Lin Yan's hands. Chen Hua's gaze toward the two became ambiguous. Sure enough, they're having an affair. I didn't realize that the beautiful freshman who just started school was on the forum's hot seat. It was actually Lin Yan's girlfriend. That's a lot of gossip. Chen Hua felt his heart pounding. He's never been able to hide any secrets. But then he was worried that Lin Yan would retaliate against him if he knew he had done it. How about a little number to post this big gossip? Was thinking. Lin Yan and Chen Ruoyu looked at him in unison and asked, "What's the next process?" Chen Hua came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Now just pick the department you want to join, and I'll take your student ID and do the paperwork. Do you know every department in our student government? Forest Garden nodded. Yesterday, Chen Ruoyu had already told him the difference between the various departments. I want to join the discipline department, Lin Yan said directly. Chen Hua was a little surprised and reminded, there's something special about the discipline department right now. The head position has been vacant. The benefits package and the news and stuff, it's a little behind. Why don't you consider operations, or maybe propaganda? Chen Hua was saving a bit of selfishness in his body. No matter how everyone was talking about how Lin Yan would be in the future. At the very least, Lin Yan was now a momentary sensation in the school. At the very least, this dominance will continue during the school year. If he could join the propaganda department, then he would have something to fall back on. Chen Hua also didn't realize that he, a sophomore, would actually think about relying on a freshman. This idea is really a bit outrageous. The Ministry of Resources, on the other hand, requires a somewhat high level of student status. After all, it's only when you have a background that you can pull in sponsors. That's why the resource department is dominated by some second generation. No, I'll join the discipline department. When Chen Hua saw that Lin Yan was determined, he couldn't persuade him any further. Okay, then I'll do the paperwork for you, and you'll be an officer in the discipline department from now on. Didn't realize. Lin Yan spoke out of turn. Not an officer. I'm going to be head of the discipline department. Chen Hua was fixed in place, his face unbelievable. What? Chapter 42. Meeting Zhao Ziwei again. The Minister of Discipline? Chen Hua froze for a moment before reacting. But you're a freshman. Lin Yan frowned and turned his head to look at Chen Ruoyu beside him. Did it say in the contract just now that freshmen can't hold ministerial positions? Chen Ruoyu shook her head. There was no mention of it. Chen Hua opened his mouth before saying, but there's no precedent. There was not a murmur in the desolate silence of the conference room. Lin Yan said slowly, then I am the precedent. Chen Hua paused and swallowed. It was a long time before he smiled bitterly and, Brother Yan, why don't I go and ask the president for permission? Lin Yan nodded. Before, when he called Brother Yan on the phone, it was still with some jokes. But now, Chen Hua's words, Brother Yan, were clearly spoken from the heart. Don't say anything about being humble or spineless. Can't you see that Lu Jie, the sophomore student council member, is still lying in the hospital room? This brother, now he's going to be the head of the discipline department. In case it works out, he'll be his leader from now on. It's not a crime to call out a speech brother. Chen Hua went out and made a phone call. When he came back, he looked at Lin Yan with a smile on his face. Brother Yan, the president said to just follow the procedure. The procedure for running for minister, Lin Yan knew. First, you have to convince all the discipline officers, and then you have to pass the president's test. Although Chen Ruoyu didn't say that yesterday, but it should be about the same. The officers of the discipline department are fine, it's just that the president's test is highly variable. Is it a challenge to the man himself, or is it a copy he has set up? I wonder how strong he is if he challenges him personally. The president's name is Lei Ming. He is of the second stage of the Diamond Realm of the Desan Thunder System, and his spirit beast is a level 42 legendary bloodline Extreme Thunder, Saint Lion. Chen Ruoyu said as if she could see through what Lin Yan was thinking. Lin Yen was slightly shocked. I didn't realize that, still in my junior year, I was already in the diamond realm. To know. There are a lot of people who are barely in the prime realm even after they've been in the community and polished for many years. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, the highest number of Imperial Beast Master realms was also the Golden Realm. It's scary. Lin Yen was confident that he could defeat a Gold Realm opponent by crossing the ranks. But the Diamond Realm, he had no confidence at all. As the realm gets higher and higher, Lin Yen believed that he would definitely not fall behind, and would even defeat his opponents by 2 steps in the future. Right? Manhwa remembered something and said, "There's a meeting of the student council this afternoon, and all the student council members will be there. Even though you haven't checked in yet, you'll be able to attend and see the officers of the discipline department on the way." After determining the time, Manhwa left with the contract on the grounds that he had something else to do. Before he left, he also made a point of confirming the date that Lin Yen would invite him to dinner. Lin Yen snorted again. "It's noon, wanna go get a meal?" Chen Ruoyu asked. Lin Yen touched his bulging stomach. "Didn't you just go to the cafeteria? Why didn't you eat?" Chen Ruoyu doesn't have much of an expression. "Passed by and saw you in front of the restaurant." She couldn't say, of course, that she was there to investigate Zhao Duo, see if she's any kind of threat. "But you were just in time to see you go to her place for dinner, right?" Lin Yen nodded. "It just so happens that I just had a pretty good meal. Why don't you try it? My treat." Having said that, he added happily, "By the way, that girl I met last night works there part-time." Chen Ruoyu shook her head. "Forget it. I'm going to eat with my roommate." Lin Yen was a little disappointed that Cumin Lam Gaiwan was really good just now. After the two separated, Chen Ruoyu went off campus, looking for her roommate to eat with her. Lin Yen strolled through the campus, enjoying the campus scenery in passing. Suddenly, he saw an extremely familiar purple figure. Zhao Ziwei. Lin Yen remembered her name. It's the same teacher who was in charge of enrollment at Nanlingli. It's still the acceptance letter she gave Lin Yen herself. Lin Yen had come to school for so many days and had never seen her. There is always an inexplicable feeling of closeness when you see someone you know in a strange place. "Walk up quickly." Lin Yen greeted Zhao Ziwei. "Mr. Cho, remember me?" Zhao Ziwei froze for a moment, and when she saw Lin Yen, who had suddenly appeared, she narrowed her eyes and deliberately pretended not to recognize. "You are." These days, she hadn't heard much news about Lin Yen. "I'm getting calluses from listening to it." On the day of the college entrance exam, he shocked everyone by taking 10,000 points. On the first day of school, a date with a sophomore student government officer and a 1-2 punch. Went to 10,000 Insects Mountain to bring back Professor Hu. Took the freshman rep with a commanding lead in the replica. All sorts of things that are hard to forget. Lin Yen was a bit disappointed. "I'm Lin Yen from Nanling City. You personally gave me the acceptance letter," Zhao Ziwei said with a smile as she suddenly realized her appearance. "So it's you, where's Chen Ruoyu? Only remember her and not me?" Lin Yen was somewhat speechless. Why was this teacher so patriarchal? She ate to go to dinner. Zhao Ziwei nodded, and for a while the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Lin Yen was just about to say goodbye and leave. At this point, a man in a suit with a greasy haircut walked quickly. When he saw Lin Yen beside Zhao Ziwei, he instantly changed his face and, "Violet, this is..." Lin Yen could hear the temptation and scorn in the man's mouth. Zhao Ziwei didn't have much of a change in tone and said lightly, "Lin Yen, the student I recruited." Upon hearing it was a student, the man in the suit instantly cheered up and, "It's a student. Come on, let's go eat." Zhao Ziwei didn't answer. Instead she turned back to Lin Yen. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's join you." Lin Yen felt a murderous aura. It was coming from the man in the suit. Looking at the laughter and playfulness carried in Zhao Ziwei's eyes, Lin Yen was a bit speechless. "You can't be doing this on purpose." Just about to say no. Lin Yen felt another murderous aura. This time it came from Zhao Ziwei's body. It was as if Lin Yen would meet something horrible if he refused. Lin Yen shrunk his neck and smiled hard. "Okay." The murderous aura on Zhao Ziwei's body disappeared, and the murderous aura on the man in the suit increased considerably. "That's fine. Eating together is lively." The man in the suit reluctantly smiled and said to Zhao Ziwei. He turned his gaze, but he plucked out a deep glance at Lin Yen. Lin Yen sighed. "Looks like we're in trouble again." Following the two, he walked into a lavishly decorated Western restaurant. Lin Yan couldn't help but smack his lips. How much would it cost to have a meal here in a hurry? The man in the suit elegantly sat down and thoughtfully pulled the chair for Zhao Ziwei. However, Zoe Zhao had no intention of sitting. Instead, he pushed on Lin Yan's shoulders and pressed him into that chair. Finally found himself a chair to sit in. Lin Yan was stunned. No, you're screwing with me. Can't you see that guy across the street's eyes are on fire? Wait a minute. This knife and fork aren't going to be stuck in me. Chapter 43, Making Up Rumors About Me? No matter how strong the killing intent was on the man in the suit, how harsh the sound of knives and forks clashing and rubbing together in his hands, this meal was finally eaten by Lin Yan without any surprises. Lin Yan also learned some information. The man in the suit is called Chen Lei. Just got back from studying abroad today. A childhood friend of Zhao Ziwei. Coming soon to the Department of Superpowers as an assistant professor. And a crush on Zhao Ziwei. As for Zhao Ziwei, Lin Yan observed her attitude. Didn't seem to be too keen on this one, but it wasn't good to reject it outright. So use yourself as a shield. The overall strength of imperial beasts in the country is still not as good as abroad. Throughout the meal, Chen Lei was talking about some high-end foreign topics in order to make Lin Yan unable to insert his mouth. And Lin Yan was neither hungry nor did he want to interrupt. Without moving to glance at Lin Yan, Chen Lei smiled and continued. But just in terms of the talent of the imperial beasts among the students of domestic colleges and universities, it's about to be one level behind those newbie imperial beast masters from abroad. Zhao Ziwei looked out the window and didn't seem to hear him. Chen Lei didn't mind and said to himself, soon it will be the students from the East Kingdom who will be coming to our Dragon Kingdom to exchange and study. We're 4 prestigious universities, and we're still here to grab a spot in the tournament. It's a shame that you have to rely on 4 prestigious schools to come up with 10 players to have the courage to take on the students of the East. And from my point of view, this exchange study is definitely still a win for the East. It can't be helped, who made the system better and the attitude of the imperial beasts more humble on the eastern side. If it wasn't for the family's arrangement, I wouldn't want to go back to my home country. It's better to stay in the East. You guys don't know that when I studied abroad in the East. Lin Yan had been listening for half a day, and even if he was a wooden man again, he still had a bit of fire in him. Besides, since ancient times, the East has had a national grudge against the Dragon Kingdom. As for Chen Lei, this gesture was almost like kneeling to the East. What the hell? Lin Yan slapped the table, crossed his eyebrows and coldly. If you like the East so much, why don't you take the nationality of the East? Chen Lei smiled easily, revealing a sense of yearning. Rather, I've been working toward that, but I'm just not qualified enough right now. I'm so envious of those who were born in the East. Lin Yan laughed. I didn't think this guy would be so shameless. Did you just say that this exchange between the 2 countries will definitely be a victory for the East? Chen Lei shrugged his shoulders. And what else? I'm just telling the truth. With your eyesight, of course you can't see the gap between the 2 countries. If you're lucky enough to attend this exchange between the 2 countries, you might be able to catch a glimpse of an Eastern Imperial Beastmaster. Lin Yan sneered. Then I can tell you with perfect certainty. I will participate in this exchange between the 2 countries and will send them back in disgrace like a dog. Zhao Ziwei looked back at Lin Yan. Chen Lei snorted and mocked. Who doesn't know how to talk big? I don't want to hear a kid bragging. How about betting on something? If you lose to the Easterlings, how about dropping out and getting the hell out of True Martial Arts University? Chen Lei said that on purpose. He was certain that Lin Yan wouldn't even dare to agree. The players sent over by East Ing this time were surely also geniuses among geniuses and demons among demons. And he laid a trap in that statement. That was 10 players from both sides, and as long as Lin Yan lost to any one of them, he would be considered a loser. He had studied in the East for many years and knew that the East had produced a very demonic freshman, 12 Yamamoto. The contracted spirit beast, Shuangqi Orochi, had a trace of mythic-level bloodline. In the East is to fight all the peers without rivals, very strong. And there was absolutely no way that this mediocre student in front of him could defeat Yamamoto 12. If you don't dare, disappear from my face now. Yes, Lin Yan agreed in one gulp, his hands propped up on the table. If I win against the Eastern Ing, how about you just resign and never set foot in True Martial University? Such a traitorous dog. Lin Yan felt sick at the sight of him. Chen Lei froze for a moment. He didn't expect Lin Yan to actually agree. He's a dang assistant professor, a sea turtle elite. If you bet with a student, wouldn't it be a shame to spread the word? The stakes are too low. Chen Lei stood up and took out a bank card and tapped it out. It's my savings, it's not much, just a measly $1 million. If you win, you take this $1 million. Chen Lei's face carried a sense of triumph. If Lin Yan couldn't come up with a bet of equal value, the bet would naturally not stand. Didn't realize. Lin Yan also directly tapped a bank card and laughed. Yeah, I'll bet $1 million on that too. I didn't realize that the $1 million scholarship that had been untouched. It actually came in handy. Chen Lei sneered, deciding that Lin Yan was a deadbeat pretender. How can a student get $1 million? How do I know you don't really have $1 million on this card? Lin Yan didn't say anything, and took a POS machine from a passing waiter. With a firm stroke, enter the code. 1 million appeared on the POS machine. Chen Lei was dumbfounded. How can he be so rich, an ordinary student? Now he was riding the tiger a bit. Chen Lei gritted his teeth and said, "All right, Teacher Zhao is here as a witness. The bet takes effect. You win, I walk away, and $1 million goes to you." Lin Yan nodded. "I lost, $1 million stays, I go." The meal was uneventful. On the way out, Zhao Ziwei, who hadn't said anything, patted Lin Yan on the shoulder and made a cheering gesture. "It's kinda cute." Walk out of the Western restaurant. Lin Yan glanced at the time and walked towards the address Chen Hua had left for the meeting. The student union has a separate building that serves as its headquarters. It's in the middle of the long department's academic and office buildings. Normally, it's only the student body president and department heads who have access. There are some major meetings and events that officers are allowed to enter. Lin Yan walked in the middle of the student union headquarters. A lot of students wearing silver badges on their chests were seen looking at him in unison. However, no one stopped him or came up to him to ask if he was going the wrong way. The school forum was covered with Lin Yan's posts. As long as one was a student, it was impossible not to recognize Lin Yan. The officers all stopped and smiled and whispered. Lin Yan vaguely heard them talking about something. Unsuspecting, head of discipline, no chance. Words like that. Lin Yan didn't even have to think about it. It must have been Chen Hua who had leaked the news. I didn't realize it would be known so soon. But it doesn't matter. Lin Yan wasn't a big girl and wasn't afraid of people knowing. But Lin Yan stopped and heard some more strange words. Beautiful freshman? Pity? The cabbage is gone. What? Rumor mongering me? Lin Yan stopped a passing officer and gritted his teeth. Where is Chen Hua? Chapter 44. So you've become the Minister of Discipline Inspection? Lin Yan has a reputation. Even Lu Jie, who was relatively strong in the student council, was able to defeat him in one fell swoop. It's also pretty bad-tempered. The officer didn't dare to resist, and after pointing in a direction, he hurriedly slipped away. Lin Yan walked towards a room, just in time to block Chen Hua, who was trying to escape. "Brother Yan, I was wrong." Chen Hua was also honorable, and once he closed the door, he was about to kneel down. "There were a lot of people out there just now, so let me apologize. This time, to Lin Yan Hole will not be able to and hasten to support." "Nobody. Why don't you get up first?" "Thank you, brother." Chen Hua directly got up, smiling. "Then I'll leave first if brother is fine." With that, he walked to the door. "Get back here." Lin Yan slapped his forehead as he yanked him back. As the saying goes, reach for the stars. With Chen Hua's attitude, there was no way he could do anything to him himself. "Never mind, the meeting what when?" Chen Hua immediately replied. "It's going to start later. I'll take you in now." The two walked to a step classroom on the second floor. One after another, the student council officers, wearing silver badges, walked into the staircase classroom. Lin Yan followed Chen Hua to take a seat at the very back of the classroom. Not for a while. 3 students wearing golden badges on their chests took their seats in the first row. The high and mighty look made the officers behind him a bit constricted. Lin Yan frowned. "They're the ministers, right?" Chen Hua nodded and whispered. "Yeah, especially the guy in the middle. He's the head of operations, you need to be more careful." Lu Jie is an officer in the operations department and has a good relationship with the minister. This time you didn't join the operations department and lost face with the minister, he might target you. Lin Yan snorted coldly and didn't say anything. The one thing he's not afraid of is targeting. Soon, a student with a vertical center parting walked in, plainly dressed and wearing no badge on his chest. It was just like Lin Yan. As soon as he came in, the latter classroom, which was still a bit noisy, instantly quieted down. This is the president of our student council, Thunder. Chen Hua lowered his voice and warned. Lei Ming sat at the front facing the crowd and opened his mouth with a smile. There's no need to be too formal, we're all family, so let's do what we need to do. Feel free to do as you please, except for Ting in the classroom, which I will not tolerate. A joke that instantly ignited the atmosphere in the classroom. Ha 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 ha. The president is still the president. Talking too funny. It's been a while since I've seen the chairman, and it seems like he's gotten handsome again. I heard the president beat a senior over the summer? What's so strange about that? The president even beat the sophomore when he was a freshman. Wouldn't that be the same as that freshman that's been hot lately? It's different, isn't it? After all, it's a bug major, and the president's talent and future ceiling is definitely higher. Lin Yen sat in the last row. Listening to the crowd in front of him, he said in his mind, worthy of being able to sit in the president's position. Two simple words can mobilize the atmosphere. And judging by the attitude of the officers, it's still very popular. After the atmosphere comes alive, Thunder briefly squeezed his hand, and silence returned to the stairway classroom. Well, what about this meeting? It's mainly to talk about the upcoming 4 school joint exams and the upcoming exchange between the two countries. The crowd listened quietly. Lin Yen nodded frequently as he watched from the bottom. Let's just say it's worthy of the president. A passionate speech, said the officers at the bottom of the stage wailed. Vow to take this 4-school test. Beat the hell out of the Eagles. The only thing out of place. The group on the east side of the classroom remained silent. Neither mingling nor much movement. After the speech, Thunder went on to talk about the next adjustments to the student council's mission. Finally, Thunder smiled and raised his hand to point in the direction of the corner. The crowd looked back. Even the 3 ministers in the first row turned sideways to look at Lin Yen. The last thing tonight is our new freshman representative, Lin Yen. It's still our old tradition that freshman representatives can join the student government their freshman year. But now there's a problem. The position of head of discipline has been left vacant, and everyone can see the strength of student Lin Yen. So, this time, student Lin Yen wants to directly become the head of the discipline inspection department. For once, the crowd didn't have much of a reaction. Chen Hua had spread the word a long time ago. As per the process, let's see what the discipline officers have to say first. Thunder walked off the stage and into the middle of the classroom and, it's all family, and we're all happy to speak freely if we have an opinion. On the far right side of the stairwell, a dozen or so officers of the discipline department sat motionless. The herd has been leaderless for a long time. There has been no one in charge in the department. Other sectors are again implicitly isolated. So after Thunder asked, the dozen or so people in the discipline department were silent for a moment. Wait a while. Seeing that no one was talking, Lei Ming walked over to the discipline department and asked one by one. Our student council is still very democratic. If you agree, you agree. If you don't, you can just get up and talk. Half the time, still no one moved. Finally, a junior discipline officer stood up stiffly and, President, we in the discipline department have no problem with that. The previous minister has. Snap. In the silence of the classroom, Thunder was the first to applaud, saying, in that case, there's nothing wrong with the first one in the process. As for myself, I still greatly appreciate student Lin Yen. I have decided that the opinion is adopted. Mr. Lin Yen, take up the position of head of the discipline and inspection department of the student council. The words fell. The classroom applauded as the crowd applauded. Lin Yen froze, and so did Chen Hua next to him. The two men looked at each other. What? That passed? That makes you the head of the discipline department? Just kidding. Lei Ming handed an exquisite golden badge to Lin Yen. Student Lin Yen, you'll be the recognized head of the discipline department of the student council from now on. I hope that in your next endeavor, you will stay true to your mission. Lin Yen looked at Lei Ming, who had a sincere face, and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Looking around, the crowd in the stairwell looked at him with teasing faces after they finished clapping. Even the discipline officers on the far right. They all looked at Lin Yen sympathetically as well. All very unimpressed with me. Thinking I'll follow in the footsteps of the last minister? Lin Yen thought expressionlessly as he took the badge from Lei Ming. Pin it directly to your chest. This badge when worn. That's how he got to be on the student council. This represents more than just responsibility and duty. There are also tons of resources and copy perks exclusive to this position. We're all on our own from now on. Lei Ming patted Lin Yan's arm and said with a smile. Lin Yan took half a step back and said with a single word, "Of course. I'll do my part to keep any assholish scum out of the student body." Chapter 45. One shouldn't be such a dog. Thunder froze slightly, then smiled. Of course. It's our responsibility as student council officers. After some more scene stealing. And that's kind of the end of the meeting. The student government officers began to leave the room in an orderly fashion. Only a dozen people from the discipline and inspection department came to greet Lin Yan at the end. Minister. At the head of the group was the junior who had just spoken in agreement on behalf of the other officers. Lin Yan also knew his name at this point. Yuan Kuei is a dragon department major. The peak of the golden 10th order, one step short of the diamond realm. The strength is not bad. Looking at President Lei Ming, it seemed like he had something else to look for Lin Yan. Yuan Kuei couldn't stay much longer. Minister. It is customary to meet the former minister after induction. We'll just go ahead and see you at the hospital tomorrow. Lin Yan heard clearly, Yuan Kuei's last three words biting out clearly. It seems to imply something. Before he could figure it out, Yuan Kuei had already left with the other officers. On the side, Lei Ming also answered with a smile. It's a custom, but that's okay. With the 4-school tournament coming up, it's still about the tournament. Lin Yan, however, was unimpressed. It wouldn't take much to go and look. There was a bit of disdain in Lei Ming's tone. What are you looking at? Whether you can talk or not is still a toss-up. When he finished, he coughed softly and changed his tone. However, if old brother Lin really wants to go, it's fine if I accompany you tomorrow. Right? Almost forgot. Lei Ming slapped his head, smiled, took out a bank card, and stuffed it into Lin Yan's breast pocket. Student government benefits, it's all family. No need to be polite. Lin Yan took out the bank card from his chest and smiled. How much is this? Thunder waved his hand indifferently. It's only 100,000. Lin Yan was secretly shocked. 100,000 was actually still just. I wonder if the student body is really that rich, or if they're just enriching themselves. President Lei, I don't think this card is in the benefits of the ministerial position, as I recall. Lei Ming patted Lin Yan's shoulder and laughed. Elder brother Lin, why are you so serious? This is an internal benefit. Lin Yan disdained it and sneered. He joined the student council to run for minister for a simple purpose. It's all about money and resources. But what he wants is what the student affairs department is sending him squarely. And not obtained by such means. He didn't need to be told. The money is nothing more than deductions from officer benefits, inflated bills for events, and misappropriation of student government funds. Out of the hand was a bank card with $100,000. I really don't know how much they have embezzled. Forget it, President. Lin Yan put that card on the table. I'm officially in office tomorrow, and when I meet this situation again, I'm going to have to look into it more closely. Having said that, Lin Yan slowly walked out of the step classroom. Behind him, Lei Ming looked at Lin Yan's back and narrowed his eyes, picked up the bank card, folded it in half with a little force and, not good enough. Walk out of the step classroom. Lin Yan was just about to go back to the dormitory. Instead, he saw Professor Hu in the doorway, pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. It looked like it was waiting for itself. Professor. Lin Yan happily walked over. When Hu Fang-yuan heard the voice, he looked towards Lin Yan, but his gaze landed on the golden badge on Lin Yan's chest and he frowned. Minister of the Student Council? Which department is that? Lin Yan was just about to reply, but he was interrupted by Hu Fang-yuan raising his hand. Whichever department it is, it won't do you any good. It's better to take that hat off when you get a chance. Lin Yan was a bit surprised, not expecting Hu Fang-yuan to say that. What? Is there something wrong with student government? That's a lot of resources and grants I can collect every month now. Hu Fang-yuan shook his head, his voice still hoarse. I blame me for forgetting to tell you this after I went back to the 10,000 Insect Mountains. Lin Yan paused and hurriedly asked, You went back to Worm Mountain? What did you do? Classes will start tomorrow, so of course I'll prepare the teaching utensils. Hu Fang-yuan waved his hand and continued, None of that matters anyway. Just remember, you stay out of the student council business. That's the way the ethos has been over the years, up and down, and there's a lot of water in it. I wonder how many good students have fallen into it. Just focus on your cultivation, and no matter what you see or hear, just pretend to be deaf and dumb. Remember. Sensing the seriousness in Hu Fangyuan's words, Lin Yan frowned, but didn't say anything. Seeing him like this, Hu Fangyuan sighed and, forget it, you'll remember when you've suffered once. Classes officially start tomorrow. You're the only student I have anyway. I've moved to the bug department building, so come to class if you have time, and just go about your business if you don't. But note, as always, don't get involved with the student council. If there's anything you need for cultivation, tell me now and I'll help you go prepare, said Hu Fangyuan, looking at him with a smile on his face. Don't look at me like this now, but I've saved a lot of good stuff over the years. You may ask, and nothing will be denied. Lin Yan thought seriously for a moment. He had suffered a loss in his last copy because of his advancement speed. He now needs a high offense ground unit that can advance quickly, to make up for the Titan Giant Ants' lack of ground combat. Titan Giant Ants are now headed in the direction of meat shields. Still too many casualties to use for offense. I want the corpse of a legendary rank bloodline magical beast that specializes in offense. Living legendary wraiths are too difficult. Corpse nest worm cores can be devoured just as well anyway. The corpse of a legendary class magical beast? Hu Fangyuan obviously didn't expect Lin Yan to make such a request. What do you need this useless thing for? Legendary level magical beasts are already rare, and their corpses are usually made into specimens for ornamental purposes, and they are strangely expensive, so only some rich people will like them. Even school inventories don't have this kind of stuff that doesn't really benefit teaching. Looking at Lin Yan's slightly disappointed expression, Hu Fangyuan pondered for a moment and said, but I can try to help you find it. Upon hearing that there was hope, Lin Yan immediately smiled with joy. Thank you then, Professor. The corpse of that legendary class magical beast from the Zhao family that he devoured. It's said to be worth tens of millions. After saying goodbye to Hu Fangyuan, Lin Yan returned to the dormitory. As soon as the three people in the dormitory saw that Lin Yan had returned, they immediately barked. Yo, if it isn't Mr. Lin. Student council members, you'll have to cover us from now on. Don't forget each other if you are rich, Brother Yan. Treat. It has to be a treat. I want a barbecue. Freshman year is an officer, work hard sophomore year, and maybe you'll be a minister junior year. That's right. Maybe even punch the president a little. As promised, you'll have to pay for this barbecue today. So where's your silver badge? Show it to me. They say it even rings when you blow on it. The three of them got dressed and were ready to go out and dabble in a barbecue. At the same time, he reached out his hand and demanded a badge towards Lin Yan. I'm sorry. Lin Yan sighed, looking a little disappointed that I didn't become an officer and I didn't get a silver badge. The three of them were stunned in unison. Tang Tianyu, who had long since sobered up, was also a bit surprised. It shouldn't be, with your strength. Forget it. Let's go to a barbecue. My treat it is. Li Dumeng and Han Xiaofeng also felt a bit sorry for Lin Yan and patted him on the back. Have a drink later. Don't feel too bad. Let's go wash our feet after the barbecue. It's on the two of us. Lin Yan nodded, very moved, and took out a golden, shining thing that. Thanks guys, it's a deal. By the way, I got elected head of discipline. Here's my gold badge. The dormitory was immediately filled with golden light. The trio's feet lurched as they looked at Lin Yan in disbelief. Not surprised by the gold badge and the selection of the minister. One shouldn't and can't be such a dog. Chapter 46. If you don't stop, we'll fight. Girls' dormitory. This barbecue has come out with a new set menu Only 89 for 4. Too good value. By Xiaoi Daily takes her cell phone and swipes her food. I accidentally saw that the barbecue place in front of the school, which is pretty hot, actually came out with a cheap set menu. Immediately, he yelled from his dorm room. The other two were also snackers and immediately came over to look. Zhao Duo is prepping for tomorrow's theory class. Sniffing, he also lowered his hand and looked over. School starts tomorrow anyway. Let's treat ourselves tonight. By Xiaoi gulped. She can always find all sorts of reasons for good food. The other two people in the dormitory naturally didn't have a problem with it and looked towards Zhao Duo. There were 4 of them in the dormitory, and all of them were from average families. Only Zhao Duo's condition is a bit special. So usually when they go out to get-togethers, Zhao Duo basically doesn't go. Over time, they are avoiding get-togethers when they can. It's just that I'm afraid that Zhao Duo is lonely. Or let's just forget about it, we're not that keen on barbecue. That's right. There's a line at their house, and what time is it after dinner? There's an early 8 tomorrow, so feel free to eat and go to bed. What about you, Duo? Several people looked at each other. Didn't realize. Joe Dodo laughed a little, closed the book and got up. It's okay, let's go eat. It just so happens that I won a lot of money betting the other day. So it's my treat today. The last time she pressed Lin Yen to win, she had won $10,000. Several people stared in disbelief. What's going on? When did Duo become so generous? Forget the treat. Let's just go AA. Come on then. I'm starving. It's been a long time since I've had a barbecue. I can smell it already. Walk out of the dormitory. Zhao Duo deliberately lagged behind and took out her cell phone. Looking at the page that was still stuck on passing friend verification, she mustered up the courage to send a message that, "It was agreed that I would treat you at lunch today. Why did you pay anyway? Tears.jpg. No reply. Joe Dodo sent another one. Have you eaten yet? Want to come out for a barbecue? My treat. Anticipation.jpg. Still no response. Zhao Duo sighed. It seemed like there was no chance this time. School entrance. That last barbecue stand. Lin Yen took a bite of free kebabs and a bite of free beer. Burping, he looked at the slightly speechless trio and asked, "Where are we going to wash our feet later? We're still students, it's not proper." Li Dumeng said quietly, "Don't worry, it's guaranteed to be regular." Lin Yen, "Then don't go, it's no fun." 3. Classes are tomorrow and early 8s are the most painful. Tang Tianyu rubbed his face and howled. The other two sighed in unison. All three of them were students of the superpower department. Only special majors like Lin Yen happened to be assigned to a dormitory with them. By the way, Brother Ian, do you have an early 8 tomorrow? Lin Yen picked up a bunch of cashews and jerked them off. No. What about the day after tomorrow? Neither. So how many early 8s a week do you have? Lin Yen thought for a moment. Professor who said that he's living in the bug department teaching building now, so when I go, I'll be in class. What? The three were shocked in unison. There's such a thing? Is this how the clan's pro-disciples are treated? Speech, please do ask for me. Han Xiaofeng held Lin Yan's hand. Are you still accepting students for your bug major? I want to change my major. Me too. +1. The three were fiercely envious. How can there be such a big difference when the same people are doing the same thing? Bang! Suddenly, there were sudden sounds of smashing bottles and noise coming from the next table. Lin Yan's few people hurriedly looked over. A table of students was seen, punching and kicking a student. The student had glass and blood on his head. One look at a fight. The crowd dispersed, keeping some distance, and began to gather around. The owner of the barbecue came out to take a look, but wasn't going to care. The students of True Martial University were all Imperial Beastmasters. The local sheriff can't control it. Bound only by the Sentinel Society. And usually the association doesn't penalize such small fights. A verbal warning at most. The Sentinel group is respected for their martial prowess, and you can fight back if you're bullied. As for whether you can beat it or not, that depends on whether you have the skills or not. Fruity, the student who was beaten, did not choose to fight back. Instead, he was the first to crouch with his head in his hands, and it looked like he'd been beaten a lot. A few of the students who were beating him up, looking at him like this, became more and more arrogant, grabbing him by the hair and, "When did you learn to talk back, little turtle? I told you to go buy a pack of cigarettes, and you dare ask me for money? You work part-time at the restaurant every day? Don't you know how to honor grandpa when you earn money? I'm going to ask you one more time, are you going or not?" The beaten student's eyes were vacant and he didn't say a word. "You're playing the closed-mouth game with me, aren't you? It's no good." Several people started punching and kicking him, but he just held his head and just took it. In front of the school, the barbecue, Dodo Zhao who is standing in line. Every now and then you have to take out your cell phone to see if you've gotten a message. She also noticed what looked like a fight, but didn't care. After all, it was at a barbecue stand, and a lot of people drink. It happens from time to time. At this point, Bai Xiao Yi suddenly let out an exclamation of surprise and pointed over there. "Look at that. Isn't that Li Song from our class?" Zhao Duo looked over. There was a teenager curled up on the ground, looking at the figure somewhat familiar. Seems to be really Li Song. Why did he get beaten again? He is also stubborn in character. He would rather get beaten than admit his fault. Bai Xiao Yi sighed. In class, there was just a lot of bullying. He also didn't say a word and just let the bullying happen. No resistance, no suing teachers. Zhao Duo looked at Li Song's appearance and was also a little heartbroken. It's because both work part-time at the restaurant. In fact, she was kind of the one who talked to Li Song more in class. Dodo Zhao, who could empathize well with Li Song, who also came from a poor background, hesitated for a moment. I'll go help him, it's too bullying. A couple of the roommates were startled and rushed to stop the duo. Don't be impulsive. You see those guys over there with the silver badges? The student council doesn't even care. They're watching coldly, so there's no need for us to step up to the plate. That's right. Maybe the fight will be over after a while. You'll make a big deal out of it by going now instead. A few people stopped it dead in its tracks. Zhao Duo could only stop, looking around at the crowd that was indifferent and even watching with smiles on their faces. A feeling of powerlessness rose in Zhao Duo. How could you not be the same yourself? With what little courage she had left doused, she was reduced to being an accomplice on the sidelines. Isn't there, like, one real hero who stands up? The other side. Lin Yan and a few others were also outraged when they saw this scene. This is too much bullying. Tang Tianyu clenched his fists and hammered them hard on the table. He's most disgusted with this kind of people. Li Dumeng sighed and said, normal. No one will care about the fights between imperial beast masters. It's just a beating. He doesn't even fight back himself. What's the point of us helping? Tang Tianyu nodded. He understands this too. People, after all, are on their own. However, what surprised the trio a bit was this. Lin Yan actually sat here and didn't look like he intended to care. Brother Yan, are you drunk? Lin Yan blushed slightly and shook his head. No. So how do you? You guys look at those guys. Lin Yan lifted his chin. The three looked over to see a few silver badge students, arms folded in cold silence. They're all officers in the discipline department. Lin Yan sneered. It's the kind of thing that ordinary students have no obligation to care about, and they can't get away with it. The discipline department maintains order and monitors disciplinary infractions, and they're set there like a log. This is malpractice. The trio's hearts moved slightly. Only then did he remember that Lin Yan was already the head of the discipline inspection department of the student council. The officers with the silver badges, they were under his control. At this point, there's been another change over there. One of the students who hit him seemed to be intoxicated. Surprisingly, he ran to a corner and caught a cup of filth in a cup. The color is generally the same as a root beer. Came to the beaten student, cupped his jaw open, and with a sardonic grin. Let you pretend to be noble for me. Drink this cup and see how you can still pretend in the future. The people present were shocked and backed away. That's too disgusting. Some people don't have the courage to watch it anymore. Lin Yan slapped the table and summoned a Bloodwing Berserker bee. The tail pin was aimed at that cup and was about to fire. Suddenly, a girl stepped forward and chided. Stop it. I videotaped it. Believe it or not, I'll hand it over to the student council discipline department. A few of the students who hit the man froze, then laughed and, where's the stupid little girl from? She's still videotaping. Did she turn on her beauty face? He said with a cocky yay gesture. Discipline department? Look over there, they're all discipline department officers. Ask them if they dare to meddle in my business. The student body president is my cousin. Try asking them to run one? A few people became more and more arrogant. Several officers of the discipline department, too, turned to leave. That girl was so furious that she didn't know what to do for a moment and actually summoned her spirit beast. A snow-white phantom spirit fox appeared. If you don't stop, we'll fight. Chapter 47 out of the way. Not giving face to anyone. It's her. There was not enough light in the night for Lin Yan to see that it was Zhao Duo. It's not that I'm looking down on female sentinels. For the most part, female sentinels are less determined when it comes to combat. If there was a fight, there was no way it would be a match for these drunken men. Whatever purpose she had in approaching herself, she hadn't even made a move to harm herself so far. One just can't treat her like an enemy. Think about it. Lin Yan summoned a few Bloodwing Berserkers and concealed himself in the shadows. If a situation arises, always be ready to strike. The other side, seeing Zhao Duo summoned a spirit beast and wanted to make a move. Several people laughed indulgently and summoned their spirit beasts as well. Laughing my ass off. This stupid little girl wants to stand up for this kid? So good looking. Why don't you stop fighting and come over to have a drink with your brothers and we'll let this kid go? Huh. Isn't that the Lu Jie has his eye on? It's still true, it's alright, Lu Jie is out of use, it's cheaper for us. Don't go back to school tonight. We'll serve you well. The booze got the best of him and a few slurs came out. All 5 huge spirit beasts were also summoned. These 5 were all sophomores majoring in the strength department, and their imperial beast strength ranked at the top of their year. As for Zhao Duoduo's spirit beast, it was the weaker superpower lineage in the early stages, even if the rank is a bit higher than them. But the gap is still noticeable when you go 1 for 5. You guys! Zhao Duoduo was furious when she heard a few people humiliate herself like this. Behind them, Bai Xiao Yi and the others didn't want to make a big deal out of it, hurrying forward to pull Zhao Duoduo. Forget it, Duo, go, we're no match for them. Yeah, big deal, let's go back to the teachers and the student council. No need to get tough with them here. Say so. But it's that time of the day, and the teachers are long gone. The disciplinary officer of the student union is here. But what's the point? If she didn't care, there was no telling what the drunken few would do. A classmate, Zhao Duoduo, does not want to let the future self look down on the present self. But before Zhao Duoduo could make a move, that side, however, made a preemptive strike. Die for me! The 5 of them struck out together, directly using their full strength. The large-sized spirit beasts released various skills. Zhao Duoduo was still unsteady in battle, despite summoning up the courage to come forward. Only hesitated. The phantom fox was then sent flying. The blood is about to bottom out. Seeing this, Bai Xiao Yi and the others also summoned their spirit beasts in a hurry. However, they were not going up to fight those huge spirit beasts. Instead, he protected the illusory spirit fox and retreated backwards. Spirit beasts that were in combat could not yet be recalled to the imperial beast space. The temper is quite strong. Remember to be gentle when you serve your brothers later. Several people laughed and came over, stepping forward to pull Zhao Duoduo. You let go! Zhao Duoduo struggled on, but was slapped in the mouth head-on. Pop! An exaggeratedly dressed inch-haired student, squatting in front of Zhao Duoduo, his face grimacing with, "Let's get you loaded. Come on. Bring the holy water over here and let the great beauty of our grade taste it." A drunken student pinched his nose and handed over a glass full of yellow liquid with a bad smile. Zhao Duoduo's face was horrified and she kept backing up but bumped into the table. The contracted spirit animal is connected to the bloodline of the imperial beastmaster. The illusory fox was seriously injured in an instant. Zhao Duoduo wasn't doing well either, and at this moment, her body was paralyzed with spiritual energy. Bai Xiaoyi wanted to go forward to save her, but was stopped by a few other people. The inch-haired student turned on his cell phone video and arrogantly held up the glass of holy water. Guys, look at how this big beauty turned into a few of the rest of the group groggily cheered. Just as the glass of liquid was raised high to be poured, suddenly, bang! The sound. Palm-length blackthorn passed through. The cup should shatter. The yellow liquid mixed with the glass ballast all poured over the inch-haired student. Ah! Feeling the pungent odor of urine, the inch-long student yelled and jumped wildly. The urine dripping from his body made many of the surrounding diners throw up. Vomit, it stinks. Is he sick in that way? The smell is disgusting. Get away from him, it might be contagious. The crowd backed away. Even the few people traveling with him backed away, not knowing what to do. The inch-haired student was furious, snarling in all directions. Who did this? Step forward if you dare. It's me. Lin Yan moved the moment the Bloodwing Berserker Bee's tail needles shot out, pulling Dodo Zhao up from the ground, taking off his jacket and draping it over her. Once the jacket was off, the golden badge on his chest was revealed. The surrounding crowd was shocked and, a golden badge? This is the minister of the student council. Isn't he Lin Yan, the freshman who's been particularly good lately? How come he's the minister? Holy! Fake it. Just came in and squeezed out a minister to replace him? Did you forget? The position of the head of the disciplinary department was always empty. Is it hard to believe that he became the head of the disciplinary department? At this point, no one cares how deep the water is for this errand. A first-time freshman can be the head of the student council. That alone was enough to make their hearts swell with respect. It's you. The inch-haired student wiped the liquid from his face and shook it off again in disgust and anger. Do you know who I am? Lin Yan pulled out his ears, full of concern. It's not just the cousin of the student president. Going out to pretend to be a bully actually have to report the name of others. Really pathetic. You, the inch-haired student said, annoyed and at a loss for a retort. He's been borrowing his cousin's name and pretending for years. No one has ever dared to talk to him like that. He looked around the room, in the eyes of the people around him looking at him. It seemed to carry a real sense of pity and derision. The inch-haired student felt a surge of anger go straight to his heart and gritted his teeth. Don't think you can strut your stuff just because you've become a scapegoat minister of discipline. The last minister of discipline is still lying in the hospital. If you don't want to die, get down on your knees and apologize and let me give you another one. I'll let you off the hook for now. Lin Yan laughed outright. Who do you think you are? Just a fox fake punk. Not yet the student body president. You bully your classmates like that. Wouldn't it be lawless for you to become student president? The inch-haired student clenched his fists and lowered his voice. Are you sure you're being so disrespectful? Then this is going to be a big day. Lin Yan sneered. Not to mention you. Even if Lei Ming is here, I won't give this face. If I was afraid of a big deal, I wouldn't be this minister of discipline. The surrounding crowd was shocked in their hearts. That's pretty bold. Thunder is the #1 powerhouse in the junior college. Counting the seniors who interned, he's good enough to be in the top 3. This kind of character, he actually didn't give any face. The last one didn't give a damn. Still in the hospital costs a vegetable. The inch-haired student waved behind him, signaling for a few people to join him. The 5 gigantic spirit beasts, this time, aimed their targets at Lin Yan, foolishly moving. Do it! The inch-haired student let out a bellow. He had lost a lot of face today, and he had to get it back. Rumble. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook. The few people stopped, and the 5 huge spirit beasts also stopped at the same time. Shocked cries from the people around them continued to ring out. See only. Thousands of densely packed insect spirit beasts instantly surged in. Chapter 48. The net is broken? You don't seem to be qualified. At that moment, there was silence in front of the school. The diners and students at the barbecue and a few surrounding stores didn't move a muscle. Because the aura of these several thousand ant spirit beasts was simply too astonishing. Each ant spirit beast was the size of a soccer ball, and thousands of them spread out. There's barely a place to get off the ground. Not only that, some sharp-eyed people noticed that at some point in mid-air, a nearly unseen end of hornet spirit beasts appeared, their flapping wings kicking up gusts of air. Everyone knew that this was Lin Yan's army of spirit beasts. They've seen it all before in their copies. But looking at it in a copy and looking at it live are two different things. This dense army of spirit beasts, one can't even think of resisting. Zhao Duo stood behind Lin Yan, still draped in Lin Yan's jacket, looking ahead at the slender but secure back. She pursed her lips and unconsciously moved closer, pinching the corner of Lin Yan's coat. She's been afraid of bugs since she was a little girl. When I was a kid, I would cry in fear when I saw the big southern cockroaches. But now, seeing the densely packed insect-type spirit beasts that Lin Yan had summoned, it didn't feel scary at all, but rather intimate. At this point, Lin Yan was in the midst of the insect tide, like a calm and relaxed monarch. Didn't you do it? Why don't you move? As soon as the words fell, the densely packed insect hordes took another step forward towards the several people of the inch-headed student. Several people felt their scalps go numb and their wine woke up in fear. The inch-haired student stepped forward stiffly, gritting his teeth. That's enough for today. I'm not going to add to it with my cousin. How about we stay out of each other's way from now on? Lin Yan snorted coldly. I don't think so. I don't care if you tell it like it is or add to it. According to the student regulations of Jinwu University, you are suspected of being drunk and disorderly, bullying, harassing your classmates, and intentionally injuring student spirit beasts in non-ring or replica. Those alone are enough to fire you. After it's entered into the file, the association will also rate imperial beast masters of your virtue accordingly. Perhaps, it will also deprive you of your status as an imperial beast master. When the status of a beast master is stripped, one can no longer legally hold a spirit beast. Otherwise, a prison sentence awaits him. Do you really want to make a scene until the fish is dead? It was only at this moment that the inch-haired student realized what he had encountered. He's also the tough guy who put Lu Jie in the hospital on the first day of school. A net break. Lin Yan laughed disdainfully. You shouldn't have this qualification yet. Having said that, he didn't care about the inches that were hard to see on his face. Looking to one side, he tried to walk away, but was blocked by titanic giant ants in his way by several discipline officers. As an officer of the discipline department, it is malpractice to play deaf and dumb when it comes to disciplinary matters. Several officers turned around, bowing his head in shame as the crowd around him watched. The person at the front was none other than Yuan Kuei, who had spoken to Lin Yen today. Yuan Kuei sighed bitterly. "Minister, you punish us. They don't have the pride and condescension that juniors have for freshmen by now. Instead, they are like schoolchildren who have done something wrong and are waiting for the teacher's judgment. Of course, there's a penalty." With a wave of his hand, Lin Yen looked back at Inch. "But not now. Escort him to the student office, along with a couple of accomplices, and explain the situation to the teacher on duty." After saying that, he took off the golden badge in his hand and threw it to Yuan Kuei. Yuan Kuei took the badge and exhaled, and his eyes gradually became firm. With a few officers behind him, he escorted Inch and a couple of officers. "Take a few people into custody." Yuan Kuei was a junior, and a few people behind him were also juniors. The strength was a notch higher than a few people. A few people naturally didn't dare to make a move. Things came to an end and the surrounding crowd slowly left. Lin Yen recalled all of the Titan giant ants and blood-winged berserkers. It was only then that he looked behind him at Dodo Zhao. "You're okay." Zhao Duoduo felt her heart thumping as if something had hit her. "No, it's fine." The two men were silent for a moment and spoke at the same time. "Why are you here?" Zhao Duoduo froze for a moment, with some aggravation in her tone. "I messaged you and you didn't reply. I told you I'd buy you dinner, and you have to pay me at lunch. I just messaged you to invite you to dinner and you still won't reply. Are you so unable to see me?" Saying that, 2 lines of crystal tears flowed down Zhao Duoduo's face. Lin Yen instantly panicked. "Where does this start? Don't you cry yet." Trying to get paper out of my pocket. Only to realize that he, a brown old man, was never in the habit of taking paper with him when he went out. Zhao Duoduo could see how rushed and flustered Lin Yen was. Without slowing down, he took a packet of scented tissues from his own pocket and handed it to him. Lin Yen received the paper and was relieved. "Thanks." Immediately after that, he handed Zhao Duoduo a tissue, signaling her to wipe her tears. Joe Dodo broke into tears this time. "You're welcome." Lin Yen took out his cell phone and there were really 2 unread messages. "Somewhat embarrassed," he said. "Came out for a drink with my roommate and didn't check my phone." Zhao Duo looked to the barbecue restaurant next to him. The diners were all gone, and the owner and the guys were cleaning up after themselves. "There won't be any guests tonight after what happened. Looks like we won't be able to eat tonight. How about tomorrow?" Lin Yen laughed a little and could only oblige. "No problem." There wasn't much of a crowd outside the school at this point. Lin Yen looked back, only to see Tang Tianyu's trio giving him a wink and throwing him off to hook up and walk away. No righteousness. Zhao Duo also looked back. Bai Xiaoyi's trio ducked aside and waved at her. It was as if he wasn't going to go back to the dormitory with her either. Lin Yen hesitated and asked, "Why don't I take you back?" He swore that there was absolutely nothing untoward about the girl. Though she was pretty, gentle, and had a nice voice, it was simply not comparable to Qin Ruoyu, that poisonous and violent maniac. Why am I comparing the two of them? Yeah. Zhao Duoduo smiled sweetly, the tears remaining on her face. I could see it. Ahem. Lin Yen blushed and hurriedly twisted his face away. The two walked towards the school one after the other. The streetlights lengthened the shadows of the 2 men on the wooded path. Zhao Duoduo followed after Lin Yen, keeping her head down and stepping on his shadow with her feet, giggling every now and then. Arrived. Lin Yen stopped in his tracks. Zhao Duoduo didn't pay attention and bumped into Lin Yan's back. Ouch. Zhao Duoduo rubbed her nose and waited for a while, but she didn't see Lin Yen show anything else. "So I went up." Lin Yen nodded. "Good." Joe Dodo had a little disappointment and just walked up the steps. Only the man behind him said, "Wait." Zhao Duo immediately turned around and looked at him with a slight movement in her heart. "You." Lin Yen pointed to her shoulder. "You didn't give me my jacket back." Watching Joe Dodo go upstairs, Lin Yen put his jacket on. Even though it was summer, the nights in the north were still a bit cold. Just as he was about to go back to his dormitory, from behind him came a voice that sent chills down his spine. Lin Yen, why are you here? Maru spicy. It's Qin Ruoyu. Chapter 49, Giving Your Life. Lin Yen stiffened and turned around. As expected, he saw Qin Ruoyu behind him. Qin Ruoyu clasped her arms with both hands and looked at Lin Yen expressionlessly. Lin Yen was so embarrassed that he didn't know where to put his hands. No, why should I be so embarrassed? Why does it feel like you've been caught in the act? Lin Yen cleared his throat and said, something happened just now in front of the school, and it wasn't safe for her to come back alone, so I gave her a ride. Meeting Qin Ruoyu's skeptical eyes, Lin Yen straightened his back. Why are you so late? Qin Ruoyu resumed her expressionless appearance and walked past Lin Yen. To your care. Looking at Qin Ruoyu, who disappeared into the hallway, Lin Yen smacked his lips. A woman's heart. A needle in the bottom of the sea. Back to the dorms. The three of them immediately gathered around, tugging at Lin Yen and asking questions. Lin Yen remembered the look in Qin Ruoyu's eyes just now and felt a stabbing scratch in his heart. A couple brief remarks about just being friends and such. Midnight. Lin Yen lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling lost in thought. Tang Tianyu's grunts rose and fell. Lin Yen rolled over, unable to sleep, brainstorming about what's going to happen lately. The 4 school exams are about to start. Thunder didn't know if he would deal with himself over that inch. In less than a month, it's the exchange match with the Eastern Kingdom. Himself and that turtle had a $1 million bet. Whatever. Gotta win this game. Thinking about thinking. Lin Yan's consciousness gradually sank into the dream world. In a dream, she and Dodo Joe got together and walked down the aisle. Wait until it's time to go into the bridal chamber. Lin Yan lifted the bride's veil, but the bride turned out to be Qin Ruoyu. Phew! The sudden shift caused Lin Yan to wake up in a flash. As the sunlight shone through the curtains on Lin Yan's face, it took him a moment to react to the fact that it was a dream. Looking at the time, it's after 10 in the morning. He was the only one left in the dormitory, and they had all gone to class. Lin Yan got up and washed and brushed his teeth, recalling the dream he had just had. Talk about a nightmare, and no fear of the bride suddenly turning into Qin Ruoyu. As for feelings, more of an unknown overwhelm. Glanced at the time. Wrap it up. There's not much time left to go to class. Anyway, professor who said it's okay to go to class whenever you want. Lin Yan remembered a pile of things, took out his cell phone and sent a message to Yuan Kuei. Go to the hospital. Check on him. This he, naturally, refers to the previous Minister of Discipline. He is currently hospitalized at the hospital on campus. Yuan Kuei's side quickly returned a good. In front of the hospital, Lin Yan saw Yuan Kuei, who was already waiting, and walked forward. Before he could say anything, Yuan Kuei first took out that golden badge and returned it to Lin Yan. The ones from last night have been sent to Student Affairs, and the teacher on duty in Student Affairs contacted the association immediately. It's currently being verified, and the teacher on duty said that once it's verified, the school will immediately expel them, and the association will disqualify them as imperial beast masters. Lin Yan nodded, not surprised by the result. So many people saw it last night. If no one dares to report it, the matter will be closed. But Lin Yan intervened, in his capacity as the head of the Discipline Inspection Department at True Martial University. Refer the person directly to the Student Affairs office on the spot. If the school and the association don't respond a little, it's not convincing. The 2 men went upstairs in pairs. Yuan Kuei was half a step behind Lin Yan and whispered in his ear. Minister, Luigi has been discharged, checked out of school and gone home. There's also Lu Yu, who's in a bad state of mind, and the school reached out to the Lu family. The Lu family, however, did not care, and the school had to send him to a psychiatric hospital for treatment. Lin Yan nodded. He was not at all afraid of what had happened to the 2 brothers. There was no worry about Lu Jie returning to the family and making a comeback or anything. Those who had already been defeated by him would fall far behind him until they could not see him. Walking into an ordinary hospital room. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Yan smelled the pungent odor of disinfectant. There were 4 sick people living in the ward, except for the one in the corner lying quietly with his eyes closed. The remaining 3 patients were noisy. As soon as he saw Lin Yan and Yuan Kuei come in, the 3 froze and went quiet. There was no other reason, it was really because Lin Yan's face was too recognizable. In the school forum, Lin Yan's heat just dropped a bit. It was back to number 1 on the Hot 100 last night. Dealing with the incident of the drunken student has caused many people to cry out in pain. And the matter of Lin Yan becoming the new head of the Discipline Inspection Department spread throughout the school. The three stared at Lin Yan and gulped. When Lin Yan's gaze swept over, they all moved away again, not daring to look at each other. This master is thunderous, but he may not have the heart of a bodhisattva. People are ruthless. Yuan Kuei led Lin Yan to the innermost bed. Minister, this is your predecessor. Why does that sound so weird? Lin Yan was stunned before he focused on the patient in front of him. The body was full of all kinds of tubes, and his face was pale, perhaps from lying down for a long time. Some degenerative atrophy of the limbs. Was it the chief of operations who injured him? Lin Yan frowned. How was it handled in the end? He also saw the head of combat at the student union that day. It was a well-built man. With only one look at himself, he left. Yuan Kuei sat on the edge of the bed and sighed. It was a fight that took place inside a replica and was eventually ruled a misadventure. Chief of Operations received a school-level disciplinary action, a demerit. Lin Yan grunted and narrowed his eyes without speaking. Lu Jie and Lu Yu were both too much of a shock after the death of the spirit beasts, out of their own problems. You can't blame yourself. And no one knows about Zhao Longtian's death. The official verdict given was death by the mouth of the wraith. Nothing at all to do with myself. At this point, Yuan Kuei suddenly got up and said to the remaining 3 people in the hospital room, "All out." The 3 of them had seen the silver badge on Yuan Kuei's chest since he came in. Without hesitation, he left the hospital room and thoughtfully brought the door with him. There were only 2 people left in the hospital room, and the vegetable lying in the hospital bed. Yuan Kuei was silent for a moment and suddenly made a move to kneel. Only Lin Yan's quick hands stopped it. "What are you doing?" Lin Yan was a bit surprised. Didn't realize. Yuan Kuei, who was calm and thick outside, suddenly cried with red eyes. "The minister, he is a good man. Any brother in the ministry who has something going on in his family, he spares no effort to help. I had an accident in my family last year and was embarrassed to talk to people without my financial resources. The minister quietly slipped me $20,000. He thought I didn't know, but I actually knew all about it. Ministers are good people, lying here, living and dying. And the gang, they get away with it and flaunt it." Speaking of which, Yuan Kuei clenched his teeth and, "Minister, you're also good, and have the highest talent for royal beasts I've ever seen. As long as you can avenge the minister's death, I wouldn't dare say anything about anyone else. I, Yuan Kuei, am willing to die for you." Chapter 50, Exemption Agreements. Lin Yan was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect Yuan Kuei to say something so serious. "Keep your life well. I don't need it. I've never known him, and I'm not going to take personal revenge for him." Yuan Kuei lowered his head, somewhat disappointed and ashamed. But he heard Lin Yan add, "However, since I took over the position of head of discipline, I take the resources and grants handed out by student affairs. I am also destined to have only one side to stand with the unjust and the lawless." Yuan Kuei looked up in surprise. He knew that this was a disguised promise from Lin Yan. "Thanks," Yuan Kuei whispered. Lin Yan pretended not to understand. After leaving the hospital, Lin Yan received a message from Zhao Duoduo. "Join us for lunch later?" Lin Yan thought about that weird dream from last night and scrunched his neck back. "I have something at noon, so I'll do it in the evening." Sent out. Lin Yan thought for a moment and added, "It's something real." Judging from last night, Zhao Duoduo is a sensitive girl at heart and is prone to overthinking. Soon, Dodo Zhao's side came back to me. "Okada. Cute.jpg. Put away the cell phone." Lin Yan went to buy 2 meals and walked towards the school building. Professor who had mobility problems and lived in the remote teaching building of the Department of Bugs, probably hadn't eaten at this hour. Carrying 2 meals, he walked to the bug department building. Lin Yan was stunned. Yesterday when he came to the bug department building, it was still desolate and dilapidated, strewn with weeds and trash. But now, smooth and tidy roads, clean and tidy classrooms. The weeds and books that had been growing like crazy outside the school building. It was neatly trimmed at this point. Is this still the bug department building? Am I going the wrong way again? Lin Yan withdrew and glanced at the sign. The words "Bug Department Major" were written on it. No mistake. Who did this? Lin Yan walked into the school building, only to see that the tables, chairs and benches inside the classrooms were all wiped clean. When I came to the office, the door was open. Hu Fangyuan was sitting at his desk, writing something. Lin Yan knocked politely on the door. Hu Fangyuan raised his head, saw that it was Lin Yen who had arrived, and directly waved his hand and, "Come in." Lin Yen smiled and placed the 2 portions of rice on the table. "I don't know what you like to eat, so I just bought some." Hu Fangyuan raised his eyes, his voice hoarse and, "I abstain from eating." Lin Yen froze for a moment. Although the imperial beast master was a higher profession, possessing extraordinary greatness. But after all, the source of this power was still dependent on contracted spirit beasts. The beast master himself is still relatively brittle. And the skill of warding off the grain, a skill that appears in martial arts novels. Is there really? Hu Fangyuan didn't eat it, so Lin Yen had to eat it himself. Hu Fangyuan, still busy with something else, said, "The 4 school exams start tomorrow. Although freshmen, sophomores, and juniors participate, the focus of this co-curricular exam remains the freshman year." "For what?" Lin Yen asked vaguely as he ate his meal. Hu Fangyuan continued, "It's because this joint examination is supposed to be for the exchange competition of the Eastern Kingdom that is coming soon. There is one person in the Eastern Kingdom's mission this time who needs special attention. That would be 12 Yamamoto, a freshman at Hyankyo University. It's said to be the first genius of the Eastern Kingdom in 100 years, invincible across the generation. This time, the government of the Eastern Kingdom of Japan made this mission possible, and it was supposed to build up momentum for him." Lin Yen nodded, for whatever purpose. He all but had to take the win. "All right, then I'll make a trip to the replica hall this afternoon. I'm going to go in and brush up," Lin Yen said. Hu Fangyuan raised his head to look at him and reminded him, "The league is just around the corner and you still need to save your strength." He didn't know that Lin Yen would gain something like biomass from killing magical beasts. In his opinion, Lin Yen was depleting his strength by entering the copy at this point. After all, bug soldiers are an expendable commodity. "It's okay. I know it in my heart." Lin Yen gathered up his finished lunchbox. Hu Fangyuan nodded. He knew that Lin Yen wasn't the kind of student who messed around. When he says he has it in his heart, he has absolute confidence. Walk out of the bug department building. Lin Yen walked towards the replica hall. At that moment, the dismissal bell rang in the school. Students swarmed out towards the cafeteria. For a while, the campus, which was still somewhat empty, became overcrowded. Lin Yen went against the flow of people and had just walked to the entrance of the replica hall. Instead, I ran into an acquaintance. It was the man in the suit from dinner the other day, Shin Lei. "What a coincidence, Mr. Shin." Lin Yen greeted with a smile and asked, "Where's Mr. Zhao? How come she didn't go to dinner with you?" Shin Lei clenched his fists when he heard Lin Yen ask this. Zhao Ziwei had just refused his invitation, and he was having a hard time with it. This annoying brat then came up and looked in Lin Yan's direction and asked, "What, are you going to the replica hall?" Lin Yen nodded his head, with a good-natured look on his face. "Yeah, it's the 4-school joint exam coming up, so we need to prepare for it." Shin Lei laughed and, "It's time to get ready." Lin Yen stopped talking and walked into the replica hall. Shin Lei looked at his back and let out a cold laugh. "It's almost time for the exams, and you're still going to a copy to consume your power. It's true that bug bastards don't know anything." Now, it was even more impossible for Lin Yen to win. Walk into the replica lobby. Lin Yen came to the staff and said, "Give me the key to a gold-level copy for my own use." The staff member recognized the school's celebrity and was surprised. "Aren't you in the silver realm? According to the rules, you can only enter silver-level copies." Lin Yen frowned, not realizing that there was such a rule. Silver-level copies work, but leveling is still a bit slow. After all, his goal wasn't to brush up on experience and leveling, it was biomass. He needs a lot of biomass. Endless biomass. After all, it took a lot of biomass to make the bug soldiers form a battle force like a natural disaster. So, his target was not the boss in the replica, but the high number of magical beast stragglers in front of him. The benefits of the B-Wraith OSS are far less than those of the miscellaneous soldiers. Then, line it. Just as Lin Yen was about to retreat to the next best thing, the staff member suddenly added, "Actually, it's not impossible to enter a gold-level copy. You're signing a waiver that any mishaps in the copy have nothing to do with the school." Lin Yen was overjoyed and quickly agreed. Of course. After signing the agreement, Lin Yen took out his student card and student union identification to go through the process. It was also smooth to get the key to enter the gold-level copy. This was followed by a special copy opening room. Straight into the copy. In the meantime, there is a new thread on the school forum that is spreading rapidly. The 4-school joint exam is around the corner, and Lin Yen signed a waiver to enter a gold-level copy. Chapter 51. Love Lowers IQ. The matter of Lin Yen crossing the ranks to enter a gold-level copy. It spread quickly across the campus with the force of an autumn wind sweeping away the leaves. Everyone's first thought when they heard the news was, Lin Yen went crazy. The 4-school exams start tomorrow. Now enter a copy, and a gold-level copy that is 1 level higher than itself. It's like looking for death. Did he not want to pass the 4-school joint examination? Xiao Yan is still too impulsive. Department of Superpowers Teaching Building, 2nd floor restroom. Tang Tianyu, Li Dumeng and Han Xiaofeng lit a nicotine and let out a sigh of relief. Making a copy close to exams is simply more excessive than punching a hair. Both men shook their heads, too. I was expecting Brother Yen to take the first place in the 4-school joint examination and grow a fierce face. It seems hopeless now. Brother Yen isn't such an impulsive person. How could he act like this? Han Xiaofeng suddenly said. I know. The two men set their eyes on him. Only Han Xiaofeng said, in a rather mysterious and serious manner, it's simple. Because Brother Yen is in love. Being in love lowers your IQ. Tang Tianyu was silent for a moment. Makes sense. The bell rang. The trio headed out of the restroom and turned a corner. Right into a collision with a girl. Sorry, didn't see it. Tang Tianyu and the others hurriedly apologized. That's okay. The girl had her head down and seemed to be in a hurry to get somewhere. Looking at the girls' backs as they hurried away, something felt familiar to the three. I remember. It's that girl from last night. Han Xiaofeng suddenly exclaimed. She's also from the Superpower Academy? Li Dumeng frowned. What a coincidence. Tang Tianyu laughed a little. This Lin Yen brat, he's really blessed with a lot of lust. I remember. Han Xiaofeng exclaimed again. Li Dumeng didn't have the heart to say, what did you think up again? We already know she's the girl from last night. Han Xiaofeng watched the girl's back disappear before turning back to the two. I said, why does she look familiar? So it's Zhao Duo, the flower of our superpower department. I inquired about it when I first enrolled. But I heard that Lu Jie always comes to her. I wonder what their relationship is. Lu Jie. The two were surprised for a moment. Bad. Li Dumeng opened his mouth. It can't be a beauty trick. This woman wants to take revenge on Lu Jie. Although Tang Tianyu was a bit slow, he could guess the follow-up. Can't beat Lin Yen head-on? So you come up with this method? How despicable. When Lin Yen comes out, we'll have to make this clear to him. The other side. Zhao Duo walked out of the school building and ran in the direction of the faculty office. All day today, Li Song didn't show up for class. She assumed that Li Song had gone to cooperate with the Student Affairs Department's investigation. Didn't realize. Just after the first class of the afternoon, I got a call from the student office. As it turns out, Li Song is reluctant to say much about last night. This led to a deadlock in the case. And both Lin Yen and Dodo Zhao were the main characters who appeared last night. Lin Yen went into the copy, and they hadn't been able to contact him. Only then did he call Zhao Duo over, hoping to enlighten Li Song. Zhao Duo frowned. But not because of what happened to Li Song. Rather, it's on the way here. She had heard that Lin Yen had actually gone to swipe a copy. Still a gold-level copy. Even she, a serious sophomore and Gold Realm Imperial Beastmaster. You enter a copy alone to level up and come out in a state of total disrepair. So today in class, the teachers then strictly forbade them to enter the copy. Is something as big as a 4-school joint exam actually such child's play? Zhou Duo sighed and walked into the office of the student office. Just open the door. A female teacher in a wrap-around skirt with a body that exploded walked out and, You're Zhou Dodo, aren't you? Zhao Duo froze for a moment and hurriedly nodded. Yes, teacher. Zhao Ziwei stroked her hair and laughed. Don't be afraid to go in and persuade Mr. Listen. And don't worry. There is enough evidence. It's just a matter of how quickly the case is heard. Having said that, Zhao Ziwei walked away on her high heels. Only a fragrant breeze was left behind. I wish I could be such a wonderful woman in the future. Zhou Dodo sniffled and walked into the office. Zoe Zhao descended the stairs, her heels clattering. One of the teachers caught up and rushed. Mr. Zhao, the parents of the two offending students are here. They wish to see you. Zhao Ziwei was the deputy director of the student affairs department, and she was the one handling this matter. This is the kind of case that can be big or small if the understanding of the person concerned is obtained. Not seen. Zhao Ziwei didn't even turn her head back, and she didn't stop walking. Let them go back where they came from, and don't allow them to see the parties. When did school security get so lax that outsiders can enter the school? A nonchalant nod. That teacher knew about Zhao Ziwei's attitude. Called a couple of security guards up the stairs. Zhao Ziwei walked in the direction of the replica hall. Bastard. It's really drifting. How dare you enter the copy now for tomorrow's exam? Let's see how I'll clean you up. Gold level replica. Red sun desert. The blazing sun is in the sky. 1,000 miles of bare ground. Lin Yen stood in the middle of an endless desert without the slightest shade. Shading his forehead with his hand, trying to ward off some of the sunlight, but to no avail. Not a copy? The physical sensation is too real. The copy is a good chunk of the way through. Lin Yen could barely hold on anymore. Certainly not a lack of strength. Rather, it's too hot. At this moment, the number of his Titan giant ants and blood-winged berserkers had both reached 10,000. The maximum number of bug soldiers, 20,000, has no balance left at all. And biomass residuals, too, amounted to more than 15,000. It's safe to say, even if all his bug soldiers are currently dead in battle. He was also able to pull off an army of bugs in a second that wasn't too far off from the number he had just seen. The insect plague that has taken shape. Lin Yen stood in the desert, looking at the bug soldiers and magical beasts still fighting in the distance. The kill message popped up in front of me, too. You have successfully slain the level 20 Wraith Bandage Mummy. Biomass plus 40, experience plus 800. You have successfully slain the level 20 Wraith Bandage Mummy. Biomass plus 40, experience plus 800. Cool. If it wasn't for the heat, Lin Yen really wanted to stay in this copy. There's one thing about the wraiths here. That is, it can be resurrected. Not far from the boss lair, the pyramid. A steady stream of mummies came out of it. This kind of magical beast, its strength was lower than the blood and defense of magical beasts of the same level. Even with the meat shield Titan giant ant, killing them wasn't very laborious. This copy simply fits Lin Yen perfectly. I wonder if I can keep this copy key for myself? Lin Yen licked his lips. But this unimpeded fight is coming to an end. A shaking of the pyramid in the distance. The door to the main crypt opens. The final boss, Pharaoh Mummy, sat up from his coffin. When a certain number of mummies die, the boss will then awaken. Roar. The shocking roar stunned all the mummies in the arena. It then explodes into a super-fast attack. More and more information on the deaths of titanic giant ants. Lin Yen grunted and directly exited the copy. The bright light in front of his eyes faded away. Chapter 52 The Balance Ring. Replica Lobby. Lin Yen sat in the copy opening room. Took a break. Actually blew the air conditioning for a while. Glanced at his system panel. Bug Nest Host. Lin Yen. Realm. Silver 6th Order. Nest Level 1. Core Function. Devour any product containing genetic information to breed fusion bug warriors of that gene. Initial ant soldier type. Titan giant ant. Blood-winged bee. Number of bug soldiers. 20,000, 20,000, 10,000 Titan giant ants. 10,000 blood-winged berserkers. Biomass balance. 15,480. For the current panel. Lin Yen was satisfied. As soon as you opened the door. Outside the door stood a large beautiful woman. High heels, black silk, wrap dresses, low-cut dresses, big waves. Lin Yan's gaze traveled from bottom to top, until after seeing something familiar about the face painted with delicate makeup. Only then, as an afterthought, did he say hello. Hello, Mr. Cho. Not wearing that very fetching purple dress. Lin Yen almost didn't recognize it. Not so good. Zhao Ziwei choked Lin Yen and asked, Tomorrow is the 4-school exam. What are you tossing around here for? Toss. Lin Yen froze for a moment. Where do I start? I went into the copy to brush up my leveling, but it's also for tomorrow's exam. Zhao Ziwei said without a trace of anger. How can you have a good game now that you've crossed over into a copy and messed up your form? Don't forget you have a bet with someone. If you lose, even I will be disgraced. Lin Yen was a bit puzzled. Isn't Shun Lei your childhood friend? Seems like you're the one who's embarrassed when he loses. Zhao Ziwei choked for a moment. No words came out of his mouth for a long time. Lin Yan could feel the air becoming frozen and sticky. At this point, the savior showed up. Xinlei didn't know when, but he also came to the replica hall. Seeing Zhao Ziwei standing with Lin Yan, her face could darken in a flash. Violet, what are you doing here? He didn't have class in the afternoon and was there specifically to see Lin Yan joke. It was best if Lin Yan came out of his copy in a state of disarray. He could still go up there and taunt them severely. But I didn't expect to see Zhao Ziwei. And Zhao Ziwei is still dressed so sexy. When the two went out together before, Zhao Ziwei was dressed tightly. This sense of contrast made Xinlei's heart a little irritated. Can't I be here? Zhao Ziwei glanced at Xinlei, somewhat puzzled. She hadn't liked Xinlei since she was a child. The man is both careful and a wimp. It was only because the two families were so close that they had to grow up with him. Xinlei squeezed a smile out of his ugly face. No, of course I can. I also heard that Lin Yan's classmates had entered a copy and came here to show my concern. Teachers throughout the school were notified today to remind students not to enter the replica. What's the matter? Didn't student Lin Yan get the notice? Oh, I almost forgot. Lin Yan's student's teacher is that who something or other, who Fong Yuan. Teachers only brag about being unrivaled by their peers back then, and students have caught the bug. What a laugh. Hearing Xinlei actually mock his teacher. Lin Yan's face sank. If we were in the same realm, I could beat you like a dog, believe it or not? Xinlei's eyes widened at once. Zhao Ziwei was also a bit surprised. I didn't expect Lin Yan to be so outspoken, showing no mercy at all. What did you say? Xinlei's face twisted a bit. Being taunted by a child in front of the woman he loved was worse than killing him. A mere freshman majoring in the insect department. How dare you speak to the teacher like that? Unbridled. Xinlei shouted angrily. Spiritual energy stirred in his body. The strength of the Zhongshe realm. Even if he hadn't summoned a spirit beast, it wasn't something that Lin Yan, a mere silver realm beastmaster, could withstand. Lin Yan almost spat out a mouthful of blood, but luckily he barely managed to suppress it. Still, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Xinlei, are you crazy? Zhao Ziwei hurriedly protected Lin Yan's body, fearing that Xinlei would hurt Lin Yan further. When Xinlei saw Zhao Ziwei standing on Lin Yan's side, his heart was furious beyond measure. Ziwei, this milquetoast brat is too wild and has no respect. I just made a slight move to punish him. No need to make a fuss. I'll pay the medical bills. I'll pay whatever this poor guy wants. Xinlei sneered. He had already investigated all of Lin Yan's family background. Both parents are ordinary workers and the family still lives in a resettlement house in the old city. Got lucky and went to Jinwu University, got lucky and won over a few students with his strange talent. How dare you disrespect him as a teacher who came back from studying abroad? Here's 5,000, enough to live on for 2 months, I guess. Seeing that Lin Yan didn't say anything and just stared straight at him, Xinlei's heart was a little hairy for some reason. Not enough? Oh, so what if I give you 10,000? Lin Yan remained silent. Xinlei got a little angry. He had only shocked him with his spiritual power, and at most, his internal organs were somewhat damaged and bleeding. With today's medical technology, a casual treatment would cost $1,000 at most. Is this kid so insatiable? Just as Xinlei was about to continue raising the price, Lin Yan finally spoke. I don't want the money. I only have one condition. Go to the Tenpin ring and we'll fight once. Wow. The reaction of the surrounding crowd exploded. A freshman actually challenging a teacher? Though the Heavens Balance Ring would suppress both realms to the same level. But that was, after all, a patriarch-level beast swordsman. The amount of combat experience and skills, can that be compared to a silver-level student? Fight me? Xinlei almost laughed out loud. Forget it, if you win, people will say I bullied you too. Lin Yan sneered and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It goes without saying. Xinlei was just bullying people. A grand imperial beast master of the sovereign realm actually directly struck out at a newcomer of the Silver Mirror. The eyes of the onlookers changed as they looked at Xinlei. Some people were whispering. The news that Xinlei was studying in the East also spread. What is Terra Nova? Suffice it to say that almost everyone in the room loathed the country immensely. The foreign fawning dogs studying in the East are actually bullying people here. Although I don't like Lin Yan much, people's victories are all square. Haven't you guys noticed? Lin Yan has never challenged the strong and never bullied the weak in these few rings and copies he's fought. That's right, in terms of character alone, it's much better than this Chen Lei. In my opinion, even if we go to the Heavenly Peace Ring, Lin Yan doesn't necessarily lose. That's right, Lin Yan is all about the stronger, him. Him. The students who had gathered around were already up in arms. Chen Lei's face was ugly, and he was already riding the tiger a bit. Get in the ring with a student. Winning is dishonorable. How can he stay in school if he loses? Chapter 53, The Nightjar Dog. Come on then. Chen Lei also went out on a limb. In front of so many people, it was impossible for him to take a step back. In the world of the Imperial Beastmaster, the dish is the sin. Goons are worse than vegetables. And he didn't believe that Lin Yan would win against himself. So what if it's a domestic genius? He had come back from studying in the mighty country of the East. The battlefield of Nitro shifted from the replica hall to the ring hall. The students who didn't have classes at this time also followed to the ring hall in a big way. The student challenges the teacher to a play. It's a hard thing to see normally. The two men get into the scales ring. The crowd in the hall was abuzz. Just as the two stood on either side of the ring, ready to enter the ring, Zhao Ziwei, who hadn't uttered a word along the way, but said, "That's not fair." The crowd's eyes went to her at once. Lin Yan had originally just come out of his copy and had been shocked by Chen Lei with his spiritual power until he vomited blood. Even if the heavenly balance ring suppresses two people to the same realm, what about combat experience and skill? This fight, it's not fair. Actually, Zhao Ziwei also knew that she couldn't argue with Lin Yan at all. This bout was destined to happen. But she's putting those words out there now. For one thing, I hope Chen Lei will know what to do. Secondly, even if Lin Yan lost, people wouldn't taunt that Lin Yan couldn't do it. The crowd heard Zhao Ziwei's words. There were nods. They think so too. Chen Lei was already furious at this point. I didn't realize that my childhood friend was actually speaking for his opponent. What on earth is so good about this kid that they all help him so much? I'm a genius who came back from studying in the East. How can I be compared to a brat like him? Well, in that case, I'll cripple him. Let's see if you guys still defend him. The world of the Beastmaster is weak and strong. If Lin Yan was crippled, no one would care about him even if he was popular now. He'll gradually lose attention and be reduced to a minor transparency. At that point, he could take it any way he wanted. Thinking, Chen Lei gave Lin Yan a cruel smile and walked into the ring, disappearing. What's this one giggling about? Lin Yan looked at Chen Lei, who had already entered the ring, and was somewhat speechless. A step then followed and he entered the ring as well. The light in front of his eyes lit up. When it dissipated, Lin Yan was already in a flat grassland. Chen Lei stood on the opposite side of the room, still with that silly happy expression. At this time, Chen Lei's realm had already been suppressed to the silver realm by the heavenly peace ring, consistent with the forest words. Summon your bugs. Chen Lei sneered and raised his hand. A spirit beast with wings all black appeared. Come out, night hound. Spirit beasts have the word canine in their name, but they don't have much to do with dogs. The body walks upright with a pair of bat wings on the back, and as for the face, it is not well recognized and is hideous. My nocturnal dog is an epic quality spirit beast. It even carries a trace of bloodline belonging to the legendary level. Lin Yan ignored him and pointed his arm forward. Instantly, densely packed black holes that almost took over the entire grassland appeared. Chen Lei leapt over his shoulder and widened his eyes. The night hound was also a bit restless. Next, densely counted titan giant ants and blood-winged berserkers poured out of the black hole. There was no sound, and yet this silence shook everyone. This amount, it's actually more than before. That's horrible. It's got to be tens of thousands. Although the aura isn't too strong, the number is too much. How can we fight? It depends on whether Chen Lei's spiritual power can be maintained, and if the night dog is strong in range skills, it might still be able to fight. The crowd was talking. Some people favored Lin Yan, others favored Chen Lei. Each one of them. Chen Lei was shocked for a moment in his heart and quickly calmed down again. It's just a swarm of bugs in the district, and those students saw the disorganization. I'm a teacher who came back from studying in the East. You want to scare me with this little scene? One thought to this. Chen Lei was the first to attack. Nightjar dogs are super-powered spirit beasts. Although Chen Lei's realm was now suppressed to the silver realm, But his talent was source of mana, and his natural spiritual power was going to be much higher than others. Zoe Zhao was right. The superpower lineage spirit beasts are the strongest type of spirit beasts in the later stages of the Great Late Stage, not only in terms of their spiritual power and skills. It also has to do with combat experience, especially for a very operation-eating spirit beast like the superpower line. Although Shenlei didn't have too much combat experience, but his theory was solid. CD of various skills, release timing, combinations of moves. He took it all to heart. Nocturnal Inuyasha, shadow split technique. Shenlei gave the command, and his spiritual power fluctuated. The figures of the Nightshade dogs instantly turned into 12. The psychic energy on each of the Nightshade dogs was only a little bit weaker than what was on them just a few moments ago. Sure enough, it's still only a silver mirror. If I were at full strength, I'd probably have to have hundreds of doppelgangers. But they'll be enough to deal with this swarm of trashy bugs. Lin Yen sneered when he saw the dozen or so detachments of the night dogs. Trying to compete with me on quantity? Well, let's see who has more. Blood rains down. Bloodwing Berserker B's skill release came up with a big move. 10,000 blood-winged berserkers covered the sky, at the same time aiming the tail pins at a dozen or so night hounds. Next, dense tail needles shot towards the dozen or so nightjar dogs. The tail pin is full coverage. Suffice it to say, there was no way for the night hound to hide. Humph! Sculpture. Shenlei let out a cold snort and released his second skill, the Black Underworld Spectral Flame. A dozen or so nightjars flew up and down, forming a circle on one side. Black flames erupted from his mouth. A dozen or so flames formed a flame shield, incinerating all of the incoming tail needles. Ha 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 ha! That's not a good trick anymore? Shenlei laughed out loud. He had seen Lin Yan's combat videos. It was this move that directly crossed the line and killed sophomore Lujia. But this move was easily defused by him. Now it's my turn. Nocturnal Inuyasha. Black Underworld Shuriken. Wait until the black flames have burned up all the tail needles. The dozen or so night hounds were once again in motion. Black spiritual energy gathered in his hand, gradually forming the appearance of a short sword. Subsequently, a dozen or so of the night hounds simultaneously hurled their hand swords towards the swarm of bloodwing frenzy bees. Black Stygian rapier in flight. The size actually became bigger and bigger, reaching over 10 meters long. There were too many bloodwing berserkers to dodge. In just an instant, the bloodwinged berserker wasp that was hit or grazed by the shuriken. It instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this, Lin Yen frowned, thinking about ways to break the ice. He knew that the late stage of the superpower lineage spirit beasts were difficult to deal with, but I didn't realize that the preliminaries were actually this powerful. Moreover, looking at Shenlei's appearance, it was obvious that his spiritual energy was still abundant. If you want to break through to melee combat in front of the Night Hound, the Bloodwing Berserker Bee is definitely out of luck. It's not like the Titan giant ants can reach it when the Night Hound is flying so high. Lin Yen narrowed his eyes and thought of a solution. Chapter 54, Defeating Shenlei. Since the Bloodwing Berserker Bee couldn't be beaten, Titan ants can't reach it, then why don't you combine them? Down! Lin Yen pressed his hand and issued a command. The Bloodwing Berserkers, who were killed by the hand sword with only a few thousand left, rapidly descended, falling in the midst of a tide of titanic giant ants. At Lin Yan's gesture, each Bloodwing Berserker wasp, grasping a Titan giant ant, slowly flew up. What is this, playing hopper? Shenlei sneered. At this time, he still had most of the spiritual energy left in his body, and the gift is still accelerating the recovery of spiritual energy. As far as he was concerned, the bugs were fish to be slaughtered, though they can all be eliminated. He was also curious to see what tricks Lin Yen was going to pull. I didn't expect Shenlei to be this strong. Strong what? What kind of skill is it for a teacher of the Zhongshe realm to bully a student? That's right, and Shenlei's spirit beasts are still very operation-eating supernatural lineages, and the last thing a sentinel beast master of his segment lacks is experience. No wonder. You see how well the two skills articulate. I just don't know if Lin Yen can carry it off. I'd say it's mostly pretty much up in the air. After all, there's such a big difference in skill and experience. That's right, just now Lin Yan's wave of skills could have directly killed Gold Realm's Lu Jie in seconds, but it was directly blocked by Shenlei. Shenlei, this foreign fawning dog. You guys see what Lin Yen is trying to do? The crowd made their opinions known. Then, on the big screen, he watched as Lin Yen commanded the Bloodwing Berserker bees to hoist the Titan Giant ant up. Watching the Bloodwing Berserkers rise higher and higher, fly all the way up above the Night Hound. Lin Yen also had some drums in his heart, not knowing if this method of his was useful. Put it down. Command issued. The Bloodwing Berserker bee directly put down the Titan Giant ant it was grasping. Soon, thousands of densely packed Titan Giant ants fell towards the ground like rain. But the dozen or so nightjars were also within the range of the raindrops. Titan Giant ants began to fall on the Night Hound. 1, 2, 3. Immediately after, all the nightjars were covered in Titan Giant ants. The Titanic Giant ants began to tear into the Nightshade's body. The blood level of the Night Hound also began to slowly drop. Genius! There's actually this method of fighting. Nyoa, superpower lineage spirit beasts are basically brittle. Since long range is ineffective against him, melee combat must be useful. What is this? Air-ground integrated combat. The night dogs are starting to lose blood. Lin Yen is awesome. Wait, that's not right. You guys. Look at Xunlei's expression, crooked smile. Not good. Xunlei must still have a backhand. Fruity. Instead of panicking, Xunlei, who saw this scene, even laughed out loud. Doesn't think he's smart? Don't you know that the superpower lineage spirit beasts are the best at control-type skills? The words fell. Xunlei's body rippled with spiritual energy, releasing his skill once again. Black underworld shock. On the dozen or so nightjar dogs, a riot of spiritual energy immediately surfaced. Layer after layer of ripples directly shook the Titan Giant ants on his body. Even the Titanic Giant ants that continued to fall couldn't land on the Night Hound. Ha 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 ha. See the gap between you and me? Even if you and I were at the same level, you would never be my opponent. Xunlei pointed at Lin Yen and laughed. Thinking to myself, these can always salvage some of the image in Zhao Ziwei's heart. You think you're too smart for your own good too, Lin Yen said coldly. Xunlei froze, then mocked. Running out of steam and starting to babble? Still thinking of being tough at the end of your life? Let's see if you're still tough when I kill all your bugs. Xunlei raised his head and looked at the mid-air nightjar dog, and was just about to release his skills again to kill all of Lin Yan's bug soldiers. Suddenly, Xunlei realized with horror, those trashy ant spirit beasts had a red light on them at some point, and the black underworld shock that was still in release state on the night dog. It actually failed against these ant spirit beasts that emitted red light. Those ant spirit beasts re-crawled on the body of the night dog. Keep tearing away, and this time, the tearing is faster. The Night Hound's blood level was also dropping faster. What's going on? What did you do? Xunlei felt some chills on his back and looked at Lin Yen. Lin Yen smiled coldly. What? Does Teacher Shen think that weak bug-type spirit beasts don't deserve to have skills? This is the Titan Giant Ant's skill. Berserking. Xunlei was shocked in his heart. I didn't realize that Titan Giant Ants with their skills turned on could actually be immune to control. This is too sick. This isn't like the bug spirit beasts we've seen in the past. There were so many of them, both long range and melee, and the melee had high blood and was control-free. How's this for a fight? Xunlei's brain was racing, thinking about how to use reasonable skills to break the game. But brainstorm for a while. He hadn't even found a skill that could restrain these abominable bugs. It was at this moment when he was thinking hard. The situation has changed again. Titan Giant Ants tore off the wings of the Night Hound. A dozen or so nightjars crashed down, fell to the ground. Now, the rest of the Titan Giant Ants didn't have to fly up into the sky to fight. Countless Titan Giant Ants killed towards the night dogs. Watching the blood level of the Night Hound drop rapidly, Xunlei only remembered at this time and hurriedly revoked a dozen or so detachments and turned into nightjar dogs. Didn't realize. Lin Yen caught him off guard. It actually made him forget to withdraw his doppelganger to avoid the damage. Careless. Xunlei was sweating. At this time, the Night Fury dog's split body dissipated, and the blood level of the main body came to an end. Though Titan Giant Ants, which act as meat shield characters, are scrappy in combat. But it won't stand up to constant shaving. Xunlei knew that he had lost. The nightjar is a native spirit animal of the East that was contracted during his studies in the East. It was expensive and meant a lot to him. He didn't want such a precious spirit beast to fold here in confusion. It's very disheartening though. Still, Deepwood made the best move he could right now. Reaching out, He tapped the button to surrender and exit the ring. A flash of light. Both sides immediately disappear from the ring. Appeared in the middle of the hall. Didn't realize. The bout ended so hastily. Moreover, it still ended with the surrender of Shenlei, the teacher. The atmosphere in the hall was instantly ignited. The crowd was heatedly discussing the holy. It's actually Lin Yan who won. Shenlei surrendered. Didn't you say Shenlei is a master tactician? Just this. It's just on paper, he's good in theory, but that's all there is to it in practice. Shenlei, I know him, my brother and him were classmates. Then he went to study in the Eastern Kingdom and had no contact. How? Shenlei grew up to worship foreigners, went to the Easting, results are also average. By licking the Easting talent to get a diploma, even our schoolwork, is also a trustee to do. I didn't realize he was like that. It's disgusting. Listen to the crowd talking. Shenlei's face was blue and hard to see. Chapter 55. The four schools joint exam begins. Both sides of the ring. The two men's spirit beasts had been retrieved. Shenlei looked at the severely injured nightjar dog in the imperial beast space and was annoyed in his heart. Although in the ring, his spiritual power was suppressed. But it's true about the injuries nightjar dog suffered. This is a famous spirit beast of the East, actually. Shenlei looked at Lin Yan with indignation. He was an assistant professor who had returned from studying abroad, but he had lost to a student. How can he stand this? The sneering eyes of the people around him, the very taunting words were like a steel needle in his heart. You wait. Shenlei put down harsh words and left without even greeting Zhao Ziwei. Lin Yan's heart ached as he looked at Shenlei's slightly distressed figure. The bastard was targeting him at every turn just because of Zhao Ziwei. It also implicates Professor Hu. There is no need to endure any more, although thousands of Bloodwing berserkers and several hundred Titan giant ants were lost. But, cool. At that moment, Zhao Ziwei came over with a worried look on her face and, You're okay. Lin Yan shook his head. There's nothing wrong with me. It's him you should be concerned about. I don't know about being defeated by a student. Will Shenlei go back and vomit blood in anger? Looking at Lin Yan's couldn't care less, Zhao Ziwei sighed. She somewhat regretted that she shouldn't have gotten Lin Yan involved in the matter between her and Shenlei on a whim that day. Shenlei is so careful. Today, he had been thwarted in face by Lin Yan again, and he didn't know how he was going to target Lin Yan in the future. It seems that we'll have to watch Lin Yan more in the future. When you don't have class from now on, be more careful and I'll check in on you more often. Anyway, Lin Yan was a cadre of the student union and was under the control of the student affairs office. Lin Yan looked back and didn't understand what Zhao Ziwei meant. Just about to ask again. Zhao Ziwei was already walking away on her high heels. After leaving the ring hall, Lin Yan looked at the sky that was already getting dark. He didn't choose to go back to his dormitory, but returned to the duplicate hall again. Because of the four-school joint exam tomorrow, there weren't many people in the replica hall in the first place. As soon as Lin Yan walked in, he happened to run into the same staff member from the afternoon. That person also looked at Lin Yan in surprise. Why are you back again? Didn't you go to the ring hall? Lin Yan smiled and said, If you win the fight, you're back. Fight? Win? The staff stared incredulously. She saw it with her own eyes. Lin Yan was in conflict with an assistant professor and met to go to the Tenping ring for a duel. That's an assistant professor. A grand imperial beast master of the sovereign realm. You just came back in one piece? I still need that copy I got in this afternoon. Lin Yan held out his hand and begged for the duplicate key. The staffer froze and asked, You're still going into the copy? She thought Lin Yan had left something here and had come back to get it. Here. This is it. The staff handed Lin Yan the key to the copy he was familiar with again. But you have to be careful, we close at 10. It's after 8, you have to be out in an hour. Lin Yan frowned. An hour? Can't brush much. What time do you open tomorrow? 6 o'clock. The staff member had just finished speaking before responding. Are you going to stay here all night? She'd heard of internet cafe all-nighters, but hadn't heard of copy all-nighters. But this is out of line. The staff was a little embarrassed. I'm just brushing up on my grades as I approach my exams. It's not like I'm getting into anything. Lin Yan took out his golden badge. The staff naturally knew Lin Yan's identity. All right then. I'll be here first thing in the morning. Just pull the alarm if you run into anything. The staff is gone. There weren't many people in the replica hall, so the lights were turned off. It's pitch black. Lin Yen took out his key and walked into the room. Directly entered the copy, Red Sun Desert. Start leveling. The next day, early in the morning, excluding seniors in internships, the cream of the crop from all grades came to gather in the school square. Roughly 20 students are selected from each major at each grade level. There was only one major exception, and that was Lin Yen, who majored in the bug department. Everyone was apprehensive in their minds, because the four-school exam is coming up soon. They all wanted to achieve a good result and qualify for the next exchange competition with the Eastern Kingdom. That two-country exchange contest. But it's a global broadcast. Once you have a war record, it's a real head-turner. Not to mention the tons of resources and money sponsored by schools and associations. This honor alone. Then no one can refuse. Where's Lin Yen? Where did Lin Yen go? The teacher in charge of this exam shouted with the list. The rest of the majors are here. Only Lin Yen, the bug major, was left without arriving. Freshman squad. The students looked left and right for Lin Yen. Tang Tianyu and Li Dumaing and Han Xiaofeng were also searching. A student who knew the next dormitory asked, "Old Tang, why is that Lin Yen from your dormitory missing? It can't be that you're too scared to come." Tang Tianyu rolled his eyes. "Put your mother's ass on. Lin Yen didn't go back to the dormitory last night. He must have gone to prepare for the exam." The students next to me laughed out loud and, "Prepare for what starts? I saw him go to the replica hall last night. He must be trying to use the excuse that he just entered the replica and is in bad shape to avoid the exam." What did I expect? It turns out to be an internal war tiger and an external war rat. Ha 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 ha. That's too graphic of an analogy, isn't it? The group scoffed. Lin Yen definitely couldn't come anyway, so they weren't afraid anymore. It would have been all the geniuses of the provinces and cities. I didn't expect to come to school and actually be overpowered by Lin Yen alone. He's got all the scenery. Even the first-year grade flower seemed to be close to Lin Yen. This leads to an imbalance in the minds of many people. Has Lin Yen come? The lead teacher routinely asked again, and then had to put a cross in the little book. At this point, someone in the crowd suddenly cried out strangely, "Here! Lin Yen has arrived." "Teacher, wait a moment. Lin Yen is here." The lead teacher looked up. From a distance, I saw a student walking gracefully, in no hurry at all. For the name Lin Yen, he's a thunderbolt these days. From the very beginning of the school year, there was a lot of drama. Yesterday, he also defeated an assistant professor in the Department of Superpowers. Teachers love your gifted students, but they don't like students who defy them. And Lin Yan's talent, there doesn't seem to be much room for growth. Winning with a sea of men. Many teachers scoff at this. 30 seconds to go. The lead teacher frowned and looked at his watch. As soon as the time was up, he would immediately disqualify Lin Yen. "Lin Yen, hurry up," Tang Tianyu shouted. Lin Yan's end acted as if he hadn't heard. Slow to death. Tang Tianyu was an acute person and couldn't help but summon the spirit beast, Sacred Stripe Kueyu. Mobilizing his spiritual energy, he released a skill of acceleration. Coming to Lin Yan's side. "Get on the cow." Chapter 56. The Law of Treaties. On the cow. Lin Yen looked at Tang Tianyu, who had hurriedly arrived, and the sacred tattooed Kueyu under his butt. "You think you're a Lamborghini." Saying that, but Lin Yen was still a little envious. After all, most people had spirit beasts that could be used as mounts. It was the dragon spirit beasts that pulled the most weight. What a dragon rider. But Lin Yan's insect spirit beasts, the largest Titan giant ants, were only the size of a soccer ball. How do I ride? Is it one foot in front of the other? That's Neza. Lin Yen, Bug Department Major Class 1, reporting for duty. The lead teacher stared at his watch and sighed. I didn't realize that the last 3 seconds allowed him to make it. Get back in line. Lin Yen was the only student in the Bug Department Major, so naturally there was no squad. Solely, he followed Tang Tianyu and stood in the party of the Superpower Department's majors. Well, since everyone is here, I'll be brief. The lead teacher didn't care about this little tidbit and started talking about the day's itinerary. We'll be on the bus later. Our test center is on Morning Hill. Many of the local students present blanched when they heard this name. The other students asked, "What's the matter? Is this Morning Hell Mountain some kind of horrible place?" The local student nodded in despair and, "Morning Prison Mountain is a magical beast forbidden area. And in the center area, there are said to be magical beasts of more than 50 levels. A 50-odd level magical beast? Wouldn't that require a King Realm Beastmaster to suppress it? That's right. If we're just a bunch of little silver chickens, we're just going to die. What should I do? I still want to save my life to fight the East Japan brats. I don't want to die in the Forbidden Zone. The lead teacher nodded with satisfaction when he saw the reaction of the students and, "Don't worry everyone. There are high-level magical beasts in the Morning Hell Mountain though. But what about us? We're just on the periphery for the test. The highest level of the magical beasts in the periphery is no more than level 30, so we can all rest assured. Moreover, this test has equipped every student with an emergency teleporter for everyone's safety. In case of force majeure danger, press the emergency transmitter to be transported to a safe period. However, by using the emergency safety device, you exit the test by default. The crowd is talking. Holy, they're using the emergency teleporter. It's going to be a real fight this time. I guessed it, it must be a survival test this time. Old Iron, what's a survival test? You don't even understand this? Ever played chicken? Geniuses from 4 schools, randomly dropped into the wild, and ranked in order of elimination. Holy, that sounds exciting. Excitement, what a bad luck. Bump into Lin Yen may be eliminated in the first wave. The lead teacher said to the crowd with a smile, I hear some of my classmates have already guessed correctly. That's right, our 4-school joint examination this time is in the survival test mode. Whoever stands to the end is the strongest. But after all, there are students from all 4 schools, a mixed bag. Our own students and alumni of Jinwu University. When we meet them, we still have to help out if we can. The lead teacher said so, but he knew in his heart. No one would help someone who was destined to be an enemy in a battlefield like this where their rankings were decided, even though he was his classmate. The crowd at this point, no one was sneering at Lin Yen anymore. This is a god of killing. I can't say anything else, but it's still like a game to clean up this group of freshmen. Brother Yen, when you enter the examination, please raise your hand. I'll just follow Brother Yen. I'm not looking for any first or second place. I'll just make it into the top 100. I see that the student representatives from the other 3 schools are all just dirt. How can they compare to our Brother Yen? That's right. Our Brother Yen is the top of the 4 schools. The number 1 expert. Brother Yen, lead us. Together we'll beat them up. The students of the superpower department are near the water. A blow by blow to Lin Yen, who was in his own party. Even the students in the next party came to Lin Yen to show their affection. Among them were the talented freshmen from each department, those who were in the freshman representative selection replica. The dozen or so people who had once shown their loyalty to Lin Yen together. All of them also broke away from their squads and gathered around Lin Yen. Once we enter the test site, when the signal gun goes off, everyone must listen to Brother Yan's command. Whoever dares to be duplicitous and join forces with an outside school against Brother Yen, don't blame our brothers for being merciless. These dozen people swept a circle, and the rest of the students lowered their heads, not daring to look at each other. Lin Yen had some embarrassment on his face. That's not the right plot. Lin Yen was suddenly a bit out of sorts. How come no one stood up to him and gave him a mockery? And then it's time to avenge your friends and brothers? Could it be that this time it's your turn to be the villain? It's all in the same school. Let's make a pact. Seeing so many people gathered on his side, Lin Yen cleared his throat and 1. No infighting between students from the same school before the final round. 2. Call for help when a fellow student is in trouble, and don't stand on the sidelines. 3. Follow the rules. Everything is about improving your ranking. Lin Yen finished. The students around them nodded their heads. One man led the way and started clapping. Subsequently, the entire Big Side team, almost all of them, applauded. Sophomore side. Zhao Duo poked her head out and also looked towards the center where the freshman students were gathered. The sophomore side of the superpower department is closer to the freshman side. Zhao Duo listened carefully for a while before realizing that it was Lin Yen speaking. When she heard that Lin Yen had given the crowd a covenant and that none of them had objected, a smile of admiration spread over his face. Looks like this guy. He's not just a troublemaker. Ever since he had known Lin Yen, he always seemed to be in conflict with different people. But now, he conquered everyone with his strength. What are you looking at? Stand still. Shun Lei, as an assistant professor of the superpower department, naturally became one of the leading teachers for this examination. After losing to Lin Yen last night, he was up all night, now appearing in front of the squad with two black eyes. After scolding the students who had eavesdropped on Lin Yan's speech, one student actually looked at him and covered his mouth in snickers. Shen Lei was instantly furious, pointing at the student and yelling, "What are you laughing at? Stand up for yourself." The student looked left and right for a moment, turned pale and, "Ah, it's me." Shen Lei walked into the group, reached out and yanked the student by the collar, and pulled him out. "What did you just laugh at? What were you laughing at?" The student was a little aggravated that he was yanked out of the room after he just laughed a little bit. "Didn't laugh at anything. I just suddenly thought of something funny." Feeling his dignity offended, Shen Lei kicked the student in the leg and, "How dare you talk tough?" Talking back to the teacher. This kick was with spiritual power. There was a click. That student's leg bone broken. "Ah!" Pig-killing screams echoed through the square. Chapter 57, The Mountain of Sorrowful Prison. Holy! Shen Lei is too cruel. It wasn't just a laugh. Why did you give someone a serious injury? This is a breach of discipline, isn't it? I'm going to sue the principal. I heard that this Shen Lei has some background. Otherwise, he couldn't have just graduated from studying abroad and come to work in our school. It looks so painful. What should I do? Should I call an ambulance? Call an ambulance for what? The infirmary is right next door. The crowd looked at the student who was lying on the ground and wailing with sympathy in their hearts. Shen Lei also came to his senses at this time and panicked a little. But getting him to admit his mistake now is also out of the question. "Come out, Night Hound." Shen Lei mobilized his spiritual power and summoned out the Nightjar dog. Black Underworld Cure. Nightjar came over to the student with the broken leg, opened his mouth and spit out a black gas. Soon that student's leg got better at a rate visible to the naked eye, and the wailing stopped. "Get the back in the square." Shen Lei retrieved the Nightjar dog and waved his hand in annoyance. That student was aggrieved, but he didn't dare to clash with the teacher directly. However, he involuntarily looked towards the big party team, the figure that was surrounded by stars. "If only I were as strong and brave as he was." The vignette falls. One after another, the students boarded the bus and headed towards the direction of Mount Morning. About 2 hours later, Lin Yen, who was catching up on his sleep in the car, was awakened by a shaking. "Lin Yen, don't sleep, we're at the place." Tang Tianyu shook Lin Yan's shoulders. Lin Yen opened his eyes and looked out the window. Spring is in the air, and a mountain that isn't very high but stretches for miles is in view. "This is Morning Hell Mountain. Get off." Tang Tianyu's tone was already hard to hide his excitement. The last freshman representative assessment he was complete halfway through, and his heart has been nagging at him. This survival test spans a longer period of time. He would have enough time to recover his spiritual power. This way he doesn't have to fight a lot. Maybe get a top spot. The students all got off the bus and took out their cell phones to take pictures when they saw the beautiful and magnificent view of Mount Morning. "Holy, isn't this view fantastic? Whoever said this Morning Prison Mountain is horrible, this Morning Prison Mountain is fantastic. This scenery, at least it must be a 5A level scenic spot. Regret not bringing a tent. Why did I bring a broken digital from the east? I have to use a DSLR for this view. Look, isn't that a student from Cinnabar University over there? Really, look at what they're wearing, they're all luxury goods, worthy of being the richest Tatsunoshi University." That's not true. Not only do you need grades to get into Cinnabar University, you have to check your money before you enroll. I have a relative in my family who just failed the capitalization test and went to the University of the Arctic as a second choice. So exaggerated? Hearing the crowd murmur, Lin Yen also raised his head and looked toward another gathering place at the foot of the mountain. Most of the students there wore expensive suits and were a little too straight-backed. Condescendingly, he looked at the students on the true Marshall University's side with contempt in his eyes. "He's a rich man's man." Not for a while. There were 2 more convoys that stopped at the foot of the hill. Inside, students swarmed out. Students from Arctic University and Jubilee University also arrived. The principals and professors of the 4 schools, a group of old men gathered and talked happily. "Old classmate, how many years have we not seen each other? It's been over 20 years. How have you been?" In less than a month, someone will be coming from the east. "Hey, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. What's up with this by national exchange? Who knows what kind of crooked ideas the brats have in mind? I hear there's a tough one coming this time. Speaking of ruthless characters, by the way, old Chen, there's a remarkable young man from your school. The rest of them looked at Chen Dingwa, the vice-chancellor of True Martial University. The smile on Zhao Dingwa's face was about to pile up into a chrysanthemum. That's right. His name is Lin Yan, the freshman representative of this freshman class. You'll have to tell the young people at your school to be careful later. This genius in our school specializes in beating geniuses, ha 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 ha. The principals and professors in the room burst into laughter. At this point, the vice-chancellor of Cinnabar University, who hadn't been speaking up, suddenly sneered. I remembered that your school's ace major is the dragon department major. When did it become a bug system? Lin Yan, the freshman who had recently become very popular. Other schools are more concerned. Cinnabar University, on the other hand, was supposed to be trying to build momentum for its freshman representative. But Lin Yan had made so many news and famous scenes one after another. It directly squashed their school's momentum. No matter which major, it's ace at our school. Zhao Dingwa snorted coldly. Unlike your Cinnabar University, there's only one ice major that can hold its own. The two went toe-to-toe. The atmosphere became tense. There are professors from other schools who snort. It's all for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom. And we're taking this test to deal with the Eastern Kingdom and fight for our country's honor. It's not even a fight yet. What's the point of us imploding on ourselves? Humph! The vice-chancellor of Cinnabar University twisted his head and left. Come to a large party at Cinnabar University. Find a girl standing at the front. Xiao Ranran. The vice-chancellor of Cinnabar University stood in front of her and, well, nervous. Xiao Ranran had a competent short hair. Her features were very three-dimensional, and her thin lips were lightly opened. Not nervous. Looking forward to the test. The vice principal smiled with satisfaction and, worthy of being the hope of our Cinnabar University, play well later and play steadily. The first place will definitely be yours. That freshman generation change from True Martial University is just a lowly insect system imperial beast master. There's no need to take him to heart. The vice principal raised his head and said to all the participating freshmen behind Xiao Ranran, when we enter the mountain later, don't care about the students from other schools, and just do it when you see those from True Martial University, especially that freshman representative of True Martial University, Lin Yan. He's just an over-packaged bug-type imperial beast master. Our Cinnabar University only recruits elites, and your imperial beasts are basically all epic level, and some of them even carry a hint of legendary bloodline. Jinwu University, just a bunch of mudbloods with a bit of luck. Let them see the strength of our Cinnabar University. In the meantime, there's a morale booster on the Uarctic side, too, from the president and professors. There's a lot of talk that the University of the North Pole isn't working, that it's at the bottom of the list of the top 4 schools. Ours is all about doing real work, no need to say much. But by all means, show them the depths of the old top academy, for the glory of the North Pole. Jubilee University. A woman in red with a hot body wielded a whip. It drew countless sideways glances and gulps from the boys on stage. Brothers and sisters, I will say one last thing. The students who take the top 10 spots advance directly to the student council. From now on, every month's resources, double. Chapter 58, Entering the Examination Area. Jinwu University. This time the principal didn't follow. The team was led by Vice-Chancellor Zhao Dingwa. The task of pre-game mobilization naturally fell to him this time around. Students, we also know the flow of this competition. What about pre-game pep talks? Never been my strong suit either. We, True Martial University, aren't as rich as Cinnabar University. We don't have the deep heritage of Arctic University, and I'm not as good-looking as the president of Vermilion Bird University. Laughter thundered from the bottom of the stage. The vice principal squeezed his hand, and the laughter from the stage gradually ceased. I've heard that when I was still at school, Lin Yan, a student on our big side team, had made an appointment. I'd say it's important for not only the freshman side of the team, but the sophomores and juniors to do the same, not to implode, not to see death. As you all know, this examination is for the exchange study in the East Kingdom afterward, and the country of East Japan is rumored to have produced an unbelievable genius as a freshman. So, this time, the test is based on freshman year. As a representative of the new students, I would like to invite Lin Yan to come up and mobilize everyone with a sentence. The vice principal looked at Lin Yen in his inconspicuous position on the stage and smiled as he began to applaud. The big side team boiled over and started clapping as well. The sophomore and junior squads also grew to applause. Lin Yen froze for a moment before walking onto the stage under everyone's gaze. The applause from the junior varsity squad ended abruptly after only 2 seconds. Lin Yen subconsciously looked over, only to see Lei Ming, who stood at the very front of the junior party, looking at him with a leathery smile on his face as he clasped his hands. Sure enough, that's hostile to yourself. I wonder if I declined that bank card and wasn't seen as one of his own. Or did it refute him by sending the inches to the student office for expulsion? Either way, none of it matters. Lin Yen stood in front of the stage, his face turning from shy to solemn. Then I'll say one thing. The silence underneath the stage was unbelievable, and all eyes were focused on Lin Yen. Lin Yen took a deep breath and said slowly, "Charge up and crush them." There was silence in the arena for a moment, and then the big side erupted in violent cheers. Crush them. The cheers and slogans from the true Marshall University side were too loud. It was an instant hit with other schools. When the vice-chancellor of Cinnabar University saw that, he let out a sneer. Crush us? Just a bunch of mole crickets. What a dream. At this point, a loud and long flute sound appeared. Everyone at the foot of Morning Prison Mountain was instantly attracted by the sound. The lead principals of all the schools, in unison, ready, into the mountains, for schools. The same grade level in each school goes into the same area, similar to raising a compulsion to select the strongest person in the same grade. There were many magical beasts in the Morning Hell Mountain. The closer to the center area, the stronger the magical beasts were. So, the weakest freshman players were rightfully assigned to the outermost part of Morning Hell Mountain. Sophomores and juniors are relatively closer to the center. However, it is still a long way from the absolute center of the region. And the areas for each grade level are completely segregated. Won't meet a senior player. But, for the sake of fairness in the exam, no teacher had ever gone in to check the magical beasts in each assessment area. So that means that higher-level magical beasts might be encountered inside. But luck is also part of strength. Encountering high-level magical beasts is your bad luck. But not being able to run away is a matter of your strength. The isolation boundary of the assessment area will gradually move closer to the center of the area, and exceeding the boundary is considered elimination. That is, the territory in which you survive will slowly become smaller. The only way to survive and get a higher ranking is to rally towards the center area. Meet force majeure danger. Press the emergency responder. You will be eliminated, but you can survive. This is a teleporter that will send you to a random location on the edge of the zone. That's all. Good luck to you all. An expert Imperial Beast Master of the Association, after introducing the detailed rules to the crowd. The crowd stepped into the teleporter outside the boundary. A white light flashed. The student on the transmitter immediately disappeared. To Lin Yen stepped onto the teleporter, and after exchanging glances with Tang Tianyu next to him, both disappeared at the same time. Morning Prison Hill. Freshman Assessment Area. Lin Yen surveyed his surroundings. Pretty standard mountainous area with overgrown bushes, somewhat muddy ground from the recent rain, and dense mountain forests. From time to time, the hissing of magical beasts could be heard. This place is different from those artificially created environments in the replica. It's very real here. Lin Yen took a deep breath. The mountain air was fresh. Come out. Titanic giant ants, blood-winged berserkers. Lin Yen reached out his hand and murmured softly. A large number of wormholes surrounded themselves. Immediately after that, densely packed Titan giant ants and blood-winged berserkers drilled out of the wormhole. Scouting alert. Get the instructions. The blood-winged berserkers immediately flew away in all directions and began to scout the environment here. The Titan giant ants also spread out in all directions, alerting towards Lin Yan's surroundings. If an inconspicuous magical beast was allowed to sneak in and give Lin Yan a shot, that's no use having a million bug soldiers. After confirming that your surroundings are safe, Lin Yan slowly walked towards the center of the area, opening the system panel in the process. Bug Nest Host. Lin Yan. Realm. Silver 6th Order. Nest Level 1. Core Function. Devour any product containing genetic information to breed fusion bug warriors of that gene. Initial ant soldier type. Titan giant ant. Blood-winged bee. Number of bug soldiers. 30,000, 30,000, 15,000 Titan giant ants, 15,000 blood-winged berserkers. Biomass balance, 40,835. Looking at the harvest from the whole night yesterday, Lin Yen was very satisfied, and his sense of security was directly pulled full. To summarize, 30,000 troops of bug soldiers, and 40,000 plus biomass. The reserve strength exceeds the total strength. Even if all the bug soldiers currently roaming the mountains were dead, Lin Yen was also able to pull up another insect army of the same number in a flash. If there's a biomass of tens of millions, as long as the realm gap isn't outrageous, wouldn't it be possible to grind anyone to death? Given the current situation, a realm difference is okay. With a difference of 2 realms, these bug soldiers would have almost no advantage. Just like an adult, dealing with a group of elementary school kids might be exhausting. But against a swarm of ants, there's a lighter that makes for a pleasant afternoon of fun. Suddenly, the blood-winged berserker bees that had flown far ahead sent back news. The magical beasts haven't even met yet, and you've met a familiar face? Lin Yan's face looked a bit strange as he shook his head and laughed. It was a genius of the strength department, whom he had seen before in the freshman representative's copy of the test. The name Lin Yan couldn't even recall. Never mind. It's better to go on your own first. It was now the edge of the low region, and the magical beasts encountered were subsequently resolved for these geniuses. There was no need for Lin Yan's help at all. Lin Yan fixed his mind and locked his gaze on the attribute panels of the Titan giant ant and the blood-winged berserker bee again. Chapter 59. Lin Yan is here. We're saved. The attributes of the Titan giant ant and the blood-winged berserker bee had risen quite a bit more. The 2 types of bug soldiers are also positioned in opposite directions. The blood-winged berserker bee's attack power had increased quite a bit, and its speed was also faster. The Titan giant ant was again adding all of its attribute points to blood, and the level of the bug-tide core that had always puzzled Lin Yan. Still first class. There is also no information that suggests a change. Could it be that my realm is too low? Lin Yan rubbed his chin and said with emotion, I don't know about the leveling up of the wormwave core. What exactly will change? Lin Yan looked at the ant colony at his feet. The meat shield wasn't a meat shield, the warrior wasn't a warrior. Maybe after the leveling up of the wormwave core, Titan giant ants will see a big change, I guess. Forget it. It's useless to think so much. Lin Yan turned back. A translucent curtain of rippling light was slowly approaching towards himself. The tide of insects seemed to sense Lin Yan's change in mood and sped up. Rush towards the center of the area. There are destined to be many people waiting for him there. The hunt, it's on. Left Primrose, what are you doing? Mount Morning in the region of the Great One. A group of students from True Martial University and their respective spirit beasts were surrounded. On the ground lay the corpses of dead magical beasts, the flowing blood blending with the blood on the hands of the spirit beasts. Yang Lang and a few geniuses, with blood spilling from the corners of their mouths, looked angrily at the dozen or so people across the street wearing the insignia of Cinnabar University. Just after stepping into the area, Yang Lang was very lucky to meet several students from the same major. Then it met a dozen or so people from Cinnabar University who were even better away. They are in the process of grouping together to fight the Wraith. Caught off guard and shot in the back. The one leading the way, was Snap, was the second-day talent of Morningstar University's Ace Ice major, only a little worse than the freshman representative of their major. And over here, Yang Lang was the first-day talent of the Fire Department major of True Martial University. If they were to fight one-on-one, they would naturally not be afraid. But they are very much not a martial choice to round up. There's a bit of a disparity in numbers. Yang Lang and the others were defeated in an instant. The Wraith in hand was robbed and the man was beaten. What about it? I just can't stand your True Martial University. Left Primrose sneered. Cinnabar University and Jinwu University have been arch enemies for many years. This leads to students from both schools also looking at each other. The students of Cinnabar University felt that Jinwu University was all a bunch of dead loads. The students of True Martial University felt that Cinnabar University was full of uneducated rich kids. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they see each other. Not to mention before the test begins. The Vice-Chancellor had also specifically instructed them to strike directly at the students of True Martial University when they saw them. So Primrose pressed forward step by step, and an extreme ice sacred eagle of epic bloodline circled above his head. Yang Lang's lava giant rhinoceros, on the other hand, barely stood up, and the speed of the lava flowing from his body slowed down. It was as if he was badly hurt. Hard work. Jan Lang looked grim and patted his old buddy. A few people behind him clenched their teeth in resignation. Brother Yang, are we really going to use the emergency teleporter? Once used, they are also outright disqualified from the tournament, reduced to a bottom-ranked staff. But without using the emergency teleporter, they could be seriously injured, or even the spirit beast's lives were in danger. Including themselves, there's no security cameras here. Even if they die here, can also be shrugged off as a high-ranking magical beast. It can't be helped. We're also unlucky. We can only admit it. It's not a bad loss, we did our best. Yeah, there are too many people on the other side, and we don't have the strength that Brother Yen has. Shame on the school. I can't hold my head up from now on. Hearing the name Lin Yen, Yang Lang sighed with a bleak look in his eyes. In a copy of the freshman representative examination, he listened to the instructions of his professional professors, who traditionally had geniuses from other professions, to target Lin Yen. Although afterward, Lin Yen very generously forgave them. However, he was also very bad in his heart. Same with freshmen. Lin Yen is so powerful and bright. Instead, he's like a gutter rat. After that incident, he even felt that the way people around him looked at him had changed. Don't get cocky, you guys. Yang Lang snorted coldly, his eyes about to spit out fire. I, Lin Yen, the freshman representative of True Martial University, will crush all of you one by one into powder. I'll be waiting for you in the elimination zone. At that time, I hope you dare to fight me one-on-one. Left Primrose sneered indifferently. A loser is not qualified to challenge me. Now, get your ass to the elimination zone. Cold ice feather arrow. An eagle's cry came from the sky, and the temperature around them dropped. An ice arrow descended from the sky, pouring down towards Yang Lang's people. Done. Yang Lang closed his eyes in despair and gritted his teeth. Use the emergency alarm. The crowd fell silent. Is this how it's going to go down? Just as they were about to press the emergency transmitter button, suddenly, a clash of feathers and arrows continued to ring out. The crowd opened their eyes and their mouths dropped open in surprise. See only, the densely packed tail needles shattered all the cold ice feather arrows. For a moment, it seemed like hail was falling from the sky. It's Lin Yen coming. We are saved. One man shouted out directly, his voice agitated. This Lin Yan's signature skill move. They've seen it many times. Yang Lang jerked his head around. The man was seen on a hill. He was in the midst of a mountainous tide of insects, towering over them like a monarch. Watching the battlefield, Swasnap saw that his attack had been interrupted, and was a bit annoyed. Who's there? In fact, he heard the name shouted out by that True Martial University student. It was also the most names he'd heard from out-of-state students since the beginning of the school year. He could only pretend that he didn't recognize Lin Yen. Who is Lin Yin? Do I deserve to know you? One can only wonder at the inexplicable pride of your son. Lin Yen was standing on a small hill. Just now, I got a message back from the blood-winged berserker bee. Saw people I'd seen in previous copies. Lin Yen knew that he was meeting an alumnus. It was going to be go your own way. But the blood-winged berserker bees saw, again, that they were fighting a group of people and falling short. Only then did Lin Yen turn around and back up. Luckily, it came in time. Swasnap saw that Lin Yen didn't say anything and didn't have any intention of hitting on Tianya. The fire came up. Pretend what you're pretending. Isn't it just a bug-type imperial beast master? Looking at these vile bugs, it was estimated that none of the bloodlines were more than elite. Killing them all would feel like dirtying your hands. Don't be gullible, after all. It's the freshman representative of True Martial University. Next to him, a genius from Cinnabar University reminded. I know. Left Primrose growled in a low voice. When the school year first started, he had thought his freshman rep was secure. But I didn't expect to kill out a Xiao Ranran. Still in the same program as him. He grew up soaking in honors and compliments. When you meet something like this, you are directly compared to it. There is a great deal of resentment built up in the mind. Now, he needs to get these grievances out of his system. Together, make sure to take him down in one blow. Swasnap gestured and growled in a low voice to the dozen or so geniuses behind him. Chapter 60. It's time for my offense. One time, a dozen or so divine spirit beasts that came out at the same time. The geniuses of Cinnabar University also offered their strongest killing moves. Sacred Eagle of Extreme Ice, Ice Age, Inferno Demon Lion, Flame Meteor, Sacred Fox of the Mind, Dream Slumber, Split Sky Giant Ape, Broken Back Charge. A bellowing voice rang out. On this battlefield, spiritual energy was almost gathering into a storm. A dozen people released their skills at the same time. Skills that were both brilliant and powerful simultaneously attacked towards the small hill where Lin Yan was. By the looks of it, their target was not only these bug-type spirit beasts, it also included Lin Yan himself. See this scene. Yang Lang and the others not only didn't feel flustered, instead he laughed. This scene was played out just a few days ago. At that time, there were 12 of them in the group. It was also unleashing its skills on Lin Yan at the same time. However, all of those skills were blocked by Lin Yan. Not enough to worry about, although they were outnumbered in our day. But Lin Yan is also much stronger than he was then. Yang Lang said with some emotion. This mountainous mountain of insect system spirit beasts had become much more than before. Just when Yang Lang thought the scene was going to play out again. Suddenly, the faces of Yang Lang's few people changed. The dozen or so people from Cinnabar University were actually releasing large-scale skills. This kind of skill was a great restraint to Lin Yan's sea of insects tactics. A wave of skills that, if properly coordinated, might be able to wipe out all of Lin Yan's bug soldiers. The ones from Cinnabar University, we've used up a lot of their spiritual energy as well. As long as Lin Yan can survive this wave of skills, he'll win. Yang Lang, a few people could only comfort themselves in this way. A dozen skill releases. The temperature was so cold that the air was on the verge of freezing, and a large area of cold ice spread out from the ground. All the trees and rocks we encountered along the way were frozen into ice. The titanic giant ants that were pouring down from the mountains were instantly frozen. It's like a piece of art carved out of ice. Huge shooting star, burning with flames, smashing down towards the hill. The overwhelming impact was accompanied by flaming spatters. It smashed directly into the middle of the Titan giant ant army. At once, Titan giant ants died in pieces. Some meteors smashed towards Lin Yan's position. The Bloodwing Berserker Wasp met it, its tail needles firing frantically towards the meteor. But to no avail. One could only use their physical body to stop those skills that might harm Lin Yan. One time, a variety of skills come and go, and these skills are group damage. All it takes is one hit, and it's a mass death of bug soldiers. Gradually, the number of Titan giant ants and Bloodwing berserkers became less and less. Yang Lang and the others watching from the side were also shocked. I didn't expect that these rich kids from Cinnabar University were really not straw men. That's a lot of strength, too. At this moment, they wanted to go up and help Lin Yan. However, their state and the state of the contracted spirit animal is bad. Even if you go, you're still going to die. Time passes quickly. The dozen or so people from Cinnabar University finally ran out of spiritual energy. The skills of their respective spirit beasts, too, were released and they collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Ice plus fire. Smoke and steam coexisted on the hill that Lin Yan was on. One time, I can't actually see what's going on inside. Definitely dead. Left Primrose sneered. He was pretty sure of the power of the wave of skills just now. Even if it's the Golden Realm, even half a step into the Diamond Realm, one would have to shed a layer of skin without dying. The smoke is clearing. The crowd got a good look inside. Yang Lang's hearts of several people lifted up. They see. Lin Yan stood alone on the hilltop, surrounded by the corpses of Titan giant ants and blood-winged berserkers. If anything, just now he was the emperor of the world. Now he is a prisoner awaiting trial. Run! Use the emergency teleportation charm, Yang Lang shouted. Judging from the reaction and behavior of those people from Left Primrose just now, they had a very sufficient amount of hostility towards Lin Yan. If Lin Yan was stubborn at this point, failure to press the emergency transmitter in time, there's a good chance we'll die here. Brother Yan, go. Leave us alone. Let's hold them off. Go out there and tell everyone that we're not just pussies who are just harboring a bunch of people. Tell my mom I love her. The crowd was determined to hold them off. Give Lin Yan a chance to escape. So Snap squinted, in a soothing mood. What about student representatives? Still defeated by himself, and now he has to dust himself off and roll to the elimination zone? Freshman representative, nothing more. Is this the bug soldier you're so proud of? It's just a small path after all. These bug soldiers. I assume you've been saving them hard for a long time, wanting to make a splash at this examination? Ha 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 ha. It's a shame that we accidentally killed them all. This shows what kind of goods the other students of true Marshall University are. Get your ass to the elimination zone. Don't get in Grandpa's way here. Snap was very arrogant, though their spirit beasts would all be exhausted as well. But in front of Yang Lang's few people and Lin Yen, there was still crushing battle power. Especially Lin Yen. Without the spirit animal, there was no difference between it and an ordinary person. Brother Yen, let's go. Yang Lang forced a smile. It's humiliating, but it's the truth. At this very moment, their true Marshall University, even if it was a complete failure in this examination. Without Lin Yen, the geniuses from other true Marshall Universities simply couldn't defeat the freshman representatives from other schools. Go? Where to? Lin Yan's smile was tinged with doubt as he looked at Snapdragon. And this passerby? Were you just talking to me? Roadrunner? Snap froze for a moment, then reacted that he was talking about himself. The annoyance in his heart increased, and with a sneer, if you don't get your ass to the elimination zone, you won't be able to leave at all. Chirp! The extreme ice sacred eagle let out a cry and flapped its wings and flew. Towards Lin Yen, who was still standing on the hilltop, he lunged. You asked for it, go to hell. The left primrose gave a sardonic laugh. Yang Lang and the others were shocked and watched the scene too late to make a sound. Could it be that Lin Yen is going to be accounted for here today? Suddenly, mutations happen. Only Lin Yen raised his arms as if performing some sort of mysterious ritual. Immediately after, mountains and mountains of wormholes appeared. Next, the densely packed Titan giant ants and blood-winged berserkers reappeared. The number is not at all less than before. You were the ones who did it earlier, now? Lin Yen looked at Snapdragon and the others with an expressionless face. It's time for my offense. A chill crept up the back of the left primrose's neck. He lost his voice as if he had just reacted. Come back quickly, Extreme Ice Sacred Eagle. But so late, just as the Extreme Ice Sacred Eagle turned around and returned to fly back in the direction of Snap. He was about to reach the distance to retrieve the Imperial Beast space. Next, countless tail needles shot towards the Extreme Ice Saint Eagle. No! The left primrose was in a rage. The Extreme Ice Sacred Eagle flying in the sky slowly fell like a kite with a broken string, to the distance of retrieving the Imperial Beast space. But left Snap can't take it back. The Sacred Eagle of Extreme Ice is dead. Chapter 61 Paying for Life. The Extreme Ice Sacred Eagle, just like that, died. The cold body lay in front of Snap. Left Primrose was also baffled and froze for a moment. The sudden change was too much for him to accept. Why would this insect system summon another huge number of insect system armies in a flash? Is he, or is he not human? He's practically evil. Snap looked at Lin Yen with wide eyes. The several geniuses from Cinnabar University behind him were also confused. Didn't see this coming at all, just as they hesitated to take Snap first. Suddenly, there was a rumble in the ground. They were horrified to find out. The mountain across the street moved. To be precise, it was the army of insect-type spirit beasts that roamed the mountains that moved. The densely packed insect-type spirit beasts were madly surging towards their side. The aura was the same as earlier. Primrose and the others instantly had their scalps tingling, subconsciously trying to resist. However, he realized that the spiritual energy within his body had already been drained in the wave of skills just now. Now, inside their bodies, not a single bit of spiritual energy was left. Even if you take medicine that restores your spiritual energy. Nor could they rush to unleash their skills before this army of insect spirit beasts came to tear themselves and the others apart. Done. A dozen geniuses, these two words of despair instantly resounded in their minds. They also have only two choices. It's either that or stay here and die. Either use the emergency teleporter. Yang Lang and the others, seeing this sudden attack and defense change shape on the battlefield. After being confused for a moment, he was overjoyed. Didn't realize Lin Yen was actually in this situation. There's a backhand? What a horrible man. Yang Lang thought in his heart, somehow a little frustrated again. I actually presumed to make an enemy of him before. He is destined to be the mighty man who leads an era, lapping at the shore of a terrifying wave. And me, Primrose, the rest of the geniuses, and the freshman representatives from each school are just small fry, doomed to be wrapped up in a giant wave and lapped to the shore. Yang Lang looked at the man who was in the middle of the insect tide, motionless. The Beast Master, when the same is true. From now on, I am Lord Lin Yan's absolute fan. This time, Yang Lang's eyes sparkled as he spoke the words out. A few people behind him were not surprised and agreed with a smile. Yeah, I'm even a little glad that I volunteered for True Martial University at that time, to be able to have the honor of going to the same school as Lin Yan. I used to think that I was the greatest genius, and that there would definitely be a place for me among the top Imperial Beast Masters of this world, but now it seems that the top Imperial Beast Masters should be like Lin Yan. In the past, I was always angry and irritated because I lost to your other geniuses, but for some reason, I don't think like that at all in front of Brother Yan. Because the gap between us is too big. There's no need for everyone to feel inferior, we're all equally geniuses amongst ordinary people. Brother Zhai is a genius amongst geniuses. It's not the same. Look, those guys from Left Primrose are running. It's bad. Let's go after it. What are you chasing after? Can't you see that Brother Yan's insect spirit beasts have already moved? This time Zwa Snapdragon and the others are really planted. Honestly speaking, Zwa Snapdragon is indeed powerful. If I were to fight him one-on-one, I really don't have a clue in my heart. It's said that Zwa Primrose is only the second-place winner of Cinnabar University's Ace Ice Major. Do you know who the first-place winner is? Don't sell yourself short at this point, Racer. First place, a girl named Xiao Ranran. She's the freshman representative of this term of Cinnabar University. Female. How is that possible? Several people were shocked in unison, and even Yang Lang turned back his head, somewhat surprised. It's not that there's any discrimination against female sentinels, and it's really a female sentinel who wants to overwhelm the crowd and become the freshman representative. It is no less difficult than the insect sentinel beastmaster became the freshman representative of their true martial university. No matter what, that Xiao Ranran is definitely a demon. Whatever demon she is, she's definitely no match for Brother Yan. What if Xiao Ranran and the representatives of the other two freshmen unite against Brother Yan? Freshman representatives can all be demons, even if they are Yan. We're not just a bunch of assholes. If that happens, we'll fight them even if we have to risk our lives, Yang Lang said with a cold snort. You have successfully killed level 27 epic level bloodline extreme ice sacred eagle. Biomass plus 54. Experience plus 1080. Looking at the kill information that popped up in front of him, Lin Yan sighed. It's a little heartbreaking. This wave had cost him a full 30,000 troops. I didn't expect these few people from Cinnabar University to be so difficult to deal with. At full strength, the combination of skills actually managed to completely destroy his insect army. But fortunately, he's still holding back. The entire force was replenished in time. But now, with his biomass, he's down to just over 10,000. You'll just have to save it. The magical beasts in this area were no better than the copies of that desert map. Here the wraiths need to be found and killed. Not only were they few in number, but in case they encountered a powerful magical beast, they would have to tangle with it. It's time-consuming, but the mummy wraith in that desert map, it's almost inexhaustible. They'll kill a certain number and powerful pharaoh wraiths will appear. But, until then, there's enough to get a lot of biomass, too. Ahead, the dozen or so people of Zwa Primrose could not run away from the Titan giant ants and blood-winged berserkers after all. The densely packed insect army surrounded the dozen or so people. The spiritual energy on the dozen or so people were all depleted, and the spirit beasts didn't have any decent fighting power left. In front of an army of tens of thousands, there was no room for resistance. Zwa Primrose broke free from his left and right restraints, gritted his teeth and unwillingly shouted at Lin Yan, who was standing on the mountain. Do you want to drive out the whole world? Come on then. I'm afraid of you. The genius beside him immediately covered his mouth. It's that time of year. There's no point in talking tough. It only provokes the other side. You must be Lin Yan, the freshman representative of True Martial University. I've heard a lot about you. A genius who just seemed to be well-mannered stepped out and smiled. Indeed, I have heard a lot about you. At the school, there were pictures of Lin Yan plastered on the magical beast models in the training grounds. Cinnabar University had long since allowed the students to build up animosity towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan stood on the mountain, his hands clasping his chest without speaking. Instead of feeling embarrassed, the man said, It's also the rules of the tournament, and we're all in this kind of conflict because we have to deal with the Easterlings who are coming soon. In fact, between us, there's no deep hatred. There's no need to kill everyone. If you are willing to let us off the hook, we are willing to offer all the resources on our bodies, said. The man turned and gestured to the crowd behind him. The crowd nodded helplessly. With a crash, he took out all the valuable things on his body and put them on the ground. Chapter 62. What do you mean we meet again? I don't dare to say that these things are worth a lot of money, but on the market it's still easy to sell $1 or $2 million. The literate genius said. Yang Lang and the others were instantly taught, fearing that Lin Yen would let them off the hook. These Cinnabar University human-faced contraptions were going to kill them just now. They had their emergency transmitters out at the time. Now you're telling me this? But Yang Lang and the others raised their heads and looked towards Lin Yen, who was standing motionless on the mountain. After opening his mouth, he couldn't say anything after all. After all, it was Lin Yen who defeated them. To go or to stay, to kill or to die. It was all up to Lin Yen alone. Outsiders are in no position to intervene and make decisions. And so, regardless of whether it was Cinnabar University or True Martial University, this was all uniformly waiting for Lin Yan's attitude. The dozen or so people on Cinnabar University's side were also swallowing their saliva nervously. Take the emergency transmitter in your hand. Be ready to press run at any time, but not as a last resort. They definitely don't want to go out there either. All geniuses, the best in their respective specialties. It didn't take long to get started and it was eliminated. How can I face the school in the future? At this point, waiting for the crowd whose hearts were about to jump out of their throats. Finally, the results. Could be. Lin Yen maneuvered the titanic giant ants and carried up all the valuable things. There's a lot of stuff, but none of it is big. A backpack just fits. You won't be so lucky the next time we meet. Lin Yen said indifferently, as if he had even yawned. What arrogance. So Primrose looked at Lin Yen on the hill and thought thus. When I gather a large force and then unite with Xiao Ranran, let's see if you still dare to be this arrogant then. I'll make you regret letting us go this time. Humph. So Snap snorted coldly. Let's go. See this scene. Yang Lang and the others were a bit disappointed. I didn't expect Lin Yen to actually be willing to let them go. Could it be that even someone like Lin Yen would inevitably be attracted to money? Forget about it. Let's also recuperate. A fight could break out at any time next. After that, they planned to follow Lin Yen towards the center of the region first. The spiritual energy in them needed to be restored. If we encounter another imperial beast master from another school, or a magical beast, they could really use the emergency teleporter. At this point, Lin Yen, who was standing on the hilltop, suddenly spoke again, and, wait! The dozen or so people from Cinnabar University felt a chill run down their backs and hurriedly turned back, only to see that the surrounding insect spirit beasts didn't disperse and still surrounded them. Lin Yen looked down at them from his perch, the expression on his face inscrutable. Hello guys, again? So Primrose and the well-mannered genius, simultaneously staring wide-eyed and frozen. What do you mean? What do you mean we meet again? Hello, we just turned around. We're just... The literate genius just opened his mouth. Lin Yen, who was standing on the hilltop, waved his hand in direct impatience and, do it! In an instant, the insect system hordes that were densely surrounding them suddenly moved. The geniuses of Cinnabar University had their scalps turned numb. One genius was so nervous and scared that he just pressed the emergency transmitter. The rest of the world was going to fight for another wait and see. A companion teleported away beside him. Bad feelings and thoughts also rose in their hearts. Why did you teleport away? Did you see something? Or did the bugs really hurt them? I'm outta here too. One time, waves of light from the transmitter flashed up one after another. So Primrose and the well-mannered genius exchanged glances. Both of them had hatred in their eyes. This Lin Yen was just too inappropriate. The deal was to let them go after taking the money. I didn't expect to turn my face away. Forget it. Let's go. It's humiliating, but it's the truth. Watch everyone around you go off with an emergency teleporter. So Snap was going to put in a harsh word. But looking down, a titanic giant ant had crawled to his feet. Frightened, he immediately used the emergency teleporter and teleported straight away. See this scene. Yang Lang and the others were also dumbfounded. I didn't realize that there was a reversal. They all looked in unison at Lin Yen on top of the mountain. He didn't half change his mood. It seems that no matter whether they fight with the left Primus, all the bug soldiers die in battle, accept the money to let them go, and then backtrack and force them to leave by trickery. It's a series of things. Lin Yen all seem to be doing something as simple as drinking water. Obviously, they just took their ransom money, and the next second they flip out. Brother Yen is still really no restraints and no restrictions. A genius from true Martial University pulled the corner of his mouth. He swallowed the word shameless, commented on Lin Yen. Yang Lang patted his shoulder and said with emotion, "Be glad that we're on the same side as Brother Yen now." Mount Morning at the foot of the mountain. The lead principals and professors from each school gathered to chat. Looking at the empty elimination zone, a couple of the principals laughed and, "This year's students are all doing very well. How long has it been since they've been in? And surprisingly, no one has been eliminated yet." Yes, this is a good thing. The talent and strength of the Imperial Beastmasters is getting higher and higher. It's still the freshman representative that does a good job with this policy. And the students have a goal to keep moving forward. But we should also pay attention to the scale. What if the freshman representatives are too strong and make the people behind them despair? Oh, if there really is such a person, it would be a good thing on the contrary. Yes, once this kind of character appears, then our Dragon Kingdom will have another divine-level beast royal master. That's true, you guys. Which school students will be the first to be eliminated later? A professor asked with a grin. It's the most cliched program they have every time a four-school exam is given. Presidents and professors of major schools are happy to participate in such topics. I'll offer 1,000, and the University of the Arctic's first to be eliminated. 5,000, and I'm betting on Jubilee Universities being the first to be eliminated. Oh, 6,000, bet on Zhenwu University. The crowd, present, bet on it. But there were already a dozen people betting on it. Yet no one is going to bet on Cinnabar University to be eliminated first. This is not only Cinnabar University, which has risen to prominence in recent years. The vice-chancellor of Cinnabar University is somewhat unable to joke. There's another reason. The student council of Cinnabar University will come up with a monetary bribe in the event of losing a match. Never avoided the use of emergency transmitters, although there is some suspicion of playfulness. But who made the students of Cinnabar University rich? Any watch is a year's worth of expenses for a student at any other school. 10,000. I'll bet on Cinnabar University to be the first to be eliminated. Zhao Dinghua snorted coldly. Just now he choked with the vice-chancellor of Cinnabar University. Now also, I don't want to spoil him at all. The vice-chancellor of Cinnabar University sneered a little. $50,000. I bet on True Martial University to be the first to be eliminated. He explained it before the regional assessment. See the direct action of the True Martial Arts University. He believed that the first to be eliminated would likely be True Martial University. At this point, a light flashed in the elimination zone. The crowd was suddenly sitting upright, looking intently at the first person to be eliminated. What school is he actually from? Chapter 63's was Snapdragon, who was beaten and cried. The light disappeared from the figures in the elimination zone. The crowd immediately poked their heads in. Even Zhao Dinghua and the president of Cinnabar University were so nervous that they got up. Look to the one in the elimination zone. It's from Cinnabar University. Zhao Dinghua was instantly relieved and overjoyed. Ha 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 ha. The first one to be eliminated is you, Cinnabar University, willing to bet and pay up. The vice-chancellor of Cinnabar University looked at the student in the elimination zone with gloomy eyes. He recognized the student, the genius of the fire major. The strength is pretty impressive. Why you? The fire genius opened his mouth and lowered his head without saying a word. The vice-chancellor of Cinnabar University closed his eyes and took out a card and slammed it on the table. Zhao Dinghua also did not polite with him, and cheerfully took the card. There are also gaps between geniuses. Thank you, Principal Liu, for your generosity now. The vice-chancellor of Cinnabar University snorted coldly. Put away your little man face. It's just bad luck. Next, I can guarantee that it will be you, True Martial University, who will suffer heavy losses. Zhao Dinghua skimmed his lips and didn't pick up on it. Cinnabar University was very popular these years, and it had to do with their arrogant and unscrupulous school spirit. And the students of Cinnabar University are either rich or wealthy. There's some talent that doesn't work, but you can pile it on with money. And up front, The power of this money pile is still terrifying. Even if my students lose, it will be standing. Unlike you, a bunch of money slaves. The vice-chancellor of Cinnabar University sneered twice. Zhao Dinghua, what do you think I just did? Upon entering the area, my students will abandon the students from other schools and directly besiege where true martial university is. This is a grudge between you and me, and a destiny between Cinnabar and true martial. Zhao Dinghua frowned, his expression serious. If that's the case, Cinnabar University and Jinwu University are in a dead heat. Then even if you win, you won't make it to the end. Heartless mad dog, Zhao Dinghua cursed. The elimination zone suddenly teleported out another large silhouette. It looked like there had to be a dozen of them. The crowd rose to their feet, their faces astonished. In this case, either a high-level magical beast was encountered. Either that or they've been surrounded by other players who have been reunited. Ha 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 ha, Zhao Dinghua see. Vice Principal Tatsumi let loose with a big laugh. How about losing a measly amount of money to your district? It's you, Jinwu University, that's going to lose now. Zhao Dinghua looked at the elimination zone with worry. If it's really like what Vice Principal Tatsumi said, then the dozen or so that were eliminated this time. Mostly it's really your own students. What a loss. Zhao Dinghua lamented a sentence. The figures in the elimination zone are becoming clear. The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw the identities of the dozen or so eliminated contestants. Eliminate this dozen or so people in the district. Surprisingly, all of them were players from Cinnabar University. What? Vice Principal Tatsuo once again clapped his hands and couldn't control his expression. How he didn't expect it. Surprisingly, it was the Tatsunoshi University player who was eliminated from the tournament. And it's still more than a dozen people out together. Vice Principal Tatsuo was stunned and saw an extremely familiar person in the elimination crowd. Left snap. Why are you here? Shocked, Vice Principal Tenzin came to the second-generation talent in the ice major and, can it be that we've encountered some high-level magical beast? Behind them, the crowd from the 4 major schools also pricked up their ears and listened. Zhao Dinghua grinned. This Cinnabar University is really unlucky. I can't believe a dozen people were eliminated at once. Now that's definitely last place overall. When Zhao Primrose saw the vice-chancellor and all the professors, all of a sudden the aggression welled up in his heart. It's not Wraith, it's... Vice Principal Tatsuo had a not-so-good feeling and asked, what is it, you tell me? Zhao Snap gritted his teeth, and tears flowed indisputably out of his eyes. It's Lin Yen. It was he alone who defeated the 16 of us. Wow. The scene instantly exploded with disbelief. A flicker of confusion flashed across Vice Principal Tatsuo's face. 1 against 16? Even if the most talented Xiao Ran from Cinnabar University came, could she do it? I'm afraid the answer is no. What about Lin Yen? Is he seriously injured? Vice Principal Tatsuya asked again hastily. Didn't realize. Zhao Primrose shook his head, tears of resignation crossing his face as he. No, he's intact. He's a monster, a devil. There were too many bugs, tens of thousands of them. We fought as hard as we could to kill them all. And he summoned tens of thousands more. The left Primrose was emotionally uptight and seemed to recall some painful memory. Talking with a twitch. Vice Principal Tatsumi couldn't get a word in edgewise. Returning to the podium and sitting down, he closed his eyes and contemplated something. The crowd didn't want to touch him at this time either. Have moved away from him and walked over to Zhao Dinghua to congratulate him. Lao Zhao, okay, another tiger general. Why do you think you're picking off all the good seedlings? This was Snapdragon is also a complete genius. Placed in the past is the proper freshman representative, the first person in the same class. Hee, I didn't expect a lot of geniuses to come out this term. Let's not talk about Xiao Ran of Cinnabar University, who was able to overwhelm Zhao Snapdragon. Lin Yen from True Martial University actually directly beat him to tears. The time is not right. That's his fate. The matter of Zhao Snapdragon being beaten and cried by Lin Yen spread quickly. And at that moment, Lin Yen, who was continuing to advance in the region, didn't know about this mess. Brother Yen, the count is done. 25 students have been brought together. Yang Lang trotted over to Lin Yen and reported. Lin Yen nodded and glanced behind him. More than 20 freshman runners from the True Martial Arts University followed their own pace with joy. None of them summoned spirit beasts. Instead, it was like a schoolboy's field trip. Take out your emergency food from your backpack and eat it while you chat. If Lin Yen had ordered a break to adjust, they'll pull out the blankets and set up the fried chicken in a heartbeat. Haha. Everyone trusts Brother Yen. As an old man who was more familiar with Lin Yen, Yang Lang was naturally able to follow him around. Everyone knows the strength of Brother Yen. Being able to follow you is the equivalent of being guaranteed a spot in the final round. Lin Yen smiled a little, after they finished with the left Primrose and the others, all the way to the center of the region. When you meet a magical beast, you just run right over it all the way. Meet the alumni and get sucked into the big team. And meet players from other schools without having to make a move. Seeing such a large group of people and hearing Lin Yan's name, they fled far away. Suddenly, the Bloodwing Berserker bee, who was in charge of scouting at the front, sent a message. A high-ranked magical beast of enormous size was heading this way. At this moment, the message of the blood-winged berserker bee's death also kept popping up. It should be the magical beast that sensed that the blood-winged berserker bees were scouting. A direct shot to obliterate. Lin Yen was endowed in his heart and hastily withdrew the scouting blood-winged berserkers. Everyone get ready to fight. The crowd behind them quieted down when they heard Lin Yen speak. After freezing for a few seconds, they summoned their spirit beasts. Chapter 64 Toothed Mammoth. Speech, what's the situation? Yang Lang had recovered most of his spiritual energy by now. Summoning his spirit beast, he looked around warily. The 20-odd talented contestants behind them also summoned their spirit beasts out. At once, this small forest was filled with all kinds of spirit beasts and was very crowded. Lin Yan's Titan giant ants and blood-winged berserkers, on the other hand, were scattered everywhere. It appears unremarkable. It's probably a high-level magical beast. It must be at least level 30. Lin Yan's face was grave as he stopped and waited for it to arrive. 30? Yang Lang and the people behind him looked at each other and lost their voices a bit. Brother Yen, let's run. Level 30 is equivalent to a Diamond Realm Imperial Beast Master. Having crossed 2 great realms, the number of people is no longer meaningful. The crowd behind them also gulped, a little scared. That was level 30. When converted into a Royal Beastmaster, it was a Diamond Realm Great Royal Beastmaster. This was also the threshold for joining the Imperial Beastmaster Association. It's nice to go out and be addressed as a Grand Imperial Beastmaster. Yeah, Brother Yen, we're aiming for the rankings. It's pointless to stay here and fight him to the death. Even if we all go together and can win the fight, we'll still lose a lot of money. Yeah. Doesn't that cheapen the other 3 schools for nothing? Let's just go. The crowd said in a chorus of voices. There is only one central idea. That is, run. Didn't realize. Lin Yen, however, shook his head. As soon as the crowd saw Lin Yen shaking his head, their hearts sank to the bottom. They all knew Lin Yan's temper. Once something is determined, no one can change it. Yang Lang looked around and was a little anxious. The beast didn't know when it would scurry out and swallow them in one gulp. For what, brother word? Lin Yan's eyes vaguely carried the intent of battle. It's on to us, we can't get away. And it's wounded. We have a chance to finish it off. Hearing this, the crowd grew relieved. So you're hurt. However, a magical beast of this level was not something they could deal with. The lion's share of the combat power still had to come from Lin Yen. They can only play support on the fringes. Prepare for battle, Lin Yen suddenly shouted. Spiritual energy was pooling in everyone's bodies, ready to strike at any time. Next, a huge elephant magical beast violently rushed out. East of the region, more than 30 talented players from Cinnabar University gathered around, seemingly waiting for something. And in the center of the crowd was a small, unassuming girl. It was the freshman representative of Cinnabar University, Xiao Ranran. At this point, a teenager came to Xiao Ranran's side with his head hanging down, his tone sad. Sorry, Sister Ren. I lost you. Teenagers are geniuses in the auxiliary department. Not much of a fighter, but the spirit beast prophet dogs are great at tracking. Just now, Xiao Ranran and the others met a magical beast that was over 40. Xiao Ranran led the crowd and struck out brazenly. In one fell swoop, that high-level magical beast was injured. Although that magical beast was large in size, its escape speed was fast. Xiao Ranran couldn't catch up and could only let the teenager who was good at tracking to determine the location, then contact them to chase them down. But, to no one's surprise, that magical beast turned back a sword blade and wounded the seer dog. The teenager wiped a tear from his eye and stroked the prophet dog's head. Xiao Ranran looked over. A deep gash was still bleeding from the prophet dog's face. The nose has been hurt. Can't take up tracking duties anymore. That's okay, you can have this one. Xiao Ranran squatted down, stroked the prophet dog's head, and took out a pill. Intermediate sword wound medicine, not expensive. But few people keep such things on hand. Thank you. Thank you, Sister Ren. The teenager was moved to take the pills. Actually, Xiao Ranran's family conditions were not good in Cinnabar University, even in a more downward position. The Xiao family was now in the midst of a storm and could be liquidated at any time. Most of the family's money and resources are going to be for the present moment. And Xiao Ranran is the future of the Xiao family. But it's a shame. The Xiao family can only take care of the present at this time, not the future. So, Xiao Ranran was able to stand firm in Cinnabar University, where money and background were honored, become the representative of the freshmen, and be loved by so many people. This hard power is evident. Sister Ran, that magical beast went towards a forest in the west. The teenager put the pills in his pocket and continued. That magical beast is injured. Its speed will definitely slow down. If we're lucky, we might even be able to catch it. Although they were also not in favor of fighting this ridiculously high-realm magical beast. But it couldn't hold up to Xiao Ranran's attempts to strike it down. They, as a group, had to play along with her. Okay, thank you. Xiao Ranran nodded and smiled sweetly at the teenager. The teenager suddenly blushed a bright red, bashfully waving his hands. At this moment, a tall genius walked over, frowning, and, "Why don't we just head towards the center of the region?" Leaving aside the magical beasts for now, as far as I know, Lin Yan, the freshman representative of True Martial University, is in that direction. I'm afraid. Xiao Ranran shook her head. With me, there's nothing to fear. That demonic beast dared to strike at you all. I am bound to kill it. As for Lin Yan, if we meet him, maybe this examination will end early. Go. Having said that, Xiao Ranran tossed her double ponytail and headed towards the west side of the area. The tall genius sighed and still chose to follow Xiao Ranran's pace. The crowd behind him immediately followed with great vigor. Spread out, don't go hard. Lin Yan commanded the crowd, maneuvering the Titan giant ants one by one in a suicidal attack towards this demonic beast. There is no way. This tooth-blade mammoth demon beast, although in an injured state, the residual ice spirit power on its body was still eroding its blood and speed. But after all, the realm was here. They hit it is scraping. But Toothblade Mammoth hit them. But any graze is a death. It doesn't even have to be a skill. By relying on ordinary attacks alone, he could instantly second all the geniuses present. Lin Yan maneuvered the Titan giant ant's suicidal attack to catch the Toothblade Mammoth in the act. The crowd wandered around the battlefield, trying to find opportunities to attack. Dragged out for a long time, the toothy-bladed mammoth also realized that the vile humans seemed to be playing with themselves. A hair trigger. Regardless of the charge of the Titan giant ants or the skills of the other Imperial Beastmasters. Staring at the damage, he rushed straight to Lin Yan. The Toothblade Mammoth's instantaneous burst of speed. Even Lin Yan almost didn't react. While his scalp was numb, he hastily mobilized the Titan giant ant to return to defense. Move! Just as the toothed-bladed mammoth crashed through the titanic giant ant's block, its massive tusks flashed with a chilling light. Long-bladed teeth as they crashed towards Lin Yan. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared. The light-scale dragon descended from the sky, and a slowdown skill was applied to the Toothblade Mammoth. Take advantage of that half-second of control. Qin Ruoyu dragged Lin Yan to escape the Toothblade Mammoth's attack range. Chapter 65 The Prey. Why are you here? Upon seeing Qin Ruoyu, Lin Yan was overjoyed. I didn't expect to meet her here. Qin Ruoyu glared at Lin Yan, her tone ferocious. If you want to die, just say so, and I'll find the connections to euthanize you. What do you think? Messing with a 40-odd level magical beast? Do you believe it or not? If I come one step too late, you won't even be able to keep a whole body. Lin Yan smiled. Not so much. Qin Ruoyu raised her fist without any good humor, trying to get a hard hit on Lin Yan's head. But seeing that there were so many other people watching, again he put his fist down resentfully. It's just as well you're here, I'm more certain. Maraud around and wait for my command. Lin Yan laughed and directly maneuvered the Titan giant ant and the blood-winged berserker wasp. Regularly attack towards the toothy-bladed mammoth. The tooth-blade mammoth was already a bit angry after his plan failed just now. Now seeing these little bugs have the nerve to attack themselves. He was so angry that he ignored the attacks. The body became a full double in size. A pair of sharp, glistening ivory tusks also carried a sword blade, killing towards Lin Yan. The two blood-wing berserkers grabbed Lin Yan's shoulders and quickly shifted to avoid this attack. Shouted, "It's now! Attack the back with all your might!" The crowd had waited so long for Lin Yan's instructions. At once, he mobilized his entire body's spiritual energy and prepared to give this demonic beast a hard blow. A wide variety of skills are poised to be utilized. Qin Ruoyu hesitated for a moment before releasing her spiritual energy. The light-scale dragon unleashed one of its most lethal skills and attacked the back of the tooth-blade mammoth. Boom! In an instant, more than 20 of the strongest skills were put together. It exploded. Ow! The toothy-bladed mammoth wailed at once, dropping some more of its already unhealthy blood. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and shouted again. Blood-winged mad bees, blood rain pouring down. Instantly, more than 10,000 blood-wing berserkers were instantly agitated. The tail pin shoots out in the same direction over and over. This time, the densely packed tail pin did not bounce off. Instead, it was rooted directly into the toothy-bladed mammoth. It's finally working! Lin Yan excitedly waved his fist. Just now, the blood-wing berserker wasp's attack couldn't even break the tooth-blade mammoth's epidermal defense. Now, this elephant is angry. Unleash the skill, although the size becomes larger and the attack power and range become greater, but at the cost of lower defense. This was what gave Lin Yan the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The skill of the blood-winged berserker bee is noble percentage damage. Rely on this to completely grind the tooth-blade mammoth to death. Otherwise, a magical beast of this level enters the final state of blood rage. There will be no one here who is a match for it. You have successfully killed a level 39 legendary bloodline toothblade mammoth, plus 800 biomass, plus 16,000 experience. The kill message popped up. Lin Yan was confused. How could there be so many? Could it be that the level gap is too big and the system is giving a bonus? With an influx of experience, Lin Yan had also risen to the silver 7th rank. Legendary bloodline that can be devoured. Lin Yan immediately thought of this layer. At this point, the system also appeared with a select button for whether or not to devour it. Lin Yan was in no hurry to choose. Instead, he maneuvered the Titan giant ant and slowly lifted the body of the toothblade mammoth. The common ant in nature can easily lift something several times heavier than itself. This toothblade mammoth carcass isn't that big. Lin Yan decided to bring it out to a place where no one was around before devouring it. After all, it was one of his own cards. Can't be exposed to people yet. The crowd was not surprised to see this scene, and laughed and, "Speech wants to bring this trophy out, good idea. This is a nearly level 40 magical beast. This is something you can blow for the rest of your life. If it were up to me, I'd take the beast around the school. Oh no, around the city. Now, I'll see who dares to question Brother Yan's position as the number 1 person of his peers. I heard that the freshman representative of Cinnabar University is a woman. It's just right to be a little assistant for Brother Yan." "Hush, don't say it. Can't you see that Qin Rankflower is here?" The crowd was murmuring, completely unconcerned that Lin Yan had taken the credit for killing the toothblade mammoth all by himself. In their opinion, all by themselves, they are just playing on the sidelines and assisting. Drawing fire, commanding, and the final blow were all done by Lin Yan. Lin Yan naturally got the most credit. But Lin Yan couldn't think like that. "Take out the loot you seized from Left Primrose." It was handed out to the congregation. "Everyone, don't mind, and thank you for playing along with me." The crowd was overjoyed to get the loot. This is all brand name stuff and worth a lot of money. And they didn't really play hard to get. Even the frontal battlefield Lin Yan didn't dare to let them on, attracting all the hatred by himself. "Thank you, Brother Yan. This thing costs tens of thousands of dollars now. You're too kind. We didn't do anything. This is too expensive." That's the way Brother Yan works. There's meat to be eaten when you follow him, and there's only a dead end when you stand in his way. Send a friend to show off. The crowd gained an unexpected harvest and became even more grateful to Lin Yan. Lin Yan didn't care about this stuff either. It's worth a couple $1,000,000 total, but not so much if you sell it at used prices. If you give it away, it's not a bad deal at all. Besides, he's not really short of money right now. He's got over $1 million in his hand right now. There's still a $1 million bet on Xinlei's side. Lin Yan had long since regarded this $1 million as his own property. Qin Ruoyu watched the crowd divide the spoils, and also learned from Lin Yan what had just happened. There was no objection to Lin Yan's approach either. It just rejected Lin Yan's move to give her a share of the loot. I didn't do anything either. No need to give me points. Besides, I don't like second-hand stuff. When she said this, Qin Ruoyu's eyes made Lin Yan uncomfortable. Could it be a metaphor for something? Lin Yan couldn't figure it out. The group continued on their way. Next to them, densely packed Titan giant ants were carrying the corpses of the toothblade mammoths. Just got out of the grove. At this point, a large group of people appeared in front of the crowd. Looking at the school emblem on his chest, it was none other than a player from Cinnabar University. Be careful, that girl is Xiao Ranran. Qin Ruoyu stood beside Lin Yan and whispered. Lin Yan sized up the lead girl to see if they were going to fight or not. If he did, his own group would certainly accompany him. If they don't do it, then they themselves will lead the crowd to the center of the region. But the two sides were at a standstill for a while. It was Xiao Ranran who took the lead in breaking the deadlock and questioned in a cold voice. You killed my prey? The crowd knows who is being talked about. One after another, they placed their eyes on Lin Yan. On Xiao Ranran's side, she didn't need to be told. She had seen Lin Yan's battle video herself. Could be said that he was more than familiar with Lin Yan. Your prey, Lin Yan sneered. Get out of the way or I'll send you down to meet it. Chapter 66. Single Combat. The people of Cinnabar University were enraged when they heard this. They all pointed at Lin Yan and cursed. Rampant. How dare you talk to Sister Ran like that? Who do you think you are? If you dare to speak out of turn again, believe it or not, we'll kill you. We injured this toothblade mammoth, and after following it for half a day, you must give us an explanation. Apologize to Sister Ran first, or I'm not done with you. If you have the balls to drop the emergency teleporter, I'm going to fight you one-on-one. A talented player from Cinnabar University went up excitedly. Lin Yan glanced at him and took out his own emergency teleporter. In full view of the public, it was crushed with direct force. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air and stared in disbelief. Qin Ruoyu also froze for a moment. You're crazy? Do you know what you're doing? Lin Yan shook his head. Can't use it. Then he looked at the player and asked with a cold smile. Come on. Drop your emergency teleporter too and let's go one-on-one. The talented player from Cinnabar University was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Lin Yan to be so daring. He just wanted to brush his favor in front of Xiao Ranran and pretend to be a pussy in the process. Didn't realize. Lin Yan had directly roasted him on the fire with this move. You! Lin Yan's strength was spread all over the 4 major schools. A super perverted demon with strength that completely outclassed his peers. Even the sophomore student council members cleaned up. Such a character. Having him, an ordinary genius, go one-on-one with him was no different from committing suicide. You go back. Xiao Ranran frowned at him and took half a step to block in front of him. Lin Yan. I'm Xiao Ranran from Cinnabar University. This prey was wounded by me, but it's cheap and I'll let it go. Let's each take a step back and let's go. Xiao Ranran didn't want to start a conflict with Lin Yan just yet, although there were many people on their side. But it's hard to tell if it's really a fight. Playing it safe and going to the regional center now to get a good position is the right thing to do. Just as she was about to leave, suddenly, a player from Cinnabar University shouted, Where did you get your stuff? Only then did the crowd place their eyes on the things in the crowd's hands on Lin Yan. These trophies are mostly limited edition, one of a kinds that are worth a lot of money. That player is usually closer to left primrose. A quick glance shows that a lot of it is left primrose. What's going on? Xiao Ranran's heart tightened when she saw that there was another problem. The player found his backbone and poured out his beans. Sister Ranran. The things in their hands belonged to Zhua Primrose and the others. What? Xiao Ranran looked over. Can it be that the left primrose has met them and has been defeated? Lin Yan also admitted it greatly. They did beg me to take these things. Xiao Ranran's heart tightened. It seemed that Zhua Snapdragon and the others had been defeated. Cinnabar University had gotten off to a bad start, and she needed to save some face. What about left primrose and the others? She knew that some students at Cinnabar University would turn in money and resources in exchange for a chance to survive a crisis situation. But She hadn't heard anything about the left primrose since the opening. Originally thought they were in front. Now it seems to have been mostly. Lin Yen spread his hands. They weren't very lucky to meet me twice in just 1 minute and have me send them away. Sent away? The players on Cinnabar University's side froze and realized what this meant. You broke the pact. You didn't spare them. Lin Yen laughed a little. The emergency teleporter gave them a second life. I'm not going to give it. If they were to fight the Wraith on the battlefield, would they be able to turn in their money and survive as well? Cinnabar University's side was dumbfounded. They have the unwritten rule of letting each other off the hook if they turn in their monetary resources. But the savages at Zenith University. I can't believe I'm not talking about martial arts at all. Especially this Lin Yen, the eating was simply too ugly. The players from Cinnabar University were all very angry and furious. Sister Ren, I can't stand it any longer, go on. It's time to show these barbarians what civilization is and what the rules are. That is, avenge Swa Primrose. He's a freshman representative, and our sister Ran is also a freshman representative, so what's there to fear? That's right, we're not afraid of them. The group is excited. Xiao Ran sighed silently. It seems like this is a situation that if you don't go along with the public opinion, you won't be able to suppress it yourself. It's been hard to get to this point, collecting so much of the people's hearts. Can't just lose it. Lin Yen. Xiao Ran took a deep breath and reached out to crush her emergency teleporter as well. For Cinnabar, for my classmates, for Left Primrose, for civilization. I'm going to fight you one-on-one. Lin Yen laughed and clasped his arms with both hands. Fight me one-on-one. You deserve it. After saying that, Qin Ruoyu and Yang Lang beside him took a slight step forward. Yang Lang sneered. Don't think that just because you're the freshman representative of Cinnabar University, you're equal to Brother Yen. There is also a gap between the freshman representatives. Qin Ruoyu didn't say anything, just coldly looked at Xiao Ran. If she wanted to go one-on-one with Lin Yen, she'd have to go through her first. Xiao Ran's heart gave birth to a depressed gas and said in a deep voice, well then, want to prove my strength, huh? Come on, no matter who you send. I only have one move. If I can't get him in 1 second, I'll quit the test. Next to Lin Yen, Yang Lang stepped forward. Speech, I'll do it. I'm also the top-ranked genius in the fire department major. Xiao Ran is the #1 ice major at Cinnabar University, and the two of us are considered equal. You rest a while, I'm sure. Lin Yen nodded. He also wanted to see just how strong Xiao Ran was. Yang Lang summoned his spirit beast lava giant rhinoceros. Xiao Ran also summoned her own spirit beast, the sky ice sacred phoenix. Both players quickly stepped back and watched the two men go at it one-on-one. How about it, great delegate Xiao, do you strike first or do I? Yang Lang laughed fiercely, his body wrapped in spiritual energy, ready to strike. Xiao Ran laughed softly and, you first, in case you're not convinced later. But hopefully you'll be able to handle it when I strike later. Talking big. Yang Lang snorted coldly, immediately striking out. The lava giant rhinoceros raised its front hooves, its body flowing with magma, then stepped down heavily. The ground shook violently. With the lava giant rhinoceros at the center, a large column of magma erupted from beneath the ground. Endless fire domain. Several magma pillars shot towards the heavenly ice sacred phoenix. Xiao Ran didn't make any moves. A blue ice shield automatically condensed around the heavenly ice saint phoenix. Directly blocked the magma column. Several magma pillars in succession failed to melt this ice shield. This defense, is it a phoenix or a turtle? Yang Lang ground his teeth. Next, the heavenly ice sacred phoenix flickered its wings and several ice cones condensed around it, shooting towards the lava giant rhinoceros. Frost spike. Xiao Ran coldly looked at Yang Lang and released the skill. Chapter 67 New Troop Type. Thousand Ren Mantis. Several cold ice spears shot sharply towards the lava giant rhinoceros. An extremely dangerous feeling appeared in Yang Lang's heart. Retreat. Yang Lang tried to issue a command, but it was too late. Ice spears penetrate the lava's barrier. It was accurately inserted into the body of the lava giant rhinoceros. Roar. The lava giant rhinoceros let out a long whine as molten lava erupted from its body. Ice and flame collide. The ice spear melted, and the lava giant rhinoceros chest was left with a large hole. The breath of life also weakened extremely quickly. No! Yang Lang tore his heart out and shouted. Contracted spirit beasts were almost an inseparable other half of life for imperial beastmasters. The lava giant rhinoceros fell down with a bang. Kicks up rushing dust. While the heavenly ice sacred phoenix was still flying in mid-air, ice spears once again condensed around it. It shot out fiercely, wanting to give the lava giant rhinoceros one last blow. But, at the same time, densely packed black-tailed needles were hurriedly shot out. The Bloodwing berserkers used their tail needles to construct a barrier in front of the lava giant rhinoceros. Block the ice spears all the way. Lin Yen walked to Yang Lang's side, patted his shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "Use the emergency teleporter and take the lava giant rhinoceros to be healed." Yang Lang wiped a handful of tears from his eyes and nodded heavily. After retrieving the lava giant rhinoceros, crushed the emergency teleporter. A white light flashed. Yang Lang's figure disappeared. "Not bad, you're qualified to challenge me." Lin Yen stepped out and walked in front of the crowd. Xiao Ranran's heart lifted at the sight of this man. The other party was also a student representative and had a much bigger reputation than he did. "Come on then, I don't think you'll beat me," Xiao Ranran said in a pretense of calmness. There was no way she was going to admit defeat in front of so many people. Fruity, seeing Xiao Ranran's chest in the right place. Behind them, the crowd from Cinnabar University immediately cheered. "Good job, Sister Ren. Give this barbarian some credit. Let's see what he'll do after one move. What a true martial university. Just giving us Cinnabar a share of the bottom." The crowd behind Lin Yen, on the other hand, didn't have much of a reaction. There were only mocking looks and expressions of disdain. "What a bunch of clowns. A few wows. Haven't seen the world. You're so excited after just defeating a mere Yang Lang? No offense to them, not having experienced the horrors of Brother Yen firsthand. It is. Go Xiao Ranran. Don't just surrender just because your opponent is Brother Yen. I almost didn't get my 40-meter machete back." There was a lot of verbal sparring on both sides. Lin Yen and Xiao Ranran, on the other hand, had nothing to say. Both sides acted in a static manner, neither taking the lead. The atmosphere was getting tense. At this point, the nearby forests and hills around them were shadowed with many more figures. People from Jubilee University and Arctic University also came. Leading the way, it was clearly the freshman representatives from both schools. But they had no intention of getting involved in this duel. Instead, they kept a longer distance, watching silently. Under the watchful eyes of the people around her, Xiao Ranran's pressure grew. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer. As soon as he struck, the spiritual energy turned. The sky ice sacred phoenix in mid-air had a blue glow in its eyes. A whistling cry. Chirp. Instantly, a dark cloud pooled in the sky. The heavenly ice sacred phoenix hid in the dark clouds. Immediately afterward, an icy rain fell from the dark clouds. With spiritual energy, the rain that condensed into ice slammed down as much as it could. The blood-winged berserker bee was unable to dodge and was smashed by the ice rain, instantly turning into an ice ball that fell to the ground and shattered. It's a good thing this ice rain doesn't do much damage. No control can be formed for the more resistant Titan giant ants. However, the Titan giant ant's blood level was still dropping. Without the help of the blood-winged berserker bees, the Titan giant ants had no choice but to attack the sky ice sacred phoenix in the air. If we keep going like this, sooner or later we'll be worn out. It works. Xiao Ranran was ecstatic inside. This Lin Yen wasn't as powerful as he thought he was. With just one skill, it controlled most of his bugs. Periphery. The two freshman representatives from Arctic University and Vermilion Bird University also glanced at each other across the air. Saw the doubt in the other's eyes. Why is this Lin Yen so weak? Is it hard to believe that his fame is really blown out of proportion? This mountain of insect system spirit beasts, was it really just looking bluffing, but in fact it was just a flower show? The icy rain in the sky continued to fall. The Titan giant ants surrounded Lin Yen in a ball, blocking him in. It seems that it must be devoured. Lin Yen set his gaze on the corpse of the toothblade mammoth in the back. This is a legendary class wraith corpse, invincible in single-armed offense. If you devour it, you'll definitely get a strong new soldier. Say maybe, it would break the current situation. As for your own abilities, as long as one shows enough talent, then True Martial Arts University will definitely be able to keep him. Lin Yen turned around and saw trust in the eyes of the crowd. Titan giant ant, protect me. I'm going to devour. Lin Yen commanded the Titan giant ants and sent over the corpse of the Toothblade mammoth. Next, the densely packed Titan giant ants surged over like a tidal wave, surrounding Lin Yen and wrapping him up inside. The Titan giant ants on the periphery endured the icy rain. One Titan giant ant died, and immediately another one replenished it. What is Brother Yen doing? Why don't you make a move? Is it hard to hold back some big move? Looking so suffocating. Being passively beaten like this. It's time for the Cinnabar University bully list cubs to laugh at us. Ridicule before victory or defeat comes out is tantamount to farting. Can't you guys trust Brother Yen? That's right, the other team is a freshman representative after all. Brother Yen must have his own tactics. Just wait and see. Opposite. The players from Cinnabar University immediately jeered and, laughing my ass off, what a freshman representative. Only hiding behind bugs. What did that guy say before? There's a gap between the freshman representatives. Well said. Now it's clear who's strong and who's a coward. Lin Yen is a shrunken head turtle. What's the point of hiding? That's how the school spirit of Zhenwu University is. Do you guys know what the spirit animal of Zhenwu's principal is? I know, it's just a big turtle. It's all about heritage. The students of true Martial University are all shrunken heads. The sound of twittering outside. Lin Yen ignored it and instead looked at the corpse of the Toothblade mammoth. A system alert popped up in front of him. Lin Yen directly chose to start devouring. Next, a huge black hole appeared in front of his body and began to slowly swallow the body of the Toothblade mammoth into it. Beads of sweat also appeared on Lin Yen's head. This Toothblade mammoth is so high level and has such a large carapace. That's a lot of stamina to devour. Xiao Ranran watched as Lin Yen hid amongst a swarm of bugs, not knowing what he was tinkering with. She saw that Lin Yen had hidden the corpse of that Toothblade mammoth as well. There's always a bad feeling about this. Xiao Ranran narrowed her eyes. Spiritual energy stirred in his body as he prepared to amplify his moves. At this point, Titan giant ants surround the center. Lin Yen had finally finished devouring the Toothblade mammoth's corpse. You have successfully devoured the legendary grade bloodline, Toothblade mammoth, and gained the bug warrior, Thousand Ren Mantis. Chapter 68, The Desperate Xiao Ranran. Thousand Ren Mantis. Level 17. Bloodline. Legendary. Blood. 2200. Attack. 870. Defense. 440. Agility. 790. Spirit. 620. Skill. Sword Dance Chop quickly slashes the opponent, dealing a large amount of real damage and returning 20% of the damage dealt to the opponent's blood. The center of the titanic giant ants. Lin Yan's mouth dropped open as he looked at the attributes and skills of the Thousand Ren Mantis. Couldn't stop the smile on his face. That's great. High attack and high sensitivity assassin. Real damage tank killer. Skills absorb blood and have long-lasting range. Perfect. Lin Yen looked at his system panel. There's over 14,000 left in biomass. And during this time, the number of dead Titan giant ants and blood-winged berserkers is already up to 12,000. Just the right number of empty bug soldiers to leave for the Thousand Ren Mantis. At this point, the icy rain gradually stopped. Lin Yen also controlled the Titan giant ant to open up and walk out. Just showed up. There were jeers from Cinnabar University's side of the room. Ha 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 ha. Look at that. The shrunken head turtle is out. The icy rain doesn't stop, he came out. He wouldn't think that Sister Ran doesn't have any spiritual power anymore. What a clown. Doesn't he know that Sister Ren is getting ready to zoom in? By the way, Lin Yan's emergency teleporter is gone. There's no way he'll be able to transmit it later. Doesn't that mean that later on, Lin Yen will have no other way out but to beg for mercy? Look at his calm demeanor. I hope it's the same clean-cut look he'll have later when he's on his knees begging for forgiveness. Look, Sister Ran is going to zoom in. Where's the phone? Ready to take pictures. I'm going to record her peeing in fear. Lin Yen was calm and collected, with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky ice sacred phoenix that dispelled the dark clouds in mid-air and danced in a condescending manner. Xiao Ranran looked at Lin Yen with cold eyes. Although I don't know what kind of trick he's up to, but judging from the strength he's shown so far, it's really not worth it. If she hadn't remembered that a lion can do its best in a fight with a rabbit, and that she should not be careless and take the enemy lightly, she was feeling like the move was a bit of a waste. You're also a freshman representative and my hometown in Yunyang province. Xiao Ranran is preparing to unleash a big move, while appearing to persuade, but in fact attracting attention. I'd let you off the hook, but what you've done is outrageous and unworthy of being a freshman representative. This move, although it will cause you some pain, it will allow you to recognize the gap and quit being arrogant. The crowd behind us immediately blew up and, it's still Sister Ran Ran who's kind. Speaking kindly to someone like Lin Yen. Sister Ran. There's no need to say so much to this kind of person. Just do it. That's right. Such savage villains are a waste of words to talk about. The only way to repent is to show him that there are mountains beyond the mountains. Lin Yen looked at the crowd across from him and, as you said, what's all the gibberish about? Now it's my turn to strike. The crowd behind them looked shocked. Qin Ruoyu also took a step back, being able to see more clearly from a distance. This first of his class strikes out. It's worth them taking a closer look. In mid-air, the heavenly ice sacred phoenix swooped down, its feathers gradually becoming as sharp as ice blades. The entire body, like a cannonball, shot out and accelerated many times. The speed stacks up to a horrible state. On Cinnabar University's side, they grinned at the sight of the familiar skill. This was the current stage of the heavenly ice sacred phoenix's move. The divine phoenix descends. Xiao Ranran let out a light cry, and all the spiritual energy in her body was added to the heavenly ice sacred phoenix. A shadow of an ancient phoenix unfolded on the body of the heavenly ice sacred phoenix. With an unrivaled aura, he rushed towards where Lin Yen was. It's over, Xiao Ranran said with a smile. She had previously used this very move to heavily injure the Toothblade Mammoth. Even a diamond imperial beast master wouldn't dare to take this move from her. The crowd behind him exchanged laughs, totally ready to pop the champagne at halftime. Looking at the sky ice sacred phoenix that swooped down in the sky, Lin Yen didn't take half a step back and reached out his hand to, "Come forth, Thousand Ren Mantis, and meet your match." The words fell. Dense wormholes instantly appeared around them. A large number of new troopers, the Thousand Ren Mantis, flew out of it. What's this? A new bug for Brother Word? I knew Brother Yen had something up his sleeve. This new insect spirit beast is so cool. I'll go. Look at this big scythe. It feels sharp just by looking at it. It's totally a real spirit beast. This momentum, this amount, it's fortunate that I'm on Brother Yan's side. Depends on how strong this new bug is. Lin Yen spent 10,000 biomass points to summon a whole 10,000 Ren Mantises. The moment Thousand Ren Mantis came out, it locked onto its target, the sky ice sacred phoenix in mid-air. Although the target had a lot of gas and was in the middle of a big move. However, Thousand Ren Mantis wasn't the least bit afraid. Instead, he was full of battle spirit. Insect spirit beasts are natural warriors. All the players from the 4 major schools are here. Let me start a feast. Skill, sword dance chopper. Lin Yan's body was rippling with spiritual energy, and he didn't spare any effort. Moment. 10,000 Ren Mantises rose up into the air to meet the sky ice sacred phoenix as it swooped down. The sword dance chopper makes the Thousand Ren Mantis dance in the air. An entire army of 10,000 Ren Mantises opened their skills at the same time. A huge wind blade chopped towards the heavenly ice sacred phoenix. One time, the mid-air battlefield turned into a meat grinder. Countless wind blades chopped out, and occasionally a mist wind blade chopped on the ground, cutting out deep gullies. Hiss this power, it's a bit scary. This new bug is more domineering than both of Brother Yan's previous bugs. Hush, it's about to be split. At this time, it was not only on the side of True Martial University and Cinnabar University. Even the crowds from Vermilion Bird University and Arctic University, who were watching the battle from the periphery, looked at this scene with grave expressions on their faces. In mid-air, the countless wind blades gathered into a dragon scroll that finally collided with the heavenly ice sacred phoenix. Boom! There was a violent ringing in the sky. The space was slightly distorted as a result of the spiritual power riot. The crowd squinted their eyes falsely, trying hard to see the battle in mid-air clearly. Halftime. After the spiritual turbulence in mid-air finally returned to normal, the crowd finally got a good look at the tragic situation in mid-air. Lin Yan's new insect soldiers were mostly dead or wounded, and many of the bodies of the Thousand Ren Mantis were frozen in ice, slowly falling to the ground. And the other side, the heavenly ice sacred phoenix wasn't doing well either, and the momentum of its big charge was curbed. A pair of wings were tattered and torn, and the blue ice crystals on his body dimmed. Xiao Ranran's body was drained of spiritual energy, and it wasn't easy to bear. At this point, Lin Yen suddenly added, "Are you finished? I've got more." One moment. Behind Lin Yen, densely packed blood-winged berserkers rose up into the air, their densely packed tailpipes aimed at the heavenly ice sacred phoenix. Xiao Ranran fell into despair all of a sudden. Chapter 69, Planting a Slave Seal. This time, the heavenly ice sacred phoenix was seriously injured and slowly fell down from the sky battlefield. 10,000 mantises were dead and wounded, but they were not powerless to fight back. This is a big move with huge single damage. Even when it grazed the body of the 1,000 mantis on its way to release, it exploded into a bloody mist on the spot. But Lin Yan's insect soldiers were densely packed and spread out across the entire battlefield. "You can't kill enough. I've lost. I'm withdrawing from the test. Stop it now." Xiao Ranran was on the verge of crying out in her anxiety. The heavenly ice sacred phoenix was severely injured, and the connection with her was already very weak. She had just sent out several commands to try and awaken the heavenly ice sacred phoenix. But these instructions have all gone unanswered. No response was received. Perhaps, at this time, the heavenly ice sacred phoenix was already unconscious and in critical condition. If it's not treated in time, it's going to die. She was trying to get the first place in the test nice. But if the heavenly ice sacred phoenix died, all would be lost. The heavenly ice sacred phoenix had not yet gotten out of the battle and could not be retrieved from the imperial beast space. If she used the emergency teleportation talisman, the heavenly ice sacred phoenix would stay here forever. Looking at Lin Yen coldly, he ignored her. Xiao Ranran clenched her teeth, and in a fit of anger, she directly kneeled down. "Lin Yen, count on me to beg you, spare my heavenly ice saint phoenix." The people of Cinnabar University behind them were shocked and rushed forward to help Xiao Ranran up. "Ren, get up. You don't have to beg him. You're the face of our Cinnabar University. How can you kneel down for him? Don't beg him. Shame on you. Can't you see how that group of true martial universities across the street are laughing at us? Big deal. Just go back and buy another one. Although this heavenly ice sacred phoenix is your heart's blood, being a human dignity is more important." The crowd behind him spoke in a chorus of voices. Xiao Ranran was furious, not wanting to offend them and not wanting to give up the heavenly ice sacred phoenix. One can only just kneel in silence. Unlike this group of males, she could mobilize her family's resources at will. Right now her family is about to take care of itself. There were simply no extra resources to redistribute to her. Think about it. 2 lines of clear tears came out of Xiao Ranran's eyes, and her voice choked down. "Lin Yen, seeing as we both came out of Yunyang province, will you let me off the hook? If the heavenly ice sacred phoenix is gone, I won't live either." Lin Yen gave her a somewhat surprised look.